Chapter 8. The ark now showed as a clumsy grey mass. It was always dark, the autumn daylight was unable to penetrate it. In the interior of the mass the pitch-black night brooded continually. Those who lived there had to grope their way like moles. In the darkness sounds arose to the surface which failed to make themselves noticeable in the radiance of summer. Innumerable sounds of creatures that lived in the half-darkness were heard. When sleep had laid silence upon it all, the stillness of night unveiled yet another world, then the death-watches audibly bored their way beneath the old wallpapers. While rats and mice and the larvae of wood beetles vied with one another in their efforts. The darkness was full of the aromatic fragrance of the falling worm dust. All through this old box of a building dissolution was at work, with thousands of tiny creatures to aid it. At times the sound of it all rose to a tremendous crash which awoke Pell from sleep, when some old worm-eaten timber was undermined and sagged in a fresh place. Then he would turn over on the other side. When he went out of an evening he liked to make his way through the cheerful, crowded streets, in order to share in the brightness of it all. The rich luxury of the shops awakened something within him which noted the startling contrast between this quarter of the town and his own. When he passed from the brightly lit city into his own quarter, the streets were like ugly gutters to drain the darkness. And the ark rose mysteriously into the sky of night like a ponderous mountain. Dark cellar openings led down into the roots of the mountain, and there, in its dark entrails, moved wan, grimy creatures with smoky lamps. There were all those who lived upon the poverty of the ark, the old iron merchant, the old clothes merchant, and the moneylender who lent money upon tangible pledges. They moved fearfully, burrowing into strange-looking heaps. The darkness was ingrained in them. Pell was always reminded of the underground people at home. So the base of the cliffs had opened before his eyes in childhood, and he had shudderingly watched the dwarfs pottering about their accursed treasure. Here they moved about like greedy goblins, tearing away the foundations from under the careless beings in the park. So that one day these might well fall into the cellars, and in the meantime they devoured them hair and hide. At all events, the bad side of the fairy tale was no lie. One day Pell threw down his work in the twilight and went off to carry out his mission. Pipman had some days earlier fallen drunk from the rickety steps, and down in the well the children of the quarter surrounded the place where he had dropped dead, and illuminated it with matches. They could quite plainly see the dark impress of a shape that looked like a man, and were all full of the spectacle. Outside the mouth of the tunnel-like entry he stopped by the window of the old clothes dealer's cellar. Old Pipman's tools lay spread out there in the window. So she had got her claws into them too. She was rummaging about down there, scurfy and repulsive to look at, chewing an unappetizing slice of bread and butter, and starting at every sound that came from above. So anxious was she about her filthy money. Pell needed a new heel iron, so he went in and purchased that of Pipman. He had to haggle with her over the price. "Well, have you thought over my proposal?" she asked, when the deal was concluded. "What proposal?" said Pell, in all ignorance. "That you should leave your cobbling alone and be my assistant in the business." So that was what she meant? No, Pell hadn't thought over it sufficiently. "I should think there isn't much to think over. I have offered you more than you could earn otherwise, and there's not much to do. And I keep a man who fetches and carries things. It's mostly that I have a fancy to have a male assistant. I am an old woman, going about alone here, and you are so reliable, I know that." She needed someone to protect all the thousands of kroner which she had concealed in these underground chambers. Pell knew that well enough. She had approached him before on the subject. "I should scarcely be the one for that, to make my living out of the poverty of others," said Pell, smiling. "Perhaps I might knock you over the head and distribute all your pennies to the poor." The old woman stared at him for a moment in alarm. "Ugh, what a horrible thing to say," she cried, shuddering. "You libel your good heart, joking about such things. Now I shan't like to stay here in the cellar any longer when you've gone. How can you jest so brutally about life and death? Day and night I go about here trembling for my life, and yet I've nothing at all, the living God knows I've nothing. That is just gossip. Everybody looks at me as much as to say, I'd gladly strike you dead to get your money. And that's why I'd like to have a trustworthy man in the business. For what good is it to me that I've got nothing when they all believe I have? And there are so many worthless fellows who might fall upon one at any moment. If you have nothing, you can be easy, said Pelle teasingly. No need for an empty stomach to have the nightmare. Have nothing. Of course one always has something. And Pelle, she leaned confidentially over him with a smirk on her face, now Mary will soon come home, perhaps no later than this summer. She has earned so much over there that she can live on it, and she'll still be in the prime of her youth. What do you think of that? In her last letter she asked me to look out for a husband for her. He need only be handsome, for she has money enough for two. Then she'd rent a big house in the fine part of the city, and keep her own carriage, and live only for her handsome husband. What do you say to that, Pelle? Well, that is certainly worth thinking over, answered Pelle. He was in overflowing high spirits. Thinking over? Is that a thing to think over? Many a poor lord would accept such an offer and kiss my hand for it, if only he were here. But I'm not a lord, and now I must be going. Won't you just see her pictures? The old woman began to rummage in a drawer. No, Pelle only wanted to be gone. He had seen these pictures often enough, grimed with the air of the cellar and the old woman's filthy hands. Pictures which represented Mary now as a slim figure, striped like a tiger cat, as she sang in the fashionable variety theatres of St. Petersburg, now naked, with a mantle of white furs, alone in the midst of a crowd of Russian officers, princes, the old woman said. There was also a picture from the aquarium, in which she was swimming about in a great glass tank amid some curious-looking plants, with nothing on her body but golden scales and diamond ornaments. She had a magnificent body, that he could plainly see. But that she could turn the heads of fabulously wealthy princes and get thousands out of their pockets merely by undressing herself, that he could not understand. And he was to take her to wife, was he, and to get all that she had hoarded up. That was tremendously funny. That beat everything. He went along the high street with a rapid step. It was raining a little, the light from the street lamps and shop windows was reflected in the wet flagstones, the street wore a cheerful look. He went onward with a feeling that his mind was lifted above the things of every day. The grimy old woman who lived as a parasite on the poverty of the bark, and who had a wonderful daughter who was absorbing riches like a leech. And on top of it all the little Pelle with the lucky curl, like the curly-haired apprentice in the story. Here at last was the much-longed-for fairy tale. He threw back his head and laughed. Pelle, who formerly used to feel insults so bitterly, had achieved a sense of the divinity of life. That evening his round included the Rhabarber ward. Pelle had made himself a list, according to which he went forth to search each ward of the city separately, in order to save himself unnecessary running about. First of all, he took a journeyman cobbler in Smith Street. He was one of Meyer's regular workers, and Pelle was prepared for a hard fight. The man was not at home. But you can certainly put him down, said his wife. We've been talking it over lately, and we've come to see it's really the best thing. That was a wife after Pelle's heart. Many would deny that their husbands were at home when they learned what Pelle wanted, or would slam the door in his face. They were tired of his running to and fro. He visited various houses in Gardner Street, Castle Street, Norway Street, making his way through backyards and up dark, narrow stairs, up to the garrets or down to the cellars. Over all was the same poverty. Without exception the cobblers were lodged in the most miserable holes. He had not a single success to record. Some had gone away or were at fresh addresses. Others wanted time to consider or gave him a direct refusal. He promised himself that he would presently give the wobblers another call, he would soon bring them round. The others he ticked off, keeping them for better times, their day too would come before long. It did not discourage him to meet with refusals, he rejoiced over the single sheep. This was a work of patience, and patience was the one thing in which he had always been rich. He turned into Hunter Street and entered a barrack-like building, climbing until he was right under the roof, when he knocked on a door. It was opened by a tall thin man with a thin beard. This was Peter, his fellow apprentice at home. They were speedily talking of the days of their apprenticeship, and the workshop at home with all the curious company there. There was not much that was good to be said of Master Jeppe. But the memory of the young master filled them with warmth. "I often think of him in the course of the year," said Peter. "He was no ordinary man. That was why he died." There was something abstracted about Peter, and his den gave one an impression of loneliness. Nothing was left to remind one of the mischievous fellow who must always be running, but something hostile and obstinate glowed within his close-set eyes. Pelle sat there wondering what could really be the matter with him. He had a curious bleached look as though he had shed his skin, but he wasn't one of the holy sort, to judge by his conversation. "Peter, what's the truth of it, are you one of us?" said Pelle suddenly. A disagreeable smile spread over Peter's features. "Am I one of you? That sounds just like when they ask you, 'Have you found Jesus? Have you become a missionary?' You are welcome to call it that," replied Pelle frankly, "if you'll only join our organization. We want you. You won't miss me. Nobody is missed, I believe, if he only does his work. I've tried the whole lot of them, churches and sects and all, and none of them has any use for a man. They want one more listener, one more to add to their list. It's the same everywhere." He sat lost in thought, looking into vacancy. Suddenly he made a gesture with his hands as though to wave something away. "I don't believe in anything any longer, Pelle. There's nothing worth believing in." "Don't you believe in improving the lot of the poor, then? You haven't tried joining the movement?" asked Pelle. "What should I do there? They only want to get more to eat, and the little food I need I can easily get. But if they could manage to make me feel that I'm a man, and not merely a machine that wants a bit more greasing, I'd as soon be a thin dog as a fat one." "They'd soon do that," said Pelle convincingly. "If we only hold together, they'll have to respect the individual as well, and listen to his demands. The poor man must have his say with the rest." Peter made an impatient movement. "What good can it do me to club folks on the head till they look at me? It don't matter a damn to me. But perhaps they'd look at me of their own accord, and say, of their own accord, 'Look, there goes a man made in God's image, who thinks and feels in his heart just as I do.' That's what I want." "I honestly don't understand what you mean with you're the man," said Pelle irritably. "What's the good of running your head against a wall when there are reasonable things in store for us? We want to organize ourselves and see if we can't escape from slavery. Afterward every man can amuse himself as he likes." Well, if it's so easy to escape from slavery, why not? "Put down my name for one," said Peter, with a slightly ironical expression. "Thanks, comrade," cried Pelle, joyfully shaking his hand. "But you'll do something for the cause?" Peter looked about him forlornly. "Horrible weather for you to be out in," he said, and he lighted Pelle down the stairs. Pelle went northward along Chapel Street. He wanted to look up Morton. The wind was chasing the leaves along by the cemetery, driving the rain in his face. He kept close against the cemetery wall in order to get shelter, and charged against the wind, head down. He was in the best of humors. That was 2 new members he had won over. He was getting on by degrees. What an odd fish Peter had become. The word, man, sounded meaningless to Pelle's ears. Well, anyhow, he had got him on the list. Suddenly he heard light, running steps behind him. The figure of a man reached his side, and pushed a little packet under Pelle's arm without stopping for a moment. At a short distance he disappeared. It seemed to Pelle as though he disappeared over the cemetery wall. Under one of the street lamps he stopped and wonderingly examined the parcel. It was bound tightly with tape. "For Mother" was written upon it in an awkward hand. Pelle was not long in doubt. In that word, mother, he seemed plainly to hear Ferdinand's hoarse voice. Now Madame Franson will be delighted, he thought, and he put it in his pocket. During the past week she had had no news of Ferdinand. He dared no longer venture through Christianshavn. Pelle could not understand how Ferdinand had lit upon him. Was he living out here in the Rhabarber ward? Morton was sitting down, writing in a thick copybook. He closed it hastily as Pelle entered. "What is that?" asked Pelle, who wanted to open the book. "Are you still writing in your copybook?" Morton, confused, laid his hand on the book. "No. Besides, as far as that goes," he said, "you may as well know. I have written a poem. But you mustn't speak of it." "Oh, do read it out to me," Pelle begged. "Yes. But you must promise me to be silent about it, or the others will just think I've gone crazy." He was quite embarrassed, and he stammered as he read. It was a poem about poor people, who bore the whole world on their upraised hands, and with resignation watched the enjoyment of those above them. It was called, "Let Them Die." And the words were repeated as the refrain of every verse. And now that Morton was in the vein, he read also an unpretentious story of the struggle of the poor to win their bread. "That's damned fine," cried Pelle enthusiastically. "Monstrously good, Morton. I don't understand how you put it together, especially the verse. But you're a real poet. But I've always thought that you had something particular in you. You've got your own way of looking at things, and they won't clip your wings in a hurry. But why don't you write about something big and thrilling that would repay reading? There's nothing interesting about us." "But I find there is." "No, I don't understand that. What can happen to poor fellows like us?" "Then don't you believe in greatness?" To be sure Pelle did. "But why shouldn't we have splendid things right away?" "You want to read about counts and barons," said Morton. "You are all like that. You regard yourself as one of the rabble, if it comes to that." "Yes, you do. Only you don't know it. That's the slave nature in you. The higher classes of society regard you as such and you involuntarily do the same. Yes, you may pull faces, but it's true, all the same. You don't like to hear about your own kind, for you don't believe they can amount to anything. No, you must have fine folks, always rich folks. One would like to spit on one's past and one's parents and climb up among the fine folks, and because one can't manage it one asks for it in books." Morton was irritated. No, said Pelle soothingly, "it isn't as bad as all that." "Yes, it is as bad as all that," cried Morton passionately. "And do you know why? Because you don't yet understand that humanity is holy, and that it's all one where a man is found." "Humanity is holy," said Pelle, laughing. "But I'm not holy, and I didn't really think you were." "For your sake, I hope you are," said Morton earnestly, "for otherwise you are no more than a horse or a machine that can do so much work." And then he was silent, with a look that seemed to say that the matter had been sufficiently discussed. Morton's reserved expression made Pelle serious. He might jestingly pretend that this was nonsense, but Morton was one of those who looked into things. Perhaps there was something here that he didn't understand. "I know well enough that I'm a clown compared with you," he said good-naturedly, "but you needn't be so angry on that account. By the way, do you still remember Peter, who was at Yepes with your brother Jens and me? He's here, too. I came across him a little while ago. He's always looking into things too, but he can't find any foundation to anything, as you can. He believes in nothing in the whole world. Things are in a bad way with him. It would do him good if he could talk with you. But I'm no prophet, you are that rather than I," said Morton ironically. "But you might perhaps say something of use to him." "No, I'm only a trades unionist, and that's no good." On his way home Pelle pondered honestly over Morton's words, but he had to admit that he couldn't take them in. No, he had no occasion to surround his person with any sort of holiness or halo. He was only a healthy body, and he just wanted to do things. Chapter 9. Pelle came rushing home from Master Beck's workshop, threw off his coat and waistcoat, and thrust his head into a bucket of water. While he was scrubbing himself dry, he ran over to the family. "Would you care to come out with me? I have some tickets for an evening entertainment, only you must hurry up." The 3 children were sitting round the table, doing tricks with cards. The fire was crackling in the stove, and there was a delicious smell of coffee. They were tired after the day's work and they didn't feel inclined to dress themselves to go out. One could see how they enjoyed feeling that they were at home. "You should give Hannah and her mother the tickets," said Marie, "they never go out." Pelle thought the matter over while he was dressing. Well, why not? After all, it was stupid to rake up an old story. Hannah did not want to go with him. She sat with downcast eyes, like a lady in her boudoir, and did not look at him. But Madame Johnson was quite ready to go. The poor old woman quickly got into her best clothes. "It's a long time since we 2 have been out together, Pelle," she said gaily, as they walked through the city. "You've been so frightfully busy lately. They say you go about to meetings. That is all right for a young man. Do you gain anything by it?" "Yes, one could certainly gain something by it, if only one used one's strength." "What can you gain by it, then? Are you going to eat up the Germans again, as in my young days, or what is it you are after?" "We want to make life just a little happier," said Pelle quietly. "Oh, you don't want to gain anything more than happiness?" "That's easy enough, of course," said Madame Johnson, laughing loudly. "Why, to be sure, in my pretty young days too the men wanted to go to the capital to make their fortunes. I was just 16 when I came here for purposes of my own, where was a pretty girl to find everything splendid, if not here? One easily made friends, there were plenty to go walking with a nice girl in thin shoes, and they wanted to give her all sorts of fine things, and every day brought its happiness with it. But then I met a man who wanted to do the best thing by me, and who believed in himself, too. He got me to believe that the 2 of us together might manage something lasting. And he was just such a poor bird as I was, with empty hands, but he set to valiantly. Clever in his work he was, too, and he thought we could make ourselves a quiet, happy life, cozy between our 4 walls, if only we'd work. Happiness, pooh. He wanted to be a master, at all costs, for what can a journeyman earn? And more than once we had scraped a little together, and thought things would be easier now. But misfortune always fell on us and took it all away. It's always hovering like a great bird over the poor man's home, and you must have a long stick if you want to drive it away. It was always the same story whenever we managed to get on a little. A whole winter he was ill. We only kept alive by pawning all we'd got, stick by stick. And when the last thing had gone to the devil we borrowed a bit on the pawn ticket. The old woman had to pause to recover her breath. "Why are we hurrying like this?" she said, panting. "Anyone would think the world was trying to run away from us." "Well, there was nothing left," she continued, shuffling on again. "And he was too tired to begin all over again, so we moved into the park. And when he'd got a few shillings he sought consolation, but it was a poor consolation for me, who was carrying Hannah, that you may believe. She was like a gift after all that misfortune. But he couldn't bear her, because our fancy for a little magnificence was born again in her. She had inherited that from us, poor little thing, with rags and dirt to set it off. You should just have seen her, as quite a little child, making up the fine folks' world out of the rags she got together out of the dustbins. "What's that?" "Johnson," he said once, he was a little less full than usual. "Oh, that's the best room with the carpet on the floor, and there by the stove is your room, father. But you mustn't spit on the floor, because we are rich people." Madame Johnson began to cry. And then he struck her on the head. "Hold your tongue," he cried, and he cursed and swore at the child something frightful. "I don't want to hear your infernal chatter." That's the sort he was. Life began to be a bit easier when he had drowned himself in the sewer. The times when I might have amused myself he'd stolen from me with his talk of the future, and now I sit there turning old soldiers' trousers that fill the room with filth. And when I do 2 a day I can earn a mark. And Hannah goes about like a sleepwalker. Happiness. Is there a soul in the bark that didn't begin with a firm belief in something better? One doesn't move from one's own choice into such a mixed louse's nest, but one ends up there all the same. And is there anybody here who is really sure of his daily bread? Yes, Olsen's with the warm wall, but they've got their daughter's shame to thank for that. All the more reason to set to work, said Pell. Yes, you may well say that. But anyone who fights against the unconquerable will soon be tired out. No, let things be and amuse yourself while you are still young. But don't you take any notice of my complaining, me, an old whimperer, I am, walking with you and being in the dumps like this. Now we'll go and amuse ourselves. And now she looked quite contented again. Then take my arm, it's only proper with a pair of sweethearts, said Pell, joking. The old woman took his arm and went tripping youthfully along. Yes, if it had been in my young days, would soon have known how to dissuade you from your silly tricks, she said gaily. I should have been taking you to the dance. But you didn't manage to get Johnson to give them up, said Pell in reply. No, because then I was too credulous. But no one would succeed in robbing me of my youth now. The meeting was held in a big hall in one of the side streets by the North Bridge. The entertainment, which was got up by some of the agitators, was designed principally for young people. But many women and young girls were present. Among other things a poem was read which dealt with an old respectable blacksmith who was ruined by a strike. That may be very fine and touching, whispered Madame Johnson, polishing her nose in her emotion, but they really ought to have something one can laugh over. We see misfortune every day. Then a small choir of artisans sang some songs, and one of the older leaders mounted the platform and told them about the early years of the movement. When he had finished, he asked if there was no one else who had something to tell them. It was evidently not easy to fill out the evening. There was no spirit in the gathering. The women were not finding it amusing, and the men sat watching for anything they could carp at. Pell knew most of those present. Even the young men had hard faces, on which could be read an obstinate questioning. This homely, innocent entertainment did not appease the burning impatience which filled their hearts, listening for a promise of better things. Pell sat there pained by the proceedings. The passion for progress and agitation was in his very blood. Here was such an opportunity to strike a blow for unification, and it was passing unused. The women only needed a little rousing, the factory girls and the married women too, who held back their husbands. And they stood up there, frittering away the time with their singing and their poetry twaddle. With one leap he stood on the platform. All these fine words may be very nice, he cried passionately, but they are very little use to all those who can't live on them. The clergyman and the dog earn their living with their mouths, but the rest of us are thrown on our own resources when we want to get anything. Why do we slink round the point like cats on hot bricks? Why all this palaver and preaching? Perhaps we don't yet know what we want. They say we've been slaves for 1,000 years. Then we ought to have had time enough to think it out. Why does so little happen, although we are all waiting for something, and are ready? Is there no one anywhere who has the courage to lead us? Loud applause followed, especially from the young men. They stamped and shouted. Pell staggered down from the platform. He was covered with sweat. The old leader ascended the platform again and thanked his colleagues for their acceptable entertainment. He turned also with smiling thanks to Pell. It was gratifying that there was still fire glowing in the young men, although the occasion was unsuitable. The old folks had led the movement through evil times. But they by no means wished to prevent youth from testing itself. Pell wanted to stand up and make some answer, but Madame Johnson held him fast by his coat. Be quiet, Pell, she whispered anxiously, you'll venture too far. She would not let go of him, so he had to sit down again to avoid attracting attention. His cheeks were burning, and he was as breathless as though he had been running up a hill. It was the first time he had ventured on a public platform. Excitement had sent him thither. The people began to get up and to mix together. "Is it over already?" asked Madame Johnson. Pell could see that she was disappointed. "No, no. Now we'll treat ourselves to something," he said, leading the old woman to a table at the back of the hall. "What can I offer you?" "Coffee, please, for me. But you ought to have a glass of beer, you are so warm." Pell wanted coffee too. "You're a funny one for a man," she said, laughing. "First you go pitching into a whole crowd of men, and then you sit down here with an old wife like me and drink coffee. What a crowd of people there are here, it's almost like a holiday." She sat looking about her with shining eyes and rosy cheeks, like a young girl at a dance. "Take some more of the skin of the milk, Pell, you haven't got any. This really is cream." The leader came up to ask if he might make Pell's acquaintance. "I've heard of you from the president of your union," he said, giving Pell his hand. "I am glad to make your acquaintance. You have done a pretty piece of work." "Oh, it wasn't so bad," said Pell, blushing. "But it really would be fine if we could really get to work." "I know your impatience only too well," retorted the old campaigner, laughing. "It's always so with the young men. But those who really want to do something must be able to see to the end of the road." He patted Pell on the shoulders and went. Pell felt that the people were standing about him and speaking of him. "God knows whether you haven't made yourself ridiculous," he thought. Close by him two young men were standing, who kept on looking at him sideways. Suddenly they came up to him. "We should much like to shake hands with you," said one of them. "My name is Otto Stulp, and this is my brother Frederick." "That was good, what you said up there, we want to thank you for it." They stood by for some little while, chatting to Pell. "It would please my father and mother too, if they could make your acquaintance," said Otto Stulp. "Would you care to come home with us?" "I can't very well this evening." "I have someone with me," replied Pell. "You go with them," said Madame Johnson. "I see some folks from Christianshavn back there, I can go home with them." "But we were meaning to go on the spree a bit now that we've at last come out," said Pell, smiling. "God forbid. No, we've been on the spree enough for one evening, my old head is quite turned already." "You just be off, that's a thing I haven't said for 30 years. And many thanks for bringing me with you." She laughed boisterously. The Stulp family lived in Elm Street, on the second floor of one of the new workmen's tenement houses. The stairs were roomy, and on the door there was a porcelain plate with their name on it. In the entry an elderly, well-dressed woman up to them. "Here is a comrade, mother," said Otto. "Welcome," she said, as she took Pell's hand. She held it a moment in her own as she looked at him. In the living room sat Stulp, a mason, reading The Working Man. He was in shirt sleeves, and was resting his heavy arms on the table. He read whispering to himself, he had not noticed that a guest was in the room. "Here's someone who would like to say how do ye do to father," said Otto, laying his hand on his father's arm. Stulp raised his head and looked at Pell. "Perhaps you would like to join the union?" he asked, rising with difficulty, with one hand pressed on the table. He was tall, his hair was sprinkled with gray, his eyes were mottled from the impact of splinters of limestone. "You and your union," said Madame Stulp. "Perhaps you think there's no one in it but you." "No, mother, little by little a whole crowd of people have entered it, but all the same I was the first." "I'm already in the union," said Pell. "But not in yours. I'm a shoemaker, you know." "Shoemaker, ah, that's a poor trade for a journeyman, but all the same a man can get to be a master. But today a mason can't do that, there's a great difference there. And if one remains a journeyman all his life long, he has more interest in modifying his position. Do you understand? That's why the organization of the shoemakers has never been of more than middling dimensions. Another reason is that they work in their own rooms, and one can't get them together. But now there's a new man come, who seems to be making things move. Yes, and this is he, father, said Otto, laughing. The deuce, and here I stand making a fool of myself. Then I'll say how d'ye do over again. And here's good luck to your plans, young comrade. He shook Pell by the hand. I think we might have a drop of beer, mother. Pell and Stulp were soon engaged in a lively conversation. Pell was in his element. Until now he had never found his way to the heart of the movement. There was so much he wanted to ask about, and the old man incontinently told him of the growth of the organization from year to year, of their first beginning. When there was only one trades unionist in Denmark, namely, himself, down to the present time. He knew all the numbers of the various trades, and was precisely informed as to the development of each individual union. The son sat silent, thoughtfully listening. When they had something to say, they always waited until the old man nodded his head to show that he had finished. The younger, Frederick, who was a mason's apprentice, never said, thou, to his father. He addressed him in the third person, and his continual, father says, father thinks, sounded curious to Pell's ears. While they were still talking, Madame Stulp opened the door leading into an even prettier room, and invited them to go in and to drink their coffee. The living room had already produced an extremely pleasant impression on Pell, with its oak-grained dining room suite and its horsehair sofa. But here was a red plush suite, an octagonal table of walnut wood, with a black inlaid border and twisted wooden feet, and an étagère full of knickknacks and pieces of china. Mostly droll, impudent little things. On the walls hung pictures of trades unions and assemblies and large photographs of workshops. One of a building during construction, with the scaffolding full of the bricklayers and their mortar buckets beside them, each with a trowel or a beer bottle can in his hand. On the wall over the sofa hung a large half-length portrait of a dark, handsome man in a riding cloak. He looked half a dreamy adventurer, half a soldier. That's the Grand Master, said Stulp proudly, standing at Pell's side. There was always a crowd of women at his heels. But they kept themselves politely in the background, for a fire went out of him at such times, do you understand? Then it was, men to the front. And even the laziest fellow pricked up his ears. Then he's dead now, is he? Asked Pell, with interest. Stulp did not answer. Well, he said briefly, shall we have our coffee now? Otto winked at Pell. Here evidently was a matter that must not be touched upon. Stulp sat staring into his cup, but suddenly he raised his head. There are things one doesn't understand, he cried earnestly. But this is certain, that but for the Grand Master here I and a whole host of other men wouldn't perhaps be respectable fathers of families today. There were many smart fellows among us young comrades, as is always the case, but as a rule the gifted ones always went to the dogs. For when a man has no opportunity to alter things, he naturally grows impatient, and then one fine day he begins to pour spirit on the flames in order to stop his mouth. I myself had that accursed feeling that I must do something, and little by little I began to drink. But then I discovered the movement, before it existed, I might venture to say. It was in the air like, juicy. It was as though something was coming, and one sniffed about like a dog in order to catch a glimpse of it. Presently it was, here it is. There it is. But when one looked into it, there was just a few hungry men bawling at one another about something or other, but the devil himself didn't know what it was. But then the Grand Master came forward, and that was like a flash of light for all of us. For he could say to a nicety just where the shoe pinched, although he didn't belong to our class at all. Since that time there's been no need to go searching for the best people, they were always to be found in the movement. Although there weren't very many of them, the best people were always on the side of the movement. But now there's wind in the sails, said Pell. Yes, now there's talk of it everywhere. But to whom is that due? God knows, to us old veterans, and to him there. Stulp began to talk of indifferent matters, but quite involuntarily the conversation returned to the movement. Man and wife lived and breathed for nothing else. They were brave, honest people, who quite simply divided mankind into two parts, those who were for and those who were against the movement. Pelle seemed to breathe more freely and deeply in this home, where the air was as though steeped in socialism. He noticed a heavy chest which stood against the wall on four twisted legs. It was thickly ornamented with nailheads and looked like an old muniment chest. "Yes, that's the standard," said Madame Stulp, but she checked herself in alarm. Mason Stulp knitted his brows. "Ah, well, you're a decent fellow, after all," he said. "One needn't slink on tiptoe in front of you." He took a key out of a secret compartment in his writing table. "Now the danger's a thing of the past, but one still has to be careful. That's a vestige of the times when things used to go hardly with us. The police used to be down on all our badges of common unity. The Grand Master himself came to me one evening with the flag under his cloak, and said to me, 'You must look out for it, Stulp, you are the most reliable of us all.' He and his wife unfolded the great piece of bunting. See, that's the banner of the International. It looks a little the worse for wear, for it has undergone all sorts of treatment. At the communist meetings out in the fields, when the troops were sent against us with ball cartridge, it waved over the speaker's platform, and held us together. When it flapped over our heads it was as though we were swearing an oath to it. The police understood that, and they were mad to get it. They went for the flag during a meeting, but nothing came of it, and since then they've hunted for it, so it's had to be passed from man to man. In that way it has more than once come to me. Yes, and once the police broke in here and took father away as we were sitting at supper. They turned the whole place upside down, and dragged him off to the cells without a word of explanation. The children were little then, and you can imagine how miserable it seemed to me. I didn't know when they would let him out again." "Yes, but they didn't get the colors," said Stulp, and he laughed heartily. "I had already passed them on, they were never very long in one place in those days. Now they lead a comparatively quiet life, and mother and the rest of us too." The young men stood in silence, gazing at the standard that had seen so many vicissitudes, and that was like the hot red blood of the movement. Before Pelle a whole new world was unfolding itself. The hope that had burned in the depths of his soul was after all not so extravagant. When he was still running, wild at home, playing the games of childhood or herding the cows, strong men had already been at work and had laid the foundations of the cause. A peculiar warmth spread through him and rose to his head. If only it had been he who had waved the glowing standard in the face of the oppressor, he, Pelle. "And now it lies here in the chest and is forgotten," he said dejectedly. "It is only resting," said Stulp. "Forgotten, yes, the police have no idea that it still exists. But fix it on a staff, and you will see how the comrades flock about it. Old and young alike. There's fire in that bit of cloth. True fire, that never goes out." Carefully they folded the colors and laid them back in the chest. "It won't do even now to speak aloud of the colors. You understand?" said Stulp. There was a knock, and Stulp made haste to lock the chest and hide the key, while Frederick went to the door. They looked at one another uneasily and stood listening. "It is only Ellen," said Frederick, and he returned, followed by a tall dark girl with an earnest bearing. She had a veil over her face, and before her mouth her breath showed like a pearly tissue. "Ah, that's the lass," cried Stulp, laughing. "What folly, we were quite nervous, just as nervous as in the old days. And you're abroad in the streets at this hour of night. And in this weather?" He looked at her affectionately, one could see that she was his darling. Outwardly they were very unlike. She greeted Pelle with the tiniest nod, but looked at him earnestly. There was something still and gracious about her that fascinated him. She wore dark clothes, without the slightest adornment, but they were of good sound stuff. "Won't you change?" asked the mother, unbuttoning her cloak. "You are quite wet, child." "No, I must go out again at once," Ellen replied. I only wanted to peep in. But it's really very late, grumbled Stulp. Are you only off duty now? Yes, it's not my going out day. Not today again? Yes, it's sheer slavery, till 11 at night. That's the way things are, and it doesn't make it any better for you to scold me, said Ellen courageously. No, but you needn't go out to service. There's no sense in our children going out to service in the houses of the employers. Don't you agree with me? He turned to Pell. Ellen laughed brightly. It's all the same, father works for the employers as well. Yes, but that's a different thing. It's from one fixed hour to another, and then it's over. But this other work is a home. She goes from one home to another and undertakes all the dirty work. Father's not in a position to keep me at home. I know that very well, but all the same I can't bear it. Besides, you could surely get some other kind of work. Yes, but I don't want to. I claim the right to dispose of myself, she replied heatedly. The others sat silent, looking nervously at one another. The veins swelled on Stulp's forehead, he was purple, and terribly angry. But Ellen looked at him with a little laugh. He got up and went grumbling into the other room. Her mother shook her head at Ellen. She was quite pale. Oh, child, she whispered. After a while Stulp returned with some old newspapers, which he wanted to show Pell. Ellen stood behind his chair, looking down at them. She rested her arm on his shoulders and idly ruffled his hair. The mother pulled at her skirt. The papers were illustrated, and went back to the stirring times. The clock struck the half-hour. It was 11:30. Pell rose in consternation, he had quite forgotten the time. Take the lass with you, said Stulp. You go the same way, don't you, Ellen? Then you'll have company. There's no danger going with her, for she's a saint. It sounded as though he wanted to make up for his scolding. Come again soon, you will always be welcome here. They did not speak much on the way home. Pell was embarrassed, and he had a feeling that she was considering him and thinking him over as they walked, wondering what sort of a fellow he might be. When he ventured to say something, she answered briefly and looked at him searchingly. And yet he found it was an interesting walk. He would gladly have prolonged it. Many thanks for your company, he said, when they stood at her house door. I should be very glad to see you again. You will if we meet, she said taciturnly. But she gave him her hand for a moment. We are sure to meet again. Be sure of that, cried Pell jovially. But you are forgetting to reward me for my escort? He bent over her. She gazed at him in astonishment, with eyes that were turning him to stone, he thought. Then she slowly turned and went indoors. Chapter 10. One day, after his working hours, Pell was taking some freshly completed work to the court shoemakers. The foreman took it and paid for it, and proceeded to give out work to the others, leaving Pell standing. Pell waited impatiently, but did no more than clear his throat now and again. This was the way of these people, one had to put up with it if one wanted work. Have you forgotten me? He said at last, a little impatiently. You can go, said the foreman. You've finished here. What does that mean? Asked Pell, startled. It means what you hear. You've got the sack, if you understand that better. Pell understood that very well, but he wanted to establish the fact of his persecution in the presence of his comrades. Have you any fault to find with my work? He asked. You mix yourself up too much with things that don't concern you, my good fellow, and then you can't do the work you ought to do. I should like very much to know what fault you have to find with my work, said Pell obstinately. Go to the devil. I've told you already, roared the foreman. The court shoemaker came down through the door of the back room and looked about him. When he saw Pell, he went up to him. You get out of here, and that at once, he cried, in a rage. Do you think we give bread to people that undermine us? Out of my place of business, Mose Sioux trades unionist. Pell stood his ground, and looked his employer in the eyes. He would have struck the man a blow in the face rather than allow himself to be sent away. "Be cool, now, be cool," he said to himself. He laughed, but his features were quivering. The court shoemaker kept a certain distance, and continued to shout, "Out with him! Here, foreman, call the police at once." "Now you can see, comrades, how they value one here," said Pelle, turning his broad back on Meyer. "We are dogs, nothing more." They stood there, staring at the counter, deaf and dumb in their dread of taking sides. Then Pelle went. He made his way northward. His heart was full of violent emotion. Indignation raged within him like a tempest, and by fits and starts found utterance on his lips. Meyer's work was quite immaterial to him, it was badly paid, and he only did it as a stopgap. But it was disgusting to think they could buy his convictions with badly paid work. And there they stood not daring to show their colors, as if it wasn't enough to support such a fellow with their skill and energy. Meyer stood there like a wall, in the way of any real progress, but he needn't think he could strike at Pelle, for he'd get a blow in return if he did. He went straight to Mason Stulp, in order to talk the matter over with him. The old trades unionist was a man of great experience. "So he's one of those who go in for the open slave trade," said Stulp. "We've had a go at them before now. We've done with you, my good man, we can make no use of agitators. And if one steals a little march on them, off you go, you're done with here. I myself have been like a hunted cur, and at home mother used to go about crying. I could see what she was feeling, but when I put the matter before her she said, 'Hold out, Stulp, you shan't give in. You're forgetting our daily bread, mother,' I say. 'Oh, our daily bread. I can just go out washing.' That was in those days, they sing another tune to us now." Now the master politely raises his hat to old Stulp. If he thinks he can allow himself to hound a man down, an embargo must be put on him. Pelle had nothing to say against that. "If only it works," he said. "But our organization looks weak enough as yet. Only try it, in any case, you can always damage him. He attacks your livelihood in order to strike at your conscience, so you hit back at his purse, that's where his conscience is. Even if it does no good, at least it makes him realize that you're not a slave." Pelle sat a while longer chatting. He had secretly hoped to meet Ellen again, but he dared not ask whether that was her day for coming home. Madame Stulp invited him to stay and to have supper with them. She was only waiting for her sons. But Pelle had no time, he must be off to think out instructions for the embargo. "Then come on Sunday," said the mother. "Sunday is Ellen's birthday." With rapid strides he went off to the president of the union. The invitation for the following Sunday had dissipated the remains of his anger. The prospect of a tussle with Meyer had put him in the best of tempers. He was certain of winning the president, Peterson, for his purpose, if only he could find him out of bed. He himself had in his time worked for wholesale shoemakers, and hated them like the plague. It was said that Peterson had worked out a clever little invention, a patent button for ladies' boots, which he had taken to Meyer, as he himself did not know how to exploit it. But Meyer had, without more ado, treated the invention as his own, inasmuch as it was produced by one of his workmen. He took out a patent and made a lot of money by it, trifling as the thing was. When Peterson demanded a share of the profits, he was dismissed. He himself never spoke of the matter. He just sat in his cellar brooding over the injustice, so that he never managed to recover his position. Almost his whole time had been devoted to the union, so that he might revenge himself through it, but it never really made much progress. He fired up passionately enough, but he was lacking in persistence. And his lungs were weak. He trembled with excitement when Pelle explained his plan. "Great God in heaven, if only we could get at him," he whispered hoarsely, clenching his skinny fists which death had already marked with its dusky shadows. "I would willingly give my miserable life to see the scoundrel ruined. Look at that." He bent down, whispering, and showed Pelle a file ground to a point, which was fastened into a heavy handle. If I hadn't the children, he would have got that between his ribs long before this. His grey, restless eyes, which reminded Pell of Anchor, the crazy clockmaker, had a cold, piercing expression. Yes, yes, said Pell, laying his hand soothingly on the other's, but it's no use to do anything stupid. We shall only do what we want to do if we all stand together. The day was well spent. On the very next evening the members of the union were summoned to a meeting. Peterson spoke first, and beginning with a fiery speech. It was like the final efforts of a dying man. You organize the struggle, said Peterson. I'm no good nowadays for that, and I've no strength. But I'll sound the assault, and so that they wake up. Then you yourself must see to keeping the fire alight in them. His eyes burned in their shadowy sockets, he stood there like a martyr upholding the necessity of the conflict. The embargo was agreed upon unanimously. Then Pell came forward and organized the necessary plan of campaign. It was his turn now. There was no money in the chest, but every man had to promise a certain contribution to be divided among those who were refusing to work. Every man must do his share to deprive Meyer of all access to the labor market. And there was to be no delirious enthusiasm, which they would regret when they woke up next morning. It was essential that every man should form beforehand a clear conception of the difficulties, and must realize what he was pledging himself to. And then, 3 cheers for a successful issue. This business meant a lot of running about. But what of that? Pell, who had to sit such a lot, wouldn't suffer from getting out into the fresh air. He employed the evenings in making up for lost time. He got work from the small employers in Christianshavn, who were very busy in view of Christmas, which made up for that which he had lost through the court shoemaker. On the second day after his dismissal, the declaration of the embargo appeared under the labor items, in the working man assistance strictly prohibited. It was like the day's orders, given by Pell's own word of mouth. He cut the notice out, and now and again, as he sat at his work, he took it out and considered it. This was Pell, although it didn't say so. Pell and the big employer were having a bit of a tussle. Now they should see which was the stronger. Pell went often to see Stolp. Strangely enough, his visits always coincided with Ellen's days off. Then he accompanied her homeward, and they walked side by side talking of serious things. There was nothing impetuous about them, they behaved as though a long life lay before them. His vehemence cooled in the conflict with Meyer. He was sure of Ellen's character, unapproachable though she was. Something in him told him that she ought to be and would remain so. She was one of those natures to whom it is difficult to come out of their shell, so as to reveal the kernel within. But he felt that there was something that was growing for him within that reserved nature, and he was not impatient. One evening he had as usual accompanied her to the door, and they stood there bidding one another good night. She gave him her hand in her shy, awkward manner, which might even mean reluctance, and was then about to go indoors. But are we going on like this all our lives? Said Pell, holding her fingers tightly. I love you so. She stood there a while, with an impenetrable expression, then advanced her face and kissed him mechanically, as a child kisses, with tightly closed lips. She was already on her way to the house when she suddenly started back, drew him to herself, and kissed him passionately and unrestrainedly. There was something so violent, so wild and fanatical in her demeanor, that he was quite bewildered. He scarcely recognized her, and when he had come to himself she was already on her way up the kitchen steps. He stood still, as though blinded by a rain of fire, and heard her running as though pursued. Since that day she had been another creature. Her love was like the spring that comes in a single night. She could not be without him for a day. When she went out to make purchases, she came running over to the Arkansas. Her nature had thrown off its restraint. There was tension in her manner and her movements, and this tension now and again escaped from within in little explosions. She did not say very much. When they were together, she clung to him passionately as though to deaden some pain, and hid her face. If he lifted it, she kept her eyes persistently closed. Then she breathed deeply, and sat down smiling and humming to herself when he spoke to her. It was as though she was delving deep into his inmost being, and Pelle, who felt the need to reach and to know that inner nature, drew confidence from her society. No matter what confronted him, he had always sought in his inner self for his natural support, anxiously listening for that which came to the surface, and unconsciously doubting and inquiring. And now, so surely as she leaned silently on his arm, she confirmed something deep within him, and her steadfast gaze vibrated within him like a proud vocation, and he felt himself infinitely rich. She spoke to something deep within him when she gazed at him so thoughtfully. But what she said he did not know, nor what answer she received. When he recalled her from that gaze of hers, as of one bewitched, she only sighed like one awaking, and kissed him. Ellen was loyal and unselfish and greatly valued by her employers. There was no real development to be perceived in her, she longed to become his, and that was all. But the future was born on Pelle's own lips under her dreamy gaze, as though it was she who inspired him with the illuminating words. And then she listened with an absent smile, as to something delightful, but she herself seemed to give no thought to the future. She seemed full of a hidden devotion, that filled Pelle with an inward warmth, so that he held up his head very high toward the light. This constant devotion of Ellen's made the children, family, teasingly call her, the saint. It gave him much secret pleasure to be admitted to her home, where the robust Copenhagen humor concealed conditions quite patriarchal in their nature. Everything was founded on order and respect for the parents, especially the father, who spoke the decisive word in every matter, and had his own place, in which no one else ever sat. When he came home from his work, the grown-up sons would always race to take him his slippers, and the wife always had some extra snack for him. The younger son, Frederick, who was just out of his apprenticeship, was as delighted as a child to think of the day when he should become a journeyman and be able to drink brotherhood with the old man. They lived in a new, spacious, three-roomed tenement with a servant's room thrown in. To Pelle, who was accustomed to find his comrades over here living in one room with a kitchen, this was a new experience. The sons boarded and lodged at home, they slept in the servant's room. The household was founded on and supported by their common energies. Although the family submitted unconditionally to the master of the house, they did not do so out of servility. They only did as all others did. For Stolp was the foremost man in his calling, an esteemed worker and the veteran of the labor movement. His word was unchallenged. Ellen was the only one who did not respect his supremacy, but courageously opposed him, often without any further motive than that of contradiction. She was the only girl of the family, and the favorite, and she took advantage of her position. Sometimes it looked as though Stolp would be driven to extremities. As though he longed to pulverize her in his wrath, but he always gave in to her. He was greatly pleased with Pelle. And he secretly admired his daughter more than ever. "You see, mother, there's something in that lass. She understands how to pick a man for himself," he would cry enthusiastically. "Yes, I've nothing against him either," Madame Stolp would reply. "A bit countrified still, but of course he's growing out of it." Countrified? He? No, you take my word, he knows what he wants. "She's really found her master there," said Stolp triumphantly. In the two brothers Pelle found a pair of loyal comrades, who could not but look up to him. Chapter 11. With the embargo matters were going so. Meyer replied to it by convoking the employers to a meeting with a view to establishing an employers' union, which would refuse employment to the members of the trade union. Then the matter would have been settled at one blow. However, things did not go so far as that. The small employers were afraid the journeymen would set up for themselves and compete against them. And instinctively they feared the big employers more than the journeymen, and were shy of entering the union with them. The inner tendency of the industrial movement was to concentrate everything in a few hands, and to ruin the small business. The small employers had yet another crow to pluck with Meyer, who had extended his business at the expense of their own. Through Master Beck, Pelle learned what was taking place among the employers. Meyer had demanded that Beck should discharge Pell, but Beck would not submit to him. "I can't really complain of you," he said. "Your trades unionism I don't like, you would do better to leave it alone. But with your work I am very well satisfied. I have always endeavored to render justice to all parties. But if you can knock Meyer's feet from under him, we small employers will be very grateful to your union, for he's freezing us out." To knock his feet from under him, that wasn't an easy thing to do. On the contrary, he was driving the weaker brethren out of the union, and had always enough workers, partly Swedes, with whom he had a written contract, and whom he had to pay high wages. The system of home employment made it impossible to get to grips with him. Pell and the president of the union carefully picketed the warehouse about the time when the work was delivered, in order to discover who was working for him. And they succeeded in snatching a few workers away from him and in bringing them to reason, or else their names were published in the Working Man. But then the journeymen sent their wives or children with the work, and there was really nothing that could be done. It cost Meyer large sums of money to keep his business going, but the union suffered more. It had not as yet sufficient authority, and the large employers stood by Meyer and would not employ members of the union as long as the embargo lasted. So it was finally raised. That was a defeat. But Pell had learned something, nonetheless. The victory was to the strong, and their organization was not as yet sufficient. They must talk and agitate, and hold meetings. The tendency to embrace the new ideas certainly inclined the men to organize themselves, but their sense of honor was as yet undeveloped. The slightest mishap dispersed them. Pell did not lose heart, he must begin all over again, that was all. On the morning after the defeat was an accomplished fact, he was up early. His resolution to go ahead with redoubled energies, he had, so to speak, slept into him, so that it pervaded his body and put energy and decision into his hammer strokes. He whistled as the work progressed rapidly under his hands. The window stood open so that the night air might escape. Hoarfrost lay on the roofs, and the stars twinkled overhead in the cold heavens. But Pell was not cold. He had just awakened the family, and could hear them moving about in their room. People were beginning to tumble out into the gangway, still drunken with sleep. Pell was whistling a march. On the previous evening he had sent off the last installment of his debt to sort, and at the same time had written definitely to Father Lasse that he was to come. And now the day was dawning. Marie came and reached him his coffee through the door. "Good morning," she cried merrily, through the crack of the door. "We're going to have fine weather today, Pell." She was not quite dressed yet and would not let herself be seen. The boys nodded good morning as they ran out. Karl had his coat and waistcoat under his arm. These articles of clothing he always used to put on as he ran down the stairs. When it was daylight, Marie came in to set the room in order. She conversed with him as she scrubbed. "Look here, Marie," cried Pell suddenly. "Ellen came here yesterday and asked you to bring me a message when I came home. You didn't do it." Marie's face became set, but she did not reply. "It was only by pure chance that I met her yesterday, otherwise we should have missed one another." "Then I must have forgotten it," said Marie morosely. "Why, of course you forgot it. But that's the second time this week. You must be in love," he added, smiling. Marie turned her back on him. "I've got nothing to do with her, I don't owe her anything." Suddenly she cried defiantly. "And I'm not going to clean your room any longer either, let her do it, so there." She seized her pail and scrubbing brush and ran into her own room. After a time he heard her voice from within the room. At first he thought she was singing a tune to herself, but then he heard sobs. He hurried into the room. She was lying on the bed, weeping, biting the pillow and striking at it angrily with her roughened hands. Her thin body burned as if with fever. "You are ill, Marie dear," said Pell anxiously, laying his hand on her forehead. "You ought to go to bed and take something to make you sweat. I'll warm it up for you." She was really ill. Her eyes were dry and burning, and her hands were cold and clammy. But she would agree to nothing. "Go away," she said angrily, "and attend to your own work. Leave me alone." She had turned her back on him and nudged him away defiantly with her shoulder. "You'd best go in and cuddle Ellen," she cried suddenly, with a malicious laugh. "Why are you like this, Marie?" said Pelle, distressed. "You are quite naughty." She buried her face in the bed and would neither look at him nor answer him. So he went back to his work. After a time she came into his room again and resumed her work of cleaning. She banged the things about, pulling down some work of his that he had set to dry by the stove, and giving him a malicious sidelong look. Then a cup containing paste fell to the ground and was broken. She did that on purpose, he thought unhappily, and he put the paste into an empty box. She stood watching him with a piercing, malicious gaze. He turned to his work again, and made as though nothing had happened. Suddenly he felt her thin arms about his neck. "Forgive me," she said, weeping, and she hid her face against his shoulder. Come, nothing very dreadful has happened." "The silly old cup," he said consolingly, as he stroked her head. "You couldn't help it." But at that she broke down altogether, and it seemed as though her crying would destroy her meager body. "Yes, I did it on purpose," she bellowed. "And I threw down the boots on purpose, and yesterday I didn't give you the message on purpose. I would have liked to hurt you still more. I'm so bad. Why doesn't someone give me a good beating? If you'd only once be properly angry with me." She was quite beside herself and did not know what she was saying. "Now listen to me at once, you've got to be sensible," said Pelle decidedly, "for this sort of thing is not amusing. I was pleased to think I was going to be at home today, so as to work beside you, and then you go and have an attack just like a fine lady." She overcame her weeping by a tremendous effort, and went back to her room, gently sobbing. She returned at once with a cracked cup for the paste and a small tin box with a slit in the lid. This was her money box. "Take it," she said, pushing the box onto his lap. "Then you can buy yourself lasts and needn't go asking the small employers for work. There's work enough here in the park." "But, Marie, that's your rent," said Pelle, aghast. "What does that matter? I can easily get the money together again by the 1st. "Oh, she could easily do that." Pelle laughed, a bewildered laugh. How cheerfully she threw her money about, the money that cost her 30 days of painful thought and saving, in order to have it ready each month. "What do you think Peter and Carl would say to your chucking your money about like that? Put the box away again safely, and be quick about it." "Oh, take it," she cried persistently, thrusting the box upon him again. "Yes, or I'll throw it out of the window." She quickly opened one of the sashes. Pelle stood up. "It's true I still owe you for the last washing," he said, offering to put a krone in the box. "A good thing you reminded me." She stared at him with an impenetrable expression and ran back to her room. In there she moved about singing in her harsh voice. After a while she went out to make some purchases clad in a grey shawl, with her housewife's basket on her arm. He could follow her individual step, which was light as a child's, and yet sounded so old, right to the end of the tunnel. Then he went into the children's room and pulled out the 3rd drawer in the chest of drawers. There she always hid her money box, wrapped up in her linen. He still possessed 2 kroner, which he inserted in the box. He used always to pay her in this way. When she counted out her money and found there was too much, she believed the good God had put the money in her box, and would come jubilantly into his room to tell him about it. The child believed blindly in fortune, and accepted the money as a sign of election, and for her this money was something quite different to that which she herself had saved. About noon she came to invite him into her room. "There's fried herring, Pelle, so you can't possibly say no," she said persuasively, for no Bornholmer could. "Then you needn't go and buy that stuffy food from the hawker, and throw away 25 ore." She had bought half a score of the fish, and had kept back 5 for her brothers when they came home. "And there's coffee after," she said. She had set out everything delightfully, with a clean napkin at one end of the table. The factory girl's little Paul came in and was given a mouthful of food. Then he ran out into the gangway again and tumbled about there, for the little fellow was never a moment still from the moment his mother let him out in the morning. There was so much to make up for after his long imprisonment. From the little idiot whom his mother had to tie to the stove because he had water on the brain and wanted to throw himself out of the window, he had become a regular vagabond. Every moment he would thrust his head in at the door and look at Pelle, and he would often come right in, put his hand on Pelle's knee, and say, "Use my father." Then he would rush off again. Marie helped him in all his infantile necessities. He always appealed to her. After she had washed up, she sat by Pelle with her mending, chattering away concerning her household cares. "I shall soon have to get jackets for the boys, it's awful what they need now they're grown up. I peep in at the second-hand clothes shop every day. And you must have a new blouse, too, Pelle. That one will soon be done for, and then you've none to go to the wash. If you'll buy the stuff, I'll soon make it up for you. I can sew. I made my best blouse myself, Hannah helped me with it." "Why, really, don't you go to see Hannah any longer?" "Oh, I don't know. Hannah has grown so peculiar. She never comes down into the courtyard now to dance with us. She used to. Then I used to watch out of the window, and run down. It was so jolly, playing with her. We used to go round and round her and sing. We all bow to Hannah, we curtsy all to Hannah, we all turn round before her. And then we bowed and curtsied and suddenly we all turned round. I tell you, it was jolly. You ought to have taken Hannah. But you didn't like it when I took Ellen. Why should I have taken Hannah? Oh, I don't know. Hannah." Marie stopped, listened, and suddenly wrenched the window open. Down in the ark, a door slammed, and a long hooting sound rose up from below, sounding just like a husky scream from the crazy Vincelev's flute or like the wind in the long corridors. Like a strange, disconnected snatch of melody, the sound floated about below, trickling up along the wooden walls, and breaking out into the daylight with a note of ecstasy. "Hannah's with child. The fairy princess is going to be confined." Marie went down the stairs like a flash. The half-grown girls were shrieking and running together in the court below. The women on the galleries were murmuring to others above and below. Not that this was in itself anything novel. But in this case it was Hannah herself, the Immaculate, whom as yet no tongue had dared to besmirch. And even now they dared hardly speak of it openly, it had come as such a shock. In a certain sense they had all entered into her exaltation, and with her had waited for the fairy tale to come true. As quite a child she had been elected to represent the incomprehensible. And now she was merely going to have a child. It really was like a miracle just at first, it was such a surprise to them all. Marie came back with dragging steps and with an expression of horror and astonishment. Down in the court the grimy-nosed little brats were screeching. As they wheeled hand in hand round the sewer grating, it was splendid for dancing round. Bro bro brill brid. Hannah's doin' to have a tid. They couldn't speak plainly yet. And there was Greta with the baby, the madwoman, tearing her cellar window open, leaning out of it backward, with her doll on her arm, and yelling up through the well. So that it echoed loud and shrill, "The fairy princess has got a child, and Pelle's its father." Pelle bent over his work in silence. Fortunately he was not the king's son in disguise in this case. But he wasn't going to wrangle with women. Hannah's mother came storming out onto her gallery. "That's a shameless lie," she cried. "Pelle's name ain't going to be dragged into this, the other may be who he likes." Overhead the hearse driver came staggering out onto his gallery. "The princess there has run a beam into her body," he rumbled, in his good-natured bass. "What a pity I'm not a midwife. They've got hold of the wrong end of it." "Clear off into your hole and hold your tongue, you body snatcher," cried Madame Johnson, spitting with rage. "You've got to stick your brandy nose into everything." He stood there, half drunk, leaning over the rail, babbling, teasing, without returning Madame Johnson's vituperation. But then little Marie flung up a window and came to her assistance, and up from her platform Ferdinand's mother emerged. "How many hams did you buy last month? Fetch out your bear hams, then, and show us them. He kills a bear for every corpse, the drunkard." From all sides they fell upon him. He could do nothing against them, and contented himself with opening his eyes and his mouth and giving vent to a "ba-a." Then his red-haired wife came out and hailed him in. Chapter 12. From the moment when the grey morning broke there was audible a peculiar note in the buzzing of the ark, a hoarse excitement, which thrust all care aside. Down the long corridors there was a sound of weeping and scrubbing, while the galleries and the dark wooden staircases were sluiced with water. "Look out there!" called somebody every moment from somewhere, and then it was a question of escaping the downward streaming flood. During the whole morning the water poured from one gallery to another, as over a mill race. But now the ark stood freezing in its own cleanliness, with an expression that seemed to say the old warren didn't know itself. Here and there a curtain or a bit of furniture had disappeared from a window, it had found its way to the pawn shop in honor of the day. What was lacking in that way was made up for by the expectation and festive delight on the faces of the inmates. Little fir trees peeped out of the cellar entries in the city ward, and in the marketplace they stood like a whole forest along the wall of the prison. In the windows of the basement shops hung hearts and colored candles. And the grocer at the corner had a great Christmas goblin in his window. It was made of red and grey woolwork and had a whole cat's skin for its beard. On the stairs of the ark the children lay about cleaning knives and forks with sand sprinkled on the steps. Pell sat over his work and listened in secret. His appearance usually had a quieting effect on these crazy outbursts of the ark, but he did not want to mix himself up with this affair. And he had never even dreamed that Hannah's mother could be like this. She was like a fury, turning her head, quick as lightning, now to one side, now to the other, and listening to every sound, ready to break out again. Ah, she was protecting her child now that it was too late. She was like a spitting cat. "The youngest of all the lordlands," sang the children down in the court. That was Hannah's song. Madame Johnson stood there as though she would like to swoop down on their heads. Suddenly she flung her apron over her face and ran indoors, sobbing. "Ah!" they said, and they slapped their bellies every time an odor of something cooking streamed out into the court. Every few minutes they had to run out and buy 5 or 10 or worth of something or other. There was no end to the things that were needed in preparation for Christmas Eve. "We're having lovely red beetroot," said one little child, singing, making a song of it. "We're having lovely red beetroot, aha, aha, aha." And they swayed their little bodies to and fro as they scoured. "Frederick," a sharp voice cried from one of the corridors. "Run and get a score of firewood and a white roll, a 10 or 1. But look out, the grocer counts the score properly and don't pick out the crumb." Madame Olsen with the warm wall was frying pork. She couldn't pull her range out onto the gallery, but she did let the pork burn so that the whole courtyard was filled with bluish smoke. "Madame Olsen! Your pork is burning!" cried a dozen women at once. "That's because the frying pan's too small," replied Frau Olsen, thrusting her red head out through the balusters. "What's a poor devil to do when her frying pan's too small?" And Madame Olsen's frying pan was the biggest in the whole ark. Shortly before the twilight fell, Pell came home from the workshop. He saw the streets and the people with strange eyes that diffused a radiance over all things. It was the Christmas spirit in his heart. But why? He asked himself involuntarily. Nothing in particular was in store for him. Today he would have to work longer than usual, and he would not be able to spend the evening with Ellen, for she had to be busy in her kitchen, making things jolly for others. Why, then, did this feeling possess him? It was not a memory. So far as he could look back, he had never taken part in a genuine cheerful Christmas Eve, but had been forced to content himself with the current reports of such festivities. And all the other poor folks whom he met were in the same mood as he himself. The hard questioning look had gone from their faces, they were smiling to themselves as they went. Today there was nothing of that wan, heavy depression which commonly broods over the lower classes like the foreboding of disaster. They could not have looked more cheerful had all their hopes been fulfilled. A woman with a featherbed in her arms passed him and disappeared into the pawnshop, and she looked extremely well pleased. Were they really so cheerful just because they were going to have a bit of a feast, while to do so they were making a succession of lean days yet leaner? No, they were going to keep festival because the Christmas spirit prevailed in their hearts, because they must keep holiday, however dearly it might cost them. It was on this night to be sure that Christ was born. Were the people so kind and cheerful on that account? Pell still knew by heart most of the Bible texts of his schooldays. They had remained stowed away somewhere in his mind, without burdening him or taking up any room, and now and again they reappeared and helped to build up his knowledge of mankind. But of Christ himself he had formed his own private picture, from the day when as a boy he first stumbled upon the command given to the rich, to sell all that they had and to give to the starving. But they took precious good care not to do so. They took the great friend of the poor man and hanged him on high. He achieved no more than this, that he became a promise to the poor. But perhaps it was this promise that, after 2,000 years, they were now so solemnly celebrating. They had so long been silent, holding themselves in readiness, like the wise virgins in the Bible, and now at last it was coming. Now at last they were beginning to proclaim the great gospel of the poor. It was a goodly motive for all this Christmas joy. Why did they not assemble the multitudes on the night of Christ's birth and announce the gospel to them? Then they would all understand the cause and would join it then and there. There was a whirl of new living thoughts in Pell's head. He had not hitherto known that that in which he was participating was so great a thing. He felt that he was serving the highest. He stood a while in the marketplace, silently considering the Christmas trees. They led his thoughts back to the pasture on which he had herded the cows, and the little wood of firs. It pleased him to buy a tree, and to take the children by surprise. The previous evening they had sat together cutting out Christmas tree decorations, and Carl had fastened 4 fir tree boughs together to make a Christmas tree. At the grocer's he bought some sweets and Christmas candles. The grocer was going about on tiptoe in honor of the day, and was serving the dirty little urchins with ceremonious bows. He was throwing things in, and had quite forgotten his customary, "Here, you, don't forget that you still owe for 2 lots of tea and a quarter of coffee." But he was cheating with the scales as usual. Marie was going about with rolled-up sleeves, and was very busy. But she dropped her work and came running when she saw the tree. "It won't stand here yet, Pell," she cried, "it will have to be cut shorter. It will have to be cut still shorter even now. Oh, how pretty it is. No, at the end there, at the end. We had a Christmas tree at home, Father went out himself and cut it down on the cliffs, and we children went with him. But this one is much finer." Then she ran out into the gangway, in order to tell the news, but it suddenly occurred to her that the boys had not come home yet, so she rushed into Pell once more. Pell sat down to his work. From time to time he lifted his head and looked out. The seamstress, who had just moved into Pitman's old den, and who was working away at her snoring machine, looked longingly at him. Of course she must be lonely, perhaps there was nowhere where she could spend the evening. Old Madame Franson came out on her platform and shuffled down the steep stairs in her cloth slippers. The rope slipped through her trembling hands. She had a little basket on her arm and a purse in her hand. She too looked so lonely, the poor old worm. She had now heard nothing of her son for 3 months. Madame Olsen called out to her and invited her in, but the old woman shook her head. On the way back she looked in on Pell. "He's coming this evening," she whispered delightedly. "I've been buying brandy and beefsteak for him, because he's coming this evening." "Well, don't be disappointed, Madame Franson," said Pelle, "but he daren't venture here any more. Come over to us instead and keep Christmas with us." She nodded confidently. "He'll come tonight. On Christmas Eve he has always slept in Mother's bed, ever since he could crawl, and he can't do without it, not if I know my Ferdinand." She had already made up a bed for herself on the chairs, so certain was she. The police evidently thought as she did, for down in the court strange footsteps were heard. It was just about twilight, when so many were coming and going unremarked. But at these steps a female head popped back over the balustrade, a sharp cry was heard, and at the same moment every gallery was filled with women and children. They hung over the rails and made an ear-splitting din, so that the whole deep, narrow shaft was filled with an unendurable uproar. It sounded as though a hurricane came raging down through the shaft, sweeping with it a hailstorm of roofing slates. The policeman leaped back into the tunnel entry, stupefied. He stood there a moment recovering himself before he withdrew. Upstairs, in the galleries, they leaned on the rails and recovered their breath, exhausted by the terrific eruption. And then fell to chattering like a flock of small birds that have been chasing a flying hawk. "Merry Christmas," was now shouted from gallery to gallery. "Thanks, the same to you." And the children shouted to one another, "A jolly feast and all the best. A dainty feast for man and beast." Christmas Eve was here. The men came shuffling home at a heavy trot, and the factory girls came rushing in. Here and there a feeble wail filtered out of one of the long corridors, so that the milk-filled breast ached. Children incessantly ran in and out, fetching the last ingredients of the feast. Down by the exit into the street they had to push two tramps, who stood there shuddering in the cold. They were suspicious-looking people. "There are two men down there, but they aren't genuine," said Karl. "They look as if they came out of a music hall." "Run over to old Madame Franson and tell her that," said Pelle. But her only answer was, "God be thanked, then they haven't caught him yet." Over at Olsen's their daughter Elvira had come home. The blind was not drawn, and she was standing at the window with her huge hat with flowers in it, allowing herself to be admired. Marie came running in. "Have you seen how fine she is, Pelle?" she said, quite stupefied. "And she gets all that for nothing from the gentlemen, just because they think she's so pretty. But at night she paints her naked back." The children were running about in the gangway, waiting until Pelle should have finished. They would not keep Christmas without him. But now he, too, had finished work. He pulled on a jacket, wrapped up his work, and ran off. Out on the platform he stood still for a moment. He could see the light of the city glimmering in the deep, star-filled sky. The night was so solemnly beautiful. Below him the galleries were forsaken, they were creaking in the frost. All the doors were closed to keep the cold out and the joy in. Down, down from the green fir trees. It sounded from every corner. The light shone through the window and in all directions through the woodwork. Suddenly there was a dull booming sound on the stairs. It was the hearse driver staggering home with a ham under either arm. Then all grew quiet, quiet as it never was at other times in the park, where night or day someone was always complaining. A child came out and lifted a pair of questioning eyes, in order to look at the Star of Bethlehem. There was a light at Madame Franson's. She had hung a white sheet over the window today, and had drawn it tight. The lamp stood close to the window, so that anyone moving within would cast no shadow across it. "The poor old worm," thought Pelle, as he ran past, "she might have spared herself the trouble." When he had delivered his work he hurried over to Hallberg Street, in order to wish Ellen a happy Christmas. The table was finely decked out in his room when he got home. There was pork chops, rice boiled in milk, and Christmas beer. Marie was glowing with pride over her performance. She sat helping the others, but she herself took nothing. "You ought to cook a dinner as good as this every day, lass," said Karl, as he set to. "God knows, you might well get a situation in the king's kitchen." "Why don't you eat any of this nice food?" said Pelle. "Oh, no, I can't," she replied, touching her cheeks. Her eyes beamed upon him. They laughed and chattered and clinked their glasses together. Karl came out with the latest puns and the newest street songs. So he had gained something by his scouring of the city streets. Peter sat there looking impenetrably now at one, now at another. He never laughed, but from time to time he made a dry remark by which one knew that he was amusing himself. Now and again they looked over at old Madame Fransen's window. It was a pity that she wouldn't be with them. 5 candles were now burning over there. They were apparently fixed on a little Christmas tree which stood in a flower pot. They twinkled like distant stars through the white curtain, and Madame Fransen's voice sounded cracked and thin. "O thou joyful, O thou holy, mercy-bringing Christmastide." Pelle opened his window and listened. He wondered that the old woman should be so cheerful. Suddenly a warning voice sounded from below. "Madame Fransen, there are visitors coming." Doors and windows flew open on the galleries round about. People tumbled out of doorways, their food in their hands, and leaned over the railings. "Who dares to disturb our Christmas rejoicings?" cried a deep, threatening voice. "The officers of the law," the reply came out of the darkness. "Keep quiet, all of you, in the name of the law." Over on Madame Fransen's side 2 figures became visible, noiselessly running up on all 4s. Upstairs nothing was happening, apparently they had lost their heads. "Ferdinand, Ferdinand!" shrieked a girl's voice wildly, "they're coming now." At the same moment the door flew open, and with a leap Ferdinand stood on the platform. He flung a chair down at his pursuers, and violently swayed the hand rope, in order to sweep them off the steps. Then he seized the gutter and swung himself up onto the roof. "Goodbye, mother!" he cried from above, and his leap resounded in the darkness. "Goodbye, mother, and a Merry Christmas!" A howl like that of a wounded beast flung the alarm far out into the night, and they heard the stumbling pursuit of the policemen over the roofs. And then all was still. They returned unsuccessful. "Well, then you haven't got him," cried Olsen, leaning out of his window down below. "No, d'you think we are going to break our necks for the like of him?" retorted the policeman, as they scrambled down. "Anyone going to stand a glass of Christmas beer?" As no response followed, they departed. Old Madame Fransen went into her room and locked up. She was tired and worried and wanted to go to bed. But after a time she came shuffling down the long gangway. "Pelle," she whispered, "he's in bed in my room." While they were scrambling about on the roofs he slipped quietly back over the garrets and got into my bed. "Good God, he hasn't slept in a bed for 4 months. He's snoring already." And she slipped out again. Yes, that was an annoying interruption. No one felt inclined to begin all over again excepting Karl, and Marie did not count him, as he was always hungry. So she cleared away, gossiping as she went in and out. She did not like to see Pelle so serious. "But the secret," she cried of a sudden, quite startled. The boys ran in to her. Then they came back, close together, with Marie behind them, carrying something under her apron. The 2 boys flung themselves upon Pelle and closed his eyes, while Marie inserted something in his mouth. "Guess now," she cried, "guess now." It was a porcelain pipe with a green silken tassel. On the bowl of the pipe, which was Ellen's Christmas gift, was a representation of a 10-kroner note. The children had inserted a screw of tobacco. "Now you'll be able to smoke properly," said Marie, pursing her lips together round the mouthpiece. "You are so clever in everything else." The children had invited guests for the Christmas tree. The seamstress, the old night watchman from the courtyard, the factory hand with her little boy, all those who were sitting at home and keeping Christmas all alone. They didn't know themselves, there were so many of them. Hannah and her mother were invited too, but they had gone to bed early. They were not inclined for sociability. One after another they were pulled into the room, and they came with cheerful faces. Marie turned the lamp out and went in to light up the Christmas tree. They sat in silence and expectation. The light from the stove flickered cheerfully to and fro in the room, lighting up a face with closed eyelids and eager features, and dying away with a little crash. The factory hand's little boy was the only one to chatter. He had sought a refuge on Pell's knee and felt quite safe in the darkness. His childish voice sounded strangely bright in the firelight. "Paul must be quite good and quiet," repeated the mother admonishingly. "Musn't Paul peek?" asked the child, feeling for Pell's face. "Yes, tonight Paul can do just as he likes," replied Pell. Then the youngster chattered on and kicked out at the darkness with his little legs. "Now you can come," cried Marie, and she opened the door leading to the gangway. In the children's room everything had been cleared away. The Christmas tree stood in the middle, on the floor, and was blazing with light. And how splendid it was, and how tall. Now they could have a proper good look. The lights were reflected in their eyes, and in the window panes, and in the old mahogany-framed mirror, and the glass of the cheap pictures. So that they seemed suddenly to be moving about in the midst of myriads of stars, and forgot all their miseries. It was as though they had escaped from all their griefs and cares, and had entered straightway into glory, and all of a sudden a pure, clear voice arose, tremulous with embarrassment. And the voice sang, "O little angel, make us glad. Down from high heaven's halls. Through sunshine flown, in splendor clad. Earth's shadow on thee falls." It sounded like a greeting from the clouds. They closed their eyes and wandered, hand in hand, about the tree. Then the seamstress fell silent, blushing. "You aren't singing with me," she cried. "We'll sing the Yule song, we all know that," said Pell. Down, down from the high green tree. It was Carl who struck up. And they just did sing that. It fitted in so admirably, even the name of Peter fitted in. And it was great fun, too, when all the presents cropped up in the song, every single person was remembered. Only, the lines about the purse, at the end, were all too true. There wasn't much more to be said for that song. But suddenly the boys set the ring dance going. They stamped like a couple of soldiers, and then they all went whirling round in frantic movement, a real witch's dance. Hey Dicker Dick! My man fell smack. It was on Christmas Eve. I took a stick and broke it on his back. It was on Christmas Eve. How hot all the candles made it, and how it all went to one's head. They had to open the door on to the gangway. And there outside stood the inmates of the garrets, listening and craning their necks. "Come inside," cried the boys. "There's room enough if we make 2 rings." So once again they moved round the tree, singing Christmas carols. Every time there was a pause somebody struck up a new carol, that had to be sung through. The doors opposite were open too. The old ragpicker sat at the head of his table singing on his own account. He had a loaf of black bread and a plate of bacon in front of him, and after every carol he took a mouthful. In the other doorway sat 3 colporteurs playing "XXIX" for beer and brandy. They sat facing toward the Christmas tree, and they joined in the singing as they played, but from time to time they broke off in the middle of a verse in order to say something or to cry, "Trumped." Now they suddenly threw down their cards and came into the room. "We don't want to sit here idle and look on while others are working," they said, and they joined the circle. Finally they had all had enough of circling round the tree and singing. So chairs and stools were brought in from the other rooms. They had to squeeze close together, right under the sloping roof, and some sat up on the windowsill. There was a clear circle left round the Christmas tree. And there they sat gossiping, crouching in all sorts of distorted postures, as though that was the only way in which their bodies could really find repose. Their arms hanging loosely between their knees. But their faces were still eager and excited. And the smoke from the candles and the crackling fir boughs of the tree veiled them in a bluish cloud, through which they loomed as round as so many moons. The burning turpentine gave the smoke a mysterious, alluring fragrance, and the devout and attentive faces were like so many murmuring spirits, hovering in the clouds, each above its outworn body. Pelle sat there considering them till his heart bled for them. That was his Christmas devotion. Poor storm-beaten birds, what was this splendid experience which outweighed all their privations? Only a little light. And they looked as though they could fall down before it and give up their lives. He knew the life story of each one of them better than they knew. But their faces were still eager and excited, and they themselves, when they approached the light, they always burned themselves in it, like the moths, they were so chilled. All the same, that's a queer invention, when one thinks about it, said one of the dockers, nodding toward the Christmas tree. But it's fine. God knows what it really is supposed to mean. It means that now the year is returning toward the light again, said the old night watchman. No. It stands for the joy of the shepherds over the birth of Christ, said the ragpicker, stepping into the doorway. The shepherds were poor folks, like ourselves, who lived in the darkness. That's why they rejoiced so over him, because he came with the light. Well, it don't seem to me we've been granted such a terrible deal of light. Oh, yes, the Christmas tree here, that's splendid, Lord knows it is, and we should all of us like to thank the children for it, but one can't have trees like that to set light to every day. And as for the sun, well, you see, the rich folks have got a monopoly of that. Yes, you are right there, Jacob, said Pelle, who was moving about round the tree, taking down the hearts and packages for the children, who distributed the sweets. You are all three of you right, curiously enough. The Christmas tree is to remind us of Christ's birth, and also that the year is returning toward the sun, but that's all the same thing. And then it's to remind us, too, that we too ought to have a share in things. Christ was born especially to remind the poor of their rights. Yes, that is so. For the Lord God isn't one to give long-winded directions as to how one should go ahead. He sends the sun rolling round the earth every day, and each of us must look out for himself, and see how best he himself can get into the sunshine. It's just like the wife of a public-house keeper I remember at home, who used to tell travelers, "What would you like to eat? You can have ducks or pork chops or sweets, anything you've brought with you." That was a devilish funny statement, said his hearers, laughing. Yes, it's easy enough to invite one to all sorts of fine things when all the time one has to bring them along oneself. You ought to have been a preacher. He'd far better be the devil's advocate, said the old ragpicker. For there's not much Christianity in what he says. But you yourself said that Christ came bringing light for the poor, said Pelle, and he himself said as much, quite plainly. What he wanted was to make the blind to see and the dead to walk, and to restore consideration to the despised and rejected. Also, he wanted men to have faith. The blind shall see, the lame shall walk, the leper shall be clean, the deaf shall hear, and the dead shall arise, and the word shall be preached to the poor, said the ragpicker, correcting Pelle. You are distorting the scriptures, Pelle. But I don't believe he meant only individual cripples, no, he meant all of us in our misery, and all the temptations that lie in wait for us. That's how Preacher Sort conceived it, and he was a godly, upright man. He believed the millennium would come for the poor, and that Christ was already on the earth making ready for its coming. The women sat quite bemused, listening with open mouths, they dared scarcely breathe. Paul was asleep on his mother's lap. Can he really have thought about us poor vermin, and so long beforehand? Cried the men, looking from one to another. Then why haven't we long ago got a bit more forward than this? Yes, I too don't understand that, said Pelle, hesitating. Perhaps we ourselves have got to work our way in the right direction, and that takes time. Yes, but, if he would only give us proper conditions of life. But if we have to win them for ourselves, we don't need any Christ for that. This was something that Pelle could not explain even to himself, although he felt it within him as a living conviction. A man must win what was due to him himself, that was clear as the day. And he couldn't understand how they could be blind to the fact. But why he must do so he couldn't, however he racked his brains, explain to another person. But I can tell you a story, he said. But a proper exciting story, cried Earl, who was feeling bored. Oh, if only Vincelev were here, he has such droll ideas. Be quiet, boy, said Marie crossly. Pell makes proper speeches, before whole meetings, she said, nodding solemnly to the others. What is the story called? Howling Peter. Oh, it's a story with Peter in it, then it's a fairy tale. What is it about? You'll know that when you hear it, my child, said the old night watchman. Yes, but then one can't enjoy it when it comes out right. Isn't it a story about a boy who goes out into the world? The story is about, Pell bethought himself a moment, the story is about the birth of Christ, he said quickly, and then blushed a deep red at his own audacity. But the others looked disappointed, and settled themselves decently and stared at the floor, as though they had been in church. And then Pell told them the story of Howling Peter, who was born and grew up in poverty and grief, until he was big and strong, and every man's cur to kick. For it was the greatest pity to see this finely made fellow, who was so full of fear and misery that if even a girl so much as touched him he must flood himself with tears. And the only way out of his misery was the rope. What a disgrace it was, that he should have earned his daily bread and yet have been kept in the workhouse, as though they did him a kindness in allowing him a hole to creep into there, when with his capacity for work he could have got on anywhere. And it became quite unendurable as he grew up and was still misused by all the world, and treated like a dog. But then, all of a sudden, he broke the magic spell, struck down his tormentors, and leaped out into the daylight as the boldest of them all. They drew a deep breath when he had finished. Marie clapped her hands. That was a real fairy tale, she cried. Karl threw himself upon Peter and pummeled away at him, although that serious-minded lad was anything but a tyrant. They cheerfully talked the matter over. Everybody had something to say about Howling Peter. That was damned well done, said the men, he thrashed the whole crew from beginning to end. A fine fellow that. And a strong one too. But why the devil did he take such a long time about it? And put up with all that? Yes, it isn't quite so easy for us to understand that, not for us, who boast such a lot about our rights, said Pell, smiling. Well, you're a clever chap, and you've told it us properly, cried the cheerful Jacob. But if ever you need a fist, there's mine. He seized and shook Pell's hand. The candles had long burned out, but they did not notice it. Their eyes fastened on Pell's as though seeking something, with a peculiar expression in which a question plainly came and went. And suddenly they overwhelmed him with questions. They wanted to know enough, anyhow. He maintained that a whole world of splendors belonged to them, and now they were in a hurry to get possession of them. Even the old ragpicker let himself be carried away with the rest. It was too alluring, the idea of giving way to a little intoxication, even if the everyday world was to come after it. Pell stood among them all, strong and hearty, listening to all their questions with a confident smile. He knew all that was to be theirs, even if it couldn't come just at once. It was a matter of patience and perseverance, but that they couldn't understand just now. When they had at last entered into their glory they would know well enough how to protect it. He had no doubts, he stood there among them like their embodied consciousness, happily growing from deeply buried roots. Chapter 13. From the foundations of the bark rose a peculiar sound, a stumbling, countrified footstep, dragging itself in heavy footgear over the flagstones. All Pell's blood rushed to his heart. He threw down his work, and with a leap was on the gallery, quite convinced that this was only an empty dream. But there below in the court stood Father Lasse in the flesh, staring up through the timbers, as though he couldn't believe his own eyes. He had a sack filled with rubbish on his back. "Hullo!" cried Pell, taking the stairs in long leaps. "Hullo!" "Good day, my lad," said Lasse, in a voice trembling with emotion, considering his son with his lashless eyes. "Yes, here you have Father Lasse, if you will have him. But where, really, did you come from? Seems to me you fell down from heaven." Pell took his father's sack. "You just come up with me," he said. "You can trust the stairs all right, they are stronger than they look. Then they are like Lasse, answered the old man, trudging up close behind him. The straps of his half-Wellingtons were peeping out at the side, and he was quite the old man. At every landing he stood still and uttered his comments on his surroundings. Pell had to admonish him to be silent. One doesn't discuss everything aloud here. It might so easily be regarded as criticism, he said. No, really? Well, one must learn as long as one lives. But just look how they stand about chattering up here. There must be a whole courtyard full. Well, well. I won't say any more. I knew they lived one on top of another, but I didn't think there'd be so little room here. To hang the backyard out in front of the kitchen door, one on top of another, that's just like the birds that build all on one bough. Lord God, suppose it was all to come tumbling down one fine day. And do you live here? He cried, gazing in a disillusioned manner round the room with its sloping ceiling. I've often wondered how you were fixed up over here. A few days ago I met a man at home who said they were talking about you already, but one wouldn't think so from your lodgings. However, it isn't far to heaven, anyhow. Pell was silent. He had come to love his den, and his whole life here, but Father Lasse continued to enlarge upon his hopes of his son's respectability and prosperity, and he felt ashamed. Did you imagine I was living in one of the royal palaces? He said, rather bitterly. Lasse looked at him kindly and laid both hands on his shoulders. So big and strong as you've grown, lad, he said, wondering. Well, and now you have me here too. But I won't be a burden to you. No, but at home it had grown so dismal after what happened at Deuce, that I got ready without sending you word. And then I was able to come over with one of the skippers for nothing. But what's this about Dew? Asked Pell. I hope nothing bad? Good God, haven't you heard? He revenged himself on his wife because he discovered her with the consul. He had been absolutely blind, and had only believed the best of her, until he surprised her in her sin. Then he killed her and the children they had together, and went to the authorities and gave himself up. But the youngest, whom anyone could see was the consul's, he didn't touch. Oh, it was a dreadful misfortune. Before he gave himself up to the police he came to me. He wanted just one last time to be with someone who would talk it over with him without hypocrisy. I've strangled Anna, he said, as soon as he had sat down. It had to be, and I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. The children that were mine, too. I've dealt honestly with them. Yes, he had dealt honestly with the poor things. I just wanted to say goodbye to you, Lasse, for my life's over now, happy as I might have been, with my contented nature. But Anna always wanted to be climbing, and if I got on it was her shame I had to thank for it. I never wanted anything further than the simple happiness of the poor man, a good wife and a few children, and now I must go to prison. God be thanked that Anna hasn't lived to see that. She was finer in her feelings than the rest, and she had to deceive in order to get on in the world. So he sat there, talking of the dead, and one couldn't notice any feeling in him. I wouldn't let him see how sick at heart he made me feel. For him it was the best thing, so long as his conscience could sleep easy. Your eyes are watering, Lasse, he said quietly. You should bathe them a bit, they say urine is good. Yes, God knows, my eyes did water. God of my life, yes. Then he stood up. You, too, Lasse, you haven't much longer life granted you, he said, and he gave me his hand. You are growing old now. But you must give Pell my greetings, he's safe to get on. Pell sat mournfully listening to the dismal story. But he shuddered at the last words. He had so often heard the expression of that anticipation of his good fortune, which they all seemed to feel, and had rejoiced to hear it. It was, after all, only an echo of his own self-confidence. But now it weighed upon him like a burden. It was always those who were sinking who believed in his luck, and as they sank they flung their hopes upward toward him. A grievous fashion was this in which his good fortune was prophesied. A terrible and grievous blessing it was that was spoken over him and his success in life by this man dedicated to death, even as he stepped upon the scaffold. Pell sat staring at the floor without a sign of life, a brooding expression on his face. His very soul was shuddering at the foreboding of a superhuman burden. And suddenly a light was flashed before his eyes. There could never be happiness for him alone, the fairy tale was dead. He was bound up with all the others, he must partake of happiness or misfortune with them, that was why the unfortunate Dew gave him his blessing. In his soul he was conscious of Dew's difficult journey, as though he himself had to endure the horror of it. And fine Anna, who must clamber up over his own family and tread them in the dust. Never again could he wrench himself quite free as before. He had already encountered much unhappiness and had learned to hate its cause. But this was something more, this was very affliction itself. Yes, sighed Lasse, a lucky thing that Brother Collie did not live to see all this. He worked himself to skin and bone for his children, and now, for all thanks, he lied buried in the poorhouse burying ground. Albinus, who travels about the country as a conjurer, was the only one who had a thought for him, but the money came too late, although it was sent by telegraph. Have you ever heard of a conjuring trick like that, to send money from England to Bornholm over the telegraph cable? A devilish clever acrobat. Well, Brother Collie, he knew all sorts of conjuring tricks too, but he didn't learn them abroad. They had heard nothing at all of Alfred at the funeral. He belongs to the fine folks now and has cut off all connection with his poor relations. He has been appointed to various posts of honor, and they say he's a regular bloodhound toward the poor, a man's always worse toward his own kind. But the fine folks, they say, they think great things of him. Pell heard the old man's speech only as a monotonous trickle of sound. Dew, the best, the most good-natured man he knew, who championed Anna's illegitimate child against her own mother, and loved her like his own. Because she was defenseless and needed his love, Dew was now to lay his head on the scaffold. So dearly bought was the fulfillment of his wish, to obtain a pair of horses and become a coachman. He had obtained the horses and a carriage on credit, and had himself made up for the installments and the interest. The consul had merely stood security for him. And for this humble success he was now treading the path of shame. His steps echoed in Pell's soul. Pell did not know how he was going to bear it. He longed for his former obtuseness. Lasse continued to chatter. For him it was fate, grievous and heavy, but it could not be otherwise. And the meeting with Pell had stirred up so many memories, he was quite excited. Everything he saw amused him. However, did anybody hit on the idea of packing folks away like this, one on top of another, like herrings in a barrel? And at home on Bornholm there were whole stretches of country where no one lived at all. He did not venture to approach the window, but prudently stood a little way back in the room, looking out over the roofs. There, too, was a crazy arrangement. One could count the ears in a cornfield as easily as the houses over here. Pell called Marie, who had discreetly remained in her own room. "This is my foster mother," he said, with his arm round her shoulders. "And that is Father Lasse, whom you are fond of already, so you always say. Now can you get us some breakfast?" He gave her money. "She's a good girl, that she is," said Lasse, feeling in his sack. "She shall have a present. There's a red apple," he said to Marie, when she returned. "You must eat it, and then you'll be my sweetheart." Marie smiled gravely and looked at Pell. They borrowed the old clothes dealer's handcart and went across to the apple barges to fetch Lasse's belongings. He had sold most of them in order not to bring too great a load to the city. But he had retained a bedstead with bedding, and all sorts of other things. "And then I have still to give you greetings from Sort and Marie Nielsen," he said. Pell blushed. "I owe her a few words, but over here I quite forgot it somehow. And I have half promised her my portrait. I must see now about sending it." "Yes, do," said Father Lasse. "I don't know how close you two stand to each other, but she was a good woman. And those who stay behind, they're sad when they're forgotten. Remember that. At midday Lasse had tidied himself a trifle and began to brush his hat. "What now?" inquired Pelle. "You don't want to go out all alone?" "I want to go out and look at the city a bit," replied Lasse, as though it were quite a matter of course. "I want to find some work, and perhaps I'll go and have a peep at the king for once. You need only explain in which direction I must go." "You had better wait until I can come with you, you'll only lose yourself." "Shall I do that?" replied Lasse, offended. "But I found my way here alone, I seem to remember." "I can go with the old man," said Marie. "Yes, you come with the old man, then no one can say he has lost his youth," cried Lasse jestingly, as he took her hand. "I think we two shall be good friends." Toward evening they returned. "There are folks enough here," said Lasse, panting, "but there doesn't seem to be a superfluity of work. I've been asking first this one and then that, but no one will have me." "Well, that's all right. If they won't, I can just put a spike on my stick and set to work collecting the bits of paper in the streets, like the other old men. I can at least do that still." "But I can't give my consent to that," replied Pelle forcibly. "My father shan't become a scavenger." "Well, but I must get something to do, or I shall go back home again. I'm not going to go idling about here while you work. But you can surely rest and enjoy a little comfort in your old days, father. However, we shall soon see." "I can rest, can I? I had better lie on my back and let myself be fed like a longclothes child. Only I don't believe my back would stand it." They had placed Lasse's bed with the footboard under the sloping ceiling. There was just room enough for it. Pelle felt like a little boy when he went to bed that night. It was so many years since he had slept in the same room as Father Lasse. But in the night he was oppressed by evil dreams. Deuce dreadful fate pursued him in his sleep. His energetic, good-humored face went drifting through the endless grayness, the head bowed low, the hands chained behind him, a heavy iron chain was about his neck. And his eyes were fixed on the ground as though he were searching the very abyss. When Pelle awoke it was because Father Lasse stood bending over his bed, feeling his face, as in the days of his childhood. Chapter 14. Lasse would not sit idle, and was busily employed in running about the city in search of work. When he spoke to Pelle he put a cheerful face on a bad business, and looked hopeful. But the capital had already disillusioned him. He could not understand all this hubbub, and felt that he was too old to enter into it and fathom its meaning. Besides, perhaps it had none. It really looked as though everybody was just running to and fro and following his own nose, without troubling in the least about all the rest. And there were no greetings when you passed folks in the street. The whole thing was more than Lasse could understand. "I ought to have stayed at home," he would often think. And as for Pelle, well, Pelle was taken up with his own affairs. That was only to be expected in a man. He ran about going to meetings and agitating, and had a great deal to do. His thoughts were continually occupied, so that there was no time for familiar gossip as in the old days. He was engaged, moreover, so that what time was not devoted to the labor movement was given to his sweetheart. How the boy had grown, and how he had altered, bodily and in every way. Lasse had a feeling that he only reached up to Pelle's belt nowadays. He had grown terribly serious, and was quite the man. He looked as though he was ready to grasp the reins of something or other. You would never, to look at him, have thought that he was only a journeyman cobbler. There was an air of responsibility about him, just a little too much maybe. Marie got into the way of accompanying the old man. They had become good friends, and there was plenty for them to gossip over. She would take him to the courtyard of the XXIII, where the people in search of work eddied about the advertisement board, filling up the gateway and forming a crowd in the street outside. "We shall never get in there," said Lasse dejectedly. But Marie worked herself forward. When people scolded her she scolded them back. Lasse was quite horrified by the language the child used. But it was a great help. Marie read out the different notices, and Lasse made his comments on every one, and when the bystanders laughed Lasse gazed at them uncomprehendingly, then laughed with them. And nodded his head merrily. He entered into everything. What do you say? Gentleman's coachman? Yes, I can drive a pair of horses well enough, but perhaps I'm not fine enough for the gentry. I'm afraid my nose would drip. He looked about him importantly, like a child that is under observation. But errand boy, that isn't so bad. We'll make a note of that. There's no great skill needed to be everybody's dog. House porter. Deuce take it, there one need only sit downstairs and make angry faces out of a basement window. We'll look in there and try our luck. They impressed the addresses on their minds until they knew them by heart, and then squeezed their way out through the crowd. Damn funny old codger, said the people, looking after him with a smile. Lasse was quite high-spirited. They went from house to house, but no one had any use for him. The people only laughed at the broken old figure with the wide-toed boots. They laugh at me, said Lasse, quite cast down, perhaps because I still look a bit countrified. But that after all can soon be overcome. I believe it's because you are so old and yet want to get work, said Marie. Do you think it can be on that account? Yet I'm only just 70, and on both my father's and mother's side we have almost all lived to 90. Do you really think that's it? If they'd only let me set to work they'd soon see there's still strength in old Lasse. Many a younger fellow would sit on his backside for sheer astonishment. But what are those people there, who stand there and look so dismal and keep their hands in their pockets? Those are the unemployed. It's a slack time for work, and they say it will get still worse. And all those who were crowding round the notice board, were they idle hands too? Marie nodded. But then it's worse here than at home, there at least we always have the stone cutting when there is nothing else. And I had really believed that the good time had already begun over here. Pelle says it will soon come, said Marie consolingly. Yes, Pelle, he can well talk. He is young and healthy and has the time before him. Lasse was in a bad temper, nothing seemed right to him. In order to give him pleasure, Marie took him to see the guard changed, which cheered him a little. Those are smart fellows truly, he said. Hey, how they hold themselves. And fine clothes too. But that they know well enough themselves. Yes, I've never been a king's soldier. I went up for it when I was young and felt I'd like it. I was a smart fellow then, you can take my word for it. But they wouldn't have me, my figure wouldn't do, they said, I had worked too hard, from the time I was quite a child. They'd got it into their heads in those days that a man ought to be made just so and so. I think it's to please the fine ladies. Otherwise I, too, might have defended my country. Down by the exchange the roadway was broken up, a crowd of navvies were at work digging out the foundation for a conduit. Lasse grew quite excited, and hurried up to them. That would be the sort of thing for me, he said, and he stood there and fell into a dream at the sight of the work. Every time the workers swung their picks he followed the movement with his old head. He drew closer and closer. Hi, he said to one of the workers, who was taking a breath, can a man get taken on here? The man took a long look at him. Get taken on here? He cried, turning more to his comrades than to Lasse. Ah, you'd like to, would you? Here you foreigners come running, from Funen and Middelfart, and want to take the bread out of the mouths of us natives. Get away with you, you Jutland carrion. Laughing, he swung his pick over his head. Lasse drew slowly back. But he was angry, he said dejectedly to Marie. In the evening Pelle had to go to all his various meetings, whatever they might be. He had a great deal to do, and, hard as he worked, the situation still remained unfavorable. It was by no means so easy a thing, to break the back of poverty. You just look after your own affairs, said Lasse. I sit here and chat a little with the children, and then I go to bed. I don't know why, but my body gets fonder and fonder of bed, although I've never been considered lazy exactly. It must be the grave that's calling me. But I can't go about idle any longer, I'm quite stiff in my body from doing it. Formerly Lasse never used to speak of the grave, but now he had seemingly reconciled himself to the idea. And the city is so big and so confusing, he told the children. And the little one has put by soon runs through one's fingers. He found it much easier to confide his troubles to them. Pelle had grown so big and so serious that he absolutely inspired respect. One could take no real pleasure in worrying him with trivialities. But with the children he found himself in tune. They had to contend with little obstacles and difficulties, just as he did, and could grasp all his troubles. They gave him good, practical advice, and in return he gave them his senile words of wisdom. I don't exactly know why it is so, he said, but this great city makes me quite confused and queer in the head. To mention nothing else, no one here knows me and looks after me when I go by. That takes all the courage out of my knees. At home there was always one or another who would turn his head and say to himself, "Look, there goes old Lasse, he'll be going down to the harbor to break stone. Devil take me, but how he holds himself." Many a man would nod to me too, and I myself knew every second man. Here they all go running by as if they were crazy. I don't understand how you manage to find employment here, Karl. Oh, that's quite easy, replied the boy. About 6 in the morning I get to the vegetable market. There is always something to be delivered for the small dealers who can't keep a man. When the vegetable market is over I deliver flowers for the gardeners. That's a very uncertain business, for I get nothing more than the tips. And besides that I run wherever I think there's anything going. To the East Bridge and out to Frederiksberg. And I have a few regular places too, where I go every afternoon for an hour and deliver goods. There's always something if one runs about properly. And does that provide you with an average good employment every day? Said Lasse wonderingly. The arrangement looks to me a little uncertain. In the morning you can't be sure you will have earned anything when the night comes. Ah, Karl is so quick, said Marie knowingly. When the times are ordinarily good he can earn 1 krone a day regularly. And that could really be made a regular calling? No, Lasse couldn't understand it. Very often it's evening before I have earned anything at all, but one just has to stir one's stumps, there's always something or other if one knows where to look for it. What do you think? Suppose I were to go with you, said Lasse thoughtfully. You can't do that, because I run the whole time. Really you'd do much better to hide one of your arms. Hide one of my arms? Said Lasse wonderingly. Yes, stick one arm under your coat and then go up to people and ask them for something. That wouldn't be any trouble to you, you look like an invalid. Do I, indeed? Asked Lasse, blinking his eyes. I never knew that before. But even if that were so I shouldn't like to beg at people's doors. I don't think anyone will get old Lasse to do that. Then go along to the lime works, they are looking for stone breakers these days, said the omniscient youngster. Now you are talking, said Lasse, so they have stone here? Yes, I brought my stonecutter's tools with me, and if there's one thing on earth I long to do it is to be able to bang away at a stone again. Chapter 15. Pelle was now a man, he was able to look after his own affairs and a little more besides, and he was capable of weighing one circumstance against another. He had thrust aside his horror concerning Douce fate, and once again saw light in the future. But this horror still lurked within his mind, corroding everything else, lending everything a gloomy, sinister hue. Over his brow brooded a dark cloud, as to which he himself was not quite clear. But Ellen saw it and stroked it away with her soft fingers, in order to make it disappear. It formed a curious contrast to his fresh, ruddy face, like a meaningless threat upon a fine spring day. He began to be conscious of confidence like a sustaining strength. It was not only in the bark that he was idolized, his comrades looked up to him. If there was anything important in hand their eyes involuntarily turned to him. Although he had, thoughtlessly enough, well-nigh wrecked the organism in order to come to grips with Meyer, he had fully made up for his action, and the union was now stronger than ever. And this was his doing. So he could stretch his limbs and give a little thought to his own affairs. He and Ellen felt a warm longing to come together and live in their own little home. There were many objections that might be opposed to such a course, and he was not blind to them. Pelle was a valiant worker, but his earnings were not so large that one could found a family on them. It was the naked truth that even a good worker could not properly support a wife and children. He counted on children as a matter of course, and the day would come also when Father Lasse would no longer be able to earn his daily bread. But that day lay still in the remote future, and, on the other hand, it was no more expensive to live with a companion than alone, if that companion was a good and saving wife. If a man meant to enjoy some little share of the joy of life, he must close his eyes and leap over all obstacles, and for once put his trust in the exceptional. "It'll soon be better, too," said Mason Stolp. "Things look bad now in most trades, but you see yourself, how everything is drawing to a great crisis. Give progress a kick behind and ask her to hurry herself a little, there's something to be gained by that. A man ought to marry while he's still young. What's the good of going about and hankering after one another?" Madame Stolp was, as always, of his opinion. "We married and enjoyed the sweetness of it while our blood was still young. That's why we have something now that we can depend on," she said simply, looking at Pelle. So it was determined that the wedding should be held that spring. In March the youngest son would complete his apprenticeship, so that the wedding feast and the journeyman's feast could be celebrated simultaneously. On the canal, just opposite the prison, a little two-roomed dwelling was standing vacant, and this they rented. Mason Stolp wanted to have the young couple to live out by the North Bridge, among respectable people, but Pelle had become attached to this quarter. Moreover, he had a host of customers there, which would give him a foothold, and there, too, were the canals. For Pelle, the canals were a window opening on the outer world. They gave his mind a sense of liberty. He always felt oppressed among the stone walls by the North Bridge. Ellen let him choose, it was indifferent to her where they lived. She would gladly have gone to the end of the world with him, in order to yield herself. She had saved a little money in her situation, and Pelle also had a little put by. He was wise in his generation, and cut down all their necessities. When Ellen was free they rummaged about buying things for their home. Many things they bought second-hand, for cheapness, but not for the bedroom, their everything was to be brand new. It was a glorious time, in which every hour was full of its own rich significance. There was no room for brooding or for care. Ellen often came running in to drag him from his work. He must come with her and look at something or other, one could get it so cheap, but quickly, before it should be gone. On her off Sundays she would reduce the little home to order, and afterward they would walk arm in arm through the city, and visit the old people. Pelle had had so much to do with the affairs of others, and had given so little thought to his own, that it was delightful, for once in a way, to be able to rest and think of himself. The crowded outer world went drifting far away from him, he barely glanced at it as he built his nest, he thought no more about social problems than the birds that nest in spring. And one day Pelle carried his possessions to his new home, and for the last time lay down to sleep in the Arkansas. There was no future for anyone here. Only the shipwrecked sought an abiding refuge within these walls. It was time for Pelle to move on. Yet from all this raggedness and overcrowding rose a voice which one did not hear elsewhere. A careless twittering, like that of unlucky birds that sit and plume their feathers when a little sunlight falls on them. He looked back on the time he had spent here with pensive melancholy. On the night before his wedding he lay restlessly tossing to and fro. Something seemed to follow him in his sleep. At last he woke, and was sensible of a stifled moaning, that came and went with long intervals in between, as though the ark itself were moaning in an evil dream. Suddenly he stood up, lit the lamp, and began to polish his wedding boots, which were still on the lasts, so that they might retain their handsome shape. Lasse was still asleep, and the long gangway outside lay still in slumber. The sound returned, louder and more long-drawn, and something about it reminded him of Stone Farm, and awaked the horror of his childish days. He sat and sweated at his work. Suddenly he heard someone outside, someone who groped along the gangway and fumbled at his door. He sprang forward and opened it. Suspense ran through his body like an icy shudder. Outside stood Hannah's mother, shivering in the morning cold. "Pelle," she whispered anxiously, "it's so near now, would you run and fetch Madame Blom from Market Street? I can't leave Hannah. And I ought to be wishing you happiness, too." The errand was not precisely convenient, nevertheless, he ran off. And then he sat listening, working still, but as quietly as possible, in order not to wake Father Lasse. But then it was time for the children to get up. For the last time he knocked on the wall and heard Marie's sleepy yes. At the same moment the silence of night was broken. The inmates tumbled out and ran barefooted to the lavatories, slamming their doors. "The princess is lamenting," they told one another. "She's lamenting because she's lost what she'll never get again." Then the moaning rose to a loud shriek, and suddenly it was silent over there. Poor Hannah. Now she had another to care for, and who was its father? Hard times were in store for her. Lasse was not going to work today, although the wedding feast was not to be held until the afternoon. He was in a solemn mood, from the earliest morning, and admonished Pelle not to lay things crosswise, and the like. Pelle laughed every time. "Yes, you laugh," said Lasse, "but this is an important day, perhaps the most important in your life. You ought to take care lest the first trifling thing you do should ruin everything." He pottered about, treating everything as an omen. He was delighted with the sun, it rose out of a sack and grew brighter and brighter in the course of the day. It was never lucky for the sun to begin too blazing. Marie went to and fro, considering Pelle with an expression of suppressed anxiety, like a mother who is sending her child into the world, and strives hard to seem cheerful, thought Pelle. Yes, she had been like a mother to him in many senses, although she was only a child. She had taken him into her nest as a little forsaken bird, and with amazement had seen him grow. He had secretly helped her when he could. But what was that in comparison with the singing that had made his work easy, when he saw how the three waifs accepted things as they were, building their whole existence on nothing? Who would help them now over the difficult places without letting them see the helping hand? He must keep watchful eye on them. Marie's cheeks were a hectic red, and her eyes were shining when he held her roughened hands in his and thanked her for being such a good neighbor. Her narrow chest was working, and a reflection of hidden beauty rested upon her. Pelle had taught her blood to find the way to her colorless face. Whenever she was brought into intimate contact with him or his affairs, her cheeks glowed, and every time a little of the color was left behind. It was as though his vitality forced the sap to flow upward in her, in sympathy, and now she stood before him, trying to burst her stunted shell, and unfold her gracious capacities before him. And as yet was unable to do so. Suddenly she fell upon his breast. "Pelle, Pelle," she said, hiding her face against him. And then she ran into her own room. Lasse and Pelle carried the last things over to the new home, and put everything tidy. Then they dressed themselves in their best and set out for the Stoppels' home. Pelle was wearing a top hat for the first time in his life, and looked quite magnificent in it. "You are like a big city chap," said Lasse, who could not look at him often enough. "But what do you think they'll say of old Lasse? They are halfway fine folks themselves, and I don't know how to conduct myself. Wouldn't it perhaps be better if I were to turn back?" "Don't talk like that, father," said Pelle. Lasse was monstrously pleased at the idea of attending the wedding feast, but he had all sorts of misgivings. These last years had made him shy of strangers, and he liked to creep into corners. His holiday clothes, moreover, were worn out, and his everyday things were patched and mended. His long coat he had hired expressly for the occasion, while the white collar and cuffs belonged to Peter. He did not feel at all at home in his clothes, and looked like an embarrassed schoolboy waiting for confirmation. At the Stulps the whole household was topsy-turvy. The guests who were to go to the church had already arrived. They were fidgeting about in the living room and whistling to themselves, or looking out into the street, and feeling bored. Stopel's writing table had been turned into a sideboard. And the brothers were opening bottles of beer and politely pressing everybody, "Do take a sandwich with it, you'll get a dry throat standing so long and saying nothing." In the best room Stulp was pacing up and down and muttering. He was in his shirt sleeves, waiting until it was his turn to use the bedroom, where Ellen and her mother had locked themselves in. From time to time the door was opened a little, and Ellen's bare white arm appeared, as she threw her father some article of attire. Then Pell's heart began to thump. On the windowsill stood Madame Stulp's myrtle. It was stripped quite bare. Now Stulp came back. He was ready. Pell had only to button his collar for him. He took Lasse's hand and then went to fetch the working man. "Now you just ought to hear this, what they say of your son," he said, and began to read. "Our young party member, Pell, today celebrates his nuptials with the daughter of one of the oldest and most respected members of the party, Mason Stulp. This young man, who has already done a great deal of work for the cause, was last night unanimously proposed as president of his organization. We give the young couple our best wishes for the future. That speaks for itself, eh?" Stulp handed the paper to his guests. "Yes, that looks well indeed," they said, passing the paper from hand to hand. Lasse moved his lips as though he, too, were reading the notice through. "Yes, devilish good, and they know how to put these things," he said, delighted. "But what's wrong with Peterson? Is he going to resign?" asked Stulp. "He is ill," replied Pell. "But I wasn't there last night, so I don't know anything about it." Stulp gazed at him, astonished. Madame Stulp came in and drew Pell into the bedroom, where Ellen stood like a snow-white revelation, with a long veil and a myrtle wreath in her hair. "Really you two are supposed not to see one another, but I think that's wrong," she said, and with a loving glance she pushed them into each other's arms. Frederick, who was leaning out of the window, in order to watch for the carriage, came and thundered on the door. "The carriage is there, children," he roared, in quite a needlessly loud voice. "The carriage is there." And they drove away in it, although the church was only a few steps distant. Pell scarcely knew what happened to him after that, until he found himself back in the carriage. They had to nudge him every time he had to do anything. He saw no one but Ellen. She was his son. The rest meant nothing to him. At the altar he had seized her hand and held it in his during the whole service. Frederick had remained at home, in order to admit, receive messages and people who came to offer their congratulations. As they returned he leaned out of the window and threw crackers and detonating pellets under the horses' feet, as a salute to the bridal pair. People drank wine, touched glasses with the young couple, and examined the wedding presents. Stulp looked to see the time. It was still quite early. "You must go for a bit of a stroll, father," said Madame Stulp. "We can't eat anything for a couple of hours yet." So the men went across to Ventegot's beer garden, in order to play a game of skittles, while the women prepared the food. Pell would rather have stopped in the house with Ellen, but he must not. He and Lasse went together. Lasse had not yet properly wished Pell happiness. He had waited until they should be alone. "Well, happiness and all blessings, my boy," he said, much moved, as he pressed Pell's hand. "Now you, too, are a man with a family and responsibilities. Now don't you forget that the women are like children. In serious matters you mustn't be too ceremonious with them, but tell them, short and plain. This is to be so. It goes down best with them. If once a man begins discussing too much with them, then they don't know which way they want to go. Otherwise they are quite all right, and it's easy to get on with them, if one only treats them well. I never found it any trouble, for they like a firm hand over them. You've reason to be proud of your parents-in-law. They are capital people, even if they are a bit proud of their calling. And Ellen will make you a good wife, if I know anything of women. She'll attend to her own affairs and she'll understand how to save what's left over. Long in the body she is, like a fruitful cow, she won't fail you in the matter of children. Outdoors in the beer garden Swedish punch was served, and Lasse's spirits began to rise. He tried to play at skittles, he had never done so before, and he plucked up courage to utter witticisms. The others laughed, and Lasse drew himself up and came out of his shell. Splendid people, the Copenhageners, he whispered to Pelle. A ready hand for spending, and they've got a witty word ready for everything. Before anyone noticed it had grown dark, and now they must be home. At home the table was laid, and the rest of the guests had come. Madame Stulp was already quite nervous, they had stopped away so long. Now we'll all wobble a bit on our legs, whispered Stulp, in the entry, then my wife will go for us. Well, mother, have you got a warm welcome ready for us? He asked, as he tumbled into the room. Ah, you donkey, do you think I don't know you? Cried Madame Stulp, laughing. No, one needn't go searching in the taverns for my man. Pelle went straight up to Ellen in the kitchen and led her away. Hand in hand they went round the rooms, looking at the last presents to arrive. There was a table lamp, a dish cover in German silver, and some enameled cooking utensils. Someone, too, had sent a little china figure of a child in swaddling clothes, but had forgotten to attach his name. Ellen led Pelle out into the entry, in order to embrace him, but there stood Morten, taking off his things. Then they fled into the kitchen, but the hired cook was in possession. At length they found an undisturbed haven in the bedroom. Ellen wound her arms round Pelle's neck and gazed at him in silence, quite lost in happiness and longing. And Pelle pressed the beloved, slender, girlish body against his own, and looked deep in her eyes, which were dark and shadowy as velvet, as they drank in the light in his. His heart swelled within him, and he felt that he was unspeakably fortunate, richer than anyone else in the whole world, because of the treasure that he held in his arms. Silently he vowed to himself that he would protect her and cherish her and have no other thought than to make her happy. An impatient trampling sounded from the other room. The young couple, they were calling. Pelle and Ellen hastened in, each by a different door. The others were standing in their places at the table, and were waiting for Pelle and Ellen to take their seats. Well, it isn't difficult to see what she's been about, said Stulp teasingly. One has only to look at the Lasse's peepers, such a pair of glowing coals. Otto Stulp, the slater, was spokesman, and opened the banquet by offering brandy. A drop of spirits, he said to each, we must make sure there's a vent to the gutter, or the whole thing will soon get stopped up. Now, take something, people, cried Stulp, from the head of the table, where he was carving a loin of roast pork. Up with the bricks there. He had the young couple on his right and the newly baked journeyman on his left. On the table before him stood a new bedroom chamber with a white wooden cover to it. The guests glanced at it and smiled at one another. What are you staring at? He asked solemnly. If you need anything, let the cat out of the bag. Ah, it's the tureen there, said his brother, the carpenter, without moving a muscle. My wife would be glad to borrow it a moment, she says. His wife, taken aback, started up and gave him a thwack on the back. Monster, she said, half ashamed, and laughing. The men must always make a fool of somebody. Then they all set to, and for a while eating stopped their mouths. From time to time some droll remark was made. Some sit and do themselves proud, while others do the drudging, said the vanishing man, Otto's comrade. Which was to say that he had finished his pork. Give him one in the mouth, mother, said Stulp. When their hunger was satisfied the witticisms began to fly. Morten's present was a great wedding cake. It was a real work of art, he had made it in the form of a pyramid. On the summit stood a youthful couple, made of sugar, who held one another embraced, while behind them was a highly glazed representation of the rising sun. Up the steps of the pyramid various other figures were scrambling to the top, holding their arms outstretched toward the summit. Wine was poured out when they came to the cake, and Morton made a little speech in Pell's honor, in which he spoke of loyalty toward the new comrade whom he had chosen. Apparently the speech concerned Ellen only, but Pell understood that his words were meant to be much more comprehensive. They had a double meaning all the time. "Thank you, Morton," he said, much moved, and he touched glasses with him. Then Stolp delivered a speech admonishing the newly married pair. This was full of precious conceits and was received with jubilation. "Now you see how father can speak," said Madame Stolp. "When nothing depends on it, then he can speak." "What's that you say, mother?" cried Stolp, astonished. He was not accustomed to criticism from that source. "Just listen to that now, one's own wife is beginning to pull away the scaffolding poles from under one." "Well, that's what I say," she rejoined, looking at him boldly. Her face was quite heated with wine. "Does anyone stand in the front of things like father does? He was the first, and he has been always the most zealous. He has done a good stroke of work, more than most men. And today he might well have been one of the leaders and have called the tune, if it weren't for that damned hiccuping. He's a clever man, and his comrades respect him too, but what does all that signify if a man hiccups? Every time he stands on the speaker's platform he has the hiccups. And yet it isn't caused by brandy," said the thick-set little vanishing man, Albert Olson. "Oh, no, father has never gone in for bottle agitation," replied Madame Stolp. "That was a fine speech that mother made about me," said Stolp, laughing, "and she didn't hiccup. It is astonishing, though, there are some people who can't. But now it's your turn, Frederick. Now you have become a journeyman and must accept the responsibility yourself for doing things according to plumbline and square. We have worked on the scaffold together and we know one another pretty well. Many a time you've been a clown and many a time a sheep, and a box on the ears from your old man has never been lacking. But that was in your fledgling years. When only you made up your mind there was no fault to be found with you. I will say this to your credit, that you know your trade. You needn't be shamed by anybody. Show what you can do, my lad. Do your day's work so that your comrades don't need to take you in tow, and never shirk when it comes to your turn. Don't cheat the drinker of his bottle either," said Albert Olson, interrupting. Otto nudged him in the ribs. "No, don't do that," said Stolp, and he laughed. "There are still two things," he added seriously. "Take care the girls don't get running about under the scaffold in working hours, that doesn't look well, and always uphold the fellowship. There is nothing more despicable than the name of strikebreaker." "Hear, hear," resounded about the table. A true word. Frederick sat listening with an embarrassed smile. He was dressed in a new suit of the white clothes of his calling, and on his round chin grew a few dark downy hairs, which he fingered every other moment. He was waiting excitedly until the old man had finished, so that he might drink brotherhood with him. "And now, my lad," said Stolp, taking the cover from the tureen, "now you are admitted to the Corporation of Masons, and you are welcome. Health, my lad." And with a sly little twinkle of his eye, he set the utensil to his mouth, and drank. "Health, father," replied Frederick, with shining eyes, as his father passed him the drinking bowl. Then it went round the table. The women shrieked before they drank. It was full of Bavarian beer, and in the amber fluid swam Bavarian sausages. And while the drinking bowl made its cheerful round, Stolp struck up with the song of the mason. The man up there in snowy cap and blouse. He is a mason, any fool could swear. Just give him stone and lime, he'll build a house. Fine as a palace, up in empty air. Down in the street below stands half the town. Ah, ah. Nah, nah. The scaffold sways, but it won't fall down. Down in the street he's wobbly in his tread. He tumbles into every cellar door. That's because his home is in the clouds o'erhead, where all the little birds about him soar. Up there he works away with peaceful mind. Ah, ah. Nah, nah. The scaffold swings in the boisterous wind. What it is to be giddy no mason knows. Left to himself he'd build for ever. Stone upon stone, till in heaven, I suppose. But up comes the law, and says, stop now, clever. There lives the Almighty, so just come off. Ah. Nah. Sheer slavery this, but he lets them scoff. Before he knows it the work has passed. He measures all over and reckons it up. His wages are safe in his breeches at last. And he clatters off home to rest and to sup. And a goodly wage he's got in his pocket. Ah. Nah. The scaffold creaks to the winds that rock it. The little thick-set Slater sat with both arms on the table, staring right in front of him with veiled eyes. When the song was over he raised his head a little. Yes, that may be all very fine, for those it concerns. But the Slater, he climbs higher than the mason. His face was purple. Now, comrade, let well alone, said Stolp comfortably. It isn't the question, tonight, who climbs highest, it's a question of amusing ourselves merely. Yes, that may be, replied Olsen, letting his head sink again. But the Slater, he climbs the highest. After which he sat there murmuring to himself. Just leave him alone, whispered Otto. Otherwise he'll get in one of his berserker rages. Don't be so grumpy, old fellow, he said, laying his arm on Olsen's shoulders. No one can compete with you in the art of tumbling down, anyhow. The Vanishing Man was so called because he was in the habit, while lying quite quietly on the roof at work, of suddenly sliding downward and disappearing into the street below. He had several times fallen from the roof of a house without coming to any harm, but on one occasion he had broken both legs, and had become visibly bow-legged in consequence. In order to appease him, Otto, who was his comrade, related how he had fallen down on the last occasion. We were lying on the roof, working away, he and I, and damned cold it was. He, of course, had untied the safety rope, and as we were lying there quite comfortably and chatting, all of a sudden he was off. The devil! I shouted to the others, now the Vanishing Man has fallen down again. And we ran down the stairs as quick as we could. We weren't in a humor for any fool's tricks, as you may suppose. But there was no Albert Olsen lying on the pavement. Damn and blast it all, where has the Vanisher got to, we said, and we stared at one another, stupefied. And then I accidentally glanced across at a beer cellar opposite, and there, by God, he was sitting at the basement window, winking at us so, with his forefinger to his nose. Making signs to us to go down and have a glass of beer with him. I was so accursedly thirsty, was all he said, I couldn't wait to run down the stairs. The general laughter appeased the Vanishing Man. Who'll give me a glass of beer? He said, rising with difficulty. He got his beer and sat down in a corner. Stolp was sitting at the table playing with his canary, which had to partake of its share in the feast. The bird sat on his red ear and fixed its claws in his hair, then hopped onto his arm and along it onto the table. Stolp kept on asking it, what would you like to smoke, Hansi? Peep, replied the canary, every time. Then they all laughed. Hansi would like a pipe. How clever he is, to answer like that, said the women. Clever, aye, and he's sly too. Once we bought a little wife for him, mother didn't think it fair that he shouldn't know what love is. Well, they married themselves very nicely, and the little wife lay 2 eggs. But when she wanted to begin to sit Hansi got sulky, he kept on calling to her to come out on the perch. Well, she wouldn't, and one fine day, when she wanted to get something to eat, he hopped in and threw the eggs out between the bars. He was jealous, the rascal. Yes, animals are wonderfully clever, stupendous it is, that such a little thing as that could think that out. Now, just look at him. Hansi had hopped onto the table and had made his way to the remainder of the cake. He was sitting on the edge of the dish, cheerfully flirting his tail as he pecked away. Suddenly something fell upon the tablecloth. Lord bless me, cried Stulp, in consternation, if that had been anyone else. Wouldn't you have heard mother carry on? Old Lasse was near exploding at this. He had never before been in such pleasant company. It's just as if one had come upon a dozen of Brother Collie's sort, he whispered to Pell. Pell smiled absently. Ellen was holding his hand in her lap and playing with his fingers. A telegram of congratulation came for Pell from his union, and this brought the conversation back to more serious matters. Morton and Stulp became involved in a dispute concerning the labor movement. Morton considered that they did not sufficiently consider the individual, but attached too much importance to the voice of the masses. In his opinion, the revolution must come from within. No, said Stulp, that leads to nothing. But if we could get our comrades into Parliament and obtain a majority, then we should build up the state according to our own program, and that is in every respect a legal one. Yes, but it's a question of daily bread, said Morton, with energy. Hungry people can't sit down and try to become a majority, while the grass grows the cow starves. They ought to help themselves. If they do not, their self-consciousness is imperfect, they must wake up to the consciousness of their own human value. If there were a law forbidding the poor man to breathe the air, do you think he'd stop doing so? He simply could not. It's painful for him to look on at others eating when he gets nothing himself. He is wanting in physical courage. And so society profits by his disadvantage. What has the poor man to do with the law? He stands outside all that. A man mustn't starve his horse or his dog, but the state which forbids him to do so starves its own workers. I believe they'll have to pay for preaching obedience to the poor. We are getting bad material for the now order of society that we hope to found someday. Yes, but we don't obey the laws out of respect for the commands of a capitalist society, said Stulp, somewhat uncertainly, but out of regard for ourselves. God pity the poor man if he takes the law into his own hands. Still, it keeps the wound fresh. As for all the others, who go hungry in silence, what do? There are too few of them, alas, there's room in the prisons for them. But if everyone who was hungry would stick his arm through a shop window and help himself, then the question of maintenance would soon be solved. They couldn't put the whole nation in prison. Now, hunger is yet another human virtue, which is often practiced until men die of it, for the profit of those who hoard wealth. They pat the poor, brave man on the back because he's so obedient to the law. What more can he want? Yes, devil take it, of course it's all topsy-turvy, replied Stulp. But that's precisely the reason why. No, you won't persuade me, my young friend. You seem to me a good deal too red. It wouldn't do. Now I've been concerned in the movement from the very first day, and no one can say that Stulp is afraid to risk his skin, but that way wouldn't suit me. We have always held to the same course, and everything that we have won we have taken on account. Yes, that's true, interrupted Frau Stulp. When I look back to those early years and then consider these, I can scarcely believe it's true. Then it was all we could do to find safe shelter, even among people of our own standing. They annoyed us in every possible way, and hated father because he wasn't such a sheep as they were, but used to concern himself about their affairs. Every time I went out of the kitchen door I'd find a filthy rag of dishcloth hung over the handle, and they smeared much worse things than that over the door, and whose doing was it? I never told father. He would have been so enraged he would have torn the whole house down to find the guilty person. No, father had enough to contend against already. But now, here comes Stulp, hurrah! Long live Stulp! One must show respect to Stulp, the veteran. That may be all very fine, muttered Albert Olsen, but the Slater, he climbs the highest. He was sitting with sunken head, staring angrily before him. To be sure he climbs highest, said the women. No one says he doesn't. Leave him alone, said Otto, he's had a drop too much. Then he should take a walk in the fresh air and not sit there and make himself disagreeable, said Madame Stulp, with a good deal of temper. The vanishing man rose with an effort. Do you say a walk in the fresh air, Madame Stulp? Yes, if anyone can stand the air, by God, it's Albert Olsen. Those big-nosed masons, what can they do? He stood with bent head, muttering angrily to himself. Yes, then we'll take a walk in the fresh air. I don't want to have anything to do with your fool's tricks. He staggered out through the kitchen door. What's he going to do there? Cried Madame Stulp, in alarm. Oh, he'll just go down into the yard and turn himself inside out, said Otto. He's a brilliant fellow, but he can't carry much. Pelle, still sitting at table, had been drawing with a pencil on a scrap of paper while the others were arguing. Ellen leaned over his shoulder watching him. He felt her warm breath upon his ear and smiled happily as he used his pencil. Ellen took the drawing when he had finished and pushed it across the table to the others. It showed a thick-set figure of a man, dripping with sweat, pushing a wheelbarrow which supported his belly. Capitalism, when the rest of us refused to serve him any longer, was written below. This drawing made a great sensation. You're a deuce of a chap, cried Stulp. I'll send that to the editor of the humorous page, I know him. Yes, Pelle, said Lasse proudly, there's nothing he can't do. Devil knows where he gets it from, for he doesn't get it from his father. And they all laughed. Carpenter Stulp's good lady sat considering the drawing with amazement, quite bewildered, looking first at Pelle's fingers and then at the drawing again. I can understand how people can say funny things with their mouths, she said, but with their fingers, that I don't understand. Poor fellow, obliged to push his belly in front of him. It's almost worse than when I was going to have Victor. Cousin Victor, her youngest, who is so deucedly clever, said Otto, in explanation, giving Pelle a meaning wink. Yes, indeed he is clever, if he is only 6 months old. The other day I took him downstairs with me when I went to buy some milk. Since then he won't accept his mother's left breast any more. The rascal noticed that the milkman drew skim milk from the left side of the cart and full cream milk from the tap on the right side. And another time. Now, mother, give over. Said Carpenter Stulp, don't you see they're sitting laughing at you? And we ought to see about getting home presently. He looked a trifle injured. What, are you going already? Said Stulp. Why, bless my soul, it's quite late already. But we must have another song first. It'll be daylight soon, said Madame Stulp, she was so tired that she was nodding. When they had sung the socialist marching song, the party broke up. Lasse had his pockets filled with sweets for the 3 orphans. What's become of the vanishing man? Said Otto suddenly. Perhaps he's been taken bad down in the yard, said Stulp. Run down and see, Frederick. They had quite forgotten him. Frederick returned and announced that Albert Olsen was not in the yard, and the gate was locked. Surely he can't have gone on the roof, said one. They ran up the back stairs. The door of the loft was open, and the skylight also. Otto threw off his coat and swung himself up through the opening. On the extreme end of the ridge of the roof sat Albert Olsen, snoring. He was leaning against the edge of the party wall, which projected upward about 18 inches. Close behind him was empty space. For God's sake don't call him, said Mother Stulp, under her breath, and catch hold of him before he wakes. But Otto went straight up to his comrade. Hello, mate. Time's up, he cried. Righto, said the vanisher, and he rose to his feet. He stood there a moment, swaying above the abyss, then, giving the preference to the way leading over the roof, he followed in Otto's track and crept through the window. What the dickens were you really doing there? Asked Stulp, laughing. Have you been to work? I just went up there and enjoyed the fresh air a bit. Have you got a bottle of beer? But what's this? Everybody going home already? Yes, you've been 2 hours sitting up there and squinting at the stars, replied Otto. Now all the guests had gone. Lasse and the young couple stood waiting to say farewell. Madame Stulp had tears in her eyes. She threw her arms round Ellen. "Take good care of yourself, the night is so cold," she said, in a choking voice, and she stood nodding after them with eyes that were blinded with tears. "Why, but there's nothing to cry about," said Mason Stulp, as he led her indoors. "Go to bed now, I'll soon sing the Vanishing Man to sleep. Thank God for today, Mother." Chapter 16. Pell had placed his workbench against the wall space between the two windows of the living room. There was just room to squeeze past between the edge of the bench and the round table which stood in the middle of the room. Against the wall by the door stood an oak-stained sideboard, which was Ellen's pride, and exactly opposite this, on the opposing wall, stood the chest of drawers of her girlhood, with a mirror above it and a white embroidered cover on the top. On this chest of drawers stood a polished wooden workbox, a few photographs, and various knickknacks. With its white cover it was like a little altar. Pell went to Master Beck's only every other day, the rest of the time he sat at home playing the little master. He had many acquaintances hereabouts, really poor folks, who wore their boots until their stockings appeared before they had them repaired. Nevertheless, it was possible to earn a day's pay among them. He obtained work, too, from Ellen's family and their acquaintances. These were people of another sort. Even when things went badly with them they always kept up appearances and even displayed a certain amount of luxury. They kept their troubles to themselves. He could have obtained plenty of journeyman work, but he preferred this arrangement, which laid the foundation of a certain independence. There was more chance of a future in it. And there was a peculiar feeling about work done with his home as the background. When he lifted his eyes from his work as he sat at home a fruitful warmth came into his heart. Things looked so familiar, they radiated comfort, as though they had always belonged together. And when the morning sun shone into the room everything wore a smile, and in the midst of it all Ellen moved busily to and fro humming a tune. She felt a need always to be near him, and rejoiced over every day which he spent at home. On those days she hurried through her work in the kitchen as quickly as possible, and then sat down to keep him company. He had to teach her how to make a patch, and how to sew a sole on, and she helped him with his work. "Now you are the master and I'm the journeyman," she would say delightedly. She brought him customers too, her ambition was to keep him always at home. "I'll help you all I can. And one fine day you'll have so much work you'll have to take an apprentice, and then a journeyman." Then he would take her in his arms, and they worked in emulation, and sang as they worked. Pell was perfectly happy, and had cast off all his cares and burdens. This was his nest, where every stick and stone was worth more than all else in the world besides. They had their work cut out to keep it together and feed themselves a little daintily, and Pell tackled his work as joyfully as though he had at last found his true vocation. Now and again a heavy wave came rolling up from the struggling masses, making his heart beat violently, and then he would break out into fiery speech. Or his happiness would weave radiant pictures before his eyes, and he would describe these to Ellen. She listened to him proudly, and with her beloved eyes upon him he would venture upon stronger expression and more vivid pictures, as was really natural to him. When at last he was silent she would remain quietly gazing at him with those dark eyes of hers that always seemed to be looking at something in him of which he himself was unaware. "What are you thinking of now?" Pell would ask, for he would have enjoyed an exposition of the ideas that filled his mind. There was no one for him but Ellen, and he wanted to discuss the new ideas with her, and to feel the wonderful happiness of sharing these too with her. "I was thinking how red your lips are when you speak." "They certainly want to be kissed," she replied, throwing her arms round his neck. What happened round about her did not interest her. She could only speak of their love and of what concerned herself. But the passionate gaze of her eyes was like a deep background to their life. It had quite a mysterious effect upon his mind. It was like a lure that called to the unknown depths of his being. "The Pell she sees must be different to the one I know," he thought happily. There must be something fine and strong in him for her to cling to him so closely and suffer so when parted from him only for a moment. When she had gazed at him long enough she would press herself against him, confused, and hide her face. Without his remarking it, she directed his energies back to his own calling. He could work for two when she sat at the bench facing him and talked to him as she helped him. Pelle really found their little nest quite comfortable, but Ellen's mind was full of plans for improvement and progress. His business was to support a respectable home with dainty furniture and all sorts of other things. She was counting on these already. This home, which to him was like a beloved face that one cannot imagine other than it is, was to her only a temporary affair, which would by degrees be replaced by something finer and better. Behind her intimate gossip of everyday trivialities she concealed a far-reaching ambition. He must do his utmost if he was to accomplish all she expected of him. Ellen by no means neglected her housekeeping, and nothing ever slipped through her fingers. When Pelle was away at the workshop she turned the whole place upside down, sweeping and scrubbing, and had always something good on the table for him. In the evening she was waiting for him at the door of the workshop. Then they would take a stroll along the canal, and across the green rampart where the children played. "Oh, Pelle, how I've longed for you today," she would say haltingly. "Now, I've got you, and yet I've still got quite a pain in my breasts. They don't know yet that you're with me. Shan't we work a little this evening, just a quarter of an hour," she would say, when they had eaten, "so that you can become a master all the sooner and make things more comfortable for yourself." Pelle perhaps would rather have taken a walk through the city with her, or have gone somewhere where they could enjoy the sunset, but her dark eyes fixed themselves upon him. She was full of energy from top to toe, and it was all centered on him. There was something in her nature that excluded the possibility of selfishness. In relation to herself, everything was indifferent. She only wanted to be with him, and to live for him. She was beneficent and intact as virgin soil. Pelle had awakened love in her, and it took the shape of a perpetual need of giving. He felt, humbly, that she brought all she had and was to him as a gift, and all he did was done to repay her generosity. He had refused to undertake the direction of the labor organization. His life together with Ellen and the maintenance of the newly established household left him no time for any effectual efforts outside his home. Ellen did not interfere in the matter. But when he came home after spending the evening at a meeting he could see she had been crying. So he stopped at home with her. It was weak of him, but he did not see what else he could do. And he missed nothing. Ellen more than made amends. She knew how to make their little home close itself about him, how to turn it into a world of exuberant inner life. There was no greater pleasure than to set themselves to achieve some magnificent object, as, for instance, to buy a china flower pot, which could stand on the windowsill and contain an aspidistra. That meant a week of saving, and when they had got it they would cross over to the other side of the canal, arm in arm, and look up at the window in order to see the effect. And then something else would be needed, a perforating machine, an engraved nameplate for the door. Every Saturday meant some fresh acquisition. The working man lay unread. If Pelle laid down his work a moment in order to glance at it, there was Ellen nipping his ear with her lips. His free time belonged to her, and it was a glorious distraction in work time, to frolic as carelessly as a couple of puppies. Far more delightful than shouldering the burden of the servitude of the masses. So the paper was given up. Ellen received the money every week for her savings bank. She had discovered a corner in Market Street where she wanted to set up a shop and workroom with 3 or 4 assistants. That was what she was saving for. Pelle wondered at her sagacity, for that was a good neighborhood. After their marriage they did not visit Ellen's parents so often. Stolp found Pelle was cooling down, and used to tease him a little, in order to make him answer the helm. But that angered Ellen, and resulted in explosions. She would tolerate no criticism of Pelle. She went to see them only when Pelle proposed it. She herself seemed to feel no desire to see her family, but preferred staying at home. Often they pretended they were not at home when the family knocked, in order to go out alone, to the zoological gardens or to Lyngby. They did not see much of Lasse. Ellen had invited him once for all to eat his supper with them. But when he came home from work he was too tired to change his clothes, and wash himself, and make himself tidy, and Ellen was particular about her little home. He had a great respect for her, but did not feel properly at home in her living room. He had taken Pelle's old room, and was boarding with the 3 orphans. They thought great things of him, and all their queer care for the big foundling Pelle was now transferred to old Lasse. And here they fell on better soil. Lasse was becoming a child again, and had felt the need of a little pampering. With devout attention he would listen to Marie's little troubles, and the boys' narrations of everything that they did and saw. In return he told them the adventures of his boyhood, or related his experiences in the stone-breaking yard, swaggering suitably, in order not to be outdone. When Pelle came to fetch his father, the 4 of them would be sitting down to some childish game. They would wrangle as to how the game should be played, for Lasse was the most skillful. The old man would excuse himself. "You mustn't be angry, lad, because I neglect you, but I'm tired of an evening and I go to bed early. Then come on Sunday, and breakfast with us. Afterward we go out." "No, I've something on for Sunday, an assignation," said Lasse roguishly, in order to obviate further questions. "Enjoy your youthful happiness, it won't last forever." He would never accept help. "I earn what I need for my food and a few clothes, I don't need much of either, and I am quite contented." "And you've enough to see to yourself," was his constant answer. Lasse was always gentle and amiable, and appeared contented, but there was a curious veil over his eyes, as though some disappointment were gnawing at his heart. And Pelle knew well what it was. It had always been an understood thing that Lasse should spend his old age at Pelle's fireside. In his childish dreams of the future, however various they might be, Father Lasse was always at hand, enjoying a restful old age, in return for all he had done for Pelle. That was how it should be. At home in the country, in every poor home, a grey-headed old man sat in the chimney corner, for children among the poor are the only comfort of age. For the time being this could not be arranged. There was no room in their 2 little rooms. Ellen was by no means lacking in heart. She often thought of this or that for the old man's comfort, but her passionate love would permit of no third person to approach them too closely. Such a thing had never entered her mind. And Pelle felt that if he were to persuade her to take Father Lasse into their home, the wonder of their life together would be killed. They lived so fully from hour to hour. Theirs was a sacred happiness, that must not be sacrificed, but which itself demanded the sacrifice of all else. Their relation was not the usual practical self-love, but love itself, which seldom touches the everyday life of the poor, save that they hear it in tragic and beautiful songs of unhappy lovers. But here, to them, had come its very self, a shining wonder. And now Ellen was going to bear a child. Her figure grew fuller and softer. Toward all others she was cold and remote in her behavior. Only to Pelle she disclosed herself utterly. The slight reserve which had always lurked somewhere within her, as though there was something that he could not yet conquer, had disappeared. Her gaze was no longer fixed and searching, but sought his own with quiet self-surrender. A tender and wonderful harmony was visible in her, as though she had now come into her own, and from day to day she grew more beautiful. Pelle was filled with pride to see how luxuriantly she unfolded beneath his caresses. He was conscious of a sense of inexhaustible liberality, such as the earth had suddenly inspired in him at times in his childhood, and an infinite tenderness filled his heart. There was an alluring power in Ellen's helplessness, so rich in promise as it was. He would joyfully have sacrificed the whole world in order to serve her and that which she so wonderfully bore within her. He got up first in the morning, tidied the rooms, and made coffee before he went to work. He was vexed if when he came home Ellen had been sweeping or scrubbing. He made 2 of himself in order to spare her, stinted himself of sleep, and was restlessly busy. His face had assumed a fixed expression of happiness, which gave him almost a look of stupidity. His thoughts never went beyond the 4 walls of his home. Ellen's blessed form entirely engrossed him. The buying of new furniture was discontinued. In its place Ellen made curious purchases of linen and flannel and material for swaddling bands, and mysterious conversations were continually taking place between her and her mother, from which Pelle was excluded. And when they went to see Ellen's parents, Madame Stulp was always burrowing in her chests of drawers, and giving Ellen little packages to be taken home. The time passed only too quickly. Exclusively as they had lived for their own affairs, it seemed as if they could never get everything finished. And one day it was as though the world was shattered about their heads. Ellen lay in bed, turning from side to side and shrieking as though an evil spirit had taken possession of her body. Pelle bent over her with a helpless expression, while at the foot of the bed sat Madame Blom. She sat there knitting and reading the papers as though nothing whatever was amiss. "Shriek away, little woman," she said from time to time, when Ellen became silent, "that's part of the business." Ellen looked at her spitefully and defiantly pressed her lips together, but next moment she opened her mouth wide and roared wildly. A rope was fastened to the foot of the bed, and she pulled on this while she shrieked. Then she collapsed, exhausted. "You wicked, wicked boy," she whispered, with a faint smile. Pelle bent over her happily, but she pushed him suddenly away. Her beautiful body contorted itself, and the dreadful struggle was raging again. But at last a feeble voice relieved hers and filled the home with a new note. "Another mouth to fill," said Madame Blom, holding the newborn child in the air by one leg. It was a boy. Pelle went about blushing and quite bewildered, as though something had happened to him that no one else had ever experienced. At first he took Master Beck's work home with him and looked after the child himself at night. Every other moment he had to put down his work and run in to the mother and child. "You are a wonderful woman, to give me such a child for a kiss," he said, beaming, "and a boy into the bargain. What a man he'll be." "So it's a boy," said the family. "Don't quite lose your head." "That would be the last straw," said Pelle gravely. The feminine members of the family teased him because he looked after the child. "What a man, perhaps he'd like to lie in childbed, too," they jeered. "I don't doubt it," growled Stulp. "But he's near becoming an idiot, and that's much more serious. And it pains me to say it, but that's the girl's fault. And yet all her life she has only heard what is good and proper. But women are like cats, there's no depending on them." Pelle only laughed at their jibes. He was immeasurably happy. And now Lasse managed to find his way to see them. He had scarcely received the news of the event, when he made his appearance just as he was. He was full of audaciously high spirits. He threw his cap on the ground outside the door, and rushed into the bedroom as though someone were trying to hold him back. "ACH, the little creature. Did anyone ever see such an angel?" he cried, and he began to babble over the child until Ellen was quite rosy with maternal pride. His joy at becoming a grandfather knew no limits. "So it's come at last, it's come at last," he repeated, over and over again. "And I was always afraid I should have to go to my grave without leaving a representative behind me. ACH, what a plump little devil. He's got something to begin life on, he has. He'll surely be an important citizen, Pelle. Just look how plump and round he is. Perhaps a merchant or a manufacturer or something of that sort. To see him in his power and greatness, but that won't be granted to Father Lasse." He sighed. Yes, here he is, and how he notices one already. Perhaps the rascal's wondering, who is this wrinkled old man standing there and coming to see me in his old clothes? Yes, it's Father Lasse, so look at him well, he's won his magnificence by fair means. Then he went up to Pelle and fumbled for his hand. "Well, I've hardly dared to hope for this, and how fine he is, my boy. What are you going to call him?" Lasse always ended with that question, looking anxiously at his son as he asked it. His old head trembled a little now when anything moved him. "He's to be called Lasse Frederick," said Pelle one day, after his two grandfathers. This delighted the old man. He went off on a little carouse in honor of the day. And now he came almost every day. On Sunday mornings he made himself scrupulously tidy, polishing his boots and brushing his clothes, so as to make himself thoroughly presentable. As he went home from work he would look in to ask whether little Lasse had slept well. He eulogized Ellen for bringing such a bright, beautiful youngster into the world, and she quite fell in love with the old man, on account of his delight in the child. She even trusted him to sit with the little one, and he was never so pleased as when she wished to go out and sent for him accordingly. So little Lasse succeeded, merely by his advent, in abolishing all misunderstandings, and Pelle blessed him for it. He was the deuce of a fellow already. One day he threw Lasse and Ellen right into one another's arms. Pelle followed step by step the little creature's entrance into the world. He noticed when first his glance showed a watchful attention, and appeared to follow an object, and when first his hand made a grab at something. Hey, just look. He wants his share of things already, he cried delightedly. It was Pelle's fair mustache the child was after, and didn't he give it a tug? The little hand gripped valiantly and was scarcely to be removed. There were little dimples on the fingers and deep creases at the wrist. There was any amount of strength in Ellen's milk. They saw nothing more of Morten. He had visited them at first, but after a time ceased coming. They were so taken up with one another at the time, and Ellen's cool behavior had perhaps frightened him away. He couldn't know that that was her manner to everybody. Pelle could never find an idle hour to look him up, but often regretted him. Can you understand what's amiss with him? He would ask Ellen wonderingly. We have so much in common, he and I. Shall I make short work of it and go and look him up? Ellen made no answer to this, she only kissed him. She wanted to have him quite to herself, and encompassed him with her love. Her warm breath made him feel faint with happiness. Her will pursued him and surrounded him like a wall. He had a faint consciousness of the fact, but made no attempt to bestir himself. He felt quite comfortable as he was. The child occasioned fresh expenses, and Ellen had all she could do. There was little time left for her to help him. He had to obtain suitable work, so that they might not suffer by the slack winter season, but could sit cozily between their four walls. There was no time for loafing about and thinking. It was an obvious truth, which their daily life confirmed, that poor people have all they can do to mind their own affairs. This was a fact which they had not at once realized. He no longer gave any thought to outside matters. It was really only from old habit that, as he sat eating his breakfast in the workshop, he would sometimes glance at the paper his sandwiches were wrapped in, part of some back number of the Working Man. Or perhaps it would happen that he felt something in the air, that passed him by, something in which he had no part, and then he would raise his head with a listening expression. But Ellen was familiar with the remoteness that came into his eyes at such times, and she knew how to dispel it with a kiss. One day he met Morten in the street. Pelle was delighted, but there was a skeptical expression in Morten's eyes. "Why don't you ever come to see me now?" asked Pelle. "I often long to see you, but I can't well get away from home. I've found a sweetheart, which is quite an occupation." "Are you engaged?" said Pelle vivaciously. "Tell me something about her." "Oh, there's not much to tell," said Morten, with a melancholy smile. "She is so ragged and decayed that no one else would have her, that's why I took her." "That is truly just like you." Pelle laughed. "But seriously, who is the girl and where does she live?" "Where does she live?" Morten stared at him for a moment uncomprehendingly. "Yes, after all you're right. If you know where people live you know all about them. The police always ask that question." Pelle did not know whether Morten was fooling him or whether he was speaking in good faith. He could not understand him in the least today. His pale face bore signs of suffering. There was a curious glitter in his eyes. "One has to live somewhere in this winter cold." "Yes, you are right. And she lives on the common, when the policeman doesn't drive her away. He's the landlord of the unfortunate, you know. There has been a census lately. Well, did you observe what happened? It was given out that everybody was to declare where he lodged on a particular night. But were the census papers distributed among the homeless? No, All those who live in sheds and outhouses, or on the common, or in newly erected buildings, or in the disused manure pits of the livery stables, they have no home. And consequently were not counted in the census. That was cleverly managed, you know, they simply don't exist. Otherwise there would be a very unpleasant item on the list, the number of the homeless. Only one man in the city here knows what it is. He's a street missionary, and I've sometimes been out with him at night. It's horrifying, what we've seen. Everywhere, wherever there's a chink, they crowd into it in order to find shelter. They lie under the iron staircases even, and freeze to death. We found one like that, an old man, and called up a policeman. He stuck his red nose right in the corpse's mouth and said, "Dead of drink." And now that's put down, where really it ought to say, "Starved to death." It mustn't be said that anyone really suffers need in this country, you understand. No one freezes to death here who will only keep moving, no one starves unless it's his own fault. It must necessarily be so in one of the most enlightened countries in the world. People have become too cultivated to allow one to stalk free about the streets. It would spoil their enjoyment and disturb their night's rest. And they must be kept at a distance too, to do away with them would be too troublesome. But the police are drilled to chase them back into their holes and corners. Go down to the whaling quay and see what they bring ashore in a single day at this time of the year, it isn't far from your place. Accidents, of course. The ground is so slippery, and people go too near the edge of the quay. The other night a woman brought a child into the world in an open doorway in North Bridge Street, in 10 degrees of frost. People who collected were indignant. It was unpardonable of her to go about in such a condition, she ought to have stopped at home. It didn't occur to them that she had no home. Well then, she could have gone to the police, they are obliged to take people in. On the other hand, as we were putting her in the cab, she began to cry, in terror, "Not the maternity hospital, not the maternity hospital." She had already been there some time or other. She must have had some reason for preferring the doorstep, just as the others preferred the canal to the workhouse. Morton continued, regardless of Pell, as though he had to ease some inward torment. Pell listened astounded to this outburst of lacerating anguish with a shamed feeling that he himself had a layer of fat round his heart. As Morton spoke, poverty once more assumed a peculiar, horrible, living glimmer. "Why do you tell me all this as if I belonged to the upper classes?" he said. "I know all this as well as you do. And we haven't even a bad year," Morton continued, "the circumstances are as they always are at this time of year. Yesterday a poor man stole a loaf from the counter and ran off with it. Now he'll be branded all his life." "My God, that he should want to make himself a thief for so little," said the master's wife. It was a twopenny halfpenny roll. "It's not easy to grasp, branded for his whole life for a roll of bread." "He was starving," said Pell stupidly. "Starving?" "Yes, of course he was starving. But to me it's insanity, I tell you, I can't take it in, and everyone else thinks it's so easy to understand. Why do I tell you this, you ask? You know it as well as I do. No, but you don't know it properly, or you'd have to rack your brains till you were crazy over the frightful insanity of the fact that these two words, bread and crime, can belong together. Isn't it insane, that the two ends should bend together and close in a ring about a human life? That a man should steal bread of all things, bread, do you understand? Bread ought not to be stolen. What does any man want with thieving who eats enough? In the mornings, long before 6 o'clock, the poor people gather outside our shop, and stand there in rows, in order to be the first to get the stale bread that is sold at half price. The police make them stand in a row, just as they do outside the box office at the theater, and some come as early as 4, and stand 2 hours in the cold, in order to be sure of their place. But besides those who buy, there is always a crowd of people still poorer. They have no money to buy with, but they stand there and stare as though it interested them greatly to see the others getting their bread cheap. They stand there waiting for a miracle in the shape of a slice of bread. One can see that in the way their eyes follow every movement. With the same desperate hope that you see in the eyes of the dogs when they stand round the butcher's cart and implore heaven that the butcher may drop a bit of meat. They don't understand that no one will pity them. Not we human beings. You should see their surprise when we give them anything, but chance, some accident. Good God, bread is so cheap, the cheapest of all the important things in this world, and yet they can't for once have enough of it. This morning I slipped a loaf into an old woman's hand, she kissed it and wept for joy. Do you feel that that's endurable? He stared at Pell with madness lurking in his gaze. You do me an injustice if you think I don't feel it too, said Pell quietly. But where is there a quick way out of this evil? We must be patient and organize ourselves and trust to time. To seize on our rights as they've done elsewhere won't do for us. No, that's just it. They know it won't do for us, that's why justice never goes forward. The people get only what's due to them if the leaders know that if the worst comes to the worst they can provide for themselves. I don't believe that any good would come of a revolution, said Pell emphatically. He felt the old longing to fight within him. You can't understand about that unless you've felt it in yourself, replied Morton passionately. Revolution is the voice of God, which administers right and justice, and it cannot be disputed. If the poor were to rise to see that justice was done, it would be God's judgment, and it would not be overthrown. The age has surely the right to redeem itself when it has fallen into arrears in respect of matters so important, but it could do so only by a leap forward. But the people don't rise, they are like a damp powder. You must surely some time have been in the cellar of the old iron merchant under the bark, and have seen his store of rags and bones and old iron rubbish? They are mere rakings of the refuse heap, things that human society once needed and then rejected. He collects them again, and now the poor can buy them. And he buys the soldiers' bread too, when they want to go on the spree, and throws it on his muck heap. He calls it fodder for horses, but the poor buy it of him and eat it. The refuse heap is the poor man's larder, that is, when the pigs have taken what they want. The amateur farmers fatten their swine there, and the Sanitary Commission talks about forbidding it. But no one has compassion on the Copenhagen poor. Pell shuddered. There was something demoniacal in Morton's hideous knowledge. He knew more of the bark than Pell himself. Have you, too, been down in that loathsome rubbish store? He asked, or how do you know all this? No, I've not been there, but I can't help knowing it, that's my curse. Ask me even whether they make soup out of the rotten bones they get there. And not even the poison of the refuse heap will inflame them, they lap it up and long for more. I can't bear it if nothing is going to happen. Now you've pulled yourself out of the mire, and it's the same with everybody who has accomplished anything, one after another, either because they are contented or because they are absorbed in their own pitiful affairs. Those who are of any use slink away, and only the needy are left. I have never left you in the lurch, said Pell warmly. You must realize that I haven't. It isn't to be wondered at that they get weary, Morton continued. Even God loses patience with those who always let themselves be trampled upon. Last night I dreamed I was one of the starving. I was going up the street, grieving at my condition, and I ran up against God. He was dressed like an old Cossack officer, and had a knout hanging round his neck. Help me, dear God. I cried, and fell on my knees before him. My brothers won't help me. What ails you? He asked, and who are you? I am one of thy chosen folk, one of the poor, I answered. I am starving. You are starving and complain of your brothers, who have set forth food for you in abundance, he said angrily, pointing to all the fine shops. You do not belong to my chosen people, away with you. And then he lashed me over the back with his knout. Morton checked himself and spoke no more. It was as though he neither saw nor heard. He had quite collapsed. Suddenly he turned away, without saying goodbye. Pell went home. He was vexed by Morton's violence, which was, he felt, an attack upon himself. He knew this of himself, that he was not faithless, and no one had any right to grudge him the happiness of founding a family. He was quite indignant, for the first time for a long time. That they should taunt him, who had done more for the cause than most, just because he looked after his own affairs for a time. Something unruly was rising within him. He felt a sudden need to lay about him, to fight a good stiff battle and shake the warm domesticity out of his bones. Down by the canal they were engaged cutting the ice in order to clear the water. It was already spring tide, and the ice cakes were drifting toward the sea, but with unbelievable slowness. After all, that's the work for you, he told himself as he turned away. He was conscious of that which lay beneath the surface, but he would not let it rise. As soon as he was between four walls again he grew calmer. Ellen sat by the stove busied with little Lasse, who lay sprawling on his belly in her lap. Only look what a sweet little roly-poly he is. There isn't a trace of chafing anywhere. Chapter 17. From his place at the window Pelle could look out over the canal and the bridge by the prison, where the prisoners lay on the rafts, washing wool. He recognized Ferdinand's tall, powerful figure. Shortly after Christmas they had captured him in an underground vault in the cemetery, where he had established himself. The snow had betrayed his hiding place. And now he lay yonder, so near the ark and his mother. From time to time he raised his closely shorn head and looked thither. Beyond the bridge toward the market, was the potter with his barge. He had piled up his Jutland wares on the quay, and the women from Christianshavn came to deal with him. And behind at the back of all rose the mass of the Arkansas. It was so huge that it did not give the impression of a barracks, but had rather the character of a fantastic village, as though 100 hamlets had been swept together in one inextricable heap. Originally it had been a little frame building of one story with a gabled roof. Then it had gradually become an embryo town. It butted in all directions, upward as well, kaleidoscopically increasing to a vast mass of little bits of facade, high-pitched roofs, deep bays, and overhanging gables. All mingled together in an endless confusion, till in the middle it was 5 stories high. And there a bluish ring of vapor always hovered, revealing the presence of the well, that hidden ventilating shaft for the thronging inmates of the Arkansas. One could recognize Madame Franson's garret with its chimney cowl, and farther back, in a deep recess, which ran far into the mass of the building, Pelle could distinguish Hannah's window. Otherwise he could not place many of the little windows. They stared like failing eyes. Even the coal dealer, who was the deputy landlord of the park, was imperfectly acquainted with all its holes and corners. He could see the inmates of the park running to and fro across the bridge, careless and myopic. They always rushed along, having started at the last moment. There was something tranquilizing about their negligence, which was evoked by privation. In the ark, man began to worry about his food only when he sat down to table and discovered there wasn't any. And among them little groups of workmen wandered in and out across the bridge. That steady march from the north bridge had traveled hither, as though seeking him out. The masses were now no longer vaguely fermenting, a mighty wool was in process of formation. Amid the confusion, the chaotic hubbub, definite lines became visible, a common consciousness came into being and assumed a direction. The thousands of workers controlled themselves in a remarkable way, and were now progressing, slowly and prudently, with the ideal of closing up the ranks. One whose hearing was a little dull might have received the impression that nothing was happening, that they were reconciled with their lot, but Pelle knew what was going on. He himself had put his shoulder to the wheel, and was secretly one of their number. He was happy in Ellen's divided love, and all he undertook had reference to her and the child. But now again the sound of footsteps echoed through his brain, and it would not be silenced. They had penetrated further than he himself could go. It was as though a deadening screen had suddenly been removed, and whether he wished it or not, he heard every step of the wanderers outside. The hard times forced them to proceed quietly, but work was being done in secret. The new ideas were in process of becoming current, the newspapers introduced them into the bosom of the family, and they were uttered from the speaker's platform. Or discussed at mealtimes in workshop and factory. The contagion ran up staircases and went from door to door. Organizations which more than once had been created and broken up were created afresh, and this time to endure. The employers fought them, but could not defeat them. There was an inward law working upon the masses, making a structure behind which they must defend themselves. They taxed themselves and stole the bread out of their own mouths in order to increase the funds of their organization, in the blind conviction that eventually something miraculous would come of it all. The poor achieved power by means of privation, tears, and self-denial, and had the satisfaction of feeling that they were rich through their organization. When many united together they tasted of the sweets of wealth, and, grateful as they were, they regarded that already as a result. A sense of well-being lifted them above the unorganized, and they felt themselves socially superior to the latter. To join the trades unions now signified a rise in the social scale. This affected many, and others were driven into the movement by the strong representations of their housemates. The big tenement buildings were gradually leavened by the new ideas. Those who would not join the union must clear out. They were treated as the scum of society, and could only settle down in certain quarters of the city. It no longer seemed impossible to establish the organization of labor in a stable fashion, and to accomplish something for the workers, if only some courageous worker would place himself at the head of affairs. The fact that most of them worked at home in their lodgings could no longer make them invisible. The movement had eyes everywhere. Pelle, with surprise, caught himself sitting at his bench and making plans for the development of the movement. He put the matter from him, and devoted his whole mind to Ellen and the child. What had he to do with the need of strangers, when these two called for all his ability and all his strength, if he was to provide them merely with necessities? He had tortured himself enough with the burden of poverty, and to no end. And now he had found his release in a blessed activity, which, if he was to neglect nothing, would entirely absorb him. What then was the meaning of this inward admonition, that seemed to tell him that he was sinning against his duty? He silenced the inward voice by dwelling on his joy in his wife and child. But it returned insidiously and haunted his mind like a shadow. At times, as he sat quietly working, something called him, Pelle, Pelle. Or the words throbbed in his ears in the depth of the night. At such times he sat upright in bed, listening. Ellen and the child were fast asleep. He could hear a faint whistling as little Lasse drew his breath. He would go to the door and open it, although he shook his head at his own folly. It was surely a warning that someone near to him was in trouble. At this time Pelle threw himself passionately into his life with Ellen and the child. He lived for them as wholly as though he had anticipated an immediate parting. They had purchased a perambulator on the installment system, and every Sunday they packed sandwiches under the apron and pushed it before them to the common. Or they turned into some beer garden in the neighborhood of the city, where they ate their provisions and drank coffee. Often too they made their way along the coast road, and went right out into the forest. Lasse Frederick, as Ellen called him, sat throned in all his splendor in the perambulator, like a little idol, Pelle and Ellen pushing him alternately. Ellen did not want to permit this. "It's no work for a man, pushing a perambulator," she would say. "You won't see any other man doing it." They let their wives push the family coach. "What are other people to me?" replied Pelle. "I don't keep a horse yet." She gave him a grateful look. Nevertheless, she did not like it. They spent glorious hours out there. Little Lasse was allowed to scramble about to his heart's content, and it was wonderful how he tumbled about. He was like a frolicsome little bear. "I believe he can smell the earth under him," said Pelle, recalling his own childish transports. "It's a pity he has to live in that barack there." Ellen gazed at him uncomprehendingly. They did not move about much. It contented them to lie there and to delight in the child, when he suddenly sat up and gazed at them in astonishment, as though he had just discovered them. "Now he's beginning to think," said Pelle, laughing. "You take my word for it, he's hungry." And little Lasse scrambled straight up to his mother, striking at her breast with his clenched hands, and saying, "Ma'am, ma'am." Pell and the perambulator had to station themselves in front of her while he was fed. When they reached home it was evening. If the doormat was displaced it meant that someone had been to call on them, and Ellen was able to tell, from its position, who the visitor had been. Once it stood upright against the wall. "That's Uncle Carpenter," said Pell quietly. Little Lasse was sleeping on his arm, his head resting on Pell's shoulder. "No, it will have been Cousin Anna," said Ellen, opening the door. "Thank the Lord we weren't at home, or we should have had such a business till late in the evening. They never eat anything at home on Sundays, they simply drink a mouthful of coffee and then go round eating their relations out of house and home." Chapter 18. Pell often thought with concern of the 3 orphans in the Arkansas. They were learning nothing that would be of use to them in the future, but had all they could do to make a living. The bad times had hit them too, and little Carl in particular. People were stingy with their tips. In these days they were never more than a day ahead of destitution, and the slightest misfortune would have brought them face to face with it. But they let nothing of this be seen, they were only a little quieter and more solemn than usual. He had on several occasions made inquiries as to obtaining help for them, but nothing could be done without immediately tearing them asunder. All those who were in a position to help them cried out against their little household, and separation was the worst that could befall them. When he went to see them Marie always had plenty to tell and to ask him. He was still her particular confidant, and had to listen to all her household cares and give her his advice. She was growing tall now, and had a fresher look than of old, and Pell's presence always filled her eyes with joy and brought the color to her cheeks. Father Lasse she eulogized, in a voice full of emotion, as though he were a little helpless child, but when she asked after Ellen a little malice glittered in her eyes. One morning, as he sat working at home, while Ellen was out with the child, there was a knock at the door. He went out and opened it. In the little letterbox someone had thrust a number of the working man, with an invitation to take the paper regularly. He opened the paper eagerly, as he sat down to his bench again. An extraordinary feeling of distress caused him first of all to run through the accidents. He started up in his chair. There was a heading concerning a 14-year-old boy who worked in a tinplate works and had had the fingers of the right hand cut off. A premonition told him that this misfortune had befallen the little family. He quickly drew on a coat and ran over to the Arkansas. Marie met him anxiously. "Can you understand what has happened to Peter? He never came home last night," she said, in distress. "Lots of boys roam about the streets all night, but Peter has never been like that, and I kept his supper warm till midnight. I thought perhaps he'd got into bad company." Pell showed her the working man. In a little while the inmates of the bark would see the report and come rushing up with it. It was better that he should prepare her beforehand. "But it's by no means certain," he said, to cheer her. "Perhaps it isn't he at all." Marie burst into tears. "Yes, of course it is. I've so often gone about worrying when he's been telling me about those sharp knives always sliding between their fingers. And they can't take proper care of themselves. They must work quickly or they get the sack. Oh, poor dear Peter." She had sunk into her chair and now sat rocking to and fro with her apron to her eyes, like an unhappy mother. "Now be grown up and sensible," said Pell, laying his hand on her shoulder. "Perhaps it's not so bad after all, the papers always exaggerate. Now I'll run out and see if I can trace him." "Go to the factory first, then," said Marie, jumping to her feet, "for, of course, they'll know best. But you mustn't in any case say where we live, do you hear? Remember, we've not been to school, and he hasn't been notified to the pastor for confirmation. We could be punished if they found that out." "I'll take good care," said Pell, and he hurried away. At the factory he received the information that Peter was lying in hospital. He ran thither, and arrived just at the time for visitors. Peter was sitting upright in bed, his hand in a sling. This gave him a curiously crippled appearance. And on the boy's face affliction had already left those deep, ineradicable traces which so dismally distinguished the invalid worker. The terrible burden of the consequences of mutilation could already be read in his pondering, childish gaze. He cheered up when he saw Pelle, made an involuntary movement with his right hand, and then, remembering, held out his left. "There, I must give you my left fist now," he said, with a dismal smile. "That'll seem queer to me for a bit. If I can do anything at all. Otherwise," he made a threatening movement of the head, "I tell you this, I'll never be a burden to Marie and Karl all my life. Take my word for it, I shall be able to work again." "We shall soon find something for you," said Pelle, "and there are kind people, too. Perhaps someone will help you so that you can study." He himself did not know just where that idea came from. He certainly had never seen such a case. The magical dreams of his childhood had been responsible for a whole class of ideas, which were nourished by the anecdotes of poor boys in the reading books. He was confronted by the impossible, and quite simply he reached out after the impossible. Peter had no reading books at his back. Kind people. He cried scornfully, "They never have anything themselves, and I can't even read, how should I learn how to study? Karl can read. He taught himself from the signs in the streets while he was running his errands, and he can write as well. And Hannah has taught Marie a little. But all my life I've only been in the factory." He stared bitterly into space. It was melancholy to see how changed his face was, it had quite fallen in. "Don't worry now," said Pelle confidently, "we shall soon find something. Only spare me the poor relief. Don't you go begging for me, that's all," said Peter angrily. "And, Pelle," he whispered, so that no one in the room should hear, "it really isn't nice here. Last night an old man lay there and died, close to me. He died of cancer, and they didn't even put a screen round him. All the time he lay there and stared at me. But in a few days I shall be able to go out. Then there'll be something to be paid, otherwise the business will come before the poor law guardians, and then they'll begin to snuff around, and I've told them fibs, Pelle. Can't you come and get me out? Marie has money for the house rent by her, you can take that." Pelle promised, and hurried back to his work. Ellen was at home. She was moving about and seemed astonished. Pelle confided the whole affair to her. "Such a splendid fellow he is," he said, almost crying. "A little too solemn with all his work, and now he's a cripple. Only a child, and an invalid worker already, it's horrible to think of." Ellen went up to him and pulled his head against her shoulder. Soothingly she stroked his hair. "We must do something for him, Ellen," he said dully. "You are so good, Pelle. You'd like to help everybody, but what can we do? We've paid away all our savings over my lying in. We must sell or pawn some of our things." She looked at him horrified. "Pelle, our dear home. And there's nothing here but just what is absolutely necessary. And you who love our poor little belongings so. But if you mean that, why, of course. Only you are doing something for him already in sacrificing your time." After that he was silent. She several times referred to the matter again, as something that must be well deliberated, but he did not reply. Her conversation hurt him, whether he replied to it or was silent. In the afternoon he invented an errand in the city, and made his way to the factory. He made for the counting house, and succeeded in seeing the manufacturer himself. The latter was quite upset by the occurrence, but pleaded in vindication that the accident was entirely the result of negligence. He advised Pelle to make a collection among the workers in the factory, and he opened it himself with a contribution of 20 kroner. He also held out the prospect that Peter, who was a reliable lad, might take a place as messenger and collector when he was well again. Peter was much liked by his comrades. A nice little sum was collected. Pelle paid his hospital dues. And there was so much left that he would be able to stay at home and rest with an easy mind until his hand was healed and he could take the place of messenger at the factory. The young invalid was in high spirits, knowing that his living was assured. He passed the time in lounging about the town, wherever there was music to be heard, in order to learn fresh tunes. "This is the first holiday I've had since I went to the factory," he told Pelle. He did not get the place as messenger, someone stole a march on him. But he received permission to go back to his old work. With the remains of his right hand he could hold the sheet of tinplate on the table, while the left hand had to accustom itself to moving among the threatening knives. This only demanded time and a little extra watchfulness. This accident was branded on Pelle's soul, and it aroused his slumbering resentment. Chance had given him the 3 orphans in the place of brothers and sisters, and he felt Peter's fate as keenly as if it had been his own. It was a scandal that young children should be forced to earn their living by work that endangered their lives, in order to keep the detested poor law guardians at bay. What sort of a social order was this? He felt a suffocating desire to strike out, to attack it. The burden of Deuce fate, aggravated by this fresh misfortune, was once more visible in his face. Ellen's gentle hand could not smooth it away. "Don't look so angry, now, you frighten the child so," she would say, reaching him the boy. And Pelle would try to smile. But it was only a grim sort of smile. He did not feel that it was necessary to allow Ellen to look into his bleeding soul. He conversed with her about indifferent things. At other times he sat gazing into the distance, peering watchfully at every sign. He was once more full of the feeling that he was appointed to some particular purpose. He was certain that tidings of some kind were on the way to him. And then shoemaker Peterson died, and he was again asked to take over the management of the union. "What do you say to that?" he asked Ellen, although his mind was irrevocably made up. "You must know that yourself," she replied reservedly. "But if it gives you pleasure, why, of course." "I am not doing it to please myself," said Pelle gloomily. "I am not a woman." He regretted his words, and went over to Ellen and kissed her. She had tears in her eyes, and looked at him in astonishment. Chapter 19. There was plenty to be done. The renegades must be shepherded back to the organization, shepherded or driven. Pelle took the most willing first, allowing numbers to impress the rest. Those who were quite stubborn he left to their own devices for the time being. When they were isolated and marked men into the bargain, they could do no further mischief. He felt well rested, and went very methodically to work. The feeling that his strength would hold out to the very end lent him a quiet courage that inspired confidence. He was not over hasty, but saw to everything from the foundations upward. Individual questions he postponed until the conditions for solving them should be at hand. He knew from previous experience that nothing could be accomplished unless the ranks were tightly knit together. So passed the remainder of the summer. And then the organization was complete. It looked as though it could stand a tussle. And the first question was the tariff. This was bad and antiquated, thoroughly behind the times in all respects. The trade was groaning under a low rate of wages, which had not kept step with the general development and the augmentation of prices. But Pelle allowed his practical common sense to prevail. The moment was not favorable for a demand for higher wages. The organization could not lend the demand sufficient support. They must for the time being content themselves with causing the current tariff to be respected. Many of the large employers did not observe it, although they themselves had introduced it. Meyer was a particularly hard case. He made use of every possible shift and evasion to beat down the clearest wages bill. Complaints were continually coming in, and one day Pelle went to him in order to discuss the situation and come to some agreement. He was prepared to fight for the inviolability of the tariff, otherwise Meyer would make big promises and afterward break them. He had really expected Meyer to show him the door. However, he did not do so, but treated him with a sort of polite effrontery. Hatred of his old enemy awaked in Pelle anew, and it was all he could do to control himself. "The embargo will be declared against you if you don't come to an arrangement with your workers within a week," he said threateningly. Meyer laughed contemptuously. "What's that you say?" "Oh, yes, your embargo, we know something about that. But then the employers will declare a lockout for the whole trade. What do you think of that? Old hats will be selling cheap. Pell was silent, and withdrew. It was the only way in which he could succeed in keeping cool. He had said what had to be said, and he was no diplomat, to smile quietly with a devil lurking in the corners of his eyes. Meyer obligingly accompanied him to the door. "Can I oblige you in any other way, with work, for example? I could very well find room for a worker who will make children's boots and shoes." When Pell reached the street he drew a long breath. Poof! That was tough work. A little more insolence and he'd have given him one on the jaw. That would have been the natural answer to the fellow's effrontery. Well, it was a fine test for his hot temper, and he had stood it all right. He could always be master of the situation if he held his tongue. Now suppose we do put an embargo on Meyer, he thought, as he went down the street. What then? Why, then he'll hit back and declare a lockout. Could we hold out? Not very long, but the employers don't know that, and then their businesses would be ruined. But then they would introduce workers from abroad, or, if that didn't answer, they would get the work done elsewhere. Or they would import whole cargoes of machinery, as they have already begun to do on a small scale. Pell stood still in the middle of the street. Damn it all, this wouldn't do. He must take care that he didn't make a hash of the whole affair. If these foreign workers and machines were introduced, a whole host of men would in a moment be deprived of their living. But he wanted to have a go at Meyer. There must be some means of giving the bloodsucker a blow that he would feel in his purse. Next morning he went as usual to Beck's. Beck looked at him from over his spectacles. "I've nothing more to do with you, Pell," he said, in a low voice. "What?" cried Pell, startled. "But we've such a lot of work on hand, master." "Yes, but I can't employ you any longer. I'm not doing this of my own free will. I have always been very well pleased with you, but that's how it stands. There are so many things one has to take into consideration. A shoemaker can do nothing without leather, and one can't very well do without credit with the leather merchants." He would not say anything further. But Pell had sufficiently grasped the situation. He was the president of the Shoemakers' Union. Master Beck had been compelled to dismiss him, by the threat of stopping his source of supplies. Pell was a marked man because he was at the head of the organization, although the latter was now recognized. This was an offense against the right of combination. Still there was nothing to be done about the matter. One had the right to dismiss a man if one had no further need of him. Meyer was a cunning fellow. For a time Pell drifted about dejectedly. He was by no means inclined to go home to Ellen with this melancholy news, so he went to see various employers in order to ask them for work. But as soon as they heard who he was they found they had nothing for him to do. He saw that a black mark had been set against his name. So he must confine himself to home work, and must try to hunt up more acquaintances of his acquaintances. And he must be ready day and night lest some small shoemaker who muddled along without assistance should suddenly have more to do than he could manage. Ellen took things as they came, and did not complain. But she was mutely hostile to the cause of their troubles. Pell received no help from her in his campaign. Whatever he engaged in, he had to fight it out alone. This did not alter his plans, but it engendered a greater obstinacy in him. There was one side of his nature that Ellen's character was unable to reach. Well, she was only a woman, after all. One must be indulgent with her. He was kind to her, and in his thoughts he more and more set her on a level with little Lasse. In that way he avoided considering her opinion concerning serious matters, and thereby felt more of a man. Thanks to his small salary as president of his union, they suffered no actual privation. Pell did not like the idea of accepting this salary. He felt greatly inclined to refuse the few hundred kroner. There was not a drop of bureaucratic blood in his veins, and he did not feel that a man should receive payment for that which he accomplished for the general good. But now this money came in very conveniently, and he had other things to do than to make mountains out of molehills. He had given up the embargo. But he was always racking his brains for some way of getting at Meyer. It occupied him day and night. One day his thoughts blundered upon Meyer's own tactics. Although he was quite innocent, they had driven him away from his work. How would it be if he were to employ the same method and, quite secretly, take Meyer's workmen away from him? Meyer was the evil spirit of the shoemaker's craft. He sat there like a tyrant, thanks to his omnipotence, and oppressed the whole body of workers. It would not be so impossible to set a black mark against his name. And Pelle did not mean to be too particular as to the means. He talked the matter over with his father-in-law, whose confidence in him was now restored. Stulp, who was an old experienced tactician, advised him not to convoke any meeting on this occasion, but to settle the matter with each man face to face, so that the union could not be attacked. "You've got plenty of time," he said. "Go first of all to the trustworthy fellows, and make them understand what sort of a man Karl Meyer is. Take his best people away first of all. It won't do him much good to keep the bad ones. You can put the fear of God into your mates when you want to. Do your business so well that no one will have the courage any longer to take the place of those that leave him. He must be branded as what he is, but between man and man." Pelle did not spare himself. He went from one comrade to another, fiery and energetic. And what had proved impossible 3 years before he was now able to accomplish. The resentment of Meyer's injustice had sunk into the minds of all. Meyer had been in the habit of letting his workers run about to no purpose. If the work was not quite ready for them they could call again. And when the work was given out to them they had, as a rule, to finish it with a rush. There was intention in this. It made the people humble and submissive. But now the boot was on the other leg. The workers did not call, they did not deliver urgent commissions at the appointed time. Meyer had to send to them, and got his own words as answer. They were not quite ready yet, but they would see what they could do for him. He had to run after his own workers in order not to offend his rich customers. In the first instances he settled the matter, as a rule, by dismissal. But that did not help him at all. The devil of arrogance had entered into the simple journeymen. It looked as though they had got their ideas of master and subordinate reversed. He had to give up trusting to the hard hand on the rein. He must seek them out with fair words. His business had the whole fashionable world as customer, and always required a staff of the very best workers. But not even friendly approaches availed. Scarcely did he find a good journeyman worker but he was off again, and if he asked the reason he always received the same jeering answer: they didn't feel inclined to work. He offered high wages, and at great expense engaged qualified men from outside, but Pelle was at once informed and immediately sought them out. When they had been subjected to his influence only for a few days they went back to the place they came from, or found other masters, who, now that Meyer's business was failing, were getting more orders. People who went to the warehouse said that Meyer was raging about upstairs, abusing innocent people and driving them away from him. Meyer was conscious of a hand behind all this, and he demanded that the employers' union should declare a lockout. But the other masters scented a move for his benefit in this. His own business was moribund, so he wanted to bring theirs to a standstill also. They had no fundamental objection to the new state of affairs. In any case they could see no real occasion for a lockout. So he was forced to give in, and wrote to Pelle requesting him to enter into negotiations, in order to put an end to the unrest affecting the craft. Pelle, who as yet possessed no skill in negotiations, answered Meyer in a very casual manner, practically sending him about his business. He showed his reply to his father-in-law before dispatching it. "No, deuce take it, that won't do," said Stulp. "Look you, my lad, everything depends on the tone you take, if you are dealing with labor politics. These big folks think such a damn lot about the way a thing is wrapped up. If I were setting about this business I'd come out with the truth and chuck it in their faces, but that won't answer, they'd be so wild there'd be no dealing with them. Just a nice little lie, that answers much better. Yes, yes, one has to be a diplomatist and set a fox to catch a fox. Now you write what I tell you. I'll give you an example. Now, Stulp paced up and down the room a while, with a thoughtful expression. He was in shirt-sleeves and slippers and had thrust both his forefingers in his waistcoat pockets. "Are you ready, son-in-law? Then we'll begin." To the President of the Employers' Union, Harry H. Meyer, shoemaker to the court. Being in receipt of your honored favor of yesterday's date hereby acknowledged. I take the liberty of remarking that so far as is known to me complete quiet and the most orderly conditions prevail throughout the trade. There appears therefore to be no motive for negotiation. For the Shoemakers' Union. Your obedient servant. Pell. There, that's to the point, eh? Napoleon himself might have put his name to that. And there's enough sting to it, too, said Stulp, much gratified. Now write that out nicely, and then get a big envelope. Pell felt quite important when he had written this out on a big sheet of paper. It was like an order of the day issued by a sheriff or burgomaster at home. Only in respect of its maliciousness he entertained a certain doubt. One morning, a few days later, he was sitting at home working. In the meantime he had been obliged to undertake casual jobs for sailors in the harbor, and now he was soling a pair of sea boots for a seaman on board a collier. On the other side of the bench sat little Lasse, chattering and aping his movements, and every time Pell drove a peg home the youngster knocked his rattle against the edge of the table. And Pell smiled at him. Ellen was running in and out between the living room and the kitchen. She was serious and silent. There was a knock at the door. She ran to the stove, snatching away some of the child's linen which was drying there, ran out, and opened the door. A dark, corpulent gentleman in a fur overcoat entered, bowing, holding his tall hat before him, together with his gloves and stick. Pell could not believe his eyes. It was the court shoemaker. He's come to have it out, thought Pell, and prepared himself for a tussle. His heart began to thump, there was a sudden sinking inside him. His old submissiveness was on the point of coming to the surface and mastering him. But that was only for a moment, then he was himself again. Quietly he offered his guest a chair. Meyer sat down, looking about the neat, simple room as though he wanted to compare his enemy's means with his own before he made a move. Pell gathered something from his wandering glance, and suddenly found himself considerably richer in his knowledge of human nature. He's sitting there staring about him to see if something has gone to the pawnshop, he thought indignantly. I have received your favor of the other day, began Meyer. You are of opinion that there is no occasion for a discussion of the situation. But, however, I think. That is certainly my opinion, answered Pell, who had resolved to adhere to the tone of the letter. The most perfect order prevails everywhere. But generally speaking it would seem that matters ought to go smoothly now, when we each have our union and can discuss affairs impartially. He gazed innocently at Meyer. You think so too? It cannot be unknown to you that my workers have left me one after another, not to say that they were taken away from me. Even to please you I can't call those orderly conditions. Pell sat there getting angrier and angrier at his finicking tone. Why the devil couldn't he bluster like a proper man instead of sitting there and making his damned illusions? But if he wanted that sort of foolery he should have it. Your people are leaving you, he said, in an interested manner. They are, said Meyer, and he looked surprised. Pell's tone made him feel uncertain. And they are playing tricks on me, they don't keep to their engagements, and they keep my messengers running about to no purpose. Formerly every man came to get his work and to deliver it, but now I have to keep messengers for that, the business can't stand it. The journeymen have had to run about to no purpose. I myself have worked for you, replied Pell. But you are perhaps of opinion that we can better bear the loss of time? Meyer shrugged his shoulders. That's a condition of your livelihood, its conditions are naturally based on order. But if only I could at least depend on getting hands. Man, this can't go on. He cried suddenly, damn and blast it all, it can't go on, it's not honorable. Little Lasse gave a jump and began to bellow. Ellen came hurrying in and took him into the bedroom. Pell's mouth was hard. "If your people are leaving you, they must surely have some reason for it," he replied. He would far rather have told Meyer to his face that he was a sweater. The union can't compel its members to work for an employer with whom perhaps they can't agree. I myself even have been dismissed from a workshop, but we can't bother two unions on those grounds. He looked steadily at his opponent as he made this thrust, his features were quivering slightly. "Aha!" Meyer responded, and he rubbed his hands with an expression that seemed to say that, now at last he felt firm ground under his feet. "Aha, so it's out at last. So you're a diplomatist into the bargain, a great diplomatist. You have a clever husband, little lady." He turned to Ellen, who was busying herself at the sideboard. "Now just listen, Harry Pell. You are just the man for me, and we must come to an arrangement. When two capable men get talking together, something always comes of it. It couldn't be otherwise. I have room for a capable and intelligent expert who understands fitting and cutting. The place is well paid, and you can have a written contract for a term of years. What do you say to that?" Pell raised his head with a start. Ellen's eyes began to sparkle, and then became mysteriously dark. They rested on him compellingly, as though they would burn their purpose into him. For a moment he gazed before him, bewildered. The offer was so overpowering, so surprising, and then he laughed. What, was he to sell himself to be the understrapper of a sweater? "That won't do for me," he replied. "You must naturally consider my offer," said Meyer, rising. "Shall we say 3 days?" When the court shoemaker had gone, Ellen came slowly back and laid her arm round Pell's shoulders. "What a clever, capable man you are, then," she said, in a low voice, playing with his hair. There was something apologetic in her manner. She said nothing to call attention to the offer, but she began to sing at her work. It was a long time since Pell had heard her sing. And the song was to him like a radiant assurance that this time he would be the victor. Chapter 20. Pell continued the struggle indefatigably, contending with opposing circumstances and with disloyalty, but always returning more boldly to the charge. Many times in the course of the conflict he found himself back at the same place. Meyer obtained a new lot of workers from abroad, and he had to begin all over again. He had to work on them until they went away again, or to make their position among their housemates so impossible that they resigned. The later winter was hard and came to Meyer's assistance. He paid his workers well now, and had brought together a crowd of non-union hands. For a time it looked as though he would get his business going again. But Pell had left the non-unionists alone only through lack of time. Now he began to seek them out, and he spoke with more authority than before. Already people were remarking on his strength of will, and most of them surrendered beforehand. The devil couldn't stand up against him, they said. He never wavered in his faith in an ultimate victory, but went straight ahead. He did not philosophize about the other aspect of the result, but devoted all his energies to achieving it. He was actuated by sheer robust energy, and it led him the shortest way. The members of the union followed him willingly, and willingly accepted the privations involved in the emptying of the workshops. He possessed their confidence, and they found that it was, after all, glorious sport to turn the tables, when for once in a way they could bring the grievance home to its point of departure. They knew by bitter experience what it was to run about to no purpose, to beg for work, and to beg for their wages, and to haggle over them, in short, to be the underdog. It was amusing to reverse the roles. Now the mouse was playing with the cat and having a rattling good time of it, although the claws did get home now and again. Pell felt their confidence, the trust of one and all, in the readiness with which they followed him, as though he were only the expression of their own convictions. And when he stood up at the general meetings or conferences, in order to make a report or to conduct an agitation, and the applause of his comrades fell upon his ears, he felt an influx of sheer power. He was like the ram of a ship, the weight of the whole was behind him. He began to feel that he was the expression of something great, that there was a purpose within him. The Pelle who dealt so quietly and cleverly with Meyer and achieved precisely what he willed was not the usual Pelle. A greater nature was working within him, with more responsibility, according to his old presentiment. He tested himself, in order to assimilate this as a conviction, and he felt that there was virtue in the idea. This higher nature stood in mystical connection with so much in his life. Far back into his childhood he could trace it, as an abundant promise. So many had involuntarily expected something from him. He had listened to them with wonder, but now their expectation was proving prophetic. He paid strict attention to his words in his personal relations, now that their illimitable importance had been revealed to him. But in his agitator's work the strongest words came to him most naturally, came like an echo out of the illimitable void that lay behind him. He busied himself with his personality. All that had hitherto had free and careless play must now be circumscribed and made to serve an end. He examined his relations with Ellen, was indulgent to her, and took pains to understand her demand for happiness. He was kind and gentle to her, but inflexible in his resolve. He had no conscientious scruples in respect of the court shoemaker. Meyer had in all respects misused his omnipotence long enough. Owing to his huge business he had made conditions and ruled them. And the evil of those conditions must be brought home to him. It was now summer and a good time for the workers, and his business was rapidly failing. Pelle foresaw his fall, and felt himself to be a righteous avenger. The year-long conflict absorbed his whole mind. He was always on his feet. Came rushing home to the work that lay there waiting for him, threw it aside like a maniac, and hurried off again. He did not see much of Ellen and little Lasse these days. They lived their own life without him. He dared not rest on what he had accomplished, now that the cohesion of the union was so powerful. He was always seeking means to strengthen and to undermine. He did not wish to fall a sacrifice to the unforeseen. His indefatigability infected his comrades, they became more eager the longer the struggle lasted. The conflict was magnified by the sacrifice it demanded, and by the strength of the opposition. Meyer gradually became a colossus whom all must stake their welfare to hew down. Families were ruined thereby, but the more sacrifice the struggle demanded the more recklessly they struggled on. And they were full of jubilation on the day when the colossus fell, and buried some of them in his fall. Pelle was the undisputed victor. The journeyman cobbler had laid low the biggest employer in the trade. They did not ask what the victory had cost, but carried his name in triumph. They cheered when they caught sight of him or when his name was mentioned. Formerly this would have turned his head, but now he regarded his success as entirely natural, as the expression of a higher power. A few days later he summoned a general meeting of the union, laid before them the draft of a new tariff which was adapted to the times, and proposed that they should at once begin the fight for its adoption. We could never have a better opportunity, he said. Now they have seen what we can do. With the tariff question we struck down Meyer. We must strike the iron while it is hot. He reckoned that his comrades were just in the mood for battle, despite all the privations that the struggle had entailed, and he was not mistaken. His proposal was unanimously accepted. But there was no fight for better wages. Meyer was now making the rounds of the employers' establishments with the sample box of one of the leather firms. The sight of this once so mighty man had a stimulating effect. The masters' union appointed a few employers with whom the workers' union could discuss the question of the tariff. Chapter 21. It often happened that Pelle would look back with longing on his quiet home life with Ellen and the child, and he felt dejectedly that they lived in a happier world, and were on the point of accustoming themselves to live without him. When once you have got this out of hand you can live really comfortably with them again, he thought. But one thing inevitably followed on another, and one question arose from the solution of another, and the poor man's world unfolded itself like the development of a story. The fame of his skill as organizer spread itself abroad. Everywhere men were at work with the idea of closing up the ranks, and many began to look toward him with expectant eyes. Frequently workers came to him begging him to help them to form an organization, no one had such a turn for the work as he. Then they called a meeting together, and Pell explained the process to them. There was a certain amount of fancifulness and emphasis in his speech, but they understood him very well. He talks so as to make your ears itch, they told one another. He was the man they trusted, and he initiated them into the practical side of the matter. But you must sacrifice your wages, so that you can start a fund, he told them continually. Without money nothing can be done. Remember, it's capital itself we are fighting against. Will it be any use to understand boxing when the fight comes on? Asked a simple-minded workman one day. Yes, cash boxing, retorted Pell swiftly. They laughed, and turned their pitiful pockets inside out. They gazed a moment at the money before they gave it away. Oh, well, it's of no consequence, they said. The day will soon come when it will be of consequence, if we only hang together, said Pell confidently. It was the dripping they had scraped off their bread, he knew that well, but there was no help for it. In these days he was no better situated than they were. His activities were leading him abroad, in wider and wider circles, until he found himself at length in the very midst of the masses. Their number did not astonish him. He had always really been conscious of that. And he grew by this contact, and measured himself and the movement by an ever-increasing standard. At this time he underwent a noticeable change in his outer man. In his forehead were always those deep creases which in young men speak of a gloomy childhood. They were the only bitter token of that which he had taken upon himself, and reminded one of a clouded sky. Otherwise he looked fresh and healthy enough. His hard life was not undermining his strength, he thrived on the sense of community, and was almost always cheerful. His cheeks grew round as those of a cornet player, and his distended nostrils spoke of his fiery zeal. He needed much air, and always wore his clothes open upon his chest. His carriage was upright and elastic, his whole appearance was arresting, challenging. When he spoke at meetings there was energy in his words, he grew deeply flushed, and wet with perspiration. Something of this flush remained in his face and neck, and there was always a feeling of heat in his body. When he strode forward he looked like a trumpeter at the head of a column. The many, that was his element. There were many who were to be brought under one hat. Yet most of them lacked a clear understanding, old suspicions suddenly came to light. And many doubts were abroad among the masses. Some believed blindly, others said, it's all one whether this party or that does the plucking of us. Nothing of palpable importance occurred, such as to catch the eye, but they came to trust in his personality as the blind man trusts his leader, and they were forever demanding to hear his voice. Pell became their darling speaker. He felt that their blind confidence bore him up, and for them he gazed far over the hubbub and confusion. He had always been a familiar of fortune. Now he saw it plainly, far out along the route of march, and inflamed them all with his enthusiasm. One evening he was summoned to rouse a calling that was in low water. It was the dustmen who applied to him. In order to stimulate their self-consciousness he showed them what a vast power they possessed in their despised activity. He imagined, as an example, that they refused to work, and painted, with much humor, the results which their action would have for the world of rich people. This had a tremendous effect on the meeting. The men stared at one another as if they had just discovered themselves, and then sat laughing like one man. To follow up his effect, he showed how one kind of work depends on another, and imagined one calling to support another, until a general strike had laid its paralyzing hand on the city. What a fantastic picture it was! Pell knew nothing of the theory of the labor movement, but his energy and enthusiasm lifted the veil from the remotest consequences. Stimulated and startled by the terrible power which lay in their hands, the dustmen went home. There was something in all this that did not satisfy him. It was in his nature to create, not to destroy. But if only the poor would, they could make society all over again, so Morton had one day said, and the words had never ceased to haunt Pell's mind. But he could not endure the idea of violent revolution, and now he had found a good way out of his difficulty. He felt convinced that cohesion was irresistible, and that life would undergo a peaceful change. He had welded his own union together so that the members hung together through thick and thin. He had accomplished something there, but if a real result were to be achieved, the unions here must work in conjunction with those of all the cities in the country. And that was being done to a certain small extent, in his own trade as well as in others. But all these federations of local unions must be combined in a mighty whole, so that the whole country would be of one single mind. In other countries matters were progressing as here, so why not summon all countries to one vast work of cooperation? Before Pell was aware, he had included the whole world in his solidarity. He knew now that poverty is international. And he was convinced that the poor man felt alike all the world over. The greatness of this idea did not go to his head. It had evolved naturally on the lines of his own organization. It was just like the idea at the base of the ladder. But he continued to play with it until it assumed a definite form. Then he went with his plan to his father-in-law, who was a member of the party executive, and through him was invited to lay the matter before the Central Committee. Pell was a practiced speaker by now, but he was feverishly excited when he stood in the presence of the actual heart of the labor movement. His words delighted the many, but would he succeed in winning over these tried and experienced men, the leaders who stood behind the whole movement, while quietly going about their own business? He felt that this was the most significant day in his life. These were men with quieter temperaments than his own. They sat there immovable, listening with half-closed eyes. His big words brought the faintest smile to their lips. They had long got over that sort of thing. They were artisans and craftsmen who worked hard all day for a living, as did he himself, but several of them had given themselves a considerable education. They must be regarded as scholarly persons. In the evening and on Sundays they worked for the cause, devising political schemes and devoting themselves to keeping accounts and the ever-increasing work of administration. They were awkward at these unaccustomed tasks, which had hitherto been reserved by quite a different class of society, and had to grow accustomed thereto. Their heads were grey and wrinkled. Pell felt that he was still only at the beginning. These men gave him the impression of a great secret council. Outside they looked like anyone else, but here at the green table they sat creating the vast organization into which he merely drove the masses. Here high politics came into play. There was something impious in this, as though one saw ants making plans to overturn a mountain, and he must do the same if he wanted to accomplish anything. But here something more than big words was needed. He involuntarily moderated his tone and did his best to speak in a dry, professional manner. He received no applause when he had finished. The men sat there gazing in front of them with a slightly pondering expression. The silence and the great empty room had the effect of making him feel dizzy. All his faculties were directed outward, drawing strength from the echo from without of the many who had shaped him. But at this decisive moment they were silent, leaving him in suspense, without any kind of support. Was the whole stupendous plan of federation a piece of madness, and was he a fool to propound it? No one replied. The leaders quietly asked him the details of his plan, and undertook to consider it. Pell left in a state of dreadful suspense. He felt that he had touched upon something on which a great decision depended, and he wanted corroboration of the fact that he had set about the matter rightly. In this moment of need he turned to himself. It was not his way to ask questions of his inner self, but now no other could answer him. He must look to himself for recognition. This was the first time that Pell had sought refuge in his own ego, or learned to fall back upon it in critical moments. But solitude did not suit him and he sought it only under the compulsion of necessity. His heart beat uncontrollably within him when he learned that his plan was approved. A committee was appointed to put it into execution, and Pell was on the committee. At one stroke the National Federation made a single army of the many divisions, and was effective merely by the attractive virtue of its mass. It became a heavy and fatiguing task to organize the swarms that came streaming in, as water rushes to the sea, by virtue of a natural law. It needed the talent of a great general to marshal them for a conclusive battle and to lead them into the line of fire. Pell was naturally placed in the front ranks of the organization. His work was properly that of the pioneer and agitator. No one possessed the ear of the crowd as he did. He had received regular employment from one of the larger employers, which amounted to a recognition of the organization, and the increased rate of wages meant that he earned a moderate income. He did not object to the fact that the work had to be done away from home. Life at home had lost its radiance. Ellen was loving enough, but she had always some purpose in view, and he would not allow himself to be tied. When he went home, and as a rule he managed to include a meal, it was only to make himself ready and to rush out again, to general or committee meetings. Father Lasset was there as a rule in the evenings, and he gazed longingly after Pell when the latter left his wife and child. He did not understand it, but he did not venture to say anything. He felt a great respect for the lad's undertakings. Ellen and the old man had discovered one another. They were like a pair of horses in harness. There was a great consolation in that. Pell went forward in a sort of intoxication of power, produced by the sense of the multiplying hosts. He was like an embodiment of those hosts, and he heard their step echoing in his own. It was natural that the situation should assume large dimensions. He was a product of an ancient culture, but a culture that had always dwelt in the shadow, and was based on stern and narrow tenets, each of which summed up a lifetime of bitter experience. The need of light and sunshine, continually suppressed, had been accumulating, through illimitable years, until it had resulted in a monstrous tension. Now it had exploded, and was mounting dizzily upward. His mind was reeling in the heights, in a blinding cloud of light. But fundamentally he was still the sturdy realist and stood with his feet on the earth. The generations beneath him had been disciplined by the cold, and had learned to content themselves with bare necessities. A lesson which they handed down to him, simply and directly, with no inheritance of frivolity. In his world, cause and effect were in a direct line. An obtrusive odor did not translate itself into a spectral chattering of the teeth. The result was in a direct line with the cause, but their relation was often that of the match and the bonfire. Herein lay the strength of his imagination. This was why he could encompass all things with so simple a preparation. He was not afraid to consider the fate of the masses. When he could not see ahead, his old fatalism came to his help. His words flamed high despite himself and kept the hope alive in many who did not themselves understand the meaning of the whole movement, but saw that its adherents grew ever more numerous. And that in other respects they were just as well off. Where he himself could not see, he was like a lens that collects the half-darkness and gives it out again as a beam of light. Morton he preferred to avoid. Pell had gradually absorbed all the theories of the labor movement, and they comfortably filled his mind. And how could one accomplish more than by remaining in harmony with the whole? Morton had an unfruitful tendency to undermine the certainty of one's mind. He always brought forth his words from his inner consciousness, from places where no one else had ever been, and he delivered them as though they had been God's voice in the Bible, which always made people pause in their designs. Pell respected his peculiar nature, which never marched with the crowd, and avoided him. But his thoughts often returned to him. Morton had first thrown a light upon chaos, upon the knowledge of Pell's world, the poor man's world. And when he was confronted by any decisive question he involuntarily asked himself how Morton would have dealt with it. At times they met at meetings called together by the workers themselves, and at which they both collaborated. Morton had no respect for the existing laws and little for the new. He did not play a very zealous part in the work of party organization, and was rather held at arm's length by the leaders. But his relations with the man in the street were of the closest. He worked independently, there was scarcely his match in individual cases of need or injustice, and he was always laboring to make people think for themselves. And they loved him. They looked up to Pell and the rest, and made way for them with shining eyes, but they smilingly put themselves in Morton's way. They wanted to press his hand, he could scarcely make his way to the speaker's platform. His pale face filled them with joy, women and children hung on to him. When he passed through the streets of the poor quarters in his simple clothes, the women smiled at him. "That's him, the master journeyman, who is so good and so book-learned," they would say. "And now he has sold all his books in order to help a poor child." And they gave their own children a little push, and the children went up to him and held out their hands and followed him right to the end of the street. Chapter 22. When Pell went now and again to the park, to see his brothers and sister, the news of his visit spread quickly through the building. "Pell is here," sounded from gallery to gallery, and they hurried up the stairs in order to nod to him and to seek to entice him to swallow a cup of coffee. Old Madame Franson had moved. She disappeared when Ferdinand came out of prison, no one knew whither. Otherwise there were no changes. A few factory women left by night on account of their rent, and others had taken their places. And from time to time someone completed his term, and was carried out of the dark corridors and borne away on the dead cart, as always. But in the park, there was no change to be observed. It happened one day that he went over to call on Widow Johnson. She looked very melancholy sitting there as she turned her old soldier's trousers and attended to Hannah's child, which promised to be a fine girl. She had aged. She was always sitting at home and scolding the child. When Pell visited her he brought a breath of fresh air into her joyless existence. Then she recalled the excursion to the forest, and the cozy evenings under the hanging lantern, and sighed. Hannah never looked at Pell. When she came running home from the factory, she had no eyes for anything but her little girl, who threw herself upon her mother and immediately wanted to play. For the remainder of the day the child was close under her eyes, and Hannah had to hold her hand as she moved about, and play with her and the doll. "Far up the mountain did I climb," sang Hannah, and the child sang with her. She could sing already. Hannah's clear, quiet eyes rested on the child, and her expression was as joyful as though fortune had really come to her. She was like a young widow who has lived her share of life, and in the park everyone addressed her as Widow Hannah. This was a mark of respect paid to her character. They threw a widow's veil over her fate because she bore it so finely. She had expected so much, and now she centered everything in her child, as though the stranger could have brought her no more valuable present. Peter's misfortune had struck the little home a serious blow. They had always only just kept their heads above water, and now he earned less than ever with his crippled hand. Karl wanted to get on in the world, and was attending confirmation classes, which cost money and clothes. They had made up for Peter's loss of earning power by giving up Father Lasse's room and moving his bed into their own room. But all three were growing, and needed food and clothing. Peter's character had taken on a little kink. He was no longer so cheerful over his work, and he often played the truant, loafing about the streets instead of going to the factory. Sometimes he could not be got out of bed in the morning. He crept under the bedclothes and hid himself. "I can't work with my bad hand," he would say, crying, when Marie wanted to drag him out. "Every moment the knives are quite close to it and nearly chop it off." "Then stay at home," said Marie at last. "Look after the house and I will go out and see if I can earn something. I can get work as a charwoman in the new buildings in Market Street." But at that he got up and slunk away. He would not allow a woman to earn his food for him. Karl was a brisk, merry young vagabond. Nothing made any impression on him. The streets had brought him up, had covered his outer man with a coating of grime, and had lit the inextinguishable sparks in his eyes. He was like the sparrows of the capital. Black with soot, but full of an urban sharpness, they slip in and out among the heavy wagon wheels, and know everything. He was always getting into difficulties, but always came home with a whole skin. His continual running about seemed to have got into his blood like a never-resting impulse. He was full of shifts for lessening the uncertainty of his earnings, and the little household depended principally on him. But now he had had enough of seeking his living in the streets. He wanted to get on. He wanted most of all to be a shopkeeper. The only thing that held him back was his regard for his home. Pell saw that the little home would have to be broken up. Marie was developing rapidly. She must leave the park, and if Karl could not live his own life, but was forced to sacrifice himself to his brother and sister, he would end as a street loafer. Pelle resolved suddenly to deal with the matter himself, as his habit was. He obtained an outfit for Karl from a charitable society, and placed him as apprentice with a shopkeeper for whom the boy had run errands. One Sunday afternoon he went over to the park, with a big parcel under his arm. He was holding young Lasse by the hand. Every moment the child stooped down, picked up a little stone, dragged his father to the quay wall, and threw the stone into the water. He chattered incessantly. Pelle mechanically allowed himself to be pulled aside, and answered the child at random. He was thinking of the children's little home, which had once been so hospitably open to him, and must now be broken up. Perhaps it would be the salvation of Karl and Marie. There was a future for them outside, they were both young and courageous. And Father Lasse could come to him. It would be quite possible to make up his bed in the living room at night and put it out of the way in the daytime. Ellen was no longer so particular. But Peter, what was to become of him? The home was the only thing that still held him. When young Lasse looked through the tunnel entry into the darkness of the park, he did not want to go in. Ugly, ugly, he said, in energetic refusal. Pelle had to take him in his arms. Lasse, not like that, he said, pushing with his hands against his father's shoulders. Lasse wants to go back. Get down. What? Said Pelle, laughing, doesn't young Lasse like the park? Father thinks it's jolly here. Why? Asked the boy, pouting. Why? Well, Pelle could not at once explain. Because I lived here once on a time, he replied. And where was young Lasse then? Then you used to sit in mother's eyes and laugh at father. At this the child forgot his fear of the darkness and the heavy timbers. He pressed his round little nose against his father's, and gazed into his eyes, in order to see whether a little boy was sitting in them too. He laughed when he glimpsed himself in them. Who sits in mother's eyes now? He asked. Now a little sister sits there, who likes to play with young Lasse, said Pelle. But now you must walk again, it doesn't do for a man to sit on anybody's arm. The three orphans were waiting for him eagerly. Karl hopped and leaped into the air when he saw Pelle. Where is Father Lasse? Asked Pelle. He has gone out with the handcart for the second-hand dealer, said Marie, he had to fetch a sofa. She had taken young Lasse on her lap and was almost eating him. Karl put on his fine new clothes, his fresh face beaming with delight. The trousers were fully long enough, but it was quite fashionable to go about with turned-up trousers. That was easily got over. Now you look like a real grocer, said Pelle, laughing. Karl ran out into the gangway and came back immediately with his head wetted and his hair parted down the middle. "Ach, you fool, why don't you leave well alone?" cried Marie, ruffling his head. A fight ensued. Peter sat in a corner, self-absorbed, staring gloomily out of the window. "Now, Peter, hold your head up," cried Pelle, clapping him on the shoulder. "When we've got the great federation together and things are working properly, I'll manage something for you too. Perhaps you can act as messenger for us." Peter did not reply, but turned his head away. "He's always like that, he's so grumpy." "Do at least be a little polite, Peter," said Marie irritably. The boy took his cap and went out. "Now he's going out by the North Bridge, to his sweetheart, and we shan't see anything of him for the next few days," said Marie, looking after him. "She's a factory girl, she's had a child by one man, he deserted her," said Marie. "He has a sweetheart already," said Pelle. "What of that? He's 17. But there's nothing in her. She has red hair. And she drags one leg behind her as though she wanted to take the pavement with her," said Karl. "She might well be his mother." "I don't think you ought to tease him," said Pelle seriously. "We don't," said Marie. "But he won't have it when we try to be nice to him. And he can't bear to see us contented. Lasse says it is as though he were bewitched." "I have a situation for you too, Marie," said Pelle. With Ellen's old employers in Hallberg Street, you'll be well treated there. But you must be ready by October. That will be fine. Then Carl and I can go into situations on the same day. She clapped her hands. But Peter, she cried suddenly. Who will look after him? No, I can't do it, Pell. We must see if we can't find nice lodgings for him. You must take the situation, you can't go on living here. From the end of the long gangway came a curious noise, which sounded like a mixture of singing and crying. Young Lasse got down onto his feet near the open door, and said, "Sh." Singing. "Sh." Yes. That's the pasteboard worker and her great Jutlander, said Marie. They've got a funeral today. The poor little worm has ceased to suffer, thank God. Is that anyone new? Said Pell. No, they are people who moved here in the spring. He hasn't been living here, but every Saturday he used to come here and take her wages. You are crazy to give him your wages when he doesn't even live with you, we told her. He ought to get a thrashing instead of money. But he's the child's father. She said, and she went on giving him her money. And on Sunday, when he had drunk it, he regretted it, and then he used to come and beat her, because she needn't have given it to him. She was an awful fool, for she could just have been out when he came. But she was fond of him and thought nothing of a few blows, only it didn't do for the child. She never had food for it, and now it's dead. The door at the end of the gangway opened, and the big Jutlander came out with a tiny coffin under his arm. He was singing a hymn in an indistinct voice, as he stood there waiting. In the side passage, behind the partition wall, a boy's voice was mocking him. The Jutlander's face was red and swollen with crying, and the debauch of the night before was still heavy in his legs. Behind him came the mother, and now they went down the gangway with funeral steps. The woman's thin black shawl hung mournfully about her, and she held her handkerchief to her mouth. She was crying still. Her livid face had a mildewed appearance. Pell and young Lasse had to be off. You are always in such a hurry, said Marie dolefully. I wanted to make coffee. Yes, I've got a lot to do today still. Otherwise I'd gladly stay with you a bit. Do you know you are gradually getting quite famous, said Marie, looking at him in admiration. The people talk almost as much about you as they do about the big tinplate manufacturer. They say you ruined the biggest employer in the city. Yes. I ruined his business, said Pell, laughing. But where has the shop walker got to? He's gone down into the streets to show himself. Carl, sure enough, was strolling about below and allowing the boys and girls to admire him. Look, when we come into the shop and the grocer isn't there you'll stand us treat. Pell heard one of them say. You don't catch me. And if you dare you'll get one in the jaw, replied Carl. Think I'm going to have you loafing about? At the end of the street the great Jutlander was rolling along, the coffin under his arm. The girl followed at a distance, and they kept to the middle of the road as though they formed part of a funeral procession. It was a dismal sight. The grey, dismal street was like a dungeon. The shutters were up in all the basement windows, excepting that of the bread woman. Before the door of her shop stood a crowd of grimy little children, smearing themselves with dainties. Every moment one of them slipped down into the cellar to spend an oar. One little girl, dressed in her Sunday best, with a tightly braided head, was balancing herself on the edge of the curbstone with a big jug of cream in her hand. And in a doorway opposite stood a few young fellows meditating some mischief or other. Shall we go anywhere today? Asked Ellen, when Pell and young Lasse got home. The fine season is soon over. I must go to the committee meeting, Pell replied hesitatingly. He was sorry for her, she was going to have another child, and she looked so forsaken as she moved about the home. But it was impossible for him to stay at home. When do you think you'll be back? That I don't know, Ellen. It is very possible it will take the whole day. Then she was silent and set out his food. Chapter 23. That year was, if possible, worse than the preceding. As early as September the unemployed stood in long ranks beside the canals or in the marketplace, their feet in the wet. The bones of their wrists were blue and prominent and foretold a hard winter, of which the corns of the old people had long ago given warning. And sparks of fire were flying up from under poor folks' kettles. Now the hard winter is coming and bringing poverty with it, said the people. And then we shall have a pretty time. In October the frost appeared and began to put an end to all work that had not already been stopped by the hard times. In the city the poor were living from hand to mouth. If a man had a bad day it was visible on his plate the next morning. Famine lay curled up beneath the table in 10,000 households. Like a bear in its winter sleep it had lain there all summer, shockingly wasted and groaning in its evil dreams. But they were used to its society and took no notice of it so long as it did not lay its heavy paw upon the table. One day's sickness, one day's loss of work, and there it was. "Ach, how good it would be if we only had a brine tub that we could go to," said those who could still remember their life in the country. But the good God has taken the brine tub and given us the pawnbroker instead, and then they began to pledge their possessions. It was sad to see how the people kept together. The city was scattered to the winds in summer, but now it grew compacter, the homeless came in from the common, and the great landowners returned to inhabit their winter palaces. Madame Rasmussen, in her attic, suddenly appeared with a husband. Drunken Wald had returned, the cold, so to speak, had driven him into her arms. At the first signs of spring he would be off again, into the arms of his summer mistress, Madame Grassmower. But as long as he was here he was. He stood lounging in the doorway downstairs, with feathers sticking in the shaggy hair of his neck and bits of bedstraw adhering to his flat back. His big boots were always beautifully polished. Madame Rasmussen did that for him before she went to work in the morning. After which she made two of herself, so that her big strong handsome protector should have plenty of time to stand and scratch himself. Week by week the cold locked up all things more closely. It locked up the earth, so that the husbandman could not get at it, and it closed the modest credit account of the poor. Already it had closed all the harbors round about. Foreign trade shrunk away to nothing, the stevedores and waterside workers might as well stop at home. It tightened the heartstrings, and the strings of the big purse that kept everything going. The established trades began to work shorter hours, and the less stable trades entirely ceased. Initiative drew in its horns, people began nothing new, and did no work for the warehouses. Fear had entered into them. All who had put out their feelers drew them back, they were frostbitten, so to speak. The earth had withdrawn its sap into itself and had laid a crust of ice over all. Humanity did the same. The poor withdrew their scanty blood into their hearts, in order to preserve the germ of life. Their limbs were cold and bloodless, their skin gray. They withdrew into themselves, and into the darkest corners, packed closely together. They spent nothing. And many of those who had enough grudged themselves even food. The cold ate their needs away, and set anxiety in their place. Consumption was at a standstill. One could not go by the thermometer, for according to that the frost had been much harder earlier in the year. "What, is it no worse?" said the people, taken aback. But they felt just as cold and wretched as ever. What did the thermometer know of a hard winter? Winter is the companion of hard times, and takes the same way whether it freezes or thaws, and on this occasion it froze. In the poor quarters of the city the streets were as though depopulated. A fall of snow would entice the dwellers therein out of their hiding places, it made the air milder, and made it possible, too, to earn a few kroner for sweeping away the snow. Then they disappeared again, falling into a kind of numb trance and supporting their life on incredibly little, on nothing at all. Only in the mornings were the streets peopled, when the men went out to seek work. But everywhere where there was work for one man hundreds applied and begged for it. The dawn saw the defeated ones slinking home, they slept the time away, or sat all day with their elbows on the table, never uttering a word. The cold, that locked up all else, had an opposite effect upon the heart. There was much compassion abroad. Many whose wits had been benumbed by the cold, so that they did not attempt to carry on their avocations, had suffered no damage at heart, but expended their means in beneficence. Kindly people called the poor together, and took pains to find them out, for they were not easy to find. But the Almighty has created beings that live upon the earth and creatures that live under the earth, creatures of the air and creatures of the water. Even in the fire live creatures that increase and multiply. And the cold, too, saw the growth of a whole swarm of creatures that live not by labor, but on it, as parasites. The good times are their bad times, then they grow thin, and there are not many of them about. But as soon as cold and destitution appear they come forth in their swarms. It is they who arouse beneficence, and get the best part of what is going. They scent the coming of a bad year and inundate the rich quarters of the city. How many poor people come to the door this year, people say, as they open their purses. These are hard times for the poor. In the autumn Pelle had removed. He was now dwelling in a little two-roomed apartment on the Kapelvej. He had many points of contact with this part of the city now. Besides, he wanted Ellen to be near her parents when she should be brought to bed. Lasse would not accompany him, he preferred to be faithful to the park. He had got to know the inmates now, and he could keep himself quite decently by occasional work in the neighboring parts of the city. Pelle fought valiantly to keep the winter at bay. There was nothing to do at the workshop, and he had to be on the go from morning to night. Wherever work was to be had, there he applied, squeezing his way through hundreds of others. His customers needed footwear now more than ever, but they had no money to pay for it. Ellen and he drew nearer at this season and learned to know one another on a new side. The hard times drew them together, and he had cause to marvel at the stoutness of her heart. She accepted conditions as they were with extraordinary willingness, and made a little go a very long way. Only with the stove she could do nothing. "It eats up everything we scrape together," she said dejectedly, "it sends everything up the chimney and doesn't give out any warmth. I've put a bushel of coal on it today, and it's as cold as ever. Where I was in service we were able to warm 2 big rooms with 1 scuttle. I must be a fool, but won't you look into it?" She was almost crying. "You mustn't take that to heart so," said Pelle gloomily. "That's the way with poor folks' stoves. They are old articles that are past use, and the landlords buy them up as old iron and then fit them in their workmen's dwellings. And it's like that with everything. We poor people get the worst and pay the dearest, although we make the things. Poverty is a sieve." "Yes, it's dreadful," said Ellen, looking at him with mournful eyes. "And I can understand you so well now." Threatening need had spread its pinions above them. They hardly dared to think now, they accepted all things at its hands. One day, soon after Ellen had been brought to bed, she asked Pelle to go at once to see Father Lasse. "And mind you bring him with you," she said. "We can very well have him here, if we squeeze together a little. I'm afraid he may be in want." Pelle was pleased by the offer, and immediately set out. It was good of Ellen to open her heart to the old man when they were by no means certain of being able to feed themselves. The ark had a devastated appearance. All the curtains had disappeared, except at Olsen's, with the gilt moldings they always fetched 50 ore. The flowers in the windows were frostbitten. One could see right into the rooms, and inside also all was empty. There was something shameless about the winter here. Instead of clothing the ark more warmly it stripped it bare, and first of all of its protecting veils. The privies in the court had lost their doors and covers, and it was all Pelle could do to climb up to the attics. Most of the balustrades had vanished, and every second step was lacking. The ark was helping itself as well as it could. Over at Madame Johnson's the bucket of oak was gone that had always stood in the corner of the gallery when it was not lent to someone. The ark possessed only the one. And now it was burned or sold. Pelle looked across, but had not the courage to call. Hannah, he knew, was out of work. A woman came slinking out of the third story, and proceeded to break away a fragment of woodwork. She nodded to Pell. "For a drop of coffee," she said, "and God bless coffee. You can make it as weak as you like as long as it's still nice and hot." The room was empty, Lasse was not there. Pell asked news of him along the gangway. He learned that he was living in the cellar with the old clothes woman. Thin grey faces appeared for a moment in the doorways, gazed at him, and silently disappeared. The cellar of the old clothes woman was overcrowded with all sorts of objects. Hither, that winter, the possessions of the poor had drifted. Lasse was sitting in a corner, patching a mattress. He was alone down there. "She has gone out to see about something," he said. "In these times her money finds plenty of use." "No, I'm not going to come with you and eat your bread. I get food and drink here, I earn it by helping her, and how many others can say this winter that they've their living assured? And I've got a corner where I can lie. But can't you tell me what's become of Peter? He left the room before me one day, and since then I've never seen him again." "Perhaps he's living with his sweetheart," said Pell. "I'll see if I can't find out." "Yes, if you will. They were good children, those three. It would be a pity if one of them were to come to any harm." Pell would not take his father away from a regular situation where he was earning a steady living. "We don't very well see what we could offer you in its place. But don't forget that you will always be welcome. Ellen herself sent me here." "Yes, yes. Give her many thanks for that. And now you be off, before the old woman comes back," said Lasse anxiously. "She doesn't like anyone to be here, she's afraid for her money." The first thing that had to go was Pell's winter overcoat. He pawned it one day, without letting Ellen know, and on coming home surprised her with the money, which he delightedly threw on the table, krone by krone. "How it rings," he said to young Lasse. The child gave a jump, and wanted the money to play with. "What do I want with a winter coat?" he retorted, to Ellen's kindly reproaches. "I'm not cold, and it only hangs up indoors here. I've borne with it all the summer." "Ah, that's warm," he cried, to the child, when Ellen had brought some fuel. That was really a good winter coat, that of father's. Mother and sister and young Lasse can all warm themselves at it. The child put his hands on his knees and peeped into the fire after his father's winter coat. The fire kindled flames in his big child's eyes, and played on his red cheeks. "Pretty overcoat," he said, laughing all over his face. They did not see much of the tenants of the house. Nor of the family. People were living quietly, each one fighting his own privations within his four walls. On Sundays they gave the children to one of the neighbors, went into the city, and stood for an hour outside some concert hall, freezing and listening to the music. Then they went home again and sat vegetating in the firelight, without lighting the lamp. One Sunday things looked bad. "The coals will hold out only till midday," said Ellen. "We shall have to go out. And there's no more food either. But perhaps we can go to the old folks, they'll put up with us till evening." As they were about to start, Ellen's brother Otto arrived, with his wife and 2 children, to call on them. Ellen exchanged a despairing glance with Pell. Winter had left its stamp on them too. Their faces were thin and serious. But they still had warm clothes. "You must keep your cloaks on," said Ellen, "for I have no more coal. I forgot it yesterday, I had so much to do. I had to put off ordering it until today, and today, unfortunately, the coal dealer isn't at home." "If only the children aren't cold," said Pell, "we grown-ups can easily keep ourselves warm." "Well, as long as they haven't icicles hanging from their noses they won't come to any harm," said Otto with a return of his old humor. They moved restlessly about the room and spoke of the bad times and the increasing need. "Yes, it's terrible that there isn't enough for everybody," said Otto's wife. "But the hard winter and the misery will come to an end and then things will be better again." "You mean we shall come to an end first?" said Otto, laughing despairingly. "No, not we, this poverty, of course. ACH, you know well enough what I mean. But he's always like that, she said, turning to Pelle. Curious, how you women still go about in the pious belief that there's not enough for all, said Pelle. Yet the harbor is full of stacks of coal, and there's no lack of eatables in the shops. On the contrary, there is more than usual, because so many are having to do without, and you can see, too, that everything in the city is cheaper. But what good is that when there's no money? It's the distribution that's all wrong. Yes, you are quite right, said Otto Stulp. It's really damnable that no one has the courage to help himself. Pelle heard Ellen go out through the kitchen door, and presently she came back with firing in her apron. She had borrowed it. I've scraped together just a last little bit of coal, she said, going down on her knees before the stove. In any case, it's enough to heat the water for a cup of coffee. Otto and his wife begged her urgently not to give herself any trouble. They had had some coffee before they left home, after a good solid breakfast. On Sundays we always have a solid breakfast, said young Madame Stulp, it does one such a lot of good. While she was speaking her eyes involuntarily followed Ellen's every moment, as though she could tell thereby how soon the coffee would be ready. Ellen chatted as she lit the fire. But of course they must have a cup of coffee, they weren't to go away with dry throats. Pelle sat by listening in melancholy surprise, her innocent boasting only made their poverty more glaring. He could see that Ellen was desperately perplexed, and he followed her into the kitchen. Pelle, she said, in desperation. They've counted on stopping here and eating until the evening. And I haven't a scrap in the house. What's to be done? Tell them how it is, of course. I can't. And they've had nothing to eat today, can't you see by looking at them? She burst into tears. Now, let me see to the whole thing, he said consolingly. But what are you going to give us with our coffee? I don't know. I have nothing but black bread and a little butter. Lord, what a little donkey, he said, smiling, and he took her face between his hands. And you stand there lamenting. Just you be cutting the bread and butter. Ellen set to work hesitatingly. But before she appeared with the refreshments they heard her bang the front door and go running down the steps. After a time she returned. Oh, Lord! Now the baker has sold out of white bread, she said, so you must just have black bread and butter with your coffee. But that's capital, they cried. Black bread always goes best with coffee. Only it's a shame we are giving you so much trouble. Look here, said Pelle, at last. It may please you to play hide-and-seek with one another, but it doesn't me, I am going to speak my mind. With us things are bad, and it can't be any better with you. Now how is it, really, with the old folks? They are struggling along, said Otto. They always have credit, and I think they have a little put by as well. Then shan't we go there tonight and have supper? Otherwise I'm afraid we shan't get anything. Yes, we will. It's true we were there the day before yesterday, but what does that matter? We must go somewhere, and at least it's sticking to the family. The cold had no effect on Pelle. The blood ran swiftly through his veins. He was always warm. Privation he accepted as an admonition, and merely felt the stronger for it. And he made use of his involuntary holiday to work for the cause. It was no time for public meetings and sounding words, many had not even clothes with which to go to meetings. The movement had lost its impetus through the cold, people had their work cut out to keep the little they already had. Pelle made it his business to encourage the hopes of the rejected, and was always on the run. He came into contact with many people. Misery stripped them bare and developed his knowledge of humanity. Wherever a trade was at a standstill, and want had made its appearance, he and others were at hand to prevent demoralization and to make the prevailing conditions the subject of agitation. He saw how want propagates itself like the plague, and gradually conquers all, a callous accomplice in the fate of the poor man. In a week to a fortnight unemployment would take all comfort from a home that represented the scraping and saving of many years, so crying was the disproportion. Here was enough to stamp a lasting comprehension upon the minds of all, and enough to challenge agitation. All but persons of feeble mind could see now what they were aiming at. And there were people here like those at home. Want made them even more submissive. They could hardly believe that they were so favored as to be permitted to walk the earth and go hungry. With them there was nothing to be done. They were born slaves, born with slavery deep in their hearts, pitiful and cur-like. They were people of a certain age, of an older generation than his. The younger folk were of another and a harder stuff, and he often was amazed to find how vigorously their minds echoed his ideas. They were ready to dare, ready to meet force with force. These must be held back lest they should prejudice the movement, for them its progress was never sufficiently rapid. His mind was young and intact and worked well in the cold weather. He restlessly drew comparisons and formed conclusions in respect of everything he came into contact with. The individual did not seem to change. The agitation was especially directed to awakening what was actually existent. For the rest, they must live their day and be replaced by a younger generation in whom demands for compensation came more readily to the tongue. So far as he could survey the evolution of the movement, it did not proceed through the generations, but in some amazing fashion grew out of the empty space between them. So youth, even at the beginning, was further ahead than age had been where it left off. The movements of the mind had an obscure and mystical effect upon him, as had the movement of his blood in childhood. Sometimes he felt a mysterious shudder run through him, and he began to understand what Morton had meant when he said that humanity was sacred. It was terrible that human beings should suffer such need, and Pell's resentment grew deeper. Through his contact with so many individuals he learned that Morton was not so exceptional. The minds of many betrayed the same impatience, and could not understand that a man who is hungry should control himself and be content with the fact of organization. There was a revolutionary feeling abroad, a sterner note was audible, and respectable people gave the unemployed a wide berth, while old people prophesied the end of the world. The poor had acquired a manner of thinking such as had never been known. One day Pell stood in a doorway with some other young people, discussing the aspect of affairs. It was a cold meeting place, but they had not sufficient means to call a meeting in the usual public room. The discussion was conducted in a very subdued tune, their voices were bitter and sullen. A well-dressed citizen went by. "There's a fine overcoat," cried one, "I should like to have one like that. Shall we fetch him into the doorway and pull his coat off?" He spoke loudly, and was about to run out into the street. "No stupidity," said Pell sadly, seizing him by the arm. "We should only do ourselves harm. Remember the authorities are keeping their eyes on us." "Well, what's a few weeks in prison?" the man replied. "At least one would get board and lodging for so long." There was a look that threatened mischief in his usually quiet and intelligent eyes. Chapter 24. There were rumors that the city authorities intended to intervene in order to remedy the condition of the unemployed, and shortly before Christmas large numbers of navvies were given employment. Part of the old ramparts was cleared away, and the space converted into parks and boulevards. Pell applied among 1,000 others and had the good fortune to be accepted. The contractor gave the preference to youthful energy. Every morning the workers appeared in a solid phalanx, the foreman of the works chose those he had need of, and the rest were free to depart. At home sat their wives and children, cheered by the possibility of work. The men felt no inclination to go home with bad news, so they loafed about in the vicinity. They came there long before daybreak in order to be the first, although there was not much hope. There was at least an excuse to leave one's bed, idleness was burning like hell fire in their loins. When the foreman came they thronged silently about him, with importunate eyes. One woman brought her husband. He walked modestly behind her, kept his eyes fixed upon her, and did precisely as she did. He was a great powerful fellow, but he did nothing of his own accord, did not even blow his nose unless she nudged him. "Come here, Thorvald," she said, cuffing him so hard as to hurt him. "Keep close behind me." She spoke in a harsh voice, into the empty air, as though to explain her behavior to the others, but no one looked at her. "He can't speak for himself properly, you see," she remarked at random. Her peevish voice made Pelle start. She was from Bornholm. Ah, those smart young girls at home, they were a man's salvation. "And the children have got to live too," she continued. "We have 8. "Yes, 8. "Then he's some use for something," said a workman who looked to be perishing with the cold. The woman worked her way through them, and actually succeeded in getting her man accepted. "And now you do whatever they tell you, nicely, and don't let them tempt you to play the fool in any way," she said, and she gave him a cuff which set him off working in his place. She raised her head defiantly as contemptuous laughter sounded about her. The place was like a slave market. The foreman went to and fro, seeking out the strongest, eyeing them from head to foot and choosing them for their muscular development and breadth of back. The contractor too was moving about and giving orders. "One of them rich snobs," said the laborers, grumbling, "all the laborers in town have to march out here so that he can pick himself the best. And he's beaten down the day's wages to 50 or. He's been a navvy himself, too, but now he's a man who enjoys his 100,000 a year. A regular bloodsucker, he is." The crowd continued to stand there and to loaf about all the day, in the hope that someone would give up, or fall ill, or go crazy, so that someone could take his place. They could not tear themselves away, the mere fact that work was being done chained them to the spot. They looked as though they might storm the works at any moment, and the police formed a ring about the place. They stood pressing forward, absorbed by their desire for work, with a sick longing in their faces. When the crowd had pressed forward too far, it hesitatingly allowed itself to be pushed back again. Suddenly there was a break in the ranks, a man leaped over the rail and seized a pickaxe. A couple of policemen wrested the tool from his hand and led him away. And as they stood there, a feeling of defiance rose within them, a fierce contempt for their privations and the whole shameless situation. It expressed itself in an angry half-suppressed growl. They followed the contractor with curious eyes as though they were looking for something in him but could not conceive what it was. In his arrogance at receiving such an excessive offer of labor, he decided to go further, and to lengthen the working day by an hour. The workers received an order to that effect one morning, just as they had commenced work. But at the same moment the 400 men, all but 2, threw down their implements and returned to their comrades. They stood there discussing the matter, purple with rage. So now their starving condition was to be made use of, in order to enrich the contractor by a further 100,000. "We must go to the city authorities," they cried. "No, to the newspaper." Others replied. "The paper. The paper is better. It's no use going to the city council, not until we have elected members of our own party to it," cried Pelle. "Remember that at the elections, comrades. We must elect men of our party everywhere, their encroachments will never be stopped until then. And now we must stand together and be firm. If it's got to be, better starve to death at once than do it slowly." They did not reply, but pressed closely about him, heavily listening. There was something altogether too fierce and profound in their attention. These men had declared a strike in midwinter, as their only remedy. What were they thinking of doing now? Pelle looked about him and was daunted by their dumb rage. This threatening silence wouldn't do. What would it lead to? It seemed as though something overwhelming and uncontrollable would spring from this stony taciturnity. Pelle sprang upon a heap of road metal. "Comrades," he cried, in a powerful voice. "This is merely a change, as the fox said when they flayed his skin off. They have deprived us of clothes and food and drink and comfort at home, and now they want to find a way of depriving us of our skins too. The question today is, forward or back? Perhaps this is the great time of trial, when we shall enter into possession of all we have desired. Hold together, comrades. Don't scatter and don't give way. Things are difficult enough now, but remember, we are well on in the winter, and it promises to break up early. The night is always darkest before daybreak. And shall we be afraid to suffer a little, we, who have suffered and been patient for hundreds of years? Our wives are sitting at home and fretting, perhaps they will be angry with us. We might at least have accepted what was offered us, they may say. But we can't go on seeing our dear ones at home fading away in spite of our utmost exertions. Hitherto the poor man's labor has been like an aimless prayer to heaven, deliver us from hunger and dirt, from misery, poverty, and cold, and give us bread, and again bread. Deliver our children from our lot, let not their limbs wither and their minds lapse into madness. That has been our prayer, but there is only one prayer that avails, and that is, to defy the wicked. We are the chosen people, and for that reason we must cry a halt. We will no longer do as we have done, for our wives' sakes, and our children's, and theirs again. Aye, but what is posterity to us? Of course it is something to us, precisely to us. Were your parents as you are? No, they were ground down into poverty and the dust, they crept submissively before the mighty. Then whence did we get all that makes us so strong and causes us to stand together? Time has stood still, comrades. It has placed its finger on our breast and he said, thus you shall do. Here where we stand, the old time ceases and the new time begins, and that is why we have thrown down our tools, with want staring us in the face, such a thing as has never been seen before. We want to revolutionize life, to make it sweet for the poor man. And for all time. You, who have so often staked your life and welfare for a florin, you now hold the whole future in your hands. You must endure, calmly and prudently. And you will never be forgotten, so long as there are workers on the earth. This winter will be the last through which we shall have to endure, for yonder lies the land toward which we have been wandering. Comrades! Through us the day shall come. Pell himself did not know what words he uttered. He felt only that something was speaking through him, something supremely mighty, that never lies. There was a radiant, prophetic ring in his voice, which carried his hearers off their feet, and his eyes were blazing. Before their eyes a figure arose from the hopeless winter, towering in radiance, a figure that was their own, and yet that of a young god. He rose, newborn, out of misery itself, struck aside the old grievous idea of fate, and in its place gave them a new faith, the radiant faith in their own might. They cried up to him, first single voices, then all. He gathered up their cries into a mighty cheer, a paean in honor of the new age. Every day they stationed themselves there, not to work, but to stand there in dumb protest. When the foreman called for workers they stood about in silent groups, threatening as a gloomy rock. Now and again they shouted a curse at those who had left them in the lurch. The city did nothing. They had held out a helping hand to the needy, and the latter had struck it away, now they must accept the consequences. The contractor had received permission to suspend the work entirely, but he kept it going with a few dozen strikebreakers, in order to irritate the workers. All over the great terrace a silence as of death prevailed, except in that corner where the little gang was at work, a policeman beside it, as though the men had been convicts. The wheelbarrows lay with their legs in the air, it was as though the pest had swept over the works. The strikebreakers were men of all callings. A few of the unemployed wrote down their names and addresses, in order to insert them in the working man. One of Stolp's fellow unionists was among them. He was a capable paterfamilias, and had taken part in the movement from its earliest days. It's a pity about him, said Stolp. He's an old mate of mine, and he's always been a good comrade till now. Now they'll give it him hard in the paper, we are compelled to. It does the trade no good when one of its representatives goes and turns traitor. Madame Stolp was unhappy. It's such a nice family, she said, we have always been on friendly terms with them. And I know they were hungry a long time. He has a young wife, father, it's not easy to stand out. It hurts me myself, replied Stolp. But one is compelled to do it, otherwise one would be guilty of partisanship. And no one shall come to me and say that I'm a respecter of persons. I should like to go and have a talk with them, said Pell. Perhaps they'd give it up then. He got the address and went there after working hours. The home had been stripped bare. There were 4 little children. The atmosphere was oppressive. The man, who was already well on in years, but was still powerful, sat at the table with a careworn expression eating his supper. While the children stood round with their chins on the edge of the table, attentively following every bite he took. The young wife was going to and fro. She brought him his simple food with a peculiarly loving gesture. Pell broached the question at issue. It was not pleasant to attack this old veteran. But it must be done. I know that well enough, said the man, nodding to himself. You needn't begin your lecture. I myself have been in the movement since the first days, and until now I've kept my oath. But now it's done with, for me. What do you want here, lad? Have you a wife and children crying for bread? Then think of your own. We don't cry, Hans, said the woman quietly. No, you don't, and that makes it even worse. Can I sit here and look on, while you get thinner day by day, and perish with the cold? To hell with the comrades and their big words, what have they led to? Formerly we used to go hungry just for a little while, and now we starve outright, that's the difference. Leave me alone, I tell you. Curse it, why don't they leave me in peace? He took a mouthful of brandy from the bottle. His wife pushed a glass toward him, but he pushed it violently away. You'll be put in the paper tomorrow, said Pell, hesitating. I only wanted to tell you that. Yes, and to write of me that I'm a swine and a bad comrade, and perhaps that I beat my wife as well. You know yourself it's all lies, but what is that to me? Will you have a drink? No, Pell wouldn't take anything. Then I will myself, said the man, and he laughed angrily. Now you can certify that I'm a hog, I drink out of the bottle. And another evening you can come and listen at the keyhole, perhaps then you'll hear me beating my wife. The woman began to cry. Oh, damn it all, they might leave me in peace, said the man defiantly. Pell had to go with nothing affected. Chapter 25. The ark was now freezing in the north wind, all outward signs of life were stripped from it. The sounds that in summer bubbled up from its deep well-like shaft were silent now. The indistinguishable dripping of 100 waste pipes, that turned the court into a little well with green slimy walls, was silent too. The frost had fitted them all with stoppers. And where the toads had sat gorging themselves in the cavities of the walls, fantastic caverns of green moss and slimy filaments, a crust of ice hung over all. A grimy glacier, which extended from the attics right down to the floor of the court. Where were they now, the grimy, joyful children? And what of the evening carouse of the hearse driver, for which his wife would soundly thrash him? And the quarrelsome women's voices, which would suddenly break out over this or that railing, criticizing the whole court, sharp as so many razors? The frost was harder than ever. It had swept all these things away and had locked them up as closely as might be. The hurdy-gurdy man lay down below in his cellar, and had as visitor that good friend of the north wind, the gout. And down in the deserted court the draught went shuffling along the dripping walls. Whenever anyone entered the tunnel entry the draught clutched at his knees with icy fingers, so that the pain penetrated to the very heart. There stood the old barack, staring emptily out of its black windows. The cold had stripped away the last shred of figured curtain, and sent it packing to the pawnshop. It had exchanged the canary for a score of firewood, and had put a stop to the day-long, lonely crying of the little children behind the locked doors, that hymn of labor, which had ceased only in the evening, when the mothers returned from the factories. Now the mothers sat with their children all day long, and no one but the cold grudged them this delight. But the cold and its sister, hunger, came every day to look in upon them. On the third floor, away from the court, Widow Johnson sat in the corner by the stove. Hannah's little girl lay cowering on the floor, on a tattered patchwork counterpane. Through the naked window one saw only ice, as though the atmosphere were frozen down to the ground. Transparent spots had formed on the window panes every time the child had breathed on them in order to look out, but they had soon closed up again. The old woman sat staring straight into the stove with big, round eyes. Her little head quivered continually. She was like a bird of ill omen, that knew a great deal more than anyone could bear to hear. "Now I'm cold again, grandmother," said the child quietly. "Don't keep from shivering, then you'll be warm," said the old woman. "Are you shivering?" "No, I'm too old and stiff for it, I can't shiver any more. But the cold numbs my limbs, so that I can't feel them. I could manage well enough if it wasn't for my back." "You lean your back against the cold stove too?" "Yes, the cold grips my poor back so. But that's stupid, when the stove isn't going." "But if only my back would get numb too," said the old woman piteously. The child was silent, and turned her head away. Over the hole of the wall were tiny glittering crystals. Now and again there was a rustling sound under the wallpaper. "Grandmother, what's that funny noise?" asked the child. "That's the bugs, they are coming down," said the old woman. "It's too cold for them up there in the attics, and they don't like it here. You should see them, they go to Olsen's with the warm wall. They stay there in the cold." "Is the wall at Olsen's always warm, then?" "Yes, when there's fire in the boiler of the steam mill." Then the child was silent a while, wearily turning her head from side to side. A dreadful weariness was stamped on her face. "I'm cold," she complained after a time. "See if you can't shiver. Hadn't I better jump a bit?" "No, then you'd just swallow down the cold, the air is like ice. Just keep still, and soon mother will be here, and she'll bring something." "She never gets anything," said the child. "When she gets there it's always all over." "That's not true," said Madame Johnson severely. "There's food enough in the soup kitchens for all. It's just a matter of understanding how to go about it. The poor must get shame out of their heads. She'll bring something today." The child stood up and breathed a hole in the ice on the windowpane. "Look now, whether it isn't going to snow a little so that the poor man can get yet another day's employment," said the old woman. No, the wind was still blowing from the north, although it commonly shuffled along the canal. But now, week after week, it blew from the Nikolai Tower, and played the flute on the hollow bones of poverty. The canals were covered with ice, and the ground looked horribly hard. The naked frost chased the people across it like withered leaves. With a thin rustling sound they were swept across the bridges and disappeared. A great yellow van came driving by. The huge gates of the prison opened slowly and swallowed it. It was the van containing the meat for the prisoners. The child followed it with a desolate expression. "Mother isn't coming," she said. "I am so hungry." "She will soon come, you just wait. And don't stand in the light there, come here in the corner. The light strikes the cold right through one. But I feel colder in the dark." "That's just because you don't understand. I only long now for the pitch darkness." "I long for the sun," retorted the child defiantly. There was a creaking of timber out in the yard. The child ran out and opened the door leading to the gallery. It was only the people opposite, who were tearing a step away. But then came mother, with a tin pail in her hand, and a bundle under her arm, and there was something in the pail, it looked heavy. Tra-la-la. And the bundle, the bundle. What was in that? "Mother, mother," she cried shrilly, leaning far over the rickety rail. Hannah came swiftly up the stairs, with open mouth and red cheeks, and a face peeped out of every little nest. "Now Widow Hannah has taken the plunge," they said. They knew what a point of honor it had been with her to look after her mother and her child unaided. She was a good girl. And Widow Hannah nodded to them all, as much as to say, "Now it's done, thank God." She stood leaning over the table, and lifted the cover off the pail. "Look," she said, as she stirred the soup with a ladle, "there's pearl barley and potherbs. If only we had something we could warm it up with." "We can tear away a bit of the woodwork like other people," said the mother. "Yes," replied Hannah breathlessly, "yes, why not? If one can beg, one can do that." She ran out onto the gallery and tore away a few bits of trellis, so that the sound re-echoed through the court. People watched her out of all the dark windows. Widow Hannah had knocked off the head of her pride. Then they sat down to their soup, the old woman and the child. "Eat," said Hannah, standing over them and looking on with glowing eyes. Her cheeks were burning. "You look like a flower in the cold," said her mother. "But eat, yourself, or you'll starve to death." No, Hannah would not eat. "I feel so light," she said, "I don't need any food." She stood there fingering her bundle, all her features were quivering, and her mouth was like that of a person sick of a fever. "What have you there?" asked Madame Johnson. "Clothes for you and little Marie. You were so cold. I got them downstairs from the old clothes woman, they were so cheap." "Do you say you bought them?" "Yes, I got them on credit." Well, if you haven't given too much for them. But it will do one good to have something warm on one's back." Hannah undid the bundle, while the others looked on in suspense. A light summer dress made its appearance, pleated and low-necked, blue as little Marie's eyes, and a pair of thin kid shoes. The child and the old woman gazed wonderingly at the dress. "How fine," they said. They had forgotten everything, and were all admiration. But Hannah stood staring with horror, and suddenly burst into sobs. Come, Hannah," said her mother, clapping her on the back. "You have bought a dress for yourself, that's not so dreadful. Youth will have its rights." "No, mother, no, I didn't buy it at all. I knew you both needed something to keep you warm, so I went into a fine house and asked if they hadn't any cast-off things, and there was a young lady, she gave me this, and she was so kind. No, I didn't know at all what was in the bundle, I really didn't know, dear mother." Well, they are fine enough," said the old woman, spreading the dress out in front of her. "They are fine things." But Hannah put the things together and threw them into the corner by the stove. "You are ill," said her mother, gazing at her searchingly, "your eyes are blazing like fire." The darkness descended, and they went to bed. People burned no useless lights in those days, and it was certainly best to be in bed. They had laid the feather bed over themselves crosswise, when it comfortably covered all three, their daytime clothes they laid over their feet. Little Marie lay in the middle. No harm could come to her there. They talked at random about indifferent matters. Hannah's voice sounded loud and cheerful in the darkness as though it came from a radiant countryside. "You are so restless," said the mother. "Won't you try to sleep a little? I can feel the burning in you from here." "I feel so light," replied Hannah, "I can't lie still." But she did lie still, gazing into space and humming inaudibly to herself, while the fever raged in her veins. After a time the old woman awoke, she was cold. Hannah was standing in the middle of the room, with open mouth, and was engaged in putting on her fine linen underclothing by the light of a candle end. Her breath came in short gasps and hung white on the air. "Are you standing there naked in the cold?" said Madame Johnson reproachfully. "You ought to take a little care of yourself." "Why, mother, I'm so warm." "Why, it's summer now." "What are you doing, child?" "I am only making myself a little bit smart, mother dear." Yes, dance, my baby. You've still got the best of your youth before you, poor child. Why didn't you get a husband where you got the child from?" Hannah only hummed a tune to herself, and proceeded to don the bright blue summer costume. It was a little full across the chest, but the décolletage sat snugly over her uncovered bosom. A faint cloud of vapor surrounded her person like a summer haze. Her mother had to hook up the dress at the back. "If only we don't wake Marie," she whispered, entirely absorbed by the dress. And the fine lace on the chemise, you can always let that peep out of the dress a little, it looks so pretty like that. Now you really look like a summer girl. I'll just run down and show it to Madame Olsen, said Hannah, pressing her hand to her glowing cheeks. Yes, do, poor folks' joys must have their due, replied the old woman, turning over to the wall. Hannah ran down the steps and across the yard and out into the street. The ground was hard and ringing in the frost, the cold was angry and biting, but the road seemed to burn Hannah through her thin shoes. She ran through the market, across the bridge, and into the less crowded quarter of the city, right into Pelle's arms. He was just going to see Father Lasse. Pelle was wearied and stupefied with the continual battle with hard reality. The bottomless depths of misery were beginning to waste his courage. Was it really of any use to hold the many together? It only made the torture yet harder for them to bear. But in a moment everything looked as bright as though he had fallen into a state of ecstasy, as had often happened lately. In the midst of the sternest realities it would suddenly happen that his soul would leap within him and conjure up the new age of happiness before his eyes. And the terrible dearth filled his arms to overflowing with abundance. He did not feel the cold, the great dearth had no existence, violent spiritual excitement and insufficient nourishment made the blood sing continually in his ears. He accepted it as a happy music from a contented world. It did not surprise him that he should meet Hannah in summer clothing and attired as for a ball. "Pelle, my protector," she said, grasping his hand. "Will you go to the dance with me?" That's really the old Hannah, thought Pelle delightedly, the careless princess of the park, and she is feverish, just as she used to be then. He himself was in a fever. When their eyes met they emitted a curious, cold, sparkling light. He had quite forgotten Father Lasse and his errand, and went with Hannah. The entrance of the seventh heaven was flooded with light, which exposed the merciless cold of the street. Outside, in the sea of light, thronged the children of the terrible winter, disheveled and perishing with the cold. They stood there shuddering, or felt in their pockets for a 5 piece, and if they found it they slipped through the blood-red tunnel into the dancing hall. But it was cold in there too. Their breath hung like white powder on the air, and crystals of ice glittered on the polished floor. Who would dream of heating a room where the joy of life was burning? And 1,000 candles? Here carelessness was wont to give of its abundance, so that the lofty room lay in a cloud and the musicians were bathed in sweat. But now the cold had put an end to that. Unemployed workers lounged about the tables, disinclined for movement. Winter had not left the poor fellows an ounce of frivolity. Cerberus Olsen might spare himself the trouble of going round with his giant arms outspread, driving the 2 or 3 couples of dancers with their 5 pieces indoors toward the music. As though they had been a whole crowd. People only toiled across the floor in order to have the right to remain there. Good Lord! Some of them had rings and watches, and Cerberus had ready cash. What sort of dearth was that? The men sat under the painted ceiling and the gilded mirrors, over a glass of beer, leaving the girls to freeze. Even Elvira had to sit still. "Mazurka!" bellowed Cerberus, going threateningly from table to table. They slunk into the hall like beaten curs, dejectedly danced once round the floor, and paid. But what is this? Is it not Summer herself stepping into the hall? All glowing and lightly clad in the blue of forget-me-nots, with a rose in her fair hair? Warmth lies like fleeting summer upon her bare shoulders, although she has come straight out of the terrible winter, and she steps with boldly moving limbs, like a daughter of joy. How proudly she carries her bosom, as though she were the bride of fortune, and how she burns. Who is she? Can no one say? Oh, that is Widow Hannah, a respectable girl, who for 7 long years faithfully trod her way to and from the factory, in order to keep her old mother and her child. But how comes it then that she has the discreet Pelle on her arm? He who has sold his own youth to the devil, in order to alleviate poverty? What does he want here on the dancing floor? And Hannah, whence did she get her finery? She is still out of employment. And how in all the world has she grown so beautiful? They whisper behind her, following her as she advances. And in the midst of the hall she stands still and smiles. Her eyes burn with a volcanic fire. A young man rushes forward and encircles her with his arm. A dance with Hana. A dance with Hana. Hana dances with a peculiar hesitation, as though her joy had brought her from far away. Heavily, softly, she weighs on the arms of her partners, and the warmth rises from her bare bosom and dispels the cold of the terrible winter. It is as though she were on fire. Who could fail to be warmed by her? Now the room is warm once more. Hana is like a blazing meteor that kindles all as it circles round. Where she glides past the fire springs up and the blood runs warmly in the veins. They overturn the chairs in their eagerness to dance with her. Hi, steward. 5 kroner on my watch, only be quick. ACH, Hana, a dance with me. Do you remember we were at the factory together? We used to go to school together. Hana does not reply, but she leaves Pelle and lays her naked arm upon their shoulders, and if they touch it with their cheeks the fire streams through them. They do not want to let her go again. They hold her fast embraced, gliding along with her to where the musicians are sitting, where all have to pay. No word passes her lips, but the fire within her is a promise to each of them, a promise of things most precious. May I see you home tonight, they whisper, hanging on her silent lips. But to Pelle she speaks as they glide along. Pelle, how strong you are. Why have you never taken me? Do you love me? Her hand is clasping his shoulder as she whirls along beside him. Her breath burns in his ear. I don't know, he says uneasily. But stop now, you are ill. Hold me like that. Why have you never been stronger than I? Do you want me, Pelle? I'll be yours. Pelle shakes his head. No, I love you only like a sister now. And now I love you. Look, you are so distant to me, I don't understand you, and your hand is as hard as if you came from another world. You are heavy, Pelle. Have you brought me happiness from a foreign land with you? Hana, you are ill. Stop now and let me take you home. Pelle, you are not the right one. What is there strange about you? Nothing. So let me alone, I am going to dance with the others as well. Hitherto Hana has been dancing without intermission. The men stand waiting for her, when one releases her 10 spring forward, and this evening Hana wants to dance with them all. Every one of them should be permitted to warm himself by her. Her eyes are like sparks in the darkness, her silent demeanor excites them, they swing her round more and more wildly. Those who cannot dance with her must slake the fire within them with drink. The terrible winter is put to flight, and it is warm as in hell itself. The blood is seething in their brains. It injects the whites of their eyes, and expresses itself in wanton frolic, in a need to dance till they drop, or to fight. Hana is wild tonight, she has got her second youth, says Elvira and the other girls maliciously. Hold your tongues. No one shall criticize Hana's behavior. It is wonderful to touch her. The touch of her skin hurts one, as though she was not flesh and blood, but fire from heaven. They say she has not had a bite of food for a week. The old woman and the child have had all there was. And yet she is burning. And see, she has now been dancing without a break for 2 whole hours. Can one understand such a thing? Hana dances like a messenger from another world, where fire, not cold, is the condition of life. Every dancer leaves his partner in the lurch as soon as she is free. How lightly she dances. Dancing with her, one soars upward, far away from the cold. One forgets all misery in her eyes. But she has grown paler and paler. She is dancing the fire out of her body while others are dancing it in. Now she is quite white, and Olsen's Elvira comes up and tugs at her dress, with anxiety in her glance. Hana, Hana. But Hana does not see her, she is only longing for the next pair of arms, her eyes are closed. She has so much to make up for. And who so innocent as she? She does not once realize that she is robbing others of their pleasure. Is she suffering from vertigo or St. Vitus's dance, in her widowhood? Hold your tongue. How beautiful she is. Now she is growing rosy again, and opening her eyes. Fire darts from them. She has brought Pelle out of his corner and is whispering something to him, blushing as she does so. Perhaps that precious promise that hitherto no one has been able to draw from her. Pelle must always be the lucky man. Pelle, why don't you dance with me oftener? Why do you sit in the corner there always and sulk? Are you angry with me as you used to be, and why are you so hard and cold? And your clothes are quite stiff. I come from outside all this, from the terrible winter, Hannah, where the children are crying for bread, and the women dying of starvation. And the men go about with idle hands and look on the ground because they are ashamed of their unemployment. But why? It is still summer. Only look how cheerful everyone is. Take me, then, Pelle. Hannah grows red, redder than blood, and leans her head on his shoulder. Only see how she surrenders herself, blissful in her unashamed ecstasy. She droops backward in his arms, and from between her lips springs a great rose of blood, that gushes down over the summer blue dress. Fastened to the spot by his terrible burden, Pelle stands there unable to move. He can only gaze at Hannah, until Cerberus takes her in his giant's arms and bears her out. She is so light in her summer finery, she weighs nothing at all. Mazurka, he bellows, as he returns, and goes commandingly along the ranks of dancers. Chapter 26. At the end of January, Pelle obtained a place as laborer in the Denmark machine works. He was badly paid, but Ellen rejoiced, none the less. With nothing one could only cry, with a little one could grow strong again. She was still a little pale after her confinement, but she looked courageous. At the first word of work her head was seething with comprehensive plans. She began at once to redeem various articles and to pay off little debts. She planned out a whole system and carried it out undeviatingly. The new sister was something for young Lasse. He understood immediately that she was someone given to him in order to amuse him in his loneliness. During the confinement he had remained with his grandparents, so that the stork should not carry him away when it came with his little sister, for he was dear to them. But when he returned home she was lying asleep in her cradle. He just touched her eyelids, to see if she had eyes like his own. They snatched his fingers away, so he could not solve the exciting problem that day. But sister had eyes, great dark eyes, which followed him about the room, past the head of the bed and round the other side, always with the same attentive expression. While the round cheeks went out and in like those of a sucking animal. And young Lasse felt very distinctly that one was under obligations when eyes followed one about like that. He was quite a little man already, and he longed to be noticed. So he ran about making himself big, and rolling over like a clown, and playing the strong man with the footstool, while his sister followed him with her eyes, without moving a muscle of her face. He felt that she might have vouchsafed him a little applause, when he had given himself so much trouble. One day he inflated a paper bag and burst it before her face. That was a help. Sister forgot her imperturbability, gave a jump, and began to roar. He was smacked for that, but he had his compensation. Her little face began to quiver directly he approached her, in order to show her something, and she often began to roar before he had performed his trick. "Go away from your sister Lasse Frederick," said his mother. "You are frightening her." But things were quite different only a month later. There was no one who understood young Lasse's doings better than sister. If he did but move his plump little body, or uttered a sound, she twittered like a starling. Ellen's frozen expression had disappeared, now that she had something to work at again. The cold had weaned her from many of her exactions, and others were gratified by the children. The two little ones kept her very busy. She did not miss Pelle now. She had become accustomed to his being continually away from home, and she had taken possession of him in her thoughts, in her own fashion. She held imaginary conversations with him as she went about her work, and it was a joy to her to make him comfortable during the short time that he was at home. Pelle conceived his home as an intimate little world, in which he could take shelter when he was weary. He had redeemed that obscure demand in Ellen's eyes, in the shape of two dear little creatures that gave her plenty to do. Now it was her real self that advanced to meet him. And there was a peculiar loyalty about her, that laid hold of his heart. She no longer resented his small earnings, and she did not reproach him because he was only a workman. He had been obliged to resign his position as president of his union on account of his longer hours. There was no prospect at present of his being able to return to his vocation. But the hard bodily labor agreed with him. In order to help out his small earnings, he busied himself with repairs in the evenings. Ellen helped him, and they sat together and gossiped over their work. They ignored the labor movement. It did not interest Ellen, and he by no means objected to a brief rest from it. Young Lasse sat at the table, drawing and putting in his word now and then. Often, when Pelle brought out the work, Ellen had done the greater part of it during the day, and had only left what she did not understand. In return he devised little ways of pleasing her. In the new year the winter was not so severe. Already in February the first promise of spring was perceptible. One noticed it in Ellen. "Shan't we pack a picnic basket and go out to one of the beer gardens on Sunday? It would do the children good to get into the air," she would say. Pelle was very willing. But on Sunday there was a meeting of the party leaders and a meeting concerning the affairs of the factory. He must be present at both. And in the evening he had promised to speak before a trade union. "Then we'll go out ourselves, the children and I," said Ellen peacefully. When they came home it seemed they had amused themselves excellently. Pelle was no longer indispensable. The hard winter was over at last. It was still freezing, especially at night, but the people knew it was over in spite of that. And the ice in the canals knew it also. It began to show fractures running in all directions, and to drift out toward the sea. Even the houses gave one a feeling of spring. They were brighter in hue. And the sun was shining into the sky overhead. If one looked for it one could see it glowing above the roofs. Down in the narrow lanes and the well-like courtyards the children stamped about in the snowy slush and sang to the sun which they could not see. People began to recover from the long privations of the winter. The cold might return at any moment, but all were united in their belief in the spring. The starlings began to make their appearance, and the moisture of the earth rose again to the surface and broke its way through the hard crust, in dark patches. And business ventured to raise its head. A peculiar universal will seem to prevail in all things. Down under the earth it sprouted amid frost and snow, and crept forth, young, and seemingly brought forth by the cold itself. And in all things frozen by winter the promise unfolded itself, in spite of all. The workmen's quarter of the city began to revive. Now it was once more of some use to go about looking for work. It did one good to get out and walk in the daylight for a while. And it also did one good once more to fill one's belly every day and to fetch the household goods home from the pawn shop, and to air one's self a little, until one's turn came round again. But things did not go as well as they should have done. It looked as though the cold had completely crippled the sources of commercial activity. The spring came nearer. The sun rose higher every day, and began to recover its power, but business showed no signs of real recovery as yet. It did no more than supply what was needed from day to day. There was no life in it, as there had been of old. At this time of the year manufacturers were glad as a rule to increase their stocks, so as to meet the demands of the summer. It was usual to make up for the time lost during the winter. The workers would put forth their utmost strength, and would work overtime. Many anxious questions were asked. What was the matter? Why didn't things get going again? The working man for the present offered no explanation, but addressed a covert warning to certain people that they had best not form an alliance with want. Gradually the situation assumed more definite outlines. The employers were making preparations of some kind, for which reason they did not resume business with any great vigor. In spite of their privations during the winter, the workers had once again returned some of their own representatives to Parliament. And now they were getting ready to strike a blow at the municipal elections. That was the thing to do now. And in the forefront of the battle stood the ever-increasing organization which now included all vocations and the whole country a single body. And which claimed a decisive voice in the ordering of conditions. The poor man was made to feel how little he could accomplish without those who kept everything going. In the meantime there were rumors that a lockout was being prepared, affecting every occupation, and intended to destroy the Federation at one blow. But that was inconceivable. They had experienced only small lockouts, when there was disagreement about some particular point. That anyone could think of setting the winter's distress in opposition to the will of nature, when every man was willing to work on the basis of the current tariff, no, the idea was too fiendish. But one distinction was being made. Men who had done any particular work for the movement would find it more difficult to obtain employment. They would be degraded, or simply replaced by others, when they applied for their old places after the standstill of the winter. Uncertainty prevailed, especially in those trades which had the longest connection with the labor organization. One could not but perceive this to be a consequence of combination. For that reason the feeling of insecurity increased. Everyone felt that the situation was unendurable and untenable, and foresaw some malicious stroke. Especially in the iron industry relations were extremely strained. The iron founders were always a hard-handed lot. It was there that one first saw what was about to develop. Pell anxiously watched events. If a conflict were to occur just now, it would mean a defeat of the workers, who were without supplies and were stripped to the buff. With the winter had ceased even the small chance of employment on the ramparts, it was obvious that an assault would shatter their cohesion. He did not express his anxieties to them. They were at bottom like little children. It would do no good for them to suffer too great anxiety. But to the leaders he insisted that they must contrive to avoid a conflict, even if it entailed concessions. For the first time Pell proposed a retreat. 1 week followed another, and the tension increased, but nothing happened. The employers were afraid of public opinion. The winter had struck terrible blows. They dared not assume the responsibility for declaring war. In the Denmark machine works the tension was of long standing. At the time when the farmers were compelled, by the conditions of the world market, to give up the cultivation of cereals for dairy farming. The directors of the factory had perceived in advance that the future would lie in that direction, and had begun to produce dairy machinery. The factory succeeded in constructing a centrifugal separator which had a great sale, and this new branch of industry absorbed an ever-increasing body of workers. Hitherto the best qualified men had been selected, they were continually improving the manufacture, and the sales were increasing both at home and abroad. The workers gradually became so skilled in their specialty that the manufacturers found themselves compelled to reduce their wages, otherwise they would have earned too much. This had happened twice in the course of the years, and the workers had received the hint that was necessary to meet competition in foreign markets. But at the same time the centrifugal separators were continually increasing in price, on account of the great demand for them. The workers had regarded the lowering of their wages as something inevitable, and took pains yet further to increase their skill. So that their earnings had once more come to represent a good average wage. Now, immediately after the winter slackness, there were rumors in circulation that the manufacturers intended once more to decrease the rate of pay. But this time the men had no intention of accommodating themselves to the decrease. Their resentment against the unrighteousness of this proceeding went to their heads. They were very near demonstrating at the mere rumor. Pell, however, succeeded in persuading them that they were confronted by nothing more than foolish gossip for which no one was responsible. Afterward, when their fear had evaporated and all was again going as usual, they came to him and thanked him. But on the next payday there was a notice from the office to the effect that the current rate of wages was not in accordance with the times, it was to be improved. This sounded absolutely innocent, but everyone knew what lay behind it. It was one of the first days of spring. The sun was shining into the vast workshop, casting great shafts of light across it, and in the blue haze pulleys and belts were revolving. The workers, as they stood at their work, were whistling in time with the many wheels and the ringing of metal. They were like a flock of birds, who have just landed on a familiar coast and are getting the spring. Pelle was carrying in some raw material when the news came and extinguished all their joy. It was passed on a scrap of paper from man to man, brief and callous. The managers of the factory wanted to have nothing to do with the organization, but silently went behind it. All had a period of 14 days in which to subscribe to the new tariff. No arguments, if you please, sign, or go. When the notice came to Pelle, all eyes were turned upon him as though they expected a signal. Tools were laid down, but the machinery ran idly for a time. Pelle read the notice and then bent over his work again. During the midday pause they crowded about him. "What now?" they asked, and their eyes were fixed upon him, while their hands were trembling. "Hadn't we better pack up and go at once? This shearing will soon be too much for us, if they do it every time a little wool has grown on us." "Wait," said Pelle. "Just wait. Let the other side do everything, and let us see how far they will go. Behave as if nothing had happened, and get on with your work. You have the responsibility of wives and children." They grumblingly followed his advice, and went back to their work. Pelle did not wonder at them. There had been a time when he too would throw down his work if anyone imposed on him, even if everything had gone to the devil through it. But now he was responsible for many, which was enough to make a man prudent. "Wait," he told them over and over again. "Tomorrow we shall know more than we do today. It wants thinking over before we deal with it." So they put the new tariff aside and went to work as though nothing had happened. The management of the factory treated the matter as settled, and the directors went about with a contented look. Pelle wondered at his comrades' behavior. After a few days they were in their usual spirits, indulging in all kinds of pastimes during their mealtime. As soon as the whistle sounded at noon the machinery stopped running, and the workers all dropped their tools. A few quickly drew their coats on, intending to go home for a mouthful of warm food, while some went to the beer cellars of the neighborhood. Those who lived far from their homes sat on the lathe beds and ate their food there. When the food was consumed they gathered together in groups, gossiping, or chaffing one another. Pelle often made use of the midday rest to run over to the Ark, in order to greet Father Lasse, who had obtained work in one of the granaries and was now able to get along quite nicely. One day at noon Pelle was standing in the midst of a group of men, making a drawing of a conceited, arrogant foreman with a scrap of chalk on a large iron plate. The drawing evoked much merriment. Some of his comrades had in the meantime been disputing as to the elevating machinery of a submarine. Pelle rapidly erased his caricature and silently sketched an elevation of the machinery in question. He had so often seen it when the vessel lay in the harbor at home. The others were obliged to admit that he was right. There was a sudden silence as one of the engineers passed through the workshop. He caught sight of the drawing and asked whose work it was. Pelle had to go to the office with him. The engineer asked him all sorts of questions, and was amazed to learn that he had never had lessons in drawing. "Perhaps we could make use of you upstairs here," he said. "Would you care for that?" Pelle's heart gave a sudden leap. This was luck, the real genuine good fortune that seized upon its man and lifted him straightway into a region of dazzling radiance. "Yes," he stammered, "yes, thank you very much." His emotion was near choking him. "Then come tomorrow at 7, to the drawing office," said the engineer. "No, what's today?" "Saturday." "Then Monday morning." And so the affair was settled, without any beating about the bush. There was a man after Pelle's own heart. When he went downstairs the men crowded about him, in order to hear the result. "Now your fortune's made," they said, "they'll put you to machine drawing now, and if you know your business you'll get independent work and become a constructor." That's the way Director Jeppesen got on. He started down here on the molding floor, and now he's a great man. Their faces were beaming with delight in his good fortune. He looked at them, and realized that they regarded him as capable of anything. He spent the rest of the day as in a dream, and hurried home to share the news with Ellen. He was quite confused. There was a surging in his ears, as in childhood, when life suddenly revealed one of its miracles to him. Ellen flung her arms round his neck in her joy. She would not let him go again, but held him fast, gazing at him wonderingly, as in the old days. "I've always known you were intended for something," she said, looking at him with pride. "There's no one like you. And now, only think. But the children, they must know too." And she snatched little sister from her sleep, and informed her what had happened. The child began to cry. "You are frightening her, you are so delighted," said Pelle, who was himself smiling all over his face. "But now we shall mix with genteel people," said Ellen suddenly, as she was laying the table. "If only I can adapt myself to it. And the children shall go to the middle-class school." When Pelle had eaten, he was about to sit down to his cobbling. "No," said Ellen decidedly, taking the work away, "that's no work for you any longer." "But it must be finished," said Pelle. "We can't deliver half-finished work." "I'll soon finish it for you, you just put your best clothes on, you look like a working man, eh?" said Pelle, smiling. Pelle dressed himself and went off to the park to give Father Lasse the news. Later he would meet the others at his father-in-law's. Lasse was at home, and was eating his supper. He had fried himself an egg over the stove, and there was beer and brandy on the table. He had rented a little room off the long corridor, near Crazy Vincelev's. There was no window, but there was a pane of glass over the door leading into the gloomy passage. The lime was falling from the walls, so that the cob was showing in great patches. "Well, well," said Lasse, delighted, "so it's come to this. I've often wondered to myself why you had been given such unprofitable talents, such as lying about and painting on the walls or on paper, you, a poor laborer's son. Something must be intended by that, I used to tell myself, in my own mind, perhaps it's the gift of God and he'll get on by reason of it. And now it really seems as if it's to find its use." "It's not comfortable for you here, father," said Pelle. "But I shall soon take you away from here, whether you like it or not. When we've paid off a few of the winter's debts we shall be moving into a 3-roomed apartment, and then you'll have a room for your own use, but you mustn't go to work any longer then. You must be prepared for that." Yes, I've nothing against living with you, so long as I'm not taking the bread out of others' mouths." "Ah, no, Pelle, it won't be difficult for me to give up my work. I have overworked myself ever since I could crawl. For 70 years almost I've toiled for my daily bread, and now I'm tired. So many thanks for your kind intentions. I shall pass the time well with the children. Send me word whenever you will." The news was already known in the park, and the inmates came up to wish him luck as he was leaving. "You won't be running in here any more and gossiping with us when once you are settled in your new calling," they said. "That would never do. But don't quite forget all about us just because we are poor." No, Pelle has been through so many hungry times with us poor folks, he's not one of those who forget old friendship," they themselves replied. Only now, when he had left the park, did he realize that there was something to which he was bidding farewell. It was the cordial community with all his kind, their radiant faith in him, and his own belief in his mission there. He had known a peculiar joy in the half-embittered recklessness, the community of feeling, and the struggle. Was he not, so to speak, the prince of poverty, to whom they all looked up, and of whom they all expected that he would lead them into a strange world? And could he justify himself for leaving them all in the lurch because of his own good fortune? Perhaps he was really appointed to lead the movement, perhaps he was the only one who could do so. This belief had always been faintly glimmering in the back of his mind, had stood behind his endurance in the conflict, and behind all the gladness with which he bore privation. Was he in his arrogance to repudiate the place that had formed him? No, he was not so blatant as all that. There was plenty beside himself capable of seeing the movement through, and fortune had tapped him on the shoulder. "March forward, Pelle," an inward voice exhorted him. "What have you to consider? You have no right to thrust success away from you. Do you want to ruin yourself without profiting others? You have been a good comrade, but here your ways divide. God himself has given you talent. Even as a child you used to practice it, no one will gain by your remaining poor. Choose your own path." Yes, Pelle had chosen readily enough. He knew very well that he must accept this good fortune, whatever the world might say to it. Only it hurt him to leave the others behind. He was bound to poverty by such intimate ties. He felt the solidarity of the poor so keenly that it hurt him to tear himself away. Common cares had made him a man, and the struggle had given him a peculiar and effective strength. But now he would attend no more meetings. It would be droll indeed if he were to have nothing more to do with the cause, but were to belong to the other side, he, Pelle, who had been a flaming torch. No, he would never leave them in the lurch, that he knew. Even if he were to climb ever so high, and he entertained no doubts as to that, he would always feel for his old comrades and show them the way to obtain good relations between worker and employer. Ellen saw how serious he was, perhaps she guessed that he was feeling remorseful. She would help him to get over that. "Can't we have your father here tomorrow?" she said. "He can lie on the long chair in the living room until we move into our new home. It isn't right to let him stay where he is, and in your new situation you couldn't do it." Chapter 27. The unrest increased in the workshops roundabout. No one who had anything to do with the organization felt really secure. It was evidently the intention of the employers to drive the workers to extremes, and thereby to force them to break the peace. "They want to destroy the trades unions, so that they can scrape the butter off our bread again," said the workers. "They think it'll be easier now that the winter has made us thankful for a dry crust. But that's an infernal lie." The masses grew more and more embittered. Everywhere they were ready for a fight, and asked nothing better than to plunge into it. The women wept and shuddered. Most of them understood only that the sufferings of the winter were going to begin all over again. They took desperate steps to prevent this. They threw their shawls over their heads and rushed off to the offices, to the manufacturers, and pleaded with them to avert the disaster. The Central Committee counseled a peaceful demeanor and caution. Everything depended upon their having the right on their side in the opinion of the public. It was easy for Pelle to follow all that was happening, although he now stood outside the whole movement. He went to work in his good clothes and elastic-sided boots, and did not need to arrive before 7, while the others had to be there at 6, which at once altered his point of view. He would soon be trusted with rule and compasses. For the present he was kept busy copying a few worn-out working drawings, or filling in. He felt in a curiously exalted frame of mind, as though he had been slightly intoxicated. This was the first time in his life that he had been employed on work that was of a clean nature and allowed him to wear good clothes. It was particularly curious to survey life from where he stood. A new perspective lay open before him. The old life had nothing in prospect but a miserable old age, but this led upward. Here he could achieve what he willed, even the highest place. What if he finally crept up to the very topmost point, and established an 8-hour day and a decent day's wage? Then he would show them that one could perfectly well climb up from below without forgetting his origin and becoming a bloodsucker. They should still drink to the health of Pelle, their good comrade, although he would have left their ranks. At home there was much to be done. As soon as he crossed the threshold he was the prisoner of Ellen's 101 schemes. He must have a new suit of clothes, a grey suit for the office, and more linen. And at least twice a week he must go to the barber. He could no longer sit down and scrape himself with an old razor with an edge like a saw. Pelle was made to feel that it was not so easy after all to become an upper-classer, as he called it. And all this cost money. There was the same searching, the same racking of one's brains to find the necessary shillings as during the dearth of the winter famine, but this time it was quite amusing. There was a cheerful purpose in it all, and it would only last until he had properly settled down. Lasse looked very respectable. He was wearing Pelle's second-best suit, which Ellen had cleaned for him, and a black watered silk cravat, with a white waterproof collar, and well-polished slippers on his feet. These last were his old watertight boots, those in which Pelle had left Stone Farm. They were still in existence, but had been cut down to form house slippers. The legs of them now formed part of a pair of clogs. Lasse was happiest with the children, and he looked quite an aged grandfather now, with his wrinkled face and his kind glance, which was now a little weak-sighted. When young Lasse hid himself in the opposite corner of the room, Father Lasse could not see him, and the young rascal took advantage of the fact. He could never understand those eyes, which could not see farther than across the table, and was always asking questions about them. "It's because I have seen too much misery in my life," the old man would always reply. Otherwise he was quite overflowing with happiness, and his old worn-out body manifested its gratitude, for he began to put on flesh again, and his cheeks had soon grown quite full. He had a peculiar knack for looking after the children. Pelle and Ellen could feel quite easy as they went about their multitudinous affairs. There were 100 things that had to be seen to before they could move into the new home. They thought of raising a loan of a few hundred kroner. "Father will go security for us," said Ellen. "Yes, then I should have the means of taking proper drawing lessons," said Pelle. "I particularly need to get thoroughly grounded." On Saturday the term of the old tariff expired. The temper of the workers was badly strained, but each completed his work, and contained himself and waited. At noon the foreman went round asking each man for his answer. They refused all information, as agreed, but in the afternoon 3 men formed a deputation and entered the office, asking if they could speak with the manager. As he entered, Monk, the engine driver, stepped forward as spokesman, and began, "We have come in the name of our comrades." He could get no further. The manager let fly at him, pointing to the stairs, and crying, "I don't argue with my work people." So they went down again. The men stared up at them. This was quick work. The burly monk moved his lips, as though he were speaking, but no one could hear a word on account of the frightful din of the machinery. With a firm stride he went through the shop, picked up a hammer, and struck 3 blows on the great steel gong. They sounded like the stroke of doom, booming through the whole factory. At the same moment the man's naked, blackened arms were lifted to strike the belts from the live pulleys. The machinery ceased running, and the roar of it died away. It was as still as though death had passed through the workshop. The dense network of belts that crossed the shop in all directions quivered and hung slack. The silence yawned horribly in the great room. The foreman ran from bench to bench, shouting and hardly knowing what to do. Word was sent to the office, while the workers went to their buckets and washed themselves, silent and melancholy as a funeral procession. Their faces were uncommunicative. Did they perhaps foresee that those 3 blows were the signal for a terrible conflict? Or were they merely following their first angry impulse? They knew enough, at all events. It was stamped upon their faces that this was fate, the inevitable. They had summoned the winter because they were driven to it, and the winter would return once more to ravage his victims. They reappeared, washed and clean, each with his bundle under his arm, and stood in silence waiting their turn to be paid. The foreman ran to and fro apportioning the wages with nervous hands, comparing time-sheets and reckoning the sum due to each. The manager came down the stairs of his office, proud and unapproachable, and walked through the shop. The workers made way for him. He looked sharply around him, as though he would imprint the likeness of every individual worker on his mind, laid his hand on the shoulder of one of the foremen, and said in a loud voice, so that all heard him, "Make haste, now, Jacobson, so that we can be rid of these fellows quickly." The workers slowly turned their serious faces toward him, and here and there a fist was clenched. They left the factory one by one, as soon as they were paid. Outside they gathered in little groups, and relieved their feelings by giving vent to significant exclamations. "Did you see the old man? He was savage, he was. He'll hold out quite a while before we get back again. Pell was in a curious frame of mind. He knew that now the fight had begun, first blood had been drawn, and one blow would follow on another. Young Lasse, who heard his step on the stairs, ran into his arms as he reached home, but Pell did not notice him. "You are so solemn," said Ellen, "has anything happened?" He told her quietly. "Good God," she cried, shuddering. "Now the unemployment will begin all over again. Thank God it doesn't affect us." Pell did not reply. He sat down in silence to his supper. Sat hanging his head as though ashamed of himself. Chapter 28. A most agitating time followed. For a number of years the conflict had, so to speak, been preparing itself, and the workers had made ready for it, had longed for it, had sought to precipitate it. In order to determine once for all whether they were destined always to be slaves and to stand still, or whether there was a future for them. Now the conflict had come, and had taken them all by surprise. They would willingly have concluded peace just now. But there was no prospect of a peaceful solution of any kind. The employers found the occasion favorable for setting their house in order. The matter was to be fought out now. This was as good as telling the men to go. Every morning there was news of a fresh lot of workers turned into the streets, or leaving of their own accord. One trade involved another. The ironmasters made common cause with the Denmark factory, and declared a lockout of the machinesmiths. Then the molders and pattern makers walked out, and other branches of the industry joined the strike. They all stood by one another. Pell could survey them all from his point of vantage. Old memories of battle rose to his mind, his blood grew warm, and he caught himself, up in the drawing office, making plans of campaign for this trade or that. His was the quick fighting blood that assumes the offensive, and he noted their blunders. They were not acting with sufficient energy. They were still exhausted, and found it hard to reconcile themselves to another period of unemployment. They made no counterattack that could do any damage. The employers, who were acting energetically under the leadership of the iron industry, enjoyed from the beginning a considerable ascendancy. The Denmark factory was kept running, but the trade was on its last legs. It was kept alive by the help of a few strikebreakers, and every one of the officials of the company who had the requisite knowledge was set to work downstairs. Even the manager of the machine department had donned a blouse and was working a lathe. It was a matter of sapping the courage of the strikers, while proving to them that it was possible to do without them. In the drawing office and the counting house all was confusion. The strikebreakers had all to be obtained from abroad, while others ran away and had to be replaced. Under these circumstances Pell had to look after himself and assimilate what he could. This did not suit him. It was a long way to the top, and one couldn't learn quickly enough. One day he received the summons to come downstairs and lend a hand in the centrifugal separator department. The workers had made common cause with the machinesmiths. This summons aroused him from delightful dreams of the future. He was swiftly awakened. "I am no strikebreaker," he replied, offended. Then the engineer himself came up. "Do you realize that you are refusing to perform your duty?" he said. "I can't take work away from my comrades," replied Pell, in a low voice. "They may think that very nice of you. But now those men down there are no longer your comrades. You are a salaried employee, and as such you must serve the firm wherever you are asked to do so. But I can't do that. I can't strike the bread out of other folks' hands. Then your whole future is at stake. Think a moment, man. I am sorry for you might have done something here. But I can't save you from the results of your own obstinacy. We require absolute obedience here." The engineer stood waiting for his answer, but Pell had nothing to say. "Now, I'll go so far as to give you till tomorrow to think over it, although that's against the rules of the factory. Now think it over well, and don't hang on to this stupid sentimentality of yours. The first thing is to stand by those you belong to, through thick and thin. Well, till tomorrow." Pell went. He did not want to go home before the usual time, only to be met with a string of unseasonable questions. They would come soon enough in any case. So he strolled through the mercantile quarter and gazed at the shipping. Well, now his dream of success was shattered, and it had been a short one. He could see Ellen's look of disappointment, and an utter mental depression came over him. He was chiefly sorry for her. As for him, there was nothing to be said, it was fate. It never occurred to him for a moment to choose between his comrades and the future. He had quite forgotten that the engineer had given him time for reflection. At the usual time he strolled homeward. Ellen welcomed him cheerfully and light-heartedly. She was living in a continual thrill of delight. And it was quite touching to see what trouble she was taking to fit herself for a different stratum of society. Her movements were delightful to watch, and her mouth had assumed an expression which was intended to betoken refinement. It suited her delightfully, and Pelle was always seized by a desire to kiss her lips and so disarrange the expression, but today he sat down to his supper in silence. Ellen was accustomed to put aside his share of the midday dinner, and to warm it up for him when he came home in the evening. At midday he ate bread and butter in the office. When we have once got properly settled we'll all have dinner at 6 o'clock, that is much more comfortable. That's what the fine folks do, I've been told, said Lasse. That will be pleasant, to give it a try. Lasse was sitting with young Lasse on his knee, telling him funny stories. Little Lasse laughed, and every time he laughed his sister screeched with delight in her cradle, as though she understood it all. What is it to be now, then, the story of the old wife? Then you must listen carefully, or your ears won't grow. Well, then, the old wife. Wife, said young Lasse, with the very accent of the old man. Yes, the old wife. Repeated Lasse, and then all three laughed. What shall I do first, said the old wife, when she went to work, eat or sleep? I think I'll eat first. What shall I do first? Asked the old wife, when she had eaten, shall I sleep first or work? I think I'll sleep first. And then she slept, until it was evening, and then she went home and went to bed. Ellen went up to Pelle and laid her hand on his shoulder. I've been to see my former mistress, and she is going to help me to turn my wedding dress into a visiting dress, she said. Then we shall only need to buy a frock coat for you. Pelle looked up slowly. A quiver passed over his features. Poor thing. She was thinking about visiting dresses. You can save yourself the trouble, he said, in a low voice. I've finished with the office. They asked me to turn strikebreaker, so I left. ACH, said Lasse, and he was near letting the child fall, his withered hands were trembling so. Ellen gazed at Pelle as though turned to stone. She grew paler and paler, but not a sound came from her lips. She looked as though she would fall dead at his feet. Chapter 29. Pelle was once more among his own people. He did not regret that fortune had withdrawn her promise. At heart he was glad. After all, this was where he belonged. He had played a great part in the Great Revolt. Was he to be excluded from the battle? The leaders welcomed him. No one could draw the people as he could, when it came to that. The sight of him inspired them with a cheerful faith, and gave them endurance, and a fearless pugnacity. And he was so skilled, too, in making plans. The first thing every morning he made his way to the lockout office, whence the whole campaign was directed. Here all the many threads ran together. The situation for the moment was considered. Men who had precise knowledge of the enemy's weak points were called together, in order to give information. And a comprehensive plan of campaign was devised. At secret meetings, to which trustworthy members of the various trades were invited, all sorts of material for offense was collected, for the attack upon the employers, and for carrying on the newspaper agitation. It was a question of striking at the bloodsuckers, and those who were loose in the saddle. There were trades which the employers kept going for local reasons. These must be hunted out and brought to a standstill, even at the cost of increasing unemployment. They were making energetic preparations for war, and it was not the time to be squeamish about their weapons. Pelle was in his element. This was something better than ruining a single shoemaker, even if he was the biggest in the city. He was rich in ideas, and never wavered in carrying them into execution. Warfare was warfare. This was the attacking side, but, permeated as he was by a sense of community, he saw clearly that the real battle was for maintenance. The utmost foresight and widely comprehensive instructions were required if the masses were to last out the campaign. In the long run it would be a question of endurance. Foreign strikebreakers had to be kept at a distance by prompt communications to the party newspapers of the different countries. And by the setting of pickets in the railway stations and on the steamers. For the first time the workers took the telegraph into their own service. The number of the foreign strikebreakers must by every possible means be kept down, and in the first place supplies must be assured, so that the unemployed masses could keep famine at bay. In a vision, Pelle had beheld the natural solidarity of the workers extended over the whole earth, and now this vision was of service to him. The leaders issued a powerful manifesto to the workers of Denmark, pointing to the abyss from which they had climbed and to the pinnacles of light toward which they were striving upward. And warning them, in impressive phrases, to stand firm and to hold together. A statement as to the origin of the lockout and the intention which lay behind it was printed and distributed throughout the country, with appeal for assistance and support, in the name of freedom. And by means of appeals to the labor parties of foreign countries they reminded the people of the vast solidarity of labor. It was a huge machine to set in motion. Federation had increased from one small trade union until it comprehended the whole kingdom, and now they were striving to comprehend the laboring populations of the whole world. In order to win them over as confederates in the campaign. And men who had risen from the masses and were still sharing the same conditions, were managing all this. They had kept step with the rapid growth of the movement, and they were still growing. The feeling that they were well prepared inspired them with courage and the prospect of a favorable result. From the country offers of employment for the locked-out workers daily reached the central office. Money was sent too, and assistance in the form of provisions. And many families outside the capital offered to take in the children of unemployed parents. Remittances of money came from abroad, and the liberal circles of the capital sympathized with the workers. And in the workers' quarter of the city shopkeepers and publicans began to collect for the federation. The workers displayed an extraordinary readiness to undergo sacrifices. Books of coupons were circulated everywhere in the workshops, and thousands of workers gave each week a fourth part of their modest wages. The locked-out workers left their work with magnificent courage, the sense of community made them heroic. Destitute though they were as a result of the hard winter, they agreed, during the first 2 weeks, to do without assistance. Many of them spared the treasury altogether, helping themselves as well as they could, seeking a little private employment, or going out into the country to work on the land. The young unmarried men went abroad. The employers did what they could to cope with all these shifts. They forbade the merchants and contractors to supply those who worked at home on their own account with materials for their work. And secret agents were dispatched all over the country to the small employers and the farmers, in order to prejudice them against the locked-out workers. And the frontier of the country was covered with placards. Their intention was obvious enough: an iron ring was to be drawn round the workers, and once imprisoned therein they could do nothing but keep starvation at bay until they had had enough. And surrendered. This knowledge increased their resistance. They were lean with wandering through the wilderness, but they were just in the mood for a fight. Many of them had not until now understood the entire bearings of the campaign. The new ideas had been stirring within them, but in a fragmentary and isolated condition, as an expression of a dumb feeling that the promised land was at hand at last. Often it was just one single word that had fixed itself in their minds, and had to serve to express the whole position. Anyone might approach them with plausible arguments and strike it from under them, and shatter the theory to which they had clung, but faith itself remained, and the far-reaching concord. Deep in their hearts was the dim, immovable knowledge that they were chosen to enter into the time of promise. And now everything was gradually becoming plain to them. The battle shed light both backward and forward. It illumined their existence in all its harshness. Life was the same as it had always been, but now it was revealed so plainly that all could see it. All the many whips and scorns of life had been bound together in one vast scourge, the scourge of famine, which was to drive them back into the midst of poverty. Want was to be set upon them in its compactest form. This was the last, most extreme weapon. It confirmed them in the certainty that they were now on the right track, and near the goal. The night was always darkest before the break of day. There were all sorts of things that they could understand now. People used to go about saying that the Germans were the hereditary enemy, and that the fatherland was taking the lead of all other countries. But now the employers were sending to Germany for troops of hirelings, and were employing them to drive their own countrymen into a state of poverty. All that talk about patriotic feeling had been only fine words. There were only two nations, the oppressors and the oppressed. That was how things appeared on closer inspection. One could never be very sure of what those above one told one, and yet all teaching came from them. A brave lot the clergy were, they knew very well which master they had to serve. No, the people ought to have had their own schools, where the children would learn the new ideas instead of religion and patriotism. Then there would long ago have been an end of the curse of poverty. So they profited by the campaign and their compulsory idleness in order to think things over, and to endeavor to solve all manner of problems. The specter of hunger presently began to go from house to house, but the result was not what was expected. It awakened only hatred and defiance. It was precisely in this direction that they were invincible. In the course of time they had learned to suffer, they had learned nothing more thoroughly, and this came to their help now. They had an inexhaustible fund to draw upon, from which they could derive their strength to resist. They were not to be defeated. Weren't they nearly ready to surrender? Very well, another 1,000 workers on the streets. But the distress, to all appearance, became no greater than before. They had learned to endure their privations in decency, that was their share in the increasing culture. One saw no obtrusive signs of want. They compromised with it in secret, and appeared full of courage. This weakened the faith of their opponents in the infallible nature of their means. They even adopted hunger as their own weapon, boycotting the employers and their dependents, striking the enemy a blow they were familiar with. Many a great employer's door was marked with a cross, and all behind it were doomed to ruin. It was as though the courage of the people increased in proportion as famine threatened them more closely. No one could tell how long this would last. But they would make hay as long as the sun shone. Their clothes were still tidy, and in the early spring there were many excursions. The people went forth singing, with banners at their head, and singing they came home. This was the first time they had ever enjoyed their freedom, although there was work enough to be done. It was their first holiday. As they held the whip hand through their purchasing capacity, they boycotted all the business concerns of their own quarter which did not array themselves on the side of the workers. Their hatred was aroused. It was, for us or against us, all must declare themselves by taking sides. The small shopkeepers concealed their convictions, if they had any, and rivaled one another in friendliness toward the workers. On their counters lay books of coupons for those who would contribute to the funds, and some of them gave a percentage of their own takings. There was plenty of time to keep a strict eye on such. The people's hatred was aroused at last, and it grew more and more bitter. The leaders held back and counseled prudence. But there was something intoxicating in this battle for bare life, and for happiness. Something that went to the head and tempted them to hazard all on the cast of the dice. The leaders had given great attention to the problem of restricting the number of idle hands. It was difficult for them to procure sufficient funds. But those workers who still had work to do forsook it, in order to join themselves, in blind solidarity, to their locked-out comrades. They thought it was required of them. One day the masons made an unexpected demand that an hour should be struck off the day's work. They received a refusal. But that evening they knocked off at 6 instead of 7. The men were unreasonable. to demand shorter hours in the slack season following on a hard winter. This move took the leaders by surprise. They feared that it might diminish the general sympathy for the workers. It surprised them particularly that the prudent and experienced Stolp had not opposed this demand. As president of the organization for many years, he had great influence over the men. He must try to persuade them to go to work again. Pell opened negotiations with him. "That is not my business," Stolp replied. "I did not propose the cessation of work, but at the general meeting the majority was in favor of it, and with that there's no more to be said. I don't oppose my comrades." "But that's perverse of you," said Pell. "You are the responsible person, and your trade has the most favorable conditions of labor, and you ought to remember the conflict in which we are engaged." "Yes, the conflict. Of course we thought of it. And you are right, I have a good and comfortable home, because my craft is in a good position, and we masons have obtained good conditions, and we earn good money. But are we to enjoy ourselves and look on while the others are fighting for dry bread? No, we are with them when it comes to a fight. But the support you were giving, it was 10,000 kroner a week, and now we shall have to do without it. Your action may have incalculable consequences for us. You must put an end to this, father-in-law. You must see that the majority doesn't have its way. That would be diplomatic, wouldn't it? But you seem anxious to side with our opponents. We hold the suffrage in honor, and it is the suffrage that is to reform society. If once one begins to meddle with the voting papers. But that isn't necessary in the least. The people aren't really clear as to what they are doing, you can't expect any quickness of perception from them. You could demand a fresh vote, if I could first have a talk with them about the campaign." "So you think we couldn't see what we were doing," replied Stolp, much offended. "But we can accept the consequences, we can do that. And you want to get up on the platform and talk them silly, and then they are to vote the other way round. No nonsense here. They voted according to their convictions, and with that the matter's settled, whether it's right or wrong. It won't be altered." Pell had to give in. The old man was not to be moved from his point of view. The masons increased the unemployed by a few thousand men. The employers profited by this aggression, which represented them to the public in a favorable aspect, in order to strike a decisive blow. The universal lockout was declared. Chapter 30. At home matters were going badly with Pell. They had not yet recovered from the winter when he was drawn into the conflict. And the preparations for his new position had plunged them into debt. Pell received the same relief as the other locked-out workers, 10 to 12 kroner a week, and out of this Ellen had to provide them with food and firing. She thought he ought, as leader, to receive more than the others, but Pell did not wish to enjoy other conditions than those allotted to the rest. When he came home, thoroughly exhausted after his strenuous day, he was met by Ellen's questioning eyes. She said nothing, but her eyes obstinately repeated the same question day after day. It was as though they asked him, "Well, have you found employment?" This irritated him, for she knew perfectly well that he was not looking for work, that there was none to look for. She knew what the situation was as well as he did, but she persistently behaved as though she knew nothing of all that he and his comrades were endeavoring to achieve. And when he turned the conversation on to that subject she preserved a stubborn silence. She did not wish to hear anything about it. When the heat of battle rose to Pell's head, there was no one with whom he would rather have shared his opinions and his plans of campaign. In other directions she had urged him on, and he had felt this as a confirmation and augmentation of his own being, but now she was silent. She had him and her home and the children, and all else besides was nothing to her. She had shared the privations of the winter with him and had done so cheerfully, they were undeserved. But now he could get work whenever he wished. She had resumed her dumb opposition, and this had an oppressive effect upon him, it took something from the joy of battle. When he reached home and related what had been said and done during the day, he addressed himself to Lasse. She moved about the home immersed in her own cares, as though she were dumb. And she would suddenly interrupt his conversation with the statement that this or that was lacking. So he weaned himself from his communicative habits, and carried on all his work away from home. If there was writing to be done, or if he had negotiations to accomplish, he selected some tavern where he would be free of her constraining presence. He avoided telling her of his post of confidence, and although she could not help hearing about it when away from home, she behaved as if she knew nothing. For her he was still merely Pelle the workingman, who shirked supporting his wife and children. This obstinate attitude pained him. And the bitterness of his home life made him throw himself with greater energy into the struggle. He became a hard and dangerous opponent. Lasse used to gaze at them unhappily. He would willingly have intervened, but he did not know how to set about it, and he felt himself superfluous. Every day he donned his old clothes and went out in order to offer his services as casual laborer, but there were plenty of idle hands younger than his. And he was afraid of obtaining employment that might take the bread out of other folks' mouths. He could not understand the campaign, and he found it difficult to understand what was forbidden ground, but for Pelle he felt an unconditional respect. If the lad said this or the other, then it was right, even if one had to go hungry for it, the lad was appointed to some special end. One day he silently left the house. Pelle scarcely noticed it, so absorbed was he. He must have gone back to the old clothes woman at the bark, he thought. It's by no means amusing here. Pelle had charge of the external part of the campaign. He knew nothing of bookkeeping or administration, but simply threw himself into the fight. Even as a child of 8 he had been faced with the problem of mastering life by his own means, and he had accomplished it, and this he profited by now. He enjoyed the confidence of the masses. His speech sounded natural to them, so that they believed in him even when they did not understand him. If there was anyone who did not wish to follow where Pelle led, he had to go just the same. There was no time just now for lengthy argument. Where civil words didn't answer, he took more energetic means. The campaign consisted in the first place of the federation of the masses, and Pelle was continually away from home. Wherever anything was afoot, there he put in an appearance. He had inaugurated a huge parade. Every morning all the locked-out workers reported themselves at various stations in the city, and there the roll was called. Every worker being entered according to his union. By means of this vast daily roll call of nearly 40,000 men it was possible to discover which of them had deserted in order to act as strikebreakers. A few were always absent, and those who had a good excuse had to establish it in order to draw their strike pay. Pelle was now here, now there, and always unexpected, acting on impulse as he did. Lightning Pelle, they called him, on account of the suddenness of his movements. His actions were not based upon long deliberations. Nevertheless, he had a radical comprehension of the entire movement. One thing grew out of another, naturally, until the whole was more than any conscious intelligence could comprehend. And Pelle grew with it, and by virtue of his impulsiveness was a summary of it all. There was plenty to be done. At the roll call all those who failed to attend had to be entered, and those who knew anything about them must give information. This man had gone abroad. That one had gone into the country, to look for work. So far, so good. If any fell away and acted as strikebreaker, instructions were immediately given for his punishment. In this way Pelle kept the ranks closed. There were many weak elements among them, degenerate, ignorant fellows who didn't understand the importance of the movement. But a strong controlling hand and unfailing justice made it a serious matter for them to break away. At the outset he had organized with Stolp's assistance a large body of the best workers as pickets or watchmen. These were zealous, fanatical members of the various trades, who had taken part in the organization of their own professional organization, and knew every individual member thereof. They stationed themselves early in the morning in the neighborhood of the various places of employment, marking those who went to work there and doing their best to prevent them. They were in constant conflict with the police, who put every possible obstacle in their way. Morton he met repeatedly. Privation had called him out of his retirement. He did not believe that the campaign would lead to better conditions, and on that account he took no part in it. But want he knew as did no other, his insight in that direction was mysteriously keen. The distribution of relief in the form of provisions could not have been entrusted to better hands. He superintended the whole business of distribution, but what he liked best was to stand, knife in hand, cutting up pork for the families of locked-out workers. The portions were strictly weighed. None the less, the women always thronged about him. There was a blessing in that faint smile of his, they felt sure his portions were the biggest. Morton and Pell were in disagreement on almost every point. Even now, when everything depended on a strict cohesion, Morton could never be trusted to behave with severity. "Remember, they aren't of age yet," he would say continually. And it could not be gainsaid that there were many to whom the conflict was unintelligible, they understood nothing of it, although otherwise they were thoughtful and intelligent enough. These were mostly people who had come in from the provinces at a somewhat advanced age, indeed some had been small employers there. For them trades unionism was a sort of lynch law, and they profited by the strike in all simplicity in order to obtain well-paid employment. When they were reviled as strikebreakers or gentlemen, they laughed like little children who are threatened with a revolver. Slow-witted as they were, in this respect, they took the consequences to heart, although they could not see the reason for them. These must be compelled to obey. The iron industry was doing its utmost to keep going, as a trade which must fulfill its contracted engagements, under penalty of seeing the business fall into foreign hands. This industry had, if possible, to be disabled. The pickets were at work, and the working man published the names and addresses of the strikebreakers. When these left the factory they encountered a crowd of people who treated them with scorn and contempt, they had to be escorted by the police. But the resentment aroused by their treachery followed them home even to the barracks they lived in. The wives and children of the locked-out workers resumed the battle and carried on hostilities against the families of the strikebreakers, so that they had to move. One saw them of a night, with all their possessions on a handcart, trudging away to seek a new home under cover of the darkness. But the day revealed them, and again they were fugitives, until the police took them in hand and found lodging for them. One day a large factory by the North Bridge resumed operations with the help of foreign labor and strikebreakers. Pell set to work to prepare a warm reception for the workers when they went homeward. But in the course of the day a policeman who was friendly to the workers tipped him the wink that 200 police would be concealed in a neighboring school, ready for the workers' departure. In the afternoon people began to collect, unemployed workers, poor women, and children. They came early, for it well might be that the workers would be released an hour before their time, in order to avoid a clash, and they were missing nothing by waiting there. Finally several thousand people stood before the gates of the factory, and the police were moving to and fro through the crowd, which stood many men deep. But they had to give up the effort to drive them asunder. The street urchins began to make an uproar, and to egg the watchers on. They felt the need of warming themselves a little, so they gradually began to bait the police. "Hullo, there!" suddenly shouted a mighty voice. "In the school over there are 200 police, waiting for us to make a disturbance, so that they can come and use their truncheons on us. Hadn't we better leave them where they are? I think it's quite as well they should go back to school for a time." "Hurrah!" they cried. "Hurrah! Long live lightning!" A movement went through the crowd. "That's Pell." The whisper passed from mouth to mouth, and the women stood on tiptoe to see him. Pell and Stulp were standing against a wall, surrounded by a few dozen pickets. The police went up to them and reprimanded them. They had orders to hinder the picketing, but they had no desire to meddle with Pell. They lived in the workers' quarter, were at home there, and a word from him would make the city impossible for them. The usual time for stopping work came round, but the workers were not released from the factory. The crowd used its wits to keep itself warm. Punning remarks concerning strikebreakers and capitalists buzzed through the air. But suddenly an alarm ran through the crowd. The street urchins, who are always the first to know everything, were whistling between their fingers and running down the side streets. Then the crowd began to move, and the police followed at a quick march, keeping to the middle of the street. The factory had discharged the workers by a back door. They were moving down Goldberg Street by now, disheartened and with never a glance behind them, while a whole escort of police accompanied them. They were soon overtaken and brought home to the accompaniment of a sinister concert, which now and again was interrupted by cries of, "Three cheers for the gentleman." The pickets walked in a long file, close to the procession, zealously occupied in noting each individual worker, while Pell moved in the midst of the crowd, endeavoring to prevent over-hasty action. There was need to be careful. Several men were still in prison because during the winter they had come to blows with the strikebreakers, and the police had received stringent orders from the authorities. The press of the propertied classes was daily calling for stricter measures, demanding that every meeting in the streets, and especially before the gates of a factory, should be broken up by the police. Now and then a strikebreaker parted from the squad and ran into the door of his dwelling, followed by a long whistle. Among the workers was a solitary, elderly man, still powerful, whom Pell recognized. He kept at the extreme edge of the police, walking heavily, with bowed head, along the pavement close to the houses. His hair was quite grey, and his gait was almost crippled. This was Mason Hansen, Stolp's old comrade and fellow unionist, whom Pell had interviewed in the winter, in the hope of persuading him to refrain from strikebreaking. "It's going badly with him," thought Pell, involuntarily keeping his eyes on him. The results of strikebreaking had dealt hardly with him. By St. Hans Street he turned the corner, winking at the policeman who was about to follow him, and went down the street alone, looking neither to right nor left, embarrassed, and with hanging head. Every time a child cried aloud, he started. Then he stood as though riveted to the ground, for in front of his door a heap of poverty-stricken household goods lay in the gutter. A crowd of gaping children stood round the heap, and in the midst of the group stood a youngish woman, with 4 children, who were keeping tearful watch over the heap of trash. The man pressed through the crowd and exchanged a few words with the woman, then clenched his fists and shook them threateningly at the tenement house. Pell went up to him. "Things aren't going well with you, comrade," he said, laying his hand on the other's shoulder. "And you are much too good for what you are doing. You had better come with me and re-enter the organization." The man slowly turned his head. "Oh, it's you," he said, shaking Pell's hand away with a jerk. "And you seem as cool and impudent as ever. Poverty hasn't dealt hardly with you. It's not at all a bad business, growing fat on the pence of the workers, eh?" Pell grew crimson with anger, but he controlled himself. "Your insults don't hurt me," he said. "I have gone hungry for the cause while you have been playing the turncoat. But that will be forgotten if you'll come with me." The man laughed bitterly, pointing at the tenement house. "You'd better go and give them a medal. 3 months now they've tormented me and made hell hot for my wife and children, in order to drive us away. And as that didn't answer, they went to the landlord and forced him to give me notice. But Hansen is obstinate, he wouldn't be shown the door. So now they've got the bailiffs to turn me out, see?" He gave a hollow laugh. "But these few sticks, why, we can soon carry them up again, damn it all. Shall we begin, mother? I'll willingly speak to the landlord. Remember, you are an old unionist." "An old, yes, I was in it from the very beginning." The man drew himself proudly erect. "But for all that I don't let my wife and children starve. So you want to go begging favors for me, eh? You be gone, at once, will you? Be off, to the devil, or I'll beat you to a jelly with this." He seized a table leg, his eyes were quite bloodshot. His young wife went up to him and took his hand. "Hansen," she said quietly. He let his weapon fall. Pell felt the woman's pleading eyes upon him, and went. Chapter 31. When Pell, tired to death, made his way homeward in the evening, he had lost the feeling of invincibility and his thoughts turned to Ellen. In the daytime he felt neither hesitation nor certainty. When he set to work it was always with thousands behind him. He felt the great body of workers at his back, whether he was fighting in the open or waiting with close-buttoned coat to deal with the leaders of the opposing camp. But when he went home to Ellen he had only himself to rely on for support. And he could not get near her. Strongly as he was drawn by the life away from home, she still held the secret of his life in her hands. She was strong and would not be swept aside. He was forced to ponder over her nature and to search for a solution. Pelle had to deal with countless numbers of families, and what he saw was not always edifying. Home was a conception which was only now forcing its way downward from the middle classes. Even in periods of normal employment the workers earned little enough when it came to providing a decent family life, and the women knew nothing of making a comfortable home. The man might be tidy and well-dressed when one met him out of doors, but if you went to his home it was always the same thing. A dark, grimy den and a worn-out wife, who moved about scolding amidst a swarm of children. Wages were enough for one only to live in comfort. The man represented the household out of doors. He must take sandwiches to his work, and he must have something decent too when he got home. The others managed with a little bread and coffee. It was of no use to talk of regular family meals. And the man must have clothes, he was the visible portion of the household, and he supported it. It was of no use to look for anything further in the way of ideas from these women. They saw nothing but unemployment and the want at home, and when the husband showed himself they drove him out of the house with their scolding ways. You go out and meddle with everything you can think of that doesn't concern us, politics and big talk, instead of doing your work properly and leaving the fools to squabble among themselves. The result was that they did their work for the organization in the taverns. Many of them held positions of confidence, and Pelle went to the taverns to confer with them. They were dejected, when they arrived, and had before all else to be thought out. There Pelle came to them, with his brilliant hopes. When they lamented in their dejection, he promised great things of the future. Our wives will soon see that we are in the right. The day will soon come when we shall be able to go home with a proper week's wages, that will be enough for the whole family. And suppose it doesn't come off, they would say. It will come off, if only we hold out, he cried, smiting the table. Yes, he might well see the bright side of things. He had a wife who came from a long-established home, who kept things clean and tidy for him, and knew how to make much do the work of little. The daughter of an old unionist who had grown up in the midst of the movement, a wife who saw her husband's doings with understanding eyes, yes, he might well smile. As to the last, Pelle was silent. In this particular she had accepted neither inheritance nor teaching, she was as she was, and she would never be different, whatever might pass over her head. Pelle was sacrificing wife and children to a fixed idea, in order not to leave a few indifferent comrades in the lurch. That, and the strike, and the severe condemnation of those who would not keep step, was, and remained, for her, so much tavern nonsense. It was something the workers had got into their heads as a result of talking when they were not precisely sober. That was what it was, and it filled her heart with pain and mortification that she and hers should be set aside for people who were nothing to them. And this pain made her beautiful, and justified her in her own eyes. She did not complain in words, and she was always careful to set before Pelle whatever the house could provide. He always found everything in order, and he understood what efforts it must cost her, considering the smallness of the means which she had at her disposal. There was no weak point in her defenses. And this made the position still more oppressive. He could not evoke an explosion, a ventilation of her grievances. It was impossible to quarrel with her and make friends again. Often he wished that Ellen would become neglectful, like so many others. But she was always attentive. The more the circumstances enabled her to condemn him, the more correctly did she behave. If only he could have explained her lack of comprehension by supposing that her mind was barren and self-seeking. But in his eyes she had always been quite simple and single-minded, and yet her nature was to him a continual enigma. It was true she was not excessively benevolent or sympathetic where others were concerned, but on the other hand she asked nothing for herself, her thoughts were all for him and the children. He must admit that she had, without a thought, sacrificed everything to him, her home, her whole world, and that she had a right to ask something in return. And she was still unchangeably the same. She was indifferent where she herself was concerned. If only Pelle and the children had something, she was contented. She herself needed so little, yet she seemed to take enough when he watched her eating. Pelle often wondered that she retained her healthy appearance, although the food she ate was so inferior. Perhaps she helped herself in secret, but he drove the thought away, and was ashamed. She was always completely indifferent as to what she ate. She did not notice what it was, but served him and the children with the best of it, especially himself, yet she seemed to thrive. Yes, even now she gave the best to him. It was as though she was fulfilling some deep-rooted law of her nature, which was independent of their relations to one another. In this nothing could alter her habits. She might have been compared to a great beautiful bitch that lies attentively marking the appetite of her young, although none can tell, from her deliberate quiet, that her own bowels are twisted with hunger. If they left anything, she noticed it. "I have eaten," she would say, so quietly that she succeeded as a rule in deceiving them. Yes, it made him feel desperate to think about it. The more he thought of it, the more unendurable it was. She was sacrificing herself for him, yet she must condemn all his doings. She knew how to defy starvation far better than he, and she did not understand why they must go hungry. But from all these painful deliberations she emerged always more prominently capable, incomprehensible, and beautiful in all her strangeness. And he would hurry home, full of burning longing and devotion, continually hoping that this time she would come to him glowing with love, to hide her eyes, full of confusion, on his shoulder. The disappointment only flung him yet more violently into the struggle. The longing of his heart for a tender, careless hand made his own hard. He was always exerting himself to find some means of making money. At first, of course, there was no way, and he became so completely absorbed in the conflict that finally the question no longer occupied his mind. It lurked in his consciousness, like a voluptuous wish that merely tinged his daily existence. It was as though something within his mind had taken possession of his talent for design, and was always designing beautiful paper money and displaying it to his imagination. One day when he reached home he found Widow Rasmussen tending the children and working on a pair of canvas shoes. Drunken Wald had left her again, had flown out into the spring. Ellen had gone out to work. A sudden pain shot through him. Her way of doing this, without saying a word to him, was like a blow in the face, and at first he was angry. But disloyalty was foreign to his nature. He had to admit that she was within her rights, and with that his anger evaporated, leaving him bewildered. Something within him seemed tottering. Surely this was a topsy-turvy world. I might as well stay at home and look after the children, he thought bitterly. "I'll stay with the children now, Madame Rasmussen," he said. The woman put her work together. "Yes, they've got a lot to go through," she said, standing in the doorway. "I don't myself understand what it's all about, but one must always do something. That's my motto. For things can't be worse than they are." "Widow. Pooh. They won't let us behave ourselves. A man can scarcely look after himself, let alone a family, in this accursed world, and one needn't call oneself madam to get children. Here have I been knocking about all my life, ruining my health and happiness, and have I earned as much from all my blackguards as would pay for the rags I've worn? No. I've had to beg them nicely of the fine folks for whom I do washing. Yes, they are ready to skin one alive, Madame Rasmussen has proved that. So I say, one must always try something. Today the boy comes home and says, 'Mother, they've put up the price of firewood again, or the 2 dozen. What does that matter to us, boy? Can we buy 2 dozen at once?' I say, 'Yes, mother, but then the 1 dozen will cost an or more. And eggs, they cost 1 krone 20 a score where the rich folks buy them, but here. No, my dear madam, if you take 2 eggs you must pay 15 or. That makes 8 or for an egg, for if one takes the smallest quantity the profits aren't in proportion. It's hard to be poor. If it's never going to be better, may the devil take him that's made it all. That was a fine swear. Pelle sat playing with young Lasse. Madame Rasmussen's words had aroused something in him. That was the eternal complaint, the old cry. Whenever he heard it, the world of the poor man became even more plainly visible for what it was, and he ought to know it. It was a frightful abyss that he looked down into, it was bottomless, and it seemed forever to reveal fresh depths. And he was right, he was right. He sat carelessly drawing something for the child on a scrap of paper, thinking of things quite different, but involuntarily the drawing took shape from within his hand. That's money, cried young Lasse, clapping his hands. Pelle waked up and examined his drawing. Sure enough, there was a rough sketch of a 10-kroner note. It flattered his father's heart that the child had recognized it, and he was seized by the desire to see how like it was. But where in all the world was he to get a blue? Pelle, who at this time superintended the collection and distributing of millions, did not possess 10 kroner. The pipe. The pipe. That was what the boy got his idea from. His old Christmas present, queerly enough, had a 10-kroner note on the bowl, and that gave him an idea. He got it out and compared it. It was a long time since he had smoked the pipe, he couldn't afford it. He began eagerly to fill in the drawing while young Lasse stood by, amusing himself by watching the rapid movements of the pencil. "Father is clever, father draw," he said, and wanted to wake his sister so that she could take part in the game. No, the result was not good. The design would have to be cut in wood and printed in color for the appearance really to be similar. But then Ellen came home, and he hid it away. "Won't you give up going out to work?" he said. "I'll provide what is absolutely necessary." "Why?" she retorted resolutely. "I'm not too good to do anything." There was no tone in her voice from which he could elicit anything. So he got ready to go to the meeting. Now, when Ellen went out to work, he ran home as often as he had time in order to look after the children. He had obtained a piece of hard wood and a 10-kroner note. With great care he transferred the design onto the wood, and began to engrave it while he sat there chattering to the children. This task occupied and used faculties, it engrossed him as an artistic exercise, which lingered at the back of his mind and automatically continued to carry itself out, even when he was away from home. This work filled his mind with a peculiar beauty so long as he was engaged on it. A warm, blissful world was evoked by the sight of this 10-kroner note, which shone ever more plainly out of the darkness and swept all privations aside. When Pelle sat at this work his mind soared above all oppression as though intoxicated, unhappy things no longer existed for him. He became an optimist and mentally made Ellen all sorts of costly presents. It was all fundamentally so simple, it was only a misunderstanding, nothing more. He must speak to her, and she would see at once what a happy life they were going to live, if only they held out. Silence had filled her with resentment. Fortune. Fortune. It was nearer than ever now, greater and more splendid than on that other occasion when it had knocked at their door. Why, he did not know, that did not seem very clear. But when he heard her step on the stairs his dream was shattered. He was awake. He concealed his work, ashamed to think that she should come home from work and find him at play. At times he was oppressed by a feeling of the unattainable in his relations with Ellen. Even to himself he could not explain the contradiction between the constant longing for more ample and stable conditions, for triumph and victory, and his impotency at home, where his fortunes were declining. He wearied himself in trying to puzzle it out, and he was seized by a desire that he might become indifferent to the whole matter. He felt no inclination to drink, but none the less something was working convulsively within him. A certain indifference as to his own welfare, causing him to run risks, not caring whether he might not commit some stupidity that would do him harm. And at such times a voice cried loudly within him, especially when he was confronted by the bitter utterances of want. That is my old complaint, he thought, and he became observant. In his childhood it had been a sort of seizure, now it had become a voice. Chapter 32. Early one morning Pelle wandered into the city. He had risen before Ellen, in order to avoid the painfulness of sitting down to breakfast with her. Ellen tried all sorts of ruses in order to give him a proper breakfast, and it was not difficult to persuade his stomach. But afterward he felt ashamed that he should have been cared for at the cost of others. And cunning though he was too, he could not get the better of her save by slipping away while she was still asleep. His fasting condition endowed the city, and the whole of life, with a curiously unsubstantial aspect. Before him lay a long day full of terrific labors, and behind him was the fresh triumph of the day before. As matters now stood, the employers in the iron industry had conceived the cunning idea of founding a blackleg union for smiths and mechanics, and of giving it a name closely resembling that of the genuine union. Then they sent circulars to the men, stating that work would be resumed on the following day. Many of the men were not accustomed to read, and regarded the circular as an order from their own union, while others were enticed by the high wages offered by the new society. There was great confusion among the workers of these trades. As soon as the trick was exposed, every respectable man drew back. But there was a great deal of disappointment, and they felt horribly ashamed before their comrades. Pelle was furious at this trick, which affected him more especially, as the leader in open battle. He had suffered a defeat, and he meditated revenge. In spite of all the efforts of the pickets, it was not possible to procure a full list of the strikebreakers. His chagrin on this account burned in his heart, like a shameful sense of impotency. Hitherto he had been noted for getting to the bottom of anything he undertook. He resolved then and there to meet ruse with ruse. He set a trap for his opponents, so that they themselves should deliver the strikebreakers into his hands. One morning he published his list in the Working Man with the proud remark, "Look, the enemy has no more." Did the employers really fall into the trap, or was the fate of the strikebreakers really indifferent to them? Next morning their organ protested, and gave the number of the blacklegs and their names into the bargain. This was a smack. A good one this, it brought a light to the thin, impassive faces. There was an answer to the trick of the other day. This Pelle was a deuce of a fellow. 3 cheers for Lightning Pelle. Hip, hip, hurrah. Pelle was the deuce of a fellow as he strode along ruddy and full of pugnacity, with the echoes from the side streets and the tenement houses mingled with his own vigorous footsteps. Streets and houses were white with the night's hoarfrost, and overhead the air was full of a peculiar glow that came from the city, a light flowing from hidden sources. He had left all his cares at home. On every hand working folk were greeting him, and his greeting in return was like an inspiriting song. He did not know them, but they knew him. The feeling that his work, however deep the scars it might leave, was arousing gratitude, had an uplifting effect upon him. The city was in its morning mood. The lockout lay like a paralyzing hand upon everything, business was slack, and the middle classes were complaining, but there was no prospect of peace. Both sides were irreconcilable. The workers had lost nothing through the rash cessation of the masons. Sympathy for the lower classes had become a political principle, and contributions were still pouring in from the country. Considerable sums came from abroad. The campaign was now costing the workers 500,000 kroner a week, and the help from outside was like a drop in the ocean. But it had the effect of a moral support, and it stimulated the self-taxation to which all were subject. The 100,000 households of the poor parted with their last possessions in order to continue the struggle. They meant to force a decision that should affect their whole future. The employers tried to hinder the great national federation by calling the attention of the authorities to an ancient statute concerning mendicancy, but that merely aroused merriment. A little laughter over such expedients was permissible. The workers had become accustomed to starvation. They went no more into the forest, but strolled thoughtfully through the streets like people who have too much time on their hands. So that the city's face wore a peculiar stamp of meditative poverty. Their loitering steps aroused no echo, and in the houses the quietness gave one food for reflection. The noisy, Ever-hungry children were scattered over the face of the country, they at least had plenty to eat. But the place was empty for the lack of them. Pell met several squads of workers. They were on the way to the various roll calls. They raised their heads as he passed, his footsteps echoed loudly enough for all. It was the hope and the will of 40,000 men that passed there. Pell was the expression of them all. They stared at his indomitable figure, and drew themselves up. A devil of a chap. They told one another joyfully, he looks as if he could trample 'em all underfoot. Look at him, he scarcely makes way for that great loaded wagon. Long live Pell, boys. The tavern keepers stood on their cellar stairs gaping up at the morning sky. This was a time of famine for them. In the tavern windows hung cards with the inscription, "Contributions received here for the locked-out workers." On the Queen Louise Bridge Pell encountered a pale, fat little man in a shabby coat. He had flabby features and a great red nose. "Good morning, General," cried Pell gaily. The man made a condescending movement with his hand. This was the working man's man of straw. A sometime capitalist who for a small weekly wage was, as far as the public was concerned, the responsible editor of the paper. He served various terms of imprisonment for the paper, and for a further payment of 5 kroner a week he also worked out in prison the fines inflicted on the paper. When he was not in jail he kept himself alive by drinking. He suffered from megalomania, and considered that he led the whole labor movement, for which reason he could not bear Pell. In the great courtyard of the working man building the dockers were assembled to answer the roll. The president of their union met Pell in the doorway. He was the very man whom Pell and Howling Peter had rescued down by the harbor. Now he was working for the new ideas. "Well, how goes it?" asked Pell, shaking his hand. "Splendid. 1,000 men all but 7. But where's the joyful Jacob? Is he ill?" "He's in jail," replied the other gloomily. "He couldn't bear to see his old folks starving, so he broke into a grocery, he and his brother, and now they're both in prison." For a moment the lines on Pell's forehead were terribly deep and gloomy. He stood gazing blindly into space. The radiant expression left his countenance, which was filled with a pitying gravity. The docker stared at him. Was he going to sleep on his feet? But then he pulled himself together. "Well, comrades, are you finding the days too long?" he cried gaily. As for that. It's the first time one's had the time to get to know one's own wife and children properly," they replied. But for all that it would be fine to get busy again. It was obvious that idleness was at last beginning to depress them. There was a peculiar pondering expression on their impassive features, and their eyes turned to him with a persistent questioning. They asked that this undertaking of his should be settled one way or the other. They were not weakening. They always voted for the continuance of the campaign, for that which they sought depended thereon, but they gazed into his face for a look that might promise success. He had to answer many singular questions. Privation engendered in the most fantastic ideas, which revealed the fact that their quiet, controlled bearing was the product of the observation and the energy of the many. "Shall we deprive the rich of all their wealth and power?" asked one man, after long pondering and gazing at Pell. The struggle seemed to have dealt hardly with him. But it had lit a spark in his eyes. "Yes, we are going now to take our rights as men, and we shall demand that the worker shall be respected," Pell replied. "Then there'll be no more talk of poor man and gentleman. But suppose they try to get on top of us again? We must make short work of them, so that they can't clamber on our backs and ride us again. Do you want to drive them all onto the common and shoot them?" "That's not necessary," said his neighbor. "When this is settled no one will dare to take the food out of our mouths again." "Won't there be any more poverty then?" asked the first speaker, turning to Pell. "No, once we get our affairs properly in going order, then there will be comfort in every home. Don't you read your paper?" Yes, he read it, but there was no harm in hearing the great news confirmed by Pell himself. And Pell could confirm it, because he never harbored a doubt. It had been difficult to get the masses to grasp the new conception of things, as difficult as to move the earth. Something big must happen in return. A few of the men had brought out sandwiches and began to eat them as they debated. "Good digestion," said Pelle, nodding farewell to them. His mouth was watering, and he remembered that he had had nothing to eat or drink. But he had no time to think about it. He must go to Stolp to arrange about the posting of the pickets. Over the way stood Marie in a white cap, with a basket over her arm. She nodded to him, with rosy cheeks. Transplantation had made her grow. Every time he saw her she was more erect and prettier. At his parents-in-law the strictest economy prevailed. All sorts of things, household possessions, had disappeared from that once so comfortable home, but there was no lack of good spirits. Stolp was pottering about waiting for his breakfast. He had been at work early that morning. "What's the girl doing?" he asked. "We never see her now." "She has such a lot to do," said Pelle apologetically. "And now she's going out to work as well." Well, with things as they are she's not too fine to lend a hand. But we don't really know what's amiss with her. She's a rebellious nature. Thank God she's not a man. She would have brought dissolution into the ranks." Breakfast consisted of a portion of coffee and bread and butter and porridge. Madame Stolp could not find her fine new silver coffee service, which her children had given her on her silver wedding day. "I must have put it away," she said. Well, that'll soon be found again, mother," said Stolp. "Now we shall soon have better times. Many fine things will make their appearance again then, we shall see." "Have you been to the machine works this morning, father-in-law?" asked Pelle. "Yes, I've been there. But there is nothing more for the pickets to do. The employers have quartered all the men in the factory. They get full board and all there. There must be a crowd of foreign strikebreakers there. The work's in full swing." This was an overwhelming piece of news. The ironmasters had won the first victory. This would quickly have a most depressing effect on the workers, when they saw that their trade could be kept going without them. "We must put a bridle on them," said Pelle, "or they'll get off the course and the whole organization will fall to pieces. As for those fellows in there, we must get a louse under their shirt somehow. How can we do that when they are locked in, and the police are patrolling day and night in front of the gates? We can't even speak to them." Stolp laughed despairingly. "Then someone must slink in and pretend he's in want of employment." Stolp started. "As a strikebreaker? You'll never in this life get a respectable man to do that, even if it's only in jest. I wouldn't do it myself. A strikebreaker is a strikebreaker, turn and twist it how you will. A strikebreaker, I suppose, is one who does his comrades harm. The man who risks his skin in this way deserves another name." "I won't admit that," said Stolp. "That's a little too abstract for me. Anyhow, I'm not going to argue with you. But in my catechism it says that he is a strikebreaker who accepts employment where assistance is forbidden, and that I stick to." Pelle might talk as much as he liked. The old man would not budge an inch. "But it would be another matter if you wanted to do it yourself," said Stolp. "You don't have to account to anyone for what you do, you just do what comes into your head." "I have to account to the cause for my doings," said Pelle sharply, "and for that very reason I want to do it myself." Stolp contracted his arms and stretched them out again. "Ah, it would be good to have work again," he cried suddenly. "Idleness eats into one's limbs like the gout. And now there's the rent, mother, where the devil are we to get that? It must be paid on the nail on Saturday, otherwise out we go, so the landlord says." "We'll soon find that, father," said Madame Stolp. "Don't you lose heart." Stolp looked round the room. "Yes, there's still a bit to take," as Hunger said when he began on the bowels. "But listen, Pelle, do you know what? I'm your father-in-law to be sure, but you haven't a wife like mine." "I'm contented with Ellen as she is," said Pelle. There was a knock. It was Stolp's brother, the carpenter. He looked exhausted. He was thin and poorly dressed. His eyes were surrounded by red patches. He did not look at those whose hands he took. "Sit down, brother," said Stolp, pushing a chair toward him. "Thanks, I must go on again directly. I only wanted to tell you, well," he stared out of the window. "Is anything wrong at home?" No, not that exactly. I just wanted to say, I want to give notice that I'm deserting," he cried suddenly. Stolp sprang to his feet, he was as white as chalk. "You think what you are doing," he cried threateningly. "I've had time enough to think. They are starving, I tell you, and there's got to be an end of it. I only wanted to tell you beforehand so that you shouldn't hear it from others. After all, you're my brother." "Your brother, I'm your brother no longer. You do this and we've done with one another," roared Stolp, striking the table. "But you won't do it, you shan't do it. God damn me, I couldn't live through the shame of seeing the comrades condemning my own brother in the open street. And I shall be with them. I shall be the first to give you a kick, if you are my brother." He was quite beside himself. Well, we can still talk it over," said the carpenter quietly. "But now you know, I didn't want to do anything behind your back." And then he went. Stolp paced up and down the room, moving from one object to another. He picked them up and put them down again, quite unthinkingly. His hands were trembling violently, and finally he went to the other room and shut himself in. After a time his wife entered the room. "You had better go, Pell. I don't think father is fit for company today. He's lying there quite grey in the face, if he could only cry even. Oh, those two brothers have always been so much to each other till now. They were so united in everything." Pell went, he was thinking earnestly. He could see that Stolp, in his integrity, would consider it his duty to treat his brother more harshly than others, dearly as he loved him. Perhaps he himself would undertake the picketing of the place where his brother went to work. Out by the lakes he met a squad of pickets who were on their way out of the city. He accompanied them for some distance, in order to make certain arrangements. Across the road a young fellow came out of a doorway and slunk round the corner. "You there, stop!" cried one of the comrades. "There he is, the toff." A few pickets followed him down Castle Street and came back leading him among them. A crowd began to form round the whole party, women and children speedily joining it. "You are not to do anything to him," said Pell decisively. "God knows no one wants to touch him," they retorted. For a while they stood silently gazing at him, as though weighing him in their minds, then one after another spat at him, and they went their way. The fellow went silently into a doorway and stood there wiping the spittle from his face with his sleeve. Pell followed him in order to say a kind word to him and lead him back into the organization. The lad pulled himself up hastily as Pell approached. "Are you coming to spit at me?" he said contemptuously. "You forgot it before, why didn't you do it then?" "I don't spit at people," said Pell, "but your comrades are right to despise you. You have left them in the lurch. Come with me, and I'll enter you in the organization again, and no one shall molest you. I am to go about as a culprit and be taunted? No, thanks. Do you prefer to injure your own comrades? I ask for permission to look after my old mother. The rest of you can go to the devil. My mother isn't going to hang about courtyards singing, and picking over the dustbins, while her son plays the great man. I leave that to certain other people." Pell turned crimson. He knew this allusion was meant for Father Lasset. The desperate condition of the old man was lurking somewhere in his mind like an ingrowing grief, and now it came to the surface. "Dare you repeat what you said?" he growled, pressing close up to the other. "And if I were married I shouldn't let my wife earn my daily bread for me, I should leave that to the pimps." Oh ho! That was like the tattlers, to blacken a man from behind. Evidently they were spreading all sorts of lying rumors about him, while he had placed all that he possessed at their disposal. Now Pell was furious, the leader could go to hell. He gave the fellow a few sound boxes on the ear, and asked him which he would rather do, hold his mouth or take some more. Morton appeared in the doorway. This had happened in the doorway of the house in which he worked. "This won't do," he whispered, and he drew Pell away with him. Pell could make no reply. He threw himself on Morton's bed. His eyes were still blazing with anger at the insult, and he needed air. "Things are going badly here now," said Morton, looking at him with a peculiar smile. "Yes, I know very well you can't stand it, all the same, they must hold together. And supposing they don't get better conditions? Then they must accept the consequences. That's better than the whole cause should go to the wall. Are those the new ideas? I think the ignorant have always had to take the consequences. And there has never been lacking someone to spit on them," said Morton sadly. "But, listen," cried Pell, springing to his feet. "You'll please not blame me for spitting at anybody, the others did that." He was very near losing his temper again, but Morton's quiet manner mastered him. "The others, that was nothing at all. But it was you who spat 7 times over into the poor devil's face. I was standing in the shop, and saw it." Pell stared at him, speechless. Was this the truth-loving Morton who stood there lying? "You say you saw me spit at him?" Morton nodded. "Do you want to accept the applause and the honor, and sneak out of the beastliness and the destruction? You have taken a great responsibility on yourself, Pell. Look, how blindly they follow you, at the sight of your bare face, I'm tempted to say. For I'm not myself quite sure that you give enough of yourself. There is blood on your hands, but is any of it your own blood?" Pell sat there heavily pondering. Morton's words always forced his thoughts to follow paths they had never before known. But now he understood him, and a dark shadow passed over his face, which left its traces behind it. "This business has cost me my home," he said quietly. "Ellen cares nothing for me now, and my children are being neglected, and are drifting away from me. I have given up splendid prospects for the future, I go hungry every day, and I have to see my old father in want and wretchedness. I believe no one can feel as homeless and lonely and forsaken as I do. So it has cost me something, you force me to say it myself." He smiled at Morton, but there were tears in his eyes. "Forgive me, my dear friend," said Morton. "I was afraid you didn't really know what you were doing. Already there are many left on the field of battle, and it's grievous to see them, especially if it should all lead to nothing. Do you condemn the movement, then? According to you, I can never do anything wise. Not if it leads to an end. I myself have dreamed of leading them on to fortune, in my own way, but it isn't a way after their own heart. You have power over them, they follow you blindly, lead them on, then. But every wound they receive in battle should be yours as well, otherwise you are not the right man for the place. And are you certain of the goal?" Yes, Pell was certain of that. "And we are reaching it," he cried, suddenly inspired. "See how cheerfully they approve of everything, and just go forward." "But, Pell," said Morton, with a meaning smile, laying his hand on his shoulder, "a leader is not Judge Lynch. Otherwise the parties would fight it out with clubs." "Ah, you are thinking of what happened just now," said Pell. "That had nothing to do with the movement. He said my father was going about the backyards fishing things out of dustbins, so I gave him a few on the jaw. I have the same right as anyone else to revenge an insult. He did not mention the evil words concerning Ellen, he could not bring himself to do so." "But that is true," said Morton quietly. "Then why didn't you tell me?" asked Pell. "I thought you knew it. And you have enough to struggle against as it is, you've nothing to reproach yourself with." "Perhaps you can tell me where he could be found," said Pell, in a low voice. "He is usually to be found in this quarter." Pell went. His mind was oppressed, all that day fresh responsibilities had heaped themselves upon him, a burden heavy for one man to bear. Was he to accept the responsibility for all that the movement destroyed as it progressed, simply because he had placed all his energies and his whole fortune at its disposal? And now Father Lasset was going about as a scavenger. He blushed for shame, yet how could he have prevented it? Was he to be made responsible for the situation? And now they were spitting upon Ellen, that was the thanks he got. He did not know where to begin his search, so he went into the courts and backyards and asked at random. People were crowding into a courtyard in Blackguard Street, so Pelle entered it. There was a missionary there who spoke with the sing-song accent of the Bornholmer, in whose eyes was the peculiar expression which Pelle remembered as that of the saints of his childhood. He was preaching and singing alternately. Pelle gazed at him with eyes full of reminiscence, and in his despairing mood he was near losing control of himself and bellowing aloud as in his childish years when anything touched him deeply. This was the very lad who had said something rude about Father Lasse, and whom he, young as he was, had kicked so that he became ruptured. He was able to protect his father in those days, at all events. He went up to the preacher and held out his hand. "It's Peter Kuhn. So you are here?" The man looked at him with a gaze that seemed to belong to another world. "Yes, I had to come over here, Pelle," he said significantly. "I saw the poor wandering hither from the town and farther away, so I followed them, so that no harm should come to them. For you poor are the chosen people of God, who must wander and wander until they come into the kingdom. Now the sea has stayed you here, and you can go no farther. So you think the kingdom must lie here. God has sent me to tell you that you are mistaken. And you, Pelle, will you join us now? God is waiting and longing for you. He wants to use you for the good of all these little ones." And he held Pelle's hand in his, gazing at him compellingly. Perhaps he thought Pelle had come in order to seek the shelter of his kingdom. Here was another who had the intention of leading the poor to the land of fortune. But Pelle had his own poor. "I have done what I could for them," he said self-consciously. "Yes, I know that well, but that is not the right way, the way you are following. You do not give them the bread of life. I think they have more need of black bread. Look at them, do you think they get too much to eat? And can you give them food, then? I can give them the joy of God, so that they forget their hunger for a while. Can you do more than make them feel their hunger even more keenly? Perhaps I can. But I've got no time to talk it over now. I came to look for my old father. Your father, I have met in the streets lately, with a sack on his back. He did not look very cheerful. And I met him once over yonder with Sort the shoemaker. He wanted to come over here and spend his old age with his son." Pelle said nothing, but ran off. He clenched his fists in impotent wrath as he rushed out of the place. People went about jeering at him, one more eagerly than the other. And the naked truth was that he, young and strong and capable as he was in his calling, could not look after his wife and children and his old father, even when he had regular work. Yes. So damnable were the conditions that a man in the prime of his youth could not follow the bidding of nature and found a family without plunging those that were dependent on him into want and misery. Curse it all, the entire system ought to be smashed. If he had power over it he would want to make the best use of it. In Stone Street he heard a hoarse, quavering voice singing in the central courtyard of one of the houses. It was Father Lasse. The rag bag lay near him, with the hook stuck into it. He was clasping the book with one hand, while with the other he gesticulated toward the windows as he sang. The song made the people smile, and he tried to make it still more amusing by violent gestures which ill-suited his pitiful appearance. It cut Pelle to the heart to see his wretched condition. He stepped into a doorway and waited until his father should have finished his song. At certain points in the course of the song Lasse took off his cap and smacked it against his head while he raised one leg in the air. He very nearly lost his equilibrium when he did this, and the street urchins who surrounded him pulled at his ragged coattails and pushed one another against him. Then he stood still, spoke to them in his quavering voice, and took up his song again. "Oh, listen to my song, a tale of woe. I came into the world as do so many. My mother bore me in the street below. And as for father, why, I hadn't any. Till now I've faithfully her shame concealed. I tell it now to make my song complete. Oh, drop a shilling down that I may eat. For eat I must, or soon to death I yield. Into this world without deceit I came. That's why you see me wear no stockings now. A poor old man who drudges anyhow. I have a wealthy brother, more's the shame. But he and I are opposites in all. While I rake muck he rakes his money up. Much gold is his and many a jeweled cup. And all he fancies, that is his at call. My brother, he has built a palace splendid. And silver harness all his horses bear. Full 20 crowns an hour he gets, I hear. By twiddling thumbs and wishing day were ended. Gold comes to him as dirt to Lasse, blast him. And everywhere he turns their money lies. 'Twill all be mine when once my brother dies. If I but live, so help me to outlast him. Luck tried to help me once, but not again. Weary with toiling I was like to swoon. When God let fall milk porridge, 'stead of rain. And I, poor donkey, hadn't brought a spoon. Yes, heaven had meant to help me accursed. I saw my luck but couldn't by it profit. Quickly my brother made a banquet of it. Ate my milk porridge till he nearly burst. Want bears the scepter here on earth below. And life is always grievous to the poor. But God, who rules the world, and ought to know, says all will get their rights when life is o'er. Therefore, good people, hear me for his sake. A trifle for the poor man's coffin give, wherein his final journey he must take. Have mercy on my end while yet I live. Yet one thing God has given me, my boy. And children are the poor man's wealth, I know. Oh, does he think of me, my only joy, who have no other treasure here below? Long time have we been parted by mishap. I'm tired of picking rags and sick of song. God who sees all reward you all ere long. Oh, drop a trifle in poor Lasse's cap. When Lasse had finished his song the people clapped and threw down coins wrapped in paper, and he went round picking them up. Then he took his sack on his back and stumped away, bent almost double, through the gateway. Father, cried Pelle desperately. Father. Lasse stood up with a jerk and peered through the gateway with his feeble eyes. Is that you, lad? ACH, it sounded like your voice when you were a child, when anyone was going to hurt you and you came to me for help. The old man was trembling from head to foot. And now I suppose you've heard the whole thing and are ashamed of your old father? He dared not look at his son. Father, you must come home with me now, do you hear? Said Pelle, as they entered the street together. No, that I can't do. There's not enough even for your own mouths. No, you must let me go my own way. I must look after myself, and I'm doing quite well. You are to come home with me, the children miss you, and Ellen asks after you day after day. Yes, that would be very welcome. But I know what folks would think if I were to take the food out of your children's mouths. Besides, I'm a ragpicker now. No, you mustn't lead me into temptation. You are to come with me now, never mind about anything else. I can't bear this, father. Well, then, in God's name, I must publish my shame before you, lad, if you won't let me be. See now, I'm living with someone, with a woman. I met her out on the refuse heaps, where she was collecting rubbish, just as I was. I had arranged a corner for myself out there, for the night, until I could find a lodging, and then she said I was to go home with her. It wouldn't be so cold if there were two of us. Won't you come home with me, so that you can see where we've both got to? Then you can see the whole thing and judge for yourself. We live quite close. They turned into a narrow lane and entered a gateway. In the backyard, in a shed, which looked like the remains of an old farm cottage, was Lasse's home. It looked as though it had once been used as a fuel shed. The floor was of beaten earth and the roof consisted of loose boards. Under the roof cords were stretched, on which rags, paper, and other articles from the dustbins were hung to dry. In one corner was a mean-looking iron stove, on which a coffee pot was singing, mingling its pleasant fragrance with the musty stench of the rubbish. Lasse stretched himself to ease his limbs. I'm quite stiff, he said, and a little chilled. Well, here you see my little mother, and this is my son, Pelle, my boy. He contentedly stroked the cheeks of his new life's partner. This was an old, bent, withered woman, grimy and ragged. Her face was covered with a red eruption which she had probably contracted on the refuse heaps. But a pair of kind eyes looked out of it, which made up for everything else. So that is Pelle, she said, looking at him. So that's what he is like. Yes, one has heard his name. He's one of those who will astonish the world, although he hasn't red hair. Pelle had to drink a cup of coffee. You can only have bread and butter with it. We old folks can't manage anything else for supper, said Lasse. We go to bed early, both of us, and one sleeps badly with an overfull stomach. Well, now, what do you think of our home? Said Father Lasse, looking proudly about him. We pay only 4 kroner a month for it, and all the furniture we get for nothing. Mother and I have brought it all here from the refuse heaps, every stick of it, even the stove. Just look at this straw mattress, now, it's really not bad, but the rich folks threw it away. And the iron bedstead, we found that there, I've tied a leg to it. And yesterday Mother came in carrying those curtains, and hung them up. A good thing there are people who have so much that they have to throw it on the dust heap. Lasse was quite cheerful. Things seemed to be going well with him, and the old woman looked after him as if he had been the love of her youth. She helped him off with his boots and on with his list slippers, then she brought a long pipe out of the corner, which she placed between his lips. He smiled, and settled down to enjoy himself. Do you see this pipe, Pelle? Mother saved up for this, without my knowing anything about it. She has got such a long one I can't light it myself. She says I look like a regular pope. Lasse had to lean back in his chair while she lit the pipe. When Pelle left, Lasse accompanied him across the yard. Well, what do you think of it? He said. I am glad to see things are going so well with you, said Pelle humbly. Lasse pressed his hand. Thanks for that. I was afraid you would be strict about it. As quite a little boy, you used to be deucedly strict in that direction. And see now, of course, we could marry, there is no impediment in either case. But that costs money, and the times are hard. As for children coming, and asking to be brought into the world respectably, there's no danger of that. Pelle could not help smiling, the old man was so much in earnest. Look in on us again soon, you are always welcome, said Lasse. But you needn't say anything of this to Ellen, she is so peculiar in that respect. Chapter 33. No, Pelle never told Ellen anything now. She had frozen his speech. She was like the winter sun, the side that was turned away from her received no share of her warmth. Pelle made no claims on her now, he had long ago satisfied himself that she could not respond to the strongest side of his nature, and he had accustomed himself to the idea of waging his fight alone. This had made him harder, but also more of a man. At home the children were ailing, they did not receive proper care, and the little girl was restless, especially during the night. The complaining and coughing of the children made the home uncomfortable. Ellen was dumb, like an avenging fate she went about her business and cared for the children. Her expressive glance never encountered his, although he often felt that her eyes were resting on him. She had grown thin of late, which lent her beauty, a fanatical glow, and a touch of malice. There were times when he would have given his life for an honest, burning kiss as a token of this woman's love. He understood her less and less, and was often filled with inexplicable anxiety concerning her. She suffered terribly through the condition of the children. And when she quieted them, with a bleeding heart, her voice had a fateful sound that made him shudder. Sometimes he was driven home by the idea that she might have made away with herself and the children. One day, when he had hurried home with this impression in his mind, she met him smiling and laid on the table 25 kroner. What's that? Asked Pelle, in amazement. "I've won that in the lottery," she said. So that was why her behavior had been so peculiarly mysterious during the last few days, as though there had been something which he must not on any account get to know. She had ventured her last shilling and was afraid he would find it out. "But where did you get the money?" he asked. "I borrowed it from my old friend, Anna. We went in for it together. Now we can have the doctor and medicine for the children, and we ourselves can have anything we want," she said. This money worked a transformation in Ellen, and their relations were once more warmly affectionate. Ellen was more lovingly tender in her behavior than ever before, and was continually spoiling him. Something had come over her that was quite new. Her manner showed a sort of contrition, which made her gentle and loving, and bound Pell to his home with the bonds of ardent desire. Now once more he hurried home. He took her manner to be an apology for her harsh judgment of him. For here, too, she was different, and began to interest herself in his work for the cause, inciting him, by all sorts of allusions, to continue it. It was evident that in spite of her apparent coldness she had kept herself well informed concerning it. Her manner underwent a most extraordinary transformation. She, the hard, confident Ellen, became mild and uncertain in her manner. She no longer kept sourly out of things, and had learned to bow her head good-naturedly. She was no longer so self-righteous. One day, toward evening, Pell was sitting at home before the looking-glass, and shaving himself. He had cut off the whole of his fine big mustache and was now shaving off the last traces of it. Ellen was amused to see how his face was altered. "I can scarcely recognize you," she said. He had thought she would have opposed its removal, and have put his mustache before the cause. But she was pleasant about the whole matter. He could not at all understand this alteration in her. When he had finished he stood up and went over to young Lasse, but the child cried out in terror. Then he put on his old working clothes, made his face and head black, and made his way to the machine works. The factory was in full swing now. They were working alternate shifts, day and night, with the help of intern strikebreakers, the locked-in workers, as the popular wit called them. The ironmasters had followed up their victory and had managed to set yet another industry in motion again. If this sort of thing went much further, the entire iron industry would one day be operated without the locked-out workers, who could stand outside and look on. But now a blow was about to be struck. Pell's heart was full of warmth and joy as he left home, and he felt equal for anything. He slipped through the pickets unnoticed, and succeeded in reaching the door of the factory. "They're asleep, the devils," he thought angrily, and was very near spoiling the whole thing by administering a reprimand. He knocked softly on the door and was admitted. The doorkeeper took him to the foreman, who was fortunately a German. Pell was given employment in the foundry, with very good wages. He was also promised that he should receive a bonus of 25 kroner when he had been there a certain time. "That's the Judas money," said the foreman, grinning. "And then as soon as the lockout is over you'll of course be placed in the forefront of the workers. Now you are quite clear about this, that you can't get out of here until then. If you want to send something to your wife, we'll see to that." He was shown to a corner where a sack full of straw lay on the floor. This was his dwelling place and his refuge for the night. In the factory the work went on as best it might. The men rushed at their work as in a frolic, drifted away again, lounged about the works, or stood here and there in groups, doing as they chose. The foreman did not dare to speak to them. If they made a friendly remark they were met with insults. The workers were taking advantage of the fact that they were indispensable. Their behavior was sheer tyranny, and they were continually harping on the fact that they would just as soon go as stay. These words made them the masters of the situation. They were paid big wages and received abundance to eat and to drink. And the working day or shift was shorter than usual. They did not understand the real significance of this change of life, but went about playing the bally. But there was a peculiar hesitation visible in their faces, as though they were not quite sure of one another. The native workers, who were in the minority, kept to themselves, as though they felt an inward contempt for those fellows who had traveled so far to fish in the troubled waters of their distress. They were working 3 shifts, each of 8 hours duration. Oh ho, thought Pell, why, this, good God, is the 8 hours day. This is surely the state of the future. At the very moment of his arrival one shift was completed, and the men immediately proceeded to make the most infernal uproar, hammering on metal and shouting for food and brandy. A huge cauldron full of beef and potatoes was dragged in. Pell was told off to join a mess of 10 men. "Eat, matey," they said. "Hungry, ain't you? How long had you been out of work before you gave in?" 3 months, said Pell. "Then you must be peckish. Here with the beef." "More beef here," they cried, to the cook's mate. "You can keep the potatoes and welcome. We've eaten enough potatoes all our lives. This is Tom Tiddler's land, with butter sauce into the bargain. This is how we've always said it ought to be, good wages and little to do, lots to eat and brandy to drink. Now you can see it was a good thing we held out till it came to this. Now we get our reward. Your health. Here, damn, what's your name, you there?" "Carlson," said Pell. "Here's to you, Carlson. Well, and how are things looking outside? Have you seen my wife lately? She's easy to recognize, she's a woman with 7 children with nothing inside their ribs. Well, how goes it with the strikers?" After eating they sat about playing cards, and drinking, or they loafed about and began to quarrel. They were a sharp-tongued crew. They went about actuated by a malicious longing to sting one another. "Come and have a game with us, mate, and have a drink," they cried to Pell. "Damn it all, how else should a man kill the time in this infernal place? 16 hours sleep a day, no, that's more than a chap can do with." There was a deafening uproar, as though the place had been a vast tavern, with men shouting and abusing one another. Each contributed to the din as though he wanted to drown it by his own voice. They were able to buy drink in the factory, and they drank what they earned. That's their conscience, thought Pell. At heart they are good comrades. There seemed to be some hope of success for his audacious maneuver. A group of Germans took no part in the orgy, but had set up a separate colony in the remotest corner of the hall. They were there to make money. In one of the groups a dispute broke out between the players. They were reviling one another in no measured language, and their terms of abuse culminated in the term strikebreaker. This made them perfectly furious. It was as though an abscess had broken. All their bottled-up shame and anger concerning their infamous position burst forth. They began to use knives and tools on one another. The police, who kept watch on the factory day and night, were called in, and restored tranquility. A wounded smith was bandaged in the office, but no arrest was made. Then a sudden slackness overcame them. They constantly crowded round Pell. He was a new man, he came from outside. "How are things going out there?" was the constant question. "Things are going very well out there." "It's a worse lookout for us in here," said Pell. "Going very well, are they? We've been told they are near giving in." "Who told you that?" "The bosses of the factory here." "Then they were fooling you, in order to keep you here." "That's a lie." "And what d'you mean by saying it's a worse lookout for us? Out with it, now. We shall never get regular work again. The comrades are winning, and when they begin work again they'll demand that we others shall be locked out." "The devil, and they've promised us the best positions," cried a great smith. "But you're a liar." "That you are. And why did you come here if they are nearly winning outside? Answer me, damn it all. A man doesn't come slinking into this hell unless he's compelled." "To leave his comrades in the lurch, you might add," replied Pell harshly. "I wanted to see how it feels to strike the bread away from the mouths of the starving." "That's a lie. No one would be so wicked." "You are making fools of us, you devil." "Give him a thrashing," said another. "He's playing a crooked game." "Are you a spy, or what do you want here? Do you belong to those idiots outside? It had been Pell's plan to put a good face on a crooked job, and cautiously to feel his way, but now he grew angry. You had better think what you're doing before you call honorable men idiots, he retorted violently. Do you know what you are? Swine. You lie there eating your fill and pouring the drink down your throats and living easy on the need of your comrades. Swine, that you are, Judases, who have sold a good cause for dirty money. How much did you get? 25 kroner, eh? And out there they are loyally starving, so that all of us, yes, you too, can live a little more like human beings in the future. You hold your jaw, said the big smith. You've no wife and children, you can easily talk. Aren't you the fellow who lives in Jagersborg Street? Pell demanded. Perhaps you are sending what you earn to your wife and children? Then why are they in want? Yesterday they were turned out of doors. The organization took them in and found a roof to go over their heads, although they were a strikebreakers family. Pell himself had made this possible. Send, damn and blast it all, I'll send them something. But if one lives this hell of a life in here, the bit of money one earns all goes in rotgut. And now you're going to get a thrashing. The smith turned up his shirt sleeves so that his mighty muscles were revealed. He was no longer reasonable, but glared at Pell like an angry bull. Wait a bit, said an older man, stepping up to Pell. I think I've seen you before. What is your real name, if I may make bold to ask? My name? You are welcome to know it. I am Pell. This name produced an effect like that of an explosion. They were dazzled. The smith's arms fell slack, he turned his head aside in shame. Pell was among them. They had left him in the lurch, had turned their backs on him, and now he stood there laughing at them, not the least bit angry with them. What was more, he had called them comrades. So he did not despise them. Pell is here, they said quietly, further and further spread the news, and their tongues dwelt curiously on his name. A murmur ran through the shops. What the devil, has Pell come? They cried, stumbling to their legs. Pell had leaped onto a great anvil. Silence, he cried, in a voice of thunder, silence. And there was silence in the great building. The men could hear their own deep breathing. The foreman came rushing up and attempted to drag him down. You can't make speeches here, they cried. Let him speak, said the big smith threateningly. You aren't big enough to stop his mouth, not by a long chalk. He seized a hammer and stationed himself at the foot of the anvil. Comrades. Pell began, in an easy tone, I have been sent here to you with greetings from those outside there, from the comrades who used to stand next to you at work, from your friends and fellow unionists. Where are our old comrades, they are asking. We have fought so many battles by their side, we have shared good and evil with them, are we to enter into the new conditions without them? And your wives and children are asking after you. Outside there it is the spring. They don't understand why they can't pack the picnic basket and go out into the forest with father. No, there's no picnic basket, said a heavy voice. There are 50,000 men accepting the situation without grumbling, Pell earnestly replied. And they are asking after you, they don't understand why you demand more than they do. Have you done more for the movement than they have, they ask. Or are you a lot of dukes, that you can't quietly stand by the rank and file? And now it's the spring out there, he cried once more. The poor man's winter is past, and the bright day is coming for him. And here you go over to the wrong side and walk into prison. Do you know what the locked-out workers call you? They call you the locked-in workers. There were a few suppressed smiles at this. That's a damn good smack, they told one another. He made that up himself. They have other names for us as well, cried a voice defiantly. Yes, they have, said Pell vigorously. But that's because they are hungry. People get unreasonable then, you know very well, and they grudge other folks their food. They thronged about him, pressing closer and closer. His words were scorching them, yet were doing them good. No one could hit out like Pelle, and yet at the same time make them feel that they were decent fellows after all. The foreign workers stood round about them, eagerly listening, in order that they, too, might catch a little of what was said. Pelle had suddenly plunged into the subject of the famine, laying bare the year-long, endless despair of their families. So that they all saw what the others had suffered, so really for the first time. They were amazed that they could have endured so much, but they knew that it was so. They nodded continually, in agreement. It was all literally true. It was Pelle's own desperate struggle that was speaking through him now, but the refrain of suffering ran through it all. He stood before them radiant and confident of victory, towering indomitably over them all. Gradually his words became keen and vigorous. He reproached them with their disloyalty. He reminded them how dearly and bitterly they had bought the power of cohesion, and in brief, striking phrases he awakened the inspiriting rhythm of the cause that lay slumbering in every heart. It was the old, beloved music, the well-known melody of the home and labor. Pelle sounded it with a new accent. Like all those that forsake their country, they had forgotten the voice of their mother. That was why they could not find their way home. But now she was calling them back to the old dream of a land of fortune. He could see it in their faces, and with a leap he was at them. Do you know of anything more infamous than to sell your mother country? That is what you have done. Before ever you set foot in it, you have sold it, with your brothers, your wives, and your children. You have forsworn your religion, your faith in the great cause. You have disobeyed orders, and have sold yourselves for a miserable Judas price and a keg of brandy. He stood with his left hand on the big smith's shoulder, his right hand he clenched and held out toward them. In that hand he was holding them. He felt that so strongly that he did not dare to let it sink, but continued to hold it outstretched. A murmuring wave passed through the ranks, reaching even to the foreign workers. They were infected by the emotion of the others, and followed the proceedings with tense attention, although they did not understand much of the language. At each sally they nodded and nudged one another, until now they stood there motionless, with expectant faces. They, too, were under the spell of his words. This was solidarity, the mighty, earth-encircling power. Pelle recognized the look of wonder on their faces. A cold shudder ran up and down his spine. He held them all in his hand, and now the blow was to be struck before they had time to think matters over. Now, comrades, he cried loudly. I told those outside that you were honorable men, who had been led into the devil's kitchen by want, and in a moment of misunderstanding. And I am going in to fetch your friends and comrades out, I said. They are longing to come out to you again, to come out into the spring. Did I lie when I spoke well of you? No, that you didn't. They replied, with one voice. 3 cheers for Pelle. 3 cheers for lightning. Come along, then. Swiftly he leaped down from the anvil and marched through the workshop, roaring out the socialist marching song. They followed him without a moment's consideration, without regret or remorse. The rhythm of the march had seized them. It was as though the warm spring wind were blowing them out into the freedom of nature. The door was unlocked, the officials of the factory were pushed aside. Singing in a booming rhythm that seemed to revenge itself for the long days of confinement, they marched out into North Bridge Street, with Pelle at their head, and turned into the Labor Building. Chapter 34. That was a glorious stroke. The employers abandoned all further idea of running the works without the Federation. The victory was the completer in that the trades unions gave the foreign workers their passage money, and sent them off before they had time for reflection. They were escorted to the steamers, and the workers saw them off with a comradely hurrah. Pelle was the hero of the day. His doings were discussed in all the newspapers, and even his opponents lowered their swords before him. He took it all as a matter of course. He was striving with all his might toward a fresh goal. There was no excuse for soaring into the clouds. The lockout was still the principal fact, and a grievous and burdensome fact, and now he was feeling its whole weight. The armies of workers were still sauntering about the streets, while the nation was consuming its own strength, and there was no immediate prospect of a settlement. But one day the springs would run dry, and what then? He was too deeply immersed in the conflict to grow dizzy by reason of a little flattery. And the general opinion more than ever laid the responsibility for the situation on him. If this terrible struggle should end in defeat, then his would be the blame. And he racked his brains to find a means of breaking down the opposition of the enemy. The masses were still enduring the conditions with patience, but how much longer would this last? Rumors, which intended mischief, were flying about. One day it was said that one of the leaders, who had been entrusted with making collections, had run off with the cash box. While another rumor declared that the whole body of workers had been sold to the employers. Something must happen. But what? One afternoon he went home to see his family before going to a meeting. The children were alone. "Where is mother?" he asked, taking young Lasse on his knee. Little sister was sitting upright in her cradle, playing. "Mother made herself fine and went out into the city," replied the child. "Mother so fine?" "So? Was she so fine?" Pelle went into the bedroom. He looked into the wardrobe. Ellen's wedding dress was not there. "That is curious," he thought, and began to play with the children. The little girl stretched her tiny arms toward him. He had to take her up and sit with a child on either knee. The little girl kept on picking at his upper lip, as though she wanted to say something. "Yes, father's mustache has fallen off, little sister," said young Lasse, in explanation. "Yes, it has flown away," said Pelle. There came a wind and, phew, away it went. He looked into the glass with a little grimace. That mustache had been his pride. Then he laughed at the children. Ellen came home breathless, as though she had been running. A tender rosiness lay over her face and throat. She went into the bedroom with her cloak on. Pelle followed her. "You have your wedding dress on," he said wonderingly. "Yes, I wanted something done to it, so I went to the dressmaker, so that she could see the dress on me. But run out now, I'll come directly, I only want to put another dress on." Pelle wanted to stay, but she pushed him toward the door. "Run away," she said, pulling her dress across her bosom. The tender red had spread all over her bosom, she was so beautiful in her confusion. After a time she came into the living room and laid some notes on the table before him. "What's this again?" he cried, half startled by the sight of all this money. "Yes, haven't I wonderful luck? I've won in the lottery again. Haven't you a clever wife?" She was standing behind him with her arm across his shoulders. Pelle sat there for a moment, bowed down as though he had received a blow on the head. Then he pushed her arm aside and turned round to her. "You have won again already, you say? Twice? Twice running?" He spoke slowly and monotonously, as though he wanted to let every word sink in. "Yes, don't you think it's very clever of me?" She looked at him uncertainly and attempted to smile. "But that is quite impossible," he said heavily. "That is quite impossible." Suddenly he sprang to his feet, seizing her by the throat. "You are lying. You are lying," he cried, raging. "Will you tell me the truth? Out with it." He pressed her back over the table, as though he meant to kill her. Young Lasse began to cry. She stared at him with wondering eyes, which were full of increasing terror. He released her and averted his face in order not to see those eyes, they were full of the fear of death. She made no attempt to rise, but fixed him with an intolerable gaze, like that of a beast that is about to be killed and does not know why. He rose, and went silently over to the children, and busied himself in quieting them. He had a horrible feeling in his hands, almost as when once in his childhood he had killed a young bird. Otherwise he had no feeling, except that everything was so loathsome. It was the fault of the situation, and now he would go. He realized, as he packed his things, that she was standing by the table, crying softly. He realized it quite suddenly, but it was no concern of his. When he was ready and had kissed the children, a shudder ran through her body. She stepped before him in her old energetic way. "Don't leave me, you mustn't leave me," she said, sobbing. "Oh, I only wanted to do what was best for you, and you didn't see after anything." "No, that's not a reproach, but our daily bread, Pelle. For you and the children. I could no longer look on and see you go without everything, especially you, Pelle. I love you so. It was out of love for you, above all, out of love for you." It sounded like a song in his ears, like a strange, remote refrain, the words he did not hear. He put her gently aside, kissed the boy once more, and stroked his face. Ellen stood as though dead, gazing at his movements with staring, bewildered eyes. When he went out to the door she collapsed. Pelle left his belongings downstairs with the mangling woman, and he went mechanically toward the city. He heard no sound, no echo, he went as one asleep. His feet carried him toward the labor house, and up the stairs, into the room whence the campaign was directed. He took his place among the others without knowing what he did, and there he sat, gazing down at the green tablecloth. The general mood showed signs of dejection. For a long time now the bottom of the cash box had been visible, and as more and more workers were turned into the street the product of self-imposed taxation was gradually declining. And the readiness of those outside the movement to make sacrifices was rapidly beginning to fail. The public had now had enough of the affair. Everything was failing, now they would have to see if they could not come to some arrangement. Starvation was beginning to thrust its grinning head among the 50,000 men now idle. The moment had come upon which capital was counting. The moment when the crying of children for bread begins to break the will of the workers, until they are ready to sacrifice honor and independence in order to satisfy the little creature's hunger. And the enemy showed no sign of wishing for peace. This knowledge had laid its mark on all the members of the council. And as they sat there they knew that the weal or woe of hundreds of thousands depended on them. No one dared accept the responsibility of making a bold proposal in this direction or that. With things as they stood, they would have, in a week or two, to give up the fight. Then nearly 250,000 human beings would have suffered torment for nothing. A terrible apathy would be the result of that suffering and of the defeat, it would put them back many years. But if the employers could not long withstand the pressure which the financial world was beginning to exert on them, they would be throwing away the victory if they gave up the fight now. The cleverest calculations were useless here. A blind, monstrous fate would prevail. Who could say that he had lifted the veil of the future and could point out the way? No one. And Pelle, the blazing torch, who had shown them the road regardless of all else, he sat there drowsing as though it meant nothing to him. Apparently he had broken down under his monstrous labors. The secretary came in with a newspaper marked with red pencil. He passed it to the chairman, who stared for a while at the underlined portion, then he rose and read it out. The paper was quivering in his hands. About 30 working women, young and of good appearance, can during the lockout find a home with various bachelors. Good treatment guaranteed. The office of the paper will give further information. Pelle sprang up out of his half-slumber. The horrible catastrophe of his own home was blindingly clear now. So it's come to that, he cried. Now capital has laid its fingers on our wives, now they are to turn whore. We must fight on, fight, fight. We must strike one last blow, and it must be a heavy one. But how, they asked. Pelle was white with enforced calm. His mind had never been so radiantly clear. Now Ellen should be revenged on those who took everything, even the poor man's one ewe lamb. In the first place we must issue an optimistic report, this very day, he said, smiling. The cash box is nearly empty, good. Then we will state that the workers have abundant means to carry on the fight for another year if need be, and then we'll go for them. Born of anger, an old, forgotten fantasy had flashed into his mind as a definite plan. Hitherto we have fought passively, he continued, with patience as our chief weapon. We have opposed our necessities of life to the luxuries of the other side. And if they strike at us in order to starve us to skin and bone and empty our homes of our last possessions, we answered them by refusing to do the work which was necessary to their comfort. Let us for once strike at their vital necessities. Let us strike them where they have struck us from the beginning. In the belly. Then perhaps they'll turn submissive. Hitherto we have kept the most important of the workers out of the conflict, those on whom the health and welfare of the public depend, although we ourselves have benefited nothing thereby. Why should we bake their bread? We, who haven't the means to eat it. Why should we look after their cleanliness? We, who haven't the means to keep ourselves clean. Let us bring the dustmen and the street cleaners into the line of fire. And if that isn't enough, we'll turn off their gas and water. Let us venture our last penny, let us strike the last blow. Pell's proposal was adopted, and he went westward immediately to the president of the Scavengers' Union. He had just got up and was sitting down to his midday meal. He was a small, comfortable little man, who had always a twinkle in his eye. He came from the coal country. Pell had helped him at one time to get his organization into working order, and he knew that he could count on him and his men. Do you remember still, how I once showed you that you are the most important workers in the city, Lars Hansen? The president nodded. Yes, one would have to be a pretty sort of fool to forget that. No, as long as I live I shall never forget the effect your words had on us despised scavengers. It was you who gave us faith in ourselves, and an organization. And even if we aren't quite the most important people, still. But that's just what you are, and now it's your turn to prove it. Could you suspend work this night? Lars Hansen sat gazing thoughtfully into the lamp while he chewed his food. Our relations with the city are rather in the nature of a contract, he said slowly and at length. They could punish us for it, and compel us to resume work. But if you want it, irrespective, why of course we'll do it. There can be only one view as to that among comrades. What you may gain by it you yourself know best. Thanks, said Pell, holding out his hand. Then that is settled, no more carts go out. And we must bring the street cleaners to a standstill too. Then the authorities will put other men on, there are plenty to be found for that work. They won't do that, or we'll put a stop to it if they do. That sounds all right. It'll be a nasty business for the swells. It's all the same to the poor, they haven't anything to eat. But suppose the soldiers are ordered to do it. Scavenging must be done if the city isn't to become pestilential. A flash of intelligence crossed Pell's face. Now listen, comrade. When you stop working, deliver up all the keys, so that the authorities can't touch you. Only put them all in a sack and give them a good shake-up. Lars Hansen broke into a resounding laugh. That will be the deuce of a joke, he groaned, smacking his thighs. Then they'll have to come to us, for no one else will be able to sort them out again so quickly. I'll take them the keys myself, I'll go upstairs as innocent as anything. Pell thanked him again. You'll save the whole cause, he said quietly. It's the bread and the future happiness of many thousands that you are now holding in your hands. He smiled brightly and took his leave. As soon as he was alone his smile faded and an expression of deathly weariness took its place. Pell walked the streets, strolling hither and thither. Now all was settled. There was nothing more to strive for. Everything within him seemed broken, he had not even strength to decide what he should do with himself. He walked on and on, came out into the high street, and turned off again into the side streets. Over the way, in the colonial stores, he saw Karl, smiling and active, behind the counter serving customers. You ought really to go in and ask him how he's getting on, he thought, but he strolled on. Once, before a tenement house, he halted and involuntarily looked up. No, he had already done his business here. This was where the president of the Scavengers' Union lived. No, the day's work was over now, he would go home to Ellen and the children. Home? No home for him now, he was forsaken and alone. And yet he went toward the north. Which road he went by he did not know, but after a time he found himself standing before his own door and staring at the rusty little letter box. Within there was a sound of weeping. He could hear Ellen moving to and fro, preparing everything for the night. Then he turned and hastened away, and did not breathe easily until he had turned the corner of the street. He turned again and again, from one side street into another. Inside his head everything seemed to be going round, and at every step he felt as if it would crack. Suddenly he seemed to hear hasty but familiar steps behind him. Ellen. He turned round, there was no one there. So it was an illusion. But the steps began again as soon as he went on. There was something about those steps, it was as though they wanted to say something to him, he could hear plainly that they wanted to catch up with him. He stopped suddenly, there was no one there, and no one emerged from the darkness of the side streets. Were these strange footsteps in his own mind, then? Pelle found them incomprehensible. His heart began to thump, his terrible exhaustion had made him helpless. And Ellen, what was the matter with her? That reproachful weeping sounded in his ears. Understand, what was he to understand? She had done it out of love, she had said. Ugh, away with it all. He was too weary to justify her offense. But what sort of wanderer was this? Now the footsteps were keeping time with his now. They had a double sound. And when he thought, another creature answered to him, from deep within him. There was something persistent about this, as there was in Morton's influence. An opinion that made its way through all obstacles, even when reduced to silence. What was wanted of him now? Hadn't he worked loyally enough? Was he not Pelle, who had conducted the great campaign? Pelle, to whom all looked up. But there was no joy in the thought now, he could not now hear the march of his 50,000 comrades in his own footsteps. He was left in the lurch, left alone with this accursed something here in the deserted streets, and loneliness had come upon him. You are afraid, he thought, with a bitter laugh. But he did not wish to be alone, and he listened intently. The conflict had taken all that he possessed. So there was a community, mournful as it was, between him and the misery around him here. What had he to complain of? The city of the poor lay about him, terrible, ravaged by the battle of unemployment, a city of weeping, and cold, and darkness, and want. From the back premises sounded the crying of children, they were crying for bread, he knew, while drunken men staggered round the corners. And the screaming of women sounded from the back rooms and the backyards. Ugh, this was hell already. Thank God, victory was near. Somewhere he could plainly hear voices. Children were crying, and a woman, who was moving to and fro in the room, was soothing them, and was lulling the youngest asleep, no doubt she had it in her arms. It all came down to him so distinctly that he looked up. There were no windows in the apartment. They were to be driven out by the cold, he thought indignantly, and he ran up the stairs. He was accustomed to taking the unfortunate by surprise. The landlord has taken out the doors and windows, he wanted to turn us into the street, but we aren't going, for where should we go? So he wants to drive us out through the cold, like the bugs. They've driven my husband to death. Suddenly she recognized Pelle. So it's you, you accursed devil, she cried. It was you yourself who set him on. Perhaps you remember how he used to drink out of the bottle? Formerly he always used to behave himself properly. And you saw, too, how we were turned out of St. Hans Street, the tenants forced us to go, didn't you see that? Oh, you torturer. You followed him everywhere, hunted him like a wild beast, taunted him and tormented him to death. When he went into a tavern the others would stand away from him, and the landlord had to ask him to go. But he had more sense of honor than you. I'm infected with the plague, he said, and one morning he hanged himself. Ah, if I could pray the good God to smite you. She was tearless, her voice was dry and hoarse. You have no need to do that, replied Pell bitterly. He has smitten me. But I never wished your husband any harm. Both times, when I met him, I tried to help him. We have to suffer for the benefit of all. My own happiness is shattered into fragments. He suddenly found relief in tears. They just ought to see that, the working men, Pell crying. Then they wouldn't shout, hurrah, when he appears, she cried scornfully. I have still 10 kroner, will you take them, said Pell, handing her the money. She took it hesitating. You must need that for your wife and children, that must be your share of your strike pay. I have no wife and children now. Take it. Good God! Has your home gone to pieces too? Couldn't even Pell keep it together? Well, it's only natural that he who sows should reap. Pell went his way without replying. The unjust judgment of this woman depressed him more than the applause of thousands would have pleased him. But it aroused a violent mental protest. Where she had struck him he was invulnerable. He had not been looking after his own trivial affairs, but had justly and honorably served the great cause, and had led the people to victory. The wounded and the fallen had no right to abuse him. He had lost more than anyone, he had lost everything. With care-laden heart, but curiously calm, he went toward the North Bridge and rented a room in a cheap lodging house. Chapter 35. The final instructions issued to the workers aroused terrible indignation in the city. At one blow the entire public was set against them. The press was furious, and full of threats and warnings. Even the independent journals considered that the workers had infringed the laws of human civilization. But the working man quietly called attention to the fact that the conflict was a matter of life or death for the lower classes. They were ready to proceed to extremities. They still had it in their power to cut off the water and gas, the means of the capital's commercial and physical life. Then the tide set in against the employers. Something had to give somewhere. And what was the real motive of the conflict? Merely a question of power. They wanted to have the sole voice, to have their workers bound hand and foot. The financiers, who stood at the back of the big employers, had had enough of the whole affair. It would be an expensive game first and last, and there would be little profit in destroying the cohesion of the workers if the various industries were ruined at the same time. Pell saw how the crisis was approaching while he wandered about the lesser streets in search of Father Lasse. Now the cause was progressing by its own momentum, and he could rest. An unending strain was at last lifted from his shoulders. And now he wanted time to gather together the remnants of his own happiness, and at last to do something for one who had always sacrificed himself for him. Now he and Lasse would find a home together, and resume the old life in company together. He rejoiced at the thought. Father Lasse's nature never clashed with his. He had always stood by him through everything, his love was like a mother's. Lasse was no longer living in his lair behind Baker Street. The old woman with whom he was living had died shortly before this, and Lasse had then disappeared. Pell continued to ask after him, and, well known as he was among the poor, it was not difficult for him to follow the old man's traces, which gradually led him out to Christianshavn. During his inquiries he encountered a great deal of misery, which delayed him. Now, when the battle was fighting itself to a conclusion, he was everywhere confronted by need, and his old compassion welled up in his heart. He helped where he could, finding remedies with his usual energy. Lasse had not been to the bark itself, but someone there had seen him in the streets, in a deplorable condition. Where he lived no one knew. "Have you looked in the cellar of the merchant's house over yonder?" the old night watchman asked him. "Many live there in these hard times. Every morning about 6 o'clock I lock the cellar up, and then I call down and warn them so that they shan't be pinched. If I happen to turn away, then they come slinking up. It seems to me I heard of an old man who was said to be lying down there, but I'm not sure, for I've wadding in my ears. I'm obliged to in my calling, in order not to hear too much." He went to the place with Pell. The merchant's house, which in the 18th century was the palace of one of the great mercantile families of Christianshavn, was now used as a granary. It lay fronting on one of the canals. The deep cellars, which were entirely below the level of the canal, were now empty. It was pitch dark down there, and impracticable. The damp air seemed to gnaw at one's vocal cords. They took a light and explored among the pillars, finding here and there places where people had lain on straw. "There is no one here," said the watchman. Pelle called, and heard a feeble sound as of one clearing his throat. Far back in the cellars, in one of the cavities in the wall, Father Lasse was lying on a mattress. "Yes, here I lie, waiting for death," he whispered. "It won't last much longer now. The rats have begun to sniff about me already." The cold, damp air had taken his voice away. He was altogether in a pitiful condition, but the sight of Pelle put life into him in so far as he was able to stand on his feet. They took him over to the bark, the old night watchman giving up his room and going up to Widow Johnson. There he slept in the daytime, and at night went about his duties. A possible arrangement, although there was only one bed. When Lasse was put into a warm bed he lay there shivering, and he was not quite clear in his mind. Pelle warmed some beer. The old man must go through a sweating cure. From time to time he sat on the bed and gazed anxiously at his father. Lasse lay there with his teeth chattering. He had closed his eyes. Now and again he tried to speak, but could not. The warm drink helped him a little, and the blood flowed once more into his dead, icy hands, and his voice returned. "Do you think we are going to have a hard winter?" he said suddenly, turning on his side. "We are going on toward the summer now, dear father," Pelle replied. "But you must not lie with your back uncovered. I'm so terribly cold, almost as cold as I was in winter. I wouldn't care to go through that again. It got into my spine so. Good God, the poor folks who are at sea. You needn't worry about them, you just think about getting well again. Today we've got the sunshine and it's fine weather at sea." "Let a little sunshine in here to me, then," said Lasse peevishly. "There's a great wall in front of the window, father," said Pelle, bending down over him. Well, it'll soon be over, the little time that's still left me. It's all the same to the night watchman, he wakes all night and yet he doesn't see the sun. That is truly a curious calling. But it is good that someone should watch over us while we sleep." Lasse rocked his head restlessly to and fro. "Yes, otherwise they'd come by night and steal our money," said Pelle jestingly. "Yes, that they would." Lasse tried to laugh. "And how are things going with you, lad?" "The negotiations are proceeding. Yesterday we held the first meeting." Lasse laughed until his throat rattled. So the fine folks couldn't stomach the smell any longer. Yes, I heard the news of that when I was lying ill down there in the darkness. At night, when the others came creeping in, they told me about it. We laughed properly over that idea of yours. But oughtn't you to be at your meeting? No, I have excused myself. I don't want to sit there squabbling about the ending of a sentence. Now I'm going to be with you, and then we'll both make ourselves comfortable. I am afraid we shan't have much more joy of one another, lad. But you are quite jolly again now. Tomorrow you will see. Ah, no. Death doesn't play false. I couldn't stand that cellar. Why did you do it, father? You knew your place at home was waiting for you. Yes, you must forgive my obstinacy, Pelle. But I was too old to be able to help in the fight, and then I thought at least you won't lay a burden on them so long as this lasts. So in that way I have borne my share. And do you really believe that something will come of it? Yes, we are winning, and then the new times will begin for the poor man. Yes, I've no part in such fine things now. It was as though one served the wicked goblin that stands over the door, work today, eat tomorrow. And tomorrow never came. What kindness I've known has been from my own people. A poor bird will pull out its own feathers to cover another. But I can't complain, I have had bad days, but there are folks who have had worse. And the women have always been good to me. Bungta was a grumbler, but she meant it kindly. Karna sacrificed money and health to me, God be thanked that she didn't live after they took the farm from me. For I've been a landowner too. I had almost forgotten that in all my misery. Yes, and old Lise, begging Lise, as they called her, she shared bed and board with me. She died of starvation, smart though she was. Would you believe that? Eat, she used to say, we have food enough. And I, old devil, I ate the last crust, and suspected nothing, and in the morning she was lying dead and cold at my side. There was not a scrap of flesh on her whole body, nothing but skin over dry bones. But she was one of God's angels. We used to sing together, she and I. ACH, poor people take the bread out of one another's mouths. Lasse lay for a time sunk in memories, and began to sing, with the gestures he had employed in the courtyard. Pell held him down and endeavored to bring him to reason, but the old man thought he was dealing with the street urchins. When he came to the verse which spoke of his son he wept. Don't cry, father, said Pell, quite beside himself, and he laid his heavy head against that of the old man. I am with you again. Lasse lay still for a time, blinking his eyes, with his hand groping to and fro over his son's face. Yes, you are really here, he said faintly, and I thought you had gone away again. Do you know what, Pell? You have been the whole light of my life. When you came into the world I was already past the best of my years. But then you came, and it was as though the sun had been born anew. What may he not bring with him? I used to think, and I held my head high in the air. You were no bigger than a pint bottle. Perhaps he'll make his fortune, I thought, and then there'll be a bit of luck for you as well. So I thought, and so I've always believed, but now I must give it up. But I've lived to see you respected. You haven't become a rich man, well, that need not matter, but the poor speak well of you. You have fought their battles for them without taking anything to fill your own belly. Now I understand it, and my old heart rejoices that you are my son. When Lasse fell asleep Pell lay on the sofa for a while. But he did not rest long, the old man slept like a bird, opening his eyes every moment. If he did not see his son close to his bed he lay tossing from side to side and complaining in a half-slumber. In the middle of the night he raised his head and held it up in a listening attitude. Pell awoke. What do you want, father? He asked, as he tumbled onto his feet. ACH, I can hear something flowing, far out yonder, beyond the sea line. It is as though the water were pouring into the abyss. But oughtn't you to go home to Ellen now? I shall be all right alone overnight, and perhaps she's sitting worrying as to where you are. I've sent to Ellen to tell her that I shouldn't be home overnight, said Pell. The old man lay considering his son with a pondering glance. Are you happy, too, now? He asked. It seems to me as though there is something about your marriage that ought not to be. Yes, father, it's quite all right, Pell replied in a half-choking voice. Well, God be thanked for that. You've got a good wife in Ellen, and she has given you splendid children. How is young Lasse? I should dearly like to see him again before I go from here. There will still be a Lasse. I'll bring him to you early in the morning, said Pell. And now you ought to see if you can't sleep a little, father. It is pitch dark still. Lasse turned himself submissively toward the wall. Once he cautiously turned his head to see if Pell was sleeping. His eyes could not see across the room, so he attempted to get out of bed, but fell back with a groan. What is it, father? Cried Pell anxiously, and he was beside him in a moment. I only wanted just to see that you'd got something over you in this cold. But my old limbs won't bear me any more, said the old man, with a shamefaced expression. Toward morning he fell into a quiet sleep, and Pell brought Madame Johnson to sit with the old man, while he went home for young Lasse. It was no easy thing to do. But the last wish of the old man must be granted. And he knew that Ellen would not entrust the child to strange hands. Ellen's frozen expression lit up as he came. An exclamation of joy rose to her lips, but the sight of his face killed it. "My father lies dying," he said sadly. "He very much wants to see the boy." She nodded and quietly busied herself in making the child ready. Pelle stood at the window gazing out. It seemed very strange to him that he should be here once more. The memory of the little household rose to his mind and made him weak. He must see little sister. Ellen led him silently into the bedroom. The child was sleeping in her cradle. A deep and wonderful peace brooded over her bright head. Ellen seemed to be nearer to him in this room here. He felt her compelling eyes upon him. He pulled himself forcibly together and went into the other room. He had nothing more to do there. He was a stranger in this home. A thought occurred to him, whether she was going on with that? Although it was nothing to him, the question would not be suppressed, and he looked about him for some sign that might be significant. It was a poverty-stricken place. Everything superfluous had vanished. But a shoemaker's sewing machine had made its appearance, and there was work on it. Strike-breaking work. He thought mechanically. But not disgraceful. For the first time he was glad to discover a case of strike-breaking. She had also begun to take in sewing, and she looked thoroughly overworked. This gave him downright pleasure. "The boy is ready to go with you now," she said. Pelle cast a farewell glance over the room. "Is there anything you need?" he asked. "Thanks, I can look after myself," she replied proudly. "You didn't take the money I sent you on Saturday. I can manage myself, if I can only keep the boy. Don't forget that you told me once he should always stay with me. He must have a mother who can look him in the face, remember that, Ellen." "You needn't remind me of that," she replied bitterly. Lasse was awake when they arrived. That's a genuine Carlson," he said. "He takes after our family. Look now, Pelle, boy. He has the same prominent ears, and he's got the lucky curl on his forehead too. He'll make his way in the world. I must kiss his little hands, for the hands, they are our blessing, the only possession we come into the world with. They say the world will be lifted up by the hands of poor. I should like to know whether that will be so. I should like to know whether the new times will come soon now. It's a pity after all that I shan't live to see it." "You may very well be alive to see it yet, father," said Pelle, who on the way had bought The Working Man, and was now eagerly reading it. "They are going ahead in full force, and in the next few days the fight will be over. Then we'll both settle down and be jolly together." "No, I shan't live to see that. Death has taken hold of me. He will soon snatch me away. But if there's anything after it all, it would be fine if I could sit up there and watch your good fortune coming true. You have traveled the difficult way, Pelle. Lasse is not stupid. But perhaps you'll be rewarded by a good position, if you take over the leadership yourself now. But then you must see that you don't forget the poor. That's a long way off yet, father. And then there won't be any more poor. You say that so certainly, but poverty is not so easily dealt with, it has eaten its way in too deep. Young Lasse will perhaps be a grown man before that comes about. But now you must take the boy away, for it isn't good that he should see how the old die. He looks so pale. Does he get out into the sun properly? The rich have borrowed the sun, and they've forgotten to pay it back," said Pelle bitterly. Lasse raised his head in the air, as though he were striving against something. Yes. It needs good eyes to look into the future, and mine won't serve me any longer. But now you must go and take the boy with you. And you mustn't neglect your affairs. You can't outwit death, however clever you may be." He laid his withered hand on young Lasse's head and turned his face to the wall. Pelle got Madame Johnson to take the boy home again, so that he himself could remain with the old man. Their paths had of late years lain so little together. They had forever been meeting and then leading far apart. He felt the need of a lingering farewell. While he moved to and fro, and lit a fire to warm up some food, and did what he could to make Father Lasse comfortable. He listened to the old man's desultory speech and let himself drift back into the careless days of childhood. Like a deep, tender murmur, like the voice of the earth itself, Lasse's monotonous speech renewed his childhood. And as it continued, it became the never-silent speech of the many concerning the conditions of life. Now, in silence he turned again from the thousands to Father Lasse, and saw how great a world this tender-hearted old man had supported. He had always been old and worn out so long as Pelle could remember. Labor so soon robs the poor man of his youth and makes his age so long. But this very frailty endowed him with a superhuman power, that of the Father. He had borne his poverty greatly, without becoming wicked or self-seeking or narrow. His heart had always been full of the cheerfulness of sacrifice, and full of tenderness. He had been strong even in his impotence. Like the Heavenly Father himself, he had encompassed Pelle's whole existence with his warm affection. And it would be terrible indeed when his kindly speech was no longer audible at the back of everything. His departing soul hovered in ever-expanding circles over the way along which he had traveled, like the doves when they migrate. Each time he had recovered a little strength he took up the tale of his life anew. There has always been something to rejoice over, you know, but much of it has been only an aimless struggle. In the days when I knew no better I managed well enough, but from the moment when you were born my old mind began to look to the future, and I couldn't feel at peace any more. There was something about you that seemed like an omen, and since then it has always stuck in my mind, and my intentions have been restless, like the Jerusalem shoemakers. It was as though something had suddenly given me, poor louse, the promise of a more beautiful life, and the memory of that kept on running in my mind. Is it perhaps the longing for paradise, out of which they drove us once, I used to think. If you'll believe me, I, poor old blunderer as I am, have had splendid dreams of a beautiful, carefree old age, when my son, with his wife and children, would come and visit me in my own cozy room, where I could entertain them a little with everything neat and tidy. I didn't give up hoping for it even right at the end. I used to go about dreaming of a treasure which I should find out on the refuse heaps. Ah, I did so want to be able to leave you something. I have been able to do so miserably little for you. And you say that, who have been father and mother to me? During my whole childhood you stood behind everything, protecting me. If anything happened to me I always used to think, Father Lasse will soon set that right. And when I grew up I found in everything that I undertook that you were helping me to raise myself. It would have gone but ill indeed with everything if you hadn't given me such a good inheritance. Do you say that? Cried Lasse proudly. Shall I truly have done my share in what you have done for the cause of the poor? Ah, that sounds good, in any case. No, but you have been my life, my boy, and I used to wonder, poor weak man as I was, to see how great my strength was in you. What I scarcely dared to think of even, you have had the power to do. And now here I lie, and have not even the strength to die. You must promise me that you won't burden yourself on my account with anything that's beyond your ability. You must leave the matter to the poor law authorities. I've kept myself clear of them till now, but it was only my stupid pride. The poor man and the poor laws belong together after all. I have learned lately to look at many things differently. And it is good that I am dying, otherwise I should soon be alive and thinking but have no power. If these ideas had come to me in the strength of my youth perhaps I should have done something violent. I hadn't your prudence and intelligence, to be able to carry eggs in a hop sack. On the morning of the third day there was a change in Lasse, although it was not easy to say where the alteration lay. Pelle sat at the bedside reading the last issue of The Working Man, when he noticed that Lasse was gazing at him. Is there any news? He asked faintly. The negotiations are proceeding, said Pelle, but it is difficult to agree upon a basis. Several times everything has been on the point of breaking down. It's dragging out such a long time, said Lasse dejectedly, and I shall die today, Pelle. There is something restless inside me, although I should dearly like to rest a little. It is curious, how we wander about trying to obtain something different to what we have. As a little boy at home in Tomalilla I used to run round a well. I used to run like one possessed, and I believed if I only ran properly I should be able to catch my own heels. And now I've done it. For now there is always someone in front of me, so that I can't go forward, and it's old Lasse himself who is stopping the way. I am always thinking I must overtake him, but I can't find my old views of the world again, they have altered so. On the night when the big employers declared the lockout I was standing out there among the many thousands of other poor folks, listening. They were toasting the resolution with champagne, and cheering, and there my opinions were changed. It's strange how things are in this world. Down in the granary cellar there lay a mason who had built one of the finest palaces in the capital, and he hadn't even a roof over his head. A sharp line that had never been there before appeared round his mouth. It became difficult for him to speak, but he could not stop. "Whatever you do, never believe the clergy," he continued, when he had gathered a little strength. "That has been my disadvantage, I began to think over things too late. We mustn't grumble, they say, for one thing has naturally grown out of another, big things out of little, and altogether depends on God's will. According to that our vermin must finally become thoroughbred horse for the rich, and God knows I believe that is possible. They have begun by sucking the blood of poverty, but only see how they prance in front of the carriage. Ah, yes, how will the new period take shape? What do you think about it?" "It will be good for us all, father," replied Pelle, with anxiety in his voice. "But it will be sad for me, because you will no longer have your part in it all. But you shall have a fine resting place, and I will give you a great stone of Bornholm granite, with a beautiful inscription. You must put on the stone, 'Work today, eat tomorrow,'" replied Lasse bitterly. All day long he lay there in a half-sleep. But in the evening twilight he raised his head. "Are those the angels I hear singing?" he whispered. The ring had gone out of his voice. "No, those are the little children of the factory women, their mothers will be coming home directly to give them the breast, then they'll stop." Lasse sighed. "That will be poor food if they have to work all day. They say the rich folks drink wine at 12 and 15 kroner a bottle. That sounds as if they take the milk away from the little children and turn it into costly liquors." He lay there whispering. Pelle had to bend his head till it was almost against his mouth. "Hand in hand we've wandered hither, lad, yet each has gone his own way. You are going the way of youth, and Lasse, but you have given me much joy." Then the loving spirit, which for Pelle had burned always clear and untroubled amid all vicissitudes, was extinguished. It was as though Providence had turned its face from him. Life collapsed and sank into space, and he found himself sitting on a chair, alone. All night long he sat there motionless beside the body, staring with vacant eyes into the incomprehensible, while his thoughts whispered sadly to the dead of all that he had been. He did not move, but himself sat like a dead man, until Madame Johnson came in the morning to ask how matters were progressing. Then he awoke and went out, in order to make such arrangements as were necessary. Chapter 36. On Saturday, at noon, it was reported that the treaty of peace was signed, and that the great strike was over. The rumor spread through the capital with incredible speed, finding its way everywhere. "Have you heard yet? Have you heard yet? Peace is concluded." The poor were busy again. They lay huddled together no longer, but came out into the light of day, their lean faces full of sunlight. The women got out their baskets and sent the children running to make a few purchases for Sunday, for now the grocer would give them a little credit. People smiled and chattered and borrowed a little happiness. Summer had come, and a monstrous accumulation of work was waiting to be done, and at last they were going to set to work in real earnest. The news was shouted from one back door to the next, people threw down what they had in their hands and ran on with the news. It occurred to no one to stand still and to doubt. They were only too willing to believe. Later in the afternoon the working man issued a board sheet confirming the rumor. Yes, it was really true. And it was a victory. The right of combination was recognized, and capital had been taught to respect the workers as a political factor. It would no longer be possible to oppress them. And in other respects the status quo was confirmed. Just think, they'd been taught to respect us, and they couldn't refuse to accept the status quo. And they laughed all over their faces with joy to think that it was confirmed, although no one knew what it was. The men were in the streets. They were flocking to their organizations, in order to receive orders and to learn the details of the victory. One would hardly have supposed from their appearance that the victory was theirs. They had become so accustomed to gloom that it was difficult to shake it off. There was a sound of chattering in backyards and on staircases. Work was to be resumed, beautiful, glorious labor, that meant food and drink and a little clothing for the body. Yes, and domestic security. No more chewing the cud over an empty manger. Now one could once more throw one's money about a little, and then, by skimping and saving, with tears and hardship, make it suffice. Tonight father would have something really good with his bread and butter, and tomorrow, perhaps, they could go out into the forest with the picnic basket. Or at all events, as soon as they had got their best clothes back from the pawn shop. They must have a bit of an airing before the winter came, and they had to go back into pawn. They were so overjoyed at the mere thought of peace that they quite forgot, for the moment, to demand anything new. Pelle had taken part in the concluding negotiations. After Father Lasse's burial he was himself again. Toward evening he was roaming about the poor quarter of the city, rejoicing in the mood of the people. He had played such an important part in the bitter struggle of the poor that he felt the need to share their joy as well. From the North Bridge he went by way of the lakes to West Bridge. And everywhere swarms of people were afoot. In the side streets by West Bridge all the families had emerged from their dwellings and established themselves on the front steps and the pavements. There they sat, bareheaded in the twilight, gossiping, smoking, and absorbing refreshments. It was the first warm evening. The sky was a deep blue, and at the end of the street the darkness was flooded with purple. There was something extravagant about them all. Joy urged their movements to exceed the narrow everyday limits, and made them stammer and stagger as though slightly intoxicated. Now they could all make their appearance again, all those families that had hidden themselves during the time of want. They were just as ragged, but that was of no consequence now. They were beaming with proud delight to think that they had come through the conflict without turning to anyone for help, and the battles fought out in the darkness were forgotten. Pelle had reached the open ground by the gasworks harbor. He wanted to go over to see his old friends in the Arkansas. Yonder it lay, lifting its glowing mass into the deep night of the eastern sky. The red of the sinking sun fell over it. High overhead, above the crater of the mass, hung a cloud of vapor, like a shadow on the evening sky. Pelle, as he wandered, had been gazing at this streak of shadow. It was the dense exhalation of all the creatures in the heart of the mass below, the reek of rotting material and inferior fuel. Now, among other consequences of victory, there would be a thorough cleansing of the dens of poverty. A dream floated before him, of comfortable little dwellings for the workers, each with its little garden and its well-weeded paths. It would repay a man then to go home after the day's fatigue. It seemed to him that the streak of smoke yonder was growing denser and denser. Or were his eyes merely exaggerating that which was occupying his thoughts? He stood still, gazing, then he began to run. A red light was striking upward against the cloud of smoke, touched a moment, and disappeared. And a fresh mass of smoke unrolled itself, and hung brooding heavily overhead. Pelle rushed across the Staple Square, and over the long bridge. Only too well did he know the terrible bulk of the arc, and there was no other exit than the tunnel. And the timberwork, which provided the sole access to the upper stories. As he ran he could see it all clearly before his eyes, and his mind began to search for means of rescue. The fire brigade was of course given the alarm at once, but it would take time to get the engines here, and it was all a matter of minutes. If the timber staging fell and the tunnel were choked, all the inmates would be lost, and the ark did not possess a single emergency ladder. Outside, in front of the park, was a restless crowd of people, all shouting together. "Here comes Pelle," cried someone. At once they were all silent, and turned their faces toward him. "Fetch the fire escape from the prison," he shouted to some of the men in passing, and ran to the tunnel entry. From the long corridors on the ground floor the inmates were rushing out with their little children in their arms. Some were dragging valueless possessions, the first things they could lay hands on. All that was left of the timber work after the wreckage of the terrible winter was now brightly blazing. Pelle tried to run up the burning stairs, but fell through. The inmates were hanging half out of their windows, staring down with eyes full of madness. Every moment they ran out onto the platforms in an effort to get down, but always ran shrieking back. At her third-story window Widow Johnson stood wailing, with her grandchild and the factory girl's little Paul in her arms. Hannah's little daughter stared silently out of the window, with the deep, wondering gaze of her mother. "Don't be afraid," Pelle shouted to the old woman, "we are coming to help you now." When little Paul caught sight of Pelle he wrenched himself away from Madame Johnson and ran out onto the gallery. He jumped right down, lay for a moment on the flagstones, turned round and round, quite confused, and then, like a flash of lightning, he rushed by Pelle and out into the street. Pelle sent a few of the men into the long corridor, to see whether all were out. "Break in the closed doors," he said, "there may possibly be children or sick people inside." The inmates of the first and second stories had saved themselves before the fire had got a hold on the woodwork. Pelle himself ran up the main staircase up to the lofts and under the roof, in order to go to the assistance of the inmates of the outbuildings over the attics. But he was met by the inmates of the long roof walk. "You can't get through any longer," said the old ragpicker, "Pipman's whole garret is burning, and there are no more up here. God in heaven have mercy on the poor souls over there." In spite of this, Pelle tried to find a way over the attics, but was forced to turn back. The men had fetched the fire escape, and had with difficulty brought it through the entry and had set it up. The burning timbers were beginning to fall. Fragments of burning woodwork lay all around, and at any moment the whole building might collapse with a crash. But there was no time to think of one's self. The smoke was rolling out of Vinslev's corridor and filling the yard. There was need of haste. "Of course, it was the lunatic who started the fire," said the men, as they held the ladder. It reached only to the second story, but Pelle threw a rope up to Madame Johnson, and she fastened it to the window frame, so that he was able to clamber up. With the rope he lowered first the child and then the old woman to his comrades below, who were standing on the ladder to receive them. The smoke was smarting in his eyes and throat, and all but stifled him. He could see nothing, but he heard a horrible shrieking all about him. Just above him a woman was wailing. "Oh, Pelle, help me," she whimpered, half choking. It was the timid seamstress, who had moved thither. He recognized her emotional voice. "She loves me," suddenly flashed upon his mind. "Catch the rope and fasten it well to the window frame, and I'll come up and help you," he said, and he swung the end of the rope up toward the fourth story. But at the same moment a wild shriek rang out. A dark mass flew past his head and struck the flagstones with a dull thud. The flames darted hissing from the window, as though to reach after her, and then drew back. For a moment he hung stupefied over the windowsill. This was too horrible. Was it not her gentle voice that he now heard singing with him? And then the timbers fell with a long cracking sound, and a cloud of hot ashes rose in the air and filled the lungs as with fire. "Come down," cried his comrades, "the ladder is burning." A deafening, long-drawn ringing told him that the fire brigade was near at hand. But in the midst of all the uproar Pelle's ears had heard a faint, intermittent sound. With one leap he was in Madame Johnson's room. He stood there listening. The crying of a child reached him from the other side of the wall, where the rooms opened on to the inner corridor. It was horrible to hear it and to stand there and be able to do nothing. A wall lay between, and there was no thoroughfare on the other side. In the court below they were shouting his name. Devil take them, he would come when he was ready. There he stood, obstinate and apathetic, held there by that complaining, childish voice. A blind fury arose in him. Sullenly he set his shoulder against that accursed wall, and prepared himself for the shock. But the wall was giving. Yet again he charged it, a terrible blow, and part of the barrier was down. He was met by a rush of stifling heat and smoke. He had to hold his breath and cover his face with his hands as he pressed forward. A little child lay there in a cradle. He stumbled over to it and groped his way back to the wall. The fire, now that it had access to the air, suddenly leaped at him with an explosive force that made him stagger. He felt as though a thirsty bull had licked his cheek. It bellowed at his heels with a voice of thunder, but was silent when he slammed the door. Half choking, he found his way to the window and tried to shout to those below, but he had no voice left, only a hoarse whisper came from his throat. Well, there he stood, with a child in his arms, and he was going to die. But that didn't matter, he had got through the wall. Behind him the fire was pressing forward. It had eaten a small hole through the door, and had thus created the necessary draft. The hole grew larger, sparks rose as under a pair of bellows, and a dry, burning heat blew through the opening. Small, almost imperceptible flames were dancing over the polished surface. Very soon the whole door would burst into a blaze. His clothes smelt of singeing. His hands were curiously dry like decaying wood, and he felt as if the hair at the back of his head was curling. And down below they were shouting his name. But all that was of no consequence. Only his head was so heavy with the smoke and heat. He felt that he was on the point of falling. Was the child still alive? He wondered. But he dared not look to see. He had spread his jacket over its face in order to protect it. He clutched the window frame, and directed his dying thoughts toward Ellen and the children. Why was he not with them? What nonsense had it been that induced him to leave them? He could no longer recollect, but if it had not been all up with him now he would have hurried home to them, to play with young Lasse. But now he must die, in a moment he would fall, suffocated, even before the flames could reach him. There was some slight satisfaction in that. It was as though he had played a trick on someone. Suddenly something shot up before his dying gaze and called him back. It was the end of a fire escape, and a fireman rose out of the smoke just in front of him, seized the child, and handed it down. Pelle stood there wrestling with the idea that he must move from where he was. But before it had passed through his mind a fireman had seized him by the scruff of his neck and had run down the ladder with him. The fresh air aroused him. He sprang up from the stretcher on which the fireman had laid him and looked excitedly about him. At the same moment the people began quite senselessly to shout his name and to clap their hands, and Madame Johnson pushed her way through the barrier and threw herself upon him. "Pelle!" she cried, weeping. "Oh, you are alive, Pelle." "Yes, of course I'm alive, but that's nothing to cry about." "No, but we thought you were caught in there. But how you look, you poor boy." She took him with her to a workingmen's home, and helped him to set himself to rights. When he had once seen a looking-glass he understood. He was unrecognizable, what with smoke and ashes, which had burnt themselves into his skin and would not come off. And under the grime there was a bad burn on one of his cheeks. He went to one of the firemen and had a plaster applied. "You really want a pair of eyebrows too," said the fireman. "You've been properly in the fire, haven't you?" "Why did the fire engines take so long?" asked Pelle. "Long? They were 10 minutes getting here after the alarm was given. We got the alarm at 8, and now it's past." Pelle was silent. He was quite taken aback. He felt as though the whole night must have gone by, so much had happened. Half an hour, and in that time he had helped to snatch several people out of the claws of death and had seen others fall into them. And he himself was singed by the close passage of death. The knowledge was lurking somewhere at the back of his mind, an accomplished but elusive fact. When he clenched his fist cracks appeared in the skin, and his clothes smelt like burnt horn. In the court the firemen were working unceasingly. Some, from the tops of their ladders in the court, were pouring streams of water upon the flames. Others were forcing their way into the body of the building and searching the rooms, and from time to time a fireman made his appearance carrying a charred body. Then the inmates of the Ark were called inside the barrier in order to identify the body. They hurried weeping through the crowd, seeking one another. It was impossible for the police to assemble them or to ascertain how many had failed to escape. Suddenly all eyes were directed toward the roof of the front portion of the building, where the fire had not as yet entirely prevailed. There stood the crazy Vincelev, playing on his flute. And when the cracking of the fire was muffled for a moment one could hear his crazy music. Listen! Listen! He is playing the march, they cried. Yes, he was playing the march, but it was interwoven with his own fantasies, so that the well-known melody sounded quite insane on Vincelev's flute. The firemen erected a ladder and ran up to the roof in order to save him, but he fled before them. When he could go no farther he leaped into the sea of flame. The marketplace and the banks of the canal were thick with people. Shoulder to shoulder they stood there, gazing at the voluptuous spectacle of the burning Arkansas. The grime and poverty and the reek of centuries were going up in flames. How it rustled and blazed and crackled. The crowd was in the best of spirits owing to the victory of labor. No one had been much inclined to sleep that night, and here was a truly remarkable display of fireworks, a magnificent illumination in honor of the victory of the poor. There were admiring cries of people hissed in imitation of the sound of rockets and clapped their hands when the flames leaped up or a roof crashed in. Pelle moved about in the crowd, collecting the bewildered inmates of the Ark by the gates of the prison, so that those who had relatives could find them. They were weeping, and it was difficult to console them. Alas, now the Ark was burnt, the beloved place of refuge for so many ruined souls. How can you take it to heart so? Said Pelle consolingly. You will be lodged overnight by the city, and afterward you will move into proper dwelling houses, where everything is clean and new. And you needn't cry over your possessions, I'll soon get up a collection, and you'll have better things than you had before. Nevertheless they wept. Like homeless wild beasts they whimpered and rambled restlessly to and fro, seeking for they knew not what. Their forest fastness, their glorious hiding place, was burning. What was all the rest of the city to them? It was not for them, it was as though there was no place of refuge left for them in all the world. Every moment a few of them slipped away, seeking again to enter the sight of the fire, like horses that seek to return to the burning stable. Pelle might have spared his efforts at consolation. They were races apart, a different species of humanity. In the dark, impenetrable entrails of the Ark, they had made for themselves a world of poverty and extremist want. And they had been as fantastically gay in their careless existence as though their world had been one of wealth and fortune. And now it was all going up in flame. The fire was unsparing. Its purifying flames could not be withstood. The flames tore off great sheets of the old wallpapers and flung them out half-burned into the street. There were many layers pasted together, many colors and patterns, one dimly showing through another, making the most curious and fantastic pictures. And on the reverse side of these sheets was a layer as of coagulated blood. This was the charred remnant of the mysterious world of cupboards and chimney corners, the fauna of the fireplace, that had filled the children's sleep with dreams. And in the little muscle-shaped bodies was contained the concentrated exhalation of the poor man's night. And now the Ark must have been hot right through to the ground, for the rats were beginning to leave. They came in long, winding files from the entry, and up out of the cellars of the old iron merchant and the old clothes dealer, headed by the old scabby males which used to visit the dustbins in the middle of the day. The onlookers cheered and drove them back again. About 10 o'clock the fire was visibly decreasing and the work of clearance could begin. The crowd scattered, a little disappointed that all was over so soon. The Ark was an extinct bonfire. There could not have been a sackful of sound firewood in all that heap of lumber. Pelle took Madame Johnson and her little granddaughter to his lodgings with him. The old woman had been complaining all the time, she was afraid of being given over to the public authorities. But when she heard that she was to go with Pelle, she was reassured. On the high bridge they met the first dust carts on their way outward. They were decked out with green garlands and little national flags. Chapter 37. The next day broke with a lofty, radiant Sabbath sky. There was something about it that reminded one of Easter morning, with its hymns and the pure winds of resurrection. The working man rung in the day with a long and serious leading article, a greeting to the rosy dawn, and invited the working classes to attend a giant assembly on the common during the afternoon. All through the forenoon great industry prevailed, wardrobes had to be overhauled, provision baskets packed, and liquid refreshment provided. There was much running across landings and up and down stairs, much lending and borrowing. This was to be not merely a feast of victory, it was also intended as a demonstration, that was quite clear. The world should see how well they were still holding together after all these weeks of the lockout. They were to appear in full strength, and they must look their best. In the afternoon the people streamed from all sides toward the labor building, it looked as though the whole city was flocking thither. In the big courtyard, and all along the wide street as far as High Street, the trades unions were gathered about their banners. The great review had all been planned beforehand, and all went as by clockwork by those who were accustomed to handling great masses of men. There was no running from side to side. Everyone found his place with ease. Pelle and Stolp, who had devised the program, went along the ranks setting all to rights. With the men there were no difficulties. But the women and children had of course misunderstood their instructions. They should have gone direct to the common, but had turned up here with all their impedimenta. They stood crowding together on both the sidewalks, and when the procession got under way they broke up and attached themselves to its sides. They had fought through the campaign, and their place was beside their husbands and fathers. It was a bannered procession with a double escort of women and children. Had the like ever been seen? No, the city had never seen such a going forth of the people. Like a giant serpent the procession unrolled itself. When its head was at the end of the street the greater part of its body was still coiled together. But what was the matter in front there? The head of the procession was turning toward the wrong side, toward the city, instead of taking the direct way to the common, as the police had ordered. That wouldn't do. That would lead to a collision with the police. Make haste and get Pelle to turn the stream before a catastrophe occurs, Pelle. But there he is, right in front. He himself has made a mistake as to the direction. Ah, well, then, there is nothing to be said about it. But what in the world was he thinking of? Pelle marches in the front rank beside the standard-bearer. He sees and hears nothing, but his luminous gaze sweeps over the heads of the crowd. His skin is still blackened by the smoke of the fire. It is peeling off his hands, his hair and mustache seem to have been cropped very strangely, and the skin is drawn round the burn on his cheek. He is conscious of one thing only, the rhythmic tread of 50,000 men. As a child he has known it in dreams, heard it like a surging out of doors when he laid his head upon his pillow. This is the great procession of the chosen people, and he is leading them into the promised land. And where should their road lie if not through the capital? At the north wall the mounted police are drawn up, closing the inner city. They are drawn up diagonally across the thoroughfare, and were backing their horses into the procession, in order to force it to turn aside. But they were swept aside, and the stream flowed on. Nothing can stop it. It passes down the street with difficulty, like a viscous mass that makes its way but slowly, yet cannot be held back. It is full of a peaceful might. Who would venture to hew a way into it? The police are following it like watchful dogs, and on the sidewalks the people stand pressed against the houses. They greet the procession or scoff at it, according as they are friends or foes. Upstairs, behind the big windows, are gaily clad ladies and gentlemen, quizzing the procession with half-scornful, half-uneasy smiles. What weird, hungry, unkempt world is this that has suddenly risen up from obscurity to take possession of the highway? And behind their transparent lace curtains the manufacturers gaze and grumble. What novel kind of demonstration is this? The people have been forgiven, and instead of going quietly back to their work they begin to parade the city as though to show how many they are, yes, and how thin starvation has made them. It is a curious procession in every way. If they wanted to demonstrate how roughly they have been handled, they could not have done better. They all bear the marks of battle, they are pale and sallow and ill-clad, their Sunday best hangs in the great common wardrobe still, what they wear today is patched and mended. Hunger has refined their features. They are more like a procession of ghosts who have shaken off the heavy bonds of earth and are ready to take possession of the world of the spirit. Then people who hope to conquer the promised land for themselves and posterity. Such a procession of conquerors. They are all limping. A flock with broken wings, that none the less are seeking to fly. And whither are they going? One of their choirs breaks into song, "We are bound for the land of fortune." And where does that land lie? Has any of your watchers seen it? Or was it not merely a deceitful dream, engendered by hunger? Eat enough, really enough, for once, good people, and then let us talk together. What is it yonder? The emptiness that gave birth to you and even yet surges crazily in your starving blood? Or the land of the living? Is this then the beginning of a new world for you? Or is the curse eternal that brings you into the world to be slaves? There is a peculiar, confident rhythm in their tread which drowns all other sounds, and seems to say, "We are the masters, poor as we look to the eye. We have used 4 million kroner in waging the war, and 20 millions have been wasted because they brought the work of our hands to a standstill. We come from the darkness, and we go toward the light, and no one can hold us back. Behind us lie hunger and poverty, ignorance and slavery, and before us lies a happy existence, radiant with the rising sun of freedom. From this day onward a new age begins. We are its youthful might, and we demand power for 10,000 families. The few have long enough prevailed. Imperturbably they march onward, despite the wounds that must yet be smarting. For see, they limp. Why should they still doubt? Listen, they are singing. Hoarsely the sound emerges from 10,000 throats, as though the song had grown rusty, or must first tear itself free. A new instrument this, that has not yet been tuned by the master, its first notes are discords. But the song runs to and fro along the procession in rhythmical waves, it is an army on the march, and their eyes kindle and blaze with the growing sense of their power. The consciousness that they are the many. And the sound grows mighty, a storm that rolls above the housetops, brother, soon will dawn the day. Touch not the humblest of them now. A vast, intoxicating power has descended upon them. Each one has grown beyond himself, and believes himself capable of performing miracles. There are no loose particles, the whole is a mighty avalanche. Touch but one of them and the might of the mass will pour into him. He will be oblivious of consequences, but will behave as though urged by destiny, as though the vast being of which he forms a part will assume all responsibility, and constitutes the law. It is intoxicating to walk in the ranks, to be permitted to bear the Union banners, even to look on fills one with strength and joy. Mothers and children accompany the men, although they have for the most part to walk in the gutters. It is great sport to fall out and watch the whole mighty procession go by, and then, by taking a shortcut, again to station oneself at the head. Stand at a street corner, and it will take hours for the whole to pass you. Trap, trap. Trap, trap. It gets into one's blood, and remains there, like an eternal rhythm. One union passes and another comes up. The machinists, with the sturdy monk at their head, as standard-bearer. The same who struck the 3 blows of doom that summoned 45,000 and 40,000 men to the battle for the right of combination. Hurrah for Monk! Here are the house painters, the printers, the glove makers, the tinsmiths, the cork cutters, the leather dressers, and a group of seamen with bandy legs. At the head of these last marches Howling Peter, the giant transfigured. The coppersmiths, the coal miners, the carpenters, the journeyman bakers, and the coach builders. A queer sort of procession this. But here are the girdlers and there the plasterers, the stucco workers, and the goldsmiths, and even the sandblasters are here. The tailors and the shoemakers are easy to recognize. And there, God bless me, are the slipper makers, close at their heels, they wouldn't be left in the cold. The gilders, the tanners, the weavers, and the tobacco workers. The file cutters, the bricklayers' laborers, the pattern makers, the coopers, the bookbinders, the joiners and shipbuilders. What, is there no end to them? Hi, make way for the journeyman glaziers. Yes, you may well smile, they are all their own masters. And here come the gas workers, and the water company's men, and the cabinet makers, who turn in their toes like the blacksmiths, and march just in front of them. As though these had anything to learn from them. Those are the skillful ivory turners, and those the brush makers, spectacled these, and with brushes growing out of their noses, that is, when they are old. Well, so it is all over at last. The tale consists of a swarm of frolicsome youngsters. But no, these are the milk boys, these young vagabonds. And behind them come the factory girls, and behind them it all begins again, the pianoforte makers, the millers, the saddlers, and the paper hangers, banners as far as one can see. How big and how gay the world is, after all. How many callings men pursue, so that work shall never fail them. Ah, here are the masons, with all the old veterans at their head, those have been in the movement since the beginning. Look, how steady on his leg is old Stulp. And the slaters, with the vanishing man at their head, they look as if they don't much care about walking on the level earth. And here are the sawyers, and the brewers, and the chairmakers. Year by year their wages have been beaten down so that at the beginning of the struggle they were earning only half as much as 10 years ago, but see how cheerful they look. Now there will be food in the larder once more. Those faded-looking women there are weavers, they have no banner, 8 or the hour won't run to flags. And finally a handful of newspaper women from the working man, God how weary they look. Their legs are like lead from going up and down so many stairs. Each has a bundle of papers under her arm, as a sign of her calling. Trap, 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 trap. On they go, with a slow, deliberate step. Whither? Where Pell wills. Brother, soon will dawn the day. One hears the song over and over again, when one division has finished it the next takes it up. The side streets are spewing their contents out upon the procession. Shrunken creatures that against their will were singed in the struggle, and cannot recover their feet again. But they follow the procession with big eyes and break into fanatical explanations. A young fellow stands on the sidewalk yonder, he has hidden himself behind some women, and is stretching his neck to see. For his own union is coming now, to which he was faithless in the conflict. Remorse has brought him hither. But the rhythm of the marching feet carries him away, so that he forgets all and marches off beside them. He imagines himself in the ranks, singing and proud of the victory. And suddenly some of his comrades seize him and drag him into the ranks, they lift him up and march away with him. A trophy, a trophy. A pity he can't be stuck on a pole and carried high overhead. Pell is still at the head of the procession, at the side of the sturdy monk. His aspect is quiet and smiling, but inwardly he is full of unruly energy, never before has he felt so strong. On the sidewalks the police keep step with him, silent and fateful. He leads the procession diagonally across the King's New Market, and suddenly a shiver runs through the whole, he is going to make a demonstration in front of Schloss Amalienborg. No one has thought of that. Only the police are too clever for them. The streets leading to the castle are held by troops. Gradually the procession widens out until it fills the entire marketplace. 150 trades unions, each with its waving standard. A tremendous spectacle. Every banner has its motto or device. Red is the color of all those banners which wave above the societies which were established in the days of socialism, and among them are many national flags, blue, red, and white, the standards of the old guilds and corporations. Those belong to ancient societies which have gradually joined the movement. Over all waves the standard of the millers, which is some hundreds of years old. It displays a curious-looking scrawl which is the monogram of the first absolute king. But the real standard is not here, the red banner of the International, which led the movement through the first troubled years. The old men would speedily recognize it, and the young men too, they have heard so many legends attaching to it. If it still exists, it is well hidden. It would have too great an effect on the authorities, would be like a red rag to a bull. And as they stand staring, it suddenly rises in the air, slashed and tattered, imperishable as to color. Pell stands on the box of a carriage, solemnly raising it in the air. For a moment they are taken by surprise, then they begin to shout, until the shouts grow to a tempest of sound. They are greeting the flag of brotherhood, the blood-red sign of the International, and Pell, too, who is raising it in his blistered hands, Pell, the good comrade, who saved the child from the fire. Pell, who has led the movement caused to victory. And Pell stands there laughing at them frankly, like a great child. This would have been the place to give them all a few words, but he has not yet recovered his mighty voice. So he waves it round over them with a slow movement as though he were administering an oath to them all. And he is very silent. This is an old dream of his, and at last it has come to fulfillment. The police are pushing into the crowd in squads, but the banner has disappeared. Monk is standing with an empty stave in his hands, and is on the point of fixing his Union banner on it. "You must take care to get these people away from here, or we shall hold you responsible for the consequences," says the police inspector, with a look that promises mischief. Pell looks in the face. "He'd like to throw me into prison, if only he had the courage," he thought, and then he sets the procession in motion again. Out on the common the great gathering of people rocked to and fro, in restless confusion. From beyond its confines it looked like a dark, raging sea. About each of the numerous speakers' platforms stood a densely packed crowd, listening to the leaders who were demonstrating the great significance of the day. But the majority did not feel inclined today to stand in a crowd about a platform. They felt a longing to surrender themselves to careless enjoyment, after all the hardships they had endured. To stand on their heads in the grass, to play the clown for a moment. Group upon group lay all over the great common, eating and playing. The men had thrown off their coats and were wrestling with one another, or trying to revive the gymnastic exercises of their boyhood. They laughed more than they spoke. If anyone introduced a serious subject, it was immediately suppressed with a punning remark. Nobody was serious today. Pell moved slowly about, delighting in the crowd, while keeping a lookout for Madame Johnson and the child, who were to have met him out here. Inwardly, at the back of everything, he was in a serious mood, and was therefore quiet. It must be fine to lie on one's belly here, in the midst of one's own family circle, eating hard-boiled eggs and bread and butter, or to go running about with young Lasse on his shoulders. But what did it profit a man to put his trust in anything? He could not begin over again with Ellen, the impossible stood between them. To drive young Lasse out of his thoughts, that would be the hardest thing of all. He must see if he could not get him away from Ellen in a friendly manner. As for applying to the law in order to get him back, that he would not do. The entire Stolp family was lying in a big circle, enjoying a meal. The sons were there with their wives and children. Only Pell and his family were lacking. "Come and set to," said Stolp, "or you'll be making too long a day of it." "Yes," cried Madame Stolp, "it is such a time since we've been together. No need for us to suffer because you and Ellen can't agree." She did not know the reason of the breach, at all events, not from him, but was none the less friendly toward him. "I am really looking for my own basket of food," said Pell, lying down beside them. "Now look here, you are the deuce of a fellow," said Stolp, suddenly laughing. "You intended beforehand to look in and say how d'ye do to brother Christian, six hey? It wasn't very wise of you, really, but that's all one to me. But what you have done today no one else could do. The whole thing went like a dance. Not a sign of wobbling in the ranks. You know, I expect, that they mean to put you at the head of the Central Committee?" Then you will have an opportunity of working at your wonderful ideas of a world federation. But there'll be enough to do at home here without that. At the next election we must win the city, and part of the country too. You'll let them put you up? If I recover my voice. I can't speak loudly at present. Try the raw yolk of an egg every night, said Madame Stulp, much concerned, and tie your left-hand stocking round your throat when you go to bed, that is a good way. But it must be the left-hand stocking. Mother is a red, you know, said Stulp. If I go the right-hand side of her she doesn't recognize me. The sun must have set, it was already beginning to grow dark. Black clouds were rising in the west. Pelle felt remorseful that he had not yet found the old woman and her grandchild, so he took his leave of the Stulps. He moved about, looking for the two. Wherever he went the people greeted him, and there was a light in their eyes. He noticed that a policeman was following him at some little distance. He was one of the secret hangers-on of the party. Possibly he had something to communicate to him. So Pelle lay down in the grass, a little apart from the crowd, and the policeman stood still and gazed cautiously about him. Then he came up to Pelle. When he was near he bent down as though picking something up. They are after you, he said, under his breath. This afternoon there was a search made at your place, and you'll be arrested, as soon as you leave here. Then he moved on. Pelle lay there some minutes before he could understand the matter. A search, but what was there at his house that everyone might not know of? Suddenly he thought of the wood block and the tracing of the 10-kroner note. They had sought for some means of striking at him and they had found the materials of a hobby. He rose heavily and walked away from the crowd. On the East Common he stood still and gazed back hesitatingly at this restless sea of humanity, which was now beginning to break up, and would presently melt away into the darkness. Now the victory was won and they were about to take possession of the promised land, and he must go to prison, for a fancy begotten of hunger. He had issued no false money, nor had he ever had any intention of doing so. But of what avail was that? He was to be arrested, he had read as much in the eyes of the police inspector. Penal servitude, or at best a term in prison. He felt that he must postpone the decisive moment while he composed his mind. So he went back to the city by way of the East Bridge. He kept to the side streets, in order not to be seen, and made his way toward St. Saviour's churchyard. The police were mostly on the common. For a moment the shipping in the harbor made him think of escape. But whither should he flee? And to wander about abroad as an outlaw, when his task and his fate lay here, could he do it? No, he must accept his fate. The churchyard was closed, he had to climb over the wall in order to get in. Someone had put fresh flowers on Father Lasse's grave. Maria, he thought. Yes, it must have been she. It was good to be here, he no longer felt so terribly forsaken. It was as though Father Lasse's untiring care still hovered protectingly about him. But he must move on. The arrest weighed upon his mind and made him restless. He wandered through the city, keeping continually to the narrow side streets, where the darkness concealed him. This was the field of battle, how restful it was now. Thank God, it was not they who condemned him. And now happiness lay before them, but for him. Cautiously he drew near his lodging. 2 policemen in plain clothes were patrolling to and fro before the house. After that he drew back again into the narrow side streets. He drifted about aimlessly, fighting against the implacable, and at last resigning himself. He would have liked to see Ellen, to have spoken kindly to her, and to have kissed the children. But there was a watch on his home too. At every point he was driven back into the solitude to which he was a stranger. That was the dreadful part of it all. How was he going to live alone with himself, he who only breathed when in the company of others? Ellen was still his very life, however violently he might deny it. Her questioning eyes still gazed at him enigmatically, from whatever corner of existence he might approach. He had a strong feeling now that she had held herself ready all this time, that she had sat waiting for him, expecting him. How would she accept this? From Castle Street he saw a light in Morton's room. He slipped into the yard and up the stairs. Morton was reading. "It's something quite new to see you, fireman," he said, with a kindly smile. "I have come to say goodbye," said Pell lightly. Morton looked at him wonderingly. "Are you going to travel?" "Yes. I wanted," he said, and sat down. He gazed on the floor in front of his feet. "What would you do if the authorities were sneaking after you?" he asked suddenly. Morton stared at him for a time. Then he opened a drawer and took out a revolver. "I wouldn't let them lay hands on me," he said blackly. "But why do you ask me?" "Oh, nothing. Will you do me a favor, Morton? I have promised to take up a collection for those poor creatures from the park, but I've no time for it now. They have lost all their belongings in the fire. Will you see to the matter?" "Willingly. Only I don't understand." "Why, I have got to go away for a time," said Pell, with a grim laugh. "I have always wanted to travel, as you know. Now there's an opportunity." "Good luck, then," said Morton, looking at him curiously as he pressed his hand. How much he had guessed Pell did not know. There was Bornholm blood in Morton's veins. He was not one to meddle in another's affairs. And then he was in the streets again. No, Morton's way out was of no use to him, and now he would give in, and surrender himself to the authorities. He was in the High Street now, he had no purpose in hiding himself any longer. In North Street he saw a figure dealing with a shop door in a very suspicious manner. As Pell came up it flattened itself against the door. Pell stood still on the pavement. The man, too, was motionless for a while, pressing himself back into the shadow. Then, with an angry growl, he sprang out, in order to strike Pell to the ground. At that very moment the two men recognized one another. The stranger was Ferdinand. "What, are you still at liberty?" he cried, in amazement. "I thought they had taken you." "How did you know that?" asked Pell. One knows these things, it's part of one's business. You'll get 5 to 6 years, Pell, till you are stiff with it. Prison, of course, not penal servitude." Pell shuddered. "You'll freeze in there," said Ferdinand compassionately. "As for me, I can settle down very well in there. But listen, Pell, you've been so good, and you've tried to save me. Next to Mother you are the only person I care anything about. If you would like to go abroad I can soon hide you and find the passage money." "Where will you get it?" asked Pell, hesitating. "I go in for the community of goods," said Ferdinand with a broad smile. "The prefect of police himself has just 500 kroner lying in his desk. I'll try to get it for you if you like." "No," said Pell slowly, "I would rather undergo my punishment. But thanks for your kind intentions, and give my best wishes to your old mother. And if you ever have anything to spare, then give it to Widow Johnson. She and the child have gone hungry since Hannah's death." And then there was nothing more to do or say, it was all over. He went straight across the marketplace toward the courthouse. There it stood, looking so dismal. He strolled slowly past it, along the canal, in order to collect himself a little before going in. He walked along the quay, gazing down into the water, where the boats and the big live boxes full of fish were just visible. By Hallman's church he pulled himself together and turned back. He must do it now. He raised his head with a sudden resolve and found himself facing Marie. Her cheeks glowed as he gazed at her. "Pell," she cried, rejoicing, "are you still at liberty? Then it wasn't true. I have been to the meeting, and they said there you had been arrested. We have been so unhappy. I shall be arrested, I am on the way now. But, Pell, dear Pell." She gazed at him with tearful eyes. Ah, he was still the foundling, who needed her care. Pell himself had tears in his eyes. He suddenly felt weak and impressible. Here was a human child whose heart was beating for him, and how beautiful she was, in her grief at his misfortune. She stood before him, slender, but generously formed. Her hair, once so thin and uncared for, fell in heavy waves over her forehead. She had emerged from her stunted shell into a glorious maturity. "Pelle," she said, with downcast eyes, gripping both his hands, "don't go there tonight, wait till tomorrow. All the others are rejoicing over the victory tonight, and so should you. Come with me, to my room, Pelle, you are so unhappy." Her face showed him that she was fighting down her tears. She had never looked so much a child as now. "Why do you hesitate? Come with me. Am I not pretty? And I have kept it all for you. I have loved you since the very first time I ever saw you, Pelle, and I began to grow, because I wanted to be beautiful for you. I owe nothing to anyone but you, and if you don't want me I don't want to go on living." No, she owed nothing to anyone, this child from nowhere, but was solely and entirely her own work. Lovely and untouched she came to him in her abandonment, as though she were sent by the good angel of poverty to quicken his heart. Beautiful and pure of heart she had grown up out of wretchedness as though out of happiness itself, and where in the world should he rest his head, that was wearied to death? But on the heart of her who to him was child and mother and beloved? "Pelle, do you know, there was dancing today in the Federation building after the meeting on the common, and we young girls had made a green garland. And I was to crown you with it when you came into the hall. Oh, we did cry when someone came up and called out to us that they had taken you. But now you have won the wreath after all, haven't you? And you shall sleep sweetly and not think of tomorrow." And Pelle fell asleep with his head on her girlish bosom. And as she lay there gazing at him with the eyes of a mother, he dreamed that Denmark's 100,000 workers were engaged in building a splendid castle, and that he was the architect. And when the castle was finished he marched in at the head of the army of workers, singing they passed through the long corridors, to fill the shining halls. But the halls were not there, the castle had turned into a prison. And they went on, but could not find their way out again. Book. Chapter 4. Daybreak. Chapter 1. Out in the middle of the open, fertile country, where the plough was busy turning up the soil round the numerous cheerful little houses, stood a gloomy building that on every side turned bare walls toward the smiling world. No panes of glass caught the ruddy glow of the morning and evening sun and threw back its quivering reflection. 3 rows of barred apertures drank in all the light of day with insatiable avidity. They were always gaping greedily, and seen against the background of blue spring sky, looked like holes leading into the everlasting darkness. In its heavy gloom the mass of masonry towered above the many smiling homes, but their peaceable inhabitants did not seem to feel oppressed. They ploughed their fields right up to the bare walls, and wherever the building was visible, eyes were turned toward it with an expression that told of the feeling of security that its strong walls gave. Like a landmark the huge building towered above everything else. It might very well have been a temple raised to God's glory by a grateful humanity, so imposing was it. But if so, it must have been in bygone ages, for no dwellings, even for the Almighty, are built nowadays in so barbaric a style, as if the one object were to keep out light and air. The massive walls were saturated with the dank darkness within, and the centuries had weathered their surface and made on it luxuriant cultures of fungus and mold. And yet they still seemed as if they could stand for an eternity. The building was no fortress, however, nor yet a temple whose dim recesses were the abode of the unknown God. If you went up to the great, heavy door, which was always closed, you could read above the arch the one word, prison, in large letters, and below it a simple Latin verse that with no little pretentiousness proclaimed, "I am the threshold to all virtue and wisdom. Justice flourishes solely for my sake." One day in the middle of spring, the little door in the prison gate opened, and a tall man stepped out and looked about him with eyes blinking at the light which fell upon his ashen-white face. His step faltered and he had to lean for support against the wall. He looked as if he were about to go back again, but he drew a deep breath and went out onto the open ground. The spring breeze made a playful assault upon him, tried to ruffle his prison-clipped, slightly grey hair, which had been curly and fair when last it had done so, and penetrated gently to his bare body like a soft, cool hand. "Welcome, Pelle," said the sun, as it peeped into his distended pupils in which the darkness of the prison cell still lay brooding. Not a muscle of his face moved, however. It was as though hewn out of stone. Only the pupils of his eyes contracted so violently as to be almost painful, but he continued to look earnestly before him. Whenever he saw anyone, he stopped and gazed eagerly, perhaps in the hope that it was someone coming to meet him. As he turned into the King's Road, someone called to him. He turned round in sudden, intense joy, but then his head dropped and he went on without answering. It was only a tramp, who was standing half out of a ditch in a field a little way off, beckoning to him. He came running over the ploughed field, crying hoarsely, "Wait a little, can't you? Here have I been waiting for company all day, so you might as well wait a little." He was a broad-shouldered, rather puffy-looking fellow, with a flat back and the nape of his neck broad and straight and running right up into his cap without forming any projection for the back of his head, making one involuntarily think of the scaffold. The bone of his nose had sunk into his purple face, giving a bulldog mixture of brutality and stupid curiosity to its expression. "How long have you been in?" he asked, as he joined him, breathless. There was a malicious look in his eyes. "I went in when Pontius Pilate was a little boy, so you can reckon it out for yourself," said Pelle shortly. "My goodness! That was a good spell. And what were you copped for?" "Oh, there happened to be an empty place, so they took me and put me in, so that it shouldn't stand empty, you know." The tramp scowled at him. "You're laying it on a little too thick. You won't get anyone to believe that," he said uncertainly. Suddenly he put himself in front of Pelle, and pushed his bull-like forehead close to the other's face. "Now, I'll just tell you something, my boy," he said. "I don't want to touch anyone the first day I'm out, but you'd better take yourself and your confounded uppishness somewhere else, for I've been lying here waiting for company all day." "I didn't mean to offend anyone," said Pelle absently. He looked as if he had not come back to earth, and appeared to have no intention of doing anything. "Oh, didn't you? That's fortunate for you, or I might have taken a color print of your doleful face, however unwillingly. By the way, Mother said I was to give you her love." "Are you Ferdinand?" asked Pelle, raising his head. "Oh, don't pretend," said Ferdinand. "Being in jail seems to have made a swell of you." "I didn't recognize you," said Pelle earnestly, suddenly recalled to the world around him. "Oh, all right, if you say so. It must be the fault of my nose. I got it bashed in the evening after I'd buried Mother. I was to give you her love, by the way." "Thank you," said Pelle heartily. Old memories from the bark filled his mind and sent his blood coursing through his veins once more. "Is it long since your mother died?" he asked sympathetically. Ferdinand nodded. "It was a good thing, however," he said, "for now there's no one I need go and have a bad conscience about. I'd made up my mind that she deserved to have things comfortable in her old age, and I was awfully careful, but all the same I was caught for a little robbery and got 8 months. That was just after you got in, but of course you know that." "No. How could I know it?" "Well, I telegraphed it over to you. I was just opposite you, in Wing A, and when I'd reckoned out your cell, I bespoke the whole line one evening, and knocked a message through to you. But there was a sanctimonious parson at the corner of your passage, one of those moral folk." "Oh, you didn't even know that, then?" "Well, I'd always suspected him of not passing my message on, though a chap like that's had an awful lot of learning put into him. Then when I came out I said to myself that there must be an end to all this, for Mother'd taken it very much to heart, and was failing. I managed to get into one of the streets where honest thieves live, and went about as a colporteur, and it all went very well. It would have been horribly mean if she'd died of hunger. And we had a jolly good time for 6 months, but then she slipped away all the same. And I can just tell you that I've never been in such low spirits as the day they put her underground in the cemetery. Well, I said to myself, there lies mother smelling the weeds from underneath, so you can just as well give it all up, for there's nothing more to trouble about now. And I went up to the office and asked for a settlement, and they cheated me of 50 subscribers, the rogues. Of course I went to the police, I was stupid enough to do that at that time. But they're all a lot of rogues together. They thought it wouldn't do to believe a word that I said, and would have liked to put me in prison at once. But for all they poked about they couldn't find a peg to hang their hat upon. He's managing to hide it well this time, the sly fellow, they said, and let me go. But there soon was something, for I settled the matter myself, and you may take your oath my employers didn't get the best of the arrangement. You see, there are two kinds of people, poor people who are only honest when they let themselves be robbed, and all the others. Why the devil should one go about like a shorn sheep and not rob back? Some day of course there'll be a bust up, and then, 3 years, prisoner. I shall be in again before long. That depends upon yourself, said Pell slowly. Oh, well, of course you can do something, but the police are always getting sharper, and the man isn't born who won't fall into the trap sooner or later. You should try and get some honest employment again. You've shown that you can succeed. Ferdinand whistled. In such a paltry way as that. Many thanks for the good advice. You'd like me to look after a bloated aristocrat's geese and then sit on the steps and eat dry bread to the smell of the roast bird, would you? No, thank you. And even if I did, what then? You may be quite sure they'd keep a good watch on a fellow, if he tried an honest job, and it wouldn't be 2 days before the shadow was there. What's this about Ferdinand? I hear things are not all square with him. I'm sorry, for he's really worked well, but he'd better look out for another place. That's what the decent ones would do. The others would simply wait until his wages were due and take something off, because he'd been in once. They could never be sure that he hadn't stolen something from them, could they? And it's best to be careful. If you make a fuss, you're called a thief to your face. I've tried it, let me tell you. And now you can try it yourself. You'll be in again as soon as ever the spring comes. The worst of it is that it gets more every time. A fellow like me may get 5 years for stealing 5 krones. Isn't that a shame? So it's just as well to do something to make it worthwhile. It wouldn't matter if you could only get a good hit at it all. It's all one to me now that mother's dead. There's a child crying, but it's not for me. There isn't a soul that would shed a tear if I had to lay my head on the block. They'd come and stare, that's what they'd do, and I should get properly into the papers. Wicked? Of course I'm wicked. Sometimes I feel like one great sore, and would like to let them hear all about it. There's no such thing as gentle hands. That's only a lie, so I owe nothing to anybody. Several times while I've been in there I've made up my mind to kill the warder, just so as to have a hit at something, for he hadn't done me any harm. But then I thought after all it was stupid. I'd no objection to kick the bucket, it would be a pleasant change anyhow to sitting in prison all one's life. But then you'd want to do something first that would make a stir. That's what I feel. They walked on at a good pace, their faces turned in the direction of the smoky mist of the town far ahead, Ferdinand chewing his quid and spitting incessantly. His hardened, bulldog face with its bloodshot eyes was entirely without expression now that he was silent. A peasant lad came toward them, singing at the top of his voice. He must have been about 12 or 14 years of age. "What are you so happy about, boy?" asked Ferdinand, stopping him. "I took a heifer into the town, and I got 2 krones for the job," answered the boy, smiling all over his face. "You must have been up early then," said Pell. "Yes, I left home at 3 last night. But now I've earned a day's wages, and can take it easy the rest of the day," answered the boy, throwing the 2-krone piece into the air and catching it again. "Take care you don't lose it," said Ferdinand, following the coin with covetous eyes. The boy laughed merrily. "Let's see whether it's a good one. There are a fearful lot of thieves on the market in there." The boy handed him the coin. Ah, yes, it's one of those that you can break in half and make two of, said Ferdinand, doing a few juggling tricks with it. I suppose I may keep one. His expression had become lively and he winked maliciously at Pell as he stood playing with the coin so that it appeared to be two. There you are. That's yours, he said, pressing the piece of money firmly into the boy's hand. Take good care of it, so that you don't get a scolding from your mother. The boy opened his empty hand in wonderment. Give me my 2 krone, he said, smiling uncertainly. What the devil, I've given it you once, said Ferdinand, pushing the boy aside roughly and beginning to walk on. The boy followed him and begged persistently for his money. Then he began to cry. Give him his money, said Pell crossly. It's not amusing now. Amusing? Exclaimed Ferdinand, stopping abruptly and gazing at him in amazement. Do you think I play for small sums? What do I care about the boy? He may take himself off. I'm not his father. Pell looked at him a moment without comprehending, then he took a paper containing a few silver coins out of his waistcoat pocket, and handed the boy 2 krones. The boy stood motionless with amazement for a moment, but then, seizing the money, he darted away as quickly as he could go. Ferdinand went on, growling to himself and blinking his eyes. Suddenly he stopped and exclaimed, I'll just tell you as a warning that if it wasn't you, and because I don't want to have this day spoiled, I'd have cracked your skull for you. For no one else would have played me that trick. Do you understand? And he stood still again and pushed his heavy brow close to Pell's face. Quick as thought, Pell seized him by his collar and trousers, and threw him forcibly onto a heap of stones. That's the 2nd time today that you've threatened to crack my skull, he said in fury, pounding Ferdinand's head against the stones. For a few moments he held him down firmly, but then released him and helped him to rise. Ferdinand was crimson in the face, and stood swaying, ready to throw himself upon Pell, while his gaze wandered round in search of a weapon. Then he hesitatingly drew the 2 krone piece out of his pocket, and handed it to Pell in sign of subjection. You may keep it, said Pell condescendingly. Ferdinand quickly pocketed it again, and began to brush the mud off his clothes. The skilly in there doesn't seem to have weakened you much, he said, shaking himself good-naturedly as they went on. You've still got a confounded hard hand. But what I can't understand is why you should be so sorry for a hobbledehoy like that. He can take care of himself without us. Weren't you once sorry too for a little fellow when someone wanted to take his money away from him? Oh, that little fellow in the bark, who was going to fetch the medicine for his mother. That's such a long time ago. You got into difficulties with the police for his sake. It was the first time you were at odds with the authorities, I think. Well, the boy hadn't done anything. I saw that myself. So I hobbled the copper that was going to run him in. His mother was ill, and my old aunt was alive, and so I was a big idiot. You'll see you won't get far with your weak pity. Do we owe anyone anything, I should like to know? Yes, I do, said Pell, suddenly raising his face toward the light. But I can't say you've much to thank anyone for. What confounded nonsense, exclaimed Ferdinand, staring at him. Have they been good to you, did you say? When they shut you up in prison too, perhaps? You're pretending to be good, eh? You stop that. You'll have to go farther into the country with it. So you think you deserved your House of Correction turn, while another was only suffering the blackest injustice? Nonsense. They know well enough what they're doing when they get hold of me, but they might very well have let you off. You got together 50,000 men, but what did you all do, I should like to know? You didn't make as much disturbance as a mouse in a pair of ladies' unmentionables. Well-to-do people are far more afraid of me than of you and all your fellows together. Injustice. Oh, shut up and don't slobber. You give no quarter, and you don't ask any either, that's all. And by the way, you might do me the favor to take back your 2 krone. I don't owe anyone anything. Well, borrow it, then, said Pell. You can't go to town quite without money. Do take it, won't you? Begged Ferdinand. It isn't so easy for you to get hold of any as for anyone else, and it was a little too mean the way I got it out of you. You've been saving it up in there, a halfpenny a day, and perhaps gone without your quid, and I come and cheat you out of it. No, confound it. And you gave mother a little into the bargain. I'd almost forgotten it. Well, never mind the tin then. I know a place where there's a good stroke of business to be done. A little above Damas Lake they turned into a side road that led northward, in order to reach the town from the Norrebro side. Far down to the right a great cloud of smoke hung in the air. It was the atmosphere of the city. As the east wind tore off fragments of it and carried them out, Ferdinand lifted his bulldog nose and sniffed the air. Wouldn't I like to be sitting in the cupping glass before a horse steak with onions, he said. By this time the afternoon was well advanced. They broke sticks out of a hedge and went on steadily, following ditches and dikes as best they could. The plough was being driven over the fields, backward and forward, turning up the black earth, while crows and seabirds fought in the fresh furrows. The ploughman put the reins round their waist each time they came to the end of their line, threw the plough over and brought it into position for a new furrow. And while they let their horses take breath, gazed afar at the two strange spring wayfarers. There was such a foreign air about their clothes that they must be two of that kind of people that go on foot from land to land, they thought. And they called after them scraps of foreign sentences to show they knew something about them. Ah, yes. They were men who could look about them. Perhaps by tomorrow those two would be in a foreign country again, while other folk never left the place they were once in. They passed a white house standing in stately seclusion among old trees, a high hawthorn hedge screening the garden from the road. Ferdinand threw a hasty glance over the gate. The blinds were all down. He began to be restless, and a little farther on he suddenly slipped in behind a hedge and refused to go any farther. I don't care to show myself in town empty-handed, he said. And besides evening's the best time to go in at full speed. Let's wait here until it's dark. I can smell silver in that house we passed. Come on now and let those fancies alone, said Pelle earnestly. A new life begins from today. I'll manage to help you to get honest work. Ferdinand broke into laughter. Good gracious me. You help others. You haven't tried yet what it is to come home from prison. You'll find it hard enough to get anywhere yourself, my good fellow. New life, ha, ha. No. Just you stay here and we'll do a little business together when it gets dark. The house doesn't look quite squint-eyed. Then this evening we can go to the cupping glass and have a jolly good spree, and act the homecoming American. Besides, it's not right to go home without taking something for your family. Just you wait. You should see Laura with the arm dance. She's my cupboard love, you know. She can dance blindfold upon a table full of beer mugs without spilling a drop. There might be a little kiss for you too, hang it, you don't surely imagine you'll be made welcome anywhere else, do you? I can tell you there's no one who'll stand beckoning you home. Very well, then go to the devil, you fool, and remember me to your monthly nurse. When you're tired of family life, you can ask for me at my address, the cupping glass. His hoarse, hollow voice cut through the clear spring air as he shouted the last words with his hand to his mouth. Pelle went on quickly, as though anxious to leave something behind him. He had had an insane hope of being received in some kind way or other when he came out, comrades singing, perhaps, or a woman and two children standing on the white high road, waiting for him. And there had only been Ferdinand to meet him. Well, it had been a damper, and now he shook off the disappointment and set out at a good pace. The active movement set his pulses beating. The sky had never before been so bright as it was today, the sun shone right into his heart. There was a smiling greeting in it all, in the wind that threw itself into his very arms, in the fresh earth and in the running water in the ditches. Welcome back again, Pelle. How wide and fair the world looks when you've spent years within four bare walls. Down in the south the clouds were like the breast of a great bright bird, one of those that come a long way every year with summer in the beat of their strong wings. And on all sides lay the open, white roads, pointing onward with bright assurances. For the fourth time he was setting out to conquer the world, and this time it was in bitter earnest. There had always before proved to be something more behind, but now he felt that what he should now set out upon would be decisive. If he was victorious now, he would conquer eternity. This time it must be either for weal or woe, and all that he possessed he was now bringing into the field. He had never before been so heavily equipped. Far off he could still make out the dome of the prison, which stood there like a huge mill over the descent to the nether world, and ground misery into crime in the name of humanity. It sucked down everyone who was exposed to life's uncertainty. He had himself hung in the funnel and felt how its whirling drew him down. But Pelle had been too well equipped. Hitherto he had successfully converted everything into means of rising, and he took this in the same way. His hair was no longer fair, but, on the other hand, his mind was magically filled with a secret knowledge of the inner nature of things, for he had sat at the root of all things. And by listening had drawn it out of the solitude. He had been sitting moping in the dark mountain like Prince Fortune, while eternity sang to him of the great wonder. The spirits of evil had carried him away into the mountains, that was all. And now they had set him free again, believing that he had become a troll like all his predecessors. But Pelle was not bewitched. He had already consumed many things in his growth, and this was added to the rest. What did a little confinement signify as compared with the slow drip, drip, of centuries? Had he not been born with a caul, upon which neither steel nor poison made any impression? He sat down on an elevation, pulled off his cap, and let the cool breeze play upon his forehead. It was full of rich promises. In its vernal wandering over the earth it had gathered up all that could improve and strengthen, and loaded him with it. Look around you, Pelle. On all sides the soil was being prepared, the plough teams knotted up the gentle inclines and disappeared down the other side. A thin vapor rose from the soil. It was the last of the cold evaporating in the declining spring day. Some way down a few red cottages smilingly faced the sunset, and still farther on lay the town with its eternal cloud of smoke hanging over it. What would his future be like down there? And how did matters stand? Had the new made its way to the front, or would he once more have to submit to an extortioner, get only the bare necessaries of life out of his work, and see the rest disappear into someone else's pocket? A number of new factories had grown up, and now formed quite a belt about the city, with their hundreds of giant chimneys stretching up into the sky. But something must be going on, since they were not smoking. Was it a wages conflict? He was now going to lay plans for his life, build it up again upon the deep foundation that had been laid in his solitude, and yet he knew absolutely nothing of the conditions down in the town. Well, he had friends in thousands. The town was simply lying waiting to receive him with open arms, more fond of him than ever because of all he had suffered. With all his ignorance he had been able to lead them on a little way. The development had chosen him as its blind instrument, and it had been successful. But now he was going to lead them right into the land, for now he felt the burden of life within him. Hello! If he wasn't building castles in the air just as in the old days, and forgetting all that the prison cell had taught him so bitterly. The others good indeed. He had been busily concerned for the homes of others, and had not even succeeded in building his own. What humbug! Down there were 3 neglected beings who would bring accusations against him, and what was the use of his sheltering himself behind the welfare of the many? What was the good of receiving praise from tens of thousands and being called benefactor by the whole world, if those 3 whose welfare had been entrusted to him accused him of having failed them? He had often enough tried to stifle their accusing voices, but in there it was not possible to stifle anything into silence. Pelle still had no doubt that he was chosen to accomplish something for the masses. But it had become of such secondary importance when he recollected that he had neglected his share of that which was the duty of everyone. He had mistaken small for great, and believed that when he accomplished something that no one else could do, he might in return pay less attention to ordinary everyday duties. But the fates ordained that the burden of life should be laid just where everyone could help. And now he was coming back like a poor beggar, who had conquered everything except the actual, and therefore possessed nothing, and had to beg for mercy. Branded as a criminal, he must now begin at the beginning, and accomplish that which he had not been able to do in the days of his power. It would be difficult to build his home under these circumstances, and who was there to help him? Those three who could have spoken for him he had left to their own devices as punishment for an offense which in reality was his own. He had never before set out in such a poverty-stricken state. He did not even come like one who had something to forgive. His prison cell had left him nothing. He had had time enough there to go carefully over the whole matter. And everything about Ellen that he had before been too much occupied to notice or had felt like a silent opposition to his projects, now stood out clearly, and formed itself, against his will, into the picture of a woman who never thought of herself, but only of the care of her little world and how she could sacrifice herself. He could not afford to give up any of his right here, and marshaled all his accusations against her, bringing forward laws and morals. But it all failed completely to shake the image, and only emphasized yet more the strength of her nature. She had sacrificed everything for him and the children, her one desire being to see them happy. Each of his attacks only washed away a fresh layer of obstructing mire, and made the sacrifice in her action stand out more clearly. It was because she was so unsensual and chaste that she could act as she had done. Alas! She had had to pay dearly for his remissness. It was the mother who, in their extreme want, gave her own body to nourish her offspring. Pelle would not yield, but fought fiercely against conviction. He had been robbed of freedom and the right to be a human being like others, and now solitude was about to take from him all that remained to sustain him. Even if everything joined together against him, he was not wrong, he would not be wrong. It was he who had brought the great conflict to an end at the cost of his own, and he had found Ellen to be a prostitute. His thoughts clung to this word, and shouted it hoarsely, unceasingly, prostitute. Prostitute. He did not connect it with anything, but only wanted to drown the clamor of accusations on all sides which were making him still more naked and miserable. At first letters now and then came to him, probably from old companions in arms, perhaps too from Ellen, he did not know, for he refused to take them. He hated Ellen because she was the stronger, hated in impotent defiance everything and everybody. Neither she nor anyone else should have the satisfaction of being any comfort to him. Since he had been shut up as an unclean person, he had better keep himself quite apart from them. He would make his punishment still more hard, and purposely increased his forlornness, kept out of his thoughts everything that was near and dear to him, and dragged the painful things into the foreground. Ellen had of course forgotten him for someone else, and had perhaps turned the children's thoughts from him. They would certainly be forbidden to mention the word father. He could distinctly see them all three sitting happily round the lamp. And when some turn in the conversation threatened to lead it to the subject of himself, a coldness and stillness as of death suddenly fell upon them. He mercilessly filled his existence with icy acknowledgment on all points, and believed he revenged himself by breathing in the deadly cold. After a prolonged period of this he was attacked with frenzy, dashed himself blindly against the walls, and shouted that he wanted to get out. To quiet him he was put into a strait waistcoat and removed to a pitch-dark cell. On the whole he was one of the so-called defiant prisoners, who meant to kick against the pricks, and he was treated accordingly. But one night when he lay groaning after a punishment, and saw the angry face of God in the darkness, he suddenly became silent. "Are you a human being?" it said, "and cannot even bear a little suffering?" Pelle was startled. He had never known that there was anything particularly human in suffering. But from that night he behaved quietly, with a listening expression, as if he heard something through the walls. "Now he's become quiet," said the jailer, who was looking at him through the peephole. "It won't be long before he's an idiot." But Pelle had only come out on the other side, he was staring bravely into the darkness to see God's face once more, but in a gentler guise. The first thing he saw was Ellen again, sitting there beautiful, exculpated, made more desirable by all his accusations. How great and fateful all petty things became here. What was the good of defending himself? She was his fate, and he would have to surrender unconditionally. He still did not comprehend her, but he had a consciousness of greater laws for life, laws that raised her and made him small. She and hers passed undefiled through places where he stuck fast in the surface mire. She seemed to him to grow in here, and led his thoughts behind the surface, where they had never been before. Her unfailing mother love was like a beating pulse that rose from the invisible and revealed hidden mystical forces, the perceptible rhythm of a great heart which beat in concealment behind everything. Her care resembled that of God himself. She was nearer to the springs of life than he. The springs of life. Through her the expression for the first time acquired a meaning for him. It was on the whole as if she recreated him, and by occupying himself with her ever enigmatical nature, his thoughts were turned further and further inward. He suspected the presence of strong currents which bore the whole thing. And sometimes in the silence of his cell he seemed to hear his existence flowing like a broad stream, and emptying itself out there where his thoughts had never ventured to roam. What became of the days and the years with all that they had held? The ever-present Ellen, who had never herself given a thought to the unseen, brought Pelle face to face with infinity. While all this was going on within him, they sang one Sunday during the prison service Grundtvig's hymn, "The former days have passed away." The hymn expressed all that he had himself vaguely thought, and touched him deeply. The verses came to him in his narrow pen like waves from a mighty ocean, which rolled ages into the shore in monotonous power. He suddenly and strongly realized the passage of generations of human beings over the earth, and boldly grasped what he had until now only dimly suspected, namely, his own connection with them all. Both those who were living then and all those who had gone before. How small his own idea of union had been when measured by this immense community of souls, and what a responsibility was connected with each one. He understood now how fatal it was to act recklessly, then break off and leave everything. In reality you could never leave anything. The very smallest thing you shirked would be waiting for you as your fate at the next milestone. And who, indeed, was able to overlook an action? You had to be lenient continually, and at last it would turn out that you had been lenient to yourself. Pelle was taking in wisdom, and his own heart confirmed it. The thought of Ellen filled his mind more and more. He had lost her, and yet he could not get beyond her. Did she still love him? This question pursued him day and night with ever-increasing vehemence, until even his life seemed to depend upon it. He felt, as he gazed questioningly into his solitude, that he would be worthless if he did not win her back. New worlds grew up before him. He could dimly discern the great connection between things, and thought he could see how deep down the roots of life stretched, drawing nourishment from the very darkness in which he dwelt. But to this he received no answer. He never dreamt of writing to her. God had his own way of dealing with the soul, a way with which one did not interfere. It would have to come like all the rest, and he lulled himself with the foolish hope that Ellen would come and visit him, for he was now in the right mood to receive her. On Sundays he listened eagerly to the heavy clang of the gate. It meant visitors to the prisoners, and when the jailer came along the corridor rattling his keys, Pelle's heart beat suffocatingly. This repeated itself Sunday after Sunday, and then he gave up hope and resigned himself to his fate. After a long time, however, fortune favored him and brought him a greeting. Pelle took no personal part in the knocking that every evening after the lights were out sounded through the immense building as if 1,000 death ticks were at work. He had enough of his own to think about, and only knocked those messages on that had to pass through his cell. One day, however, a new prisoner was placed in the cell next to his, and woke him. He was a regular frequenter of the establishment, and immediately set about proclaiming his arrival in all directions. It was Druckvald, widow Rasmussen's idler of a sweetheart, who used to stand all the winter through in the gateway in Chapel Road, and spit over the toes of his well-polished shoes. Yes, Wald knew Pell's family well. His sweetheart had looked after the children when Ellen, during the great conflict, began to go out to work. Ellen had been very successful, and still held her head high. She sewed uppers and had a couple of apprentices to help her, and she was really doing pretty well. She did not associate with anyone, not even with her relatives, for she never left her children. Druckvald had to go to the wall every evening. The most insignificant detail was of the greatest importance. Pell could see Ellen as if she were standing in the darkness before him, pale, always clad in black, always serious. She had broken with her parents, she had sacrificed everything for his sake. She even talked about him so that the children should not have forgotten him by the time he came back. "The little beggars think you're traveling," said Wald. So everything was all right. It was like sunshine in his heart to know that she was waiting faithfully for him although he had cast her off. All the ice must melt and disappear. He was a rich man in spite of everything. Did she bear his name? He asked eagerly. It would be like her, intrepid as she was, defiantly to write Pell in large letters on the doorplate. Yes, of course. There was no such thing as hiding there. Lasse Frederick and his sister were big now, and little boy Comfort was a huge fellow for his age, a regular little fatty. To see him sitting in his perambulator, when they wheeled him out on Sundays, was a sight for gods. Pell stood in the darkness as though stunned. Boy Comfort, a little fellow sitting in a perambulator. And it was not an adopted child either, Druckvald so evidently took it to be his. Ellen. Ellen. He went no more to the wall. Druckvald knocked in vain, and his 6 months came to an end without Pell noticing it. This time he made no disturbance, but shrank under a feeling of being accursed. Providence must be hostile to him, since the same blow had been aimed at him twice. In the daytime he sought relief in hard work and reading. At night he lay on his dirty, moldy-smelling mattress and wept. He no longer tried to overthrow his conception of Ellen, for he knew it was hopeless. She still tragically overshadowed everything. She was his fate and still filled his thoughts, but not brightly. There was indeed nothing bright or great about it now, only imperative necessity. And then his work. For a man there was always work to fall back upon, when happiness failed him. Pell set to work in earnest, and the man who was at the head of the prison shoemaking department liked to have him, for he did much more than was required of him. In his leisure hours he read diligently, and entered with zest into the prison schoolwork, taking up especially history and languages. The prison chaplain and the teachers took an interest in him, and procured books for him which were generally unobtainable by the prisoners. When he was thoroughly tired out he allowed his mind to seek rest in thoughts of his home. His weariness cast a conciliatory light over everything, and he would lie upon his pallet and in imagination spend happy hours with his children. Including that young cuckoo who always looked at him with such a strangely mocking expression. To Ellen alone he did not get near. She had never been so beautiful as now in her unapproachableness, but she received all his assurances in mysterious silence, only gazing at him with her unfathomable eyes. He had forsaken her and the home, he knew that, but had he not also made reparation? It was her child he held on his knee, and he meant to build the home up again. He had had enough of an outlaw's life, and needed a heart upon which to rest his weary head. All this was dreaming, but now he was on his way down to begin from the beginning. He did not feel very courageous, the uncertainty held so many possibilities. Were the children and Ellen well, and was she still waiting for him? And his comrades? How would his fate shape itself? Pell was so little accustomed to being in the fresh air that it affected him powerfully, and, much against his will, he fell asleep as he leaned back upon the bank. The longing to reach the end of his journey made him dream that he was still walking on and making his entry into the city, but he did not recognize it, everything was so changed. People were walking about in their best clothes, either going to the wood or to hear lectures. "Who is doing the work, then?" he asked of a man whom he met. Work, exclaimed the man in surprise. Why, the machines, of course. We each have 3 hours at them in the day, but it'll soon be changed to 2, for the machines are getting more and more clever. It's splendid to live and to know that there are no slaves but those inanimate machines, and for that we have to thank a man called Pelle. Why, that's me, exclaimed Pelle, laughing with pleasure. You! What absurdity! Why, you're a young man, and all this happened many years ago. It is me, all the same. Don't you see that my hair is gray and my forehead lined? I got like that in fighting for you. Don't you recognize me? But people only laughed at him, and he had to go on. I'll go to Ellen, he thought, disheartened. She'll speak up for me. And while the thought was in his mind, he found himself in her parlor. Sit down, she said kindly. My husband'll be here directly. Why, I'm your husband, he exclaimed, hardly able to keep back his tears, but she looked at him coldly and without recognition, and moved toward the door. I'm Pelle, he said, holding out his hand beseechingly. Don't you know me? Ellen opened her lips to cry out, and at that moment the husband appeared threateningly in the doorway. From behind him Lasse Frederick and sister peeped out in alarm, and Pelle saw with a certain amount of satisfaction that there were only the two. The terrible thing, however, was that the man was himself, the true Pelle with the good, fair mustache, the lock of hair on his forehead and the go-ahead expression. When he discovered this, it all collapsed and he sank down in despair. Pelle awoke with a start, bathed in perspiration, and saw with thankfulness the fields and the bright atmosphere. He was at any rate still alive. He rose and walked on with heavy steps while the spring breeze cooled his brow. His road led him to Norrebro. The sun was setting behind him. It must be about the time for leaving off work, and yet no hooter sounded from the numerous factories, no stream of begrimed human beings poured out of the side streets. In the little tea gardens in the Frederiksund road sat workmen's families with perambulator and provision basket. They were dressed in their best and were enjoying the spring day. Was there after all something in his dream? If so, it would be splendid to come back. He asked people what was going on, and was told that it was the elections. We're going to take the city today, they said, laughing triumphantly. From the square he turned into the churchyard, and went down the sombre avenue of poplars to Chapel Road. Opposite the end of the avenue he saw the 2 little windows in the second floor, and in his passionate longing he seemed to see Ellen standing there and beckoning. He ran now, and took the stairs 3 or 4 at a time. Just as he was about to pull the bell cord, he heard strange voices within, and paused as though paralyzed. The door looked cold and as if it had nothing to do with him, and there was no doorplate. He went slowly down the stairs and asked in the greengrocer's cellar below whether a woman who sewed uppers did not live on the second floor to the left. She had been forsaken by her husband and had 2 children, 3, he corrected himself humbly. What had become of them? The deputy landlord was a new man and could give him no information. So he went up into the house again, and asked from door to door but without any result. Poor people do not generally live long in one place. Pelle wandered about the streets at haphazard. He could think of no way of getting Ellen's address, and gave it up disheartened. In his forlorn condition he had the impression that people avoided him, and it discouraged him. His soul was sick with longing for a kind word and a caress, and there was no one to give them. No eyes brightened at seeing him out again, and he hunted in vain in house after house for someone who would sympathize with him. A sudden feeling of hatred arose in him, an evil desire to hit out at everything and go recklessly on. Twilight was coming on. Below the churchyard wall some newspaper boys were playing "Touch Last" on their bicycles. They managed their machines like circus riders, and resembled little gauchos, throwing them back and running upon the back wheel only, and bounding over obstacles. They had strapped their bags on their backs, and their blue cap bands flapped about their ears like pennons. Pelle seated himself upon a bench, and absently followed their reckless play, while his thoughts went back to his own careless boyhood. A boy of 10 or 12 took the lead in breakneck tricks, shouting and commanding. He was the chief of the band, and maintained the leadership with a high hand. His face, with its snub nose, beamed with lively impudence, and his cap rested upon two exceptionally prominent ears. The boys began to make of the stranger a target for their exuberant spirits. In dashing past him they pretended to lose control of their machine, so that it almost went over his foot, and at last the leader suddenly snatched off his cap. Pell quietly picked it up, but when the boy came circling back with measured strokes as though pondering some fresh piece of mischief, he sprang up and seized him by the collar. "Now you shall have a thrashing, you scamp," he said, lifting him off his bicycle. "But it'll be just as well if you get it from your parents." "What's your father's name?" "He hasn't got a father," cried the other boys, flocking round them threateningly. "Let him go." The boy opened his lips to give vent to a torrent of bad language, but stopped suddenly and gazed in terror at Pell, struggling like a mad thing to get away. Pell let him go in surprise, and saw him mount his bicycle and disappear howling. His companions dashed after him like a flight of swallows. "Wait a little, Lasse Frederick," they cried. Pell stood a little while gazing after them, and then with bent head walked slowly into Norrebro Street. It was strange to be walking again in this street, which had played so great a part in his life. The traffic was heavier here than in other places, and the stone paving made it more so. A peculiar adamantine self-dependence was characteristic of this district where every step was weighted with the weight of labor. The shops were the same, and he also recognized several of the shopkeepers. He tried to feel at home in the crowd, and looked into people's faces, wondering whether anyone would recognize him. He both wished and feared it, but they hurried past, only now and then one of them would wonder a little at his strange appearance. He himself knew most of them as well as if it had been yesterday he had had to do with those thousands, for the intermediate years had not thrust new faces in between him and the old ones. Now and again he met one of his men walking on the pavement with his wife on his arm, while others were standing on the electric tramcars as drivers and conductors. Weaklings and steady fellows, they were his army. He could name them by name and was acquainted with their family circumstances. Well, a good deal of water had run under the bridge since then. He went into a little inn for traveling artisans, and engaged a room. "It's easy to see that you've been away from this country for a day or two," said the landlord. "Have you been far?" Oh, yes, Pell had seen something of the world. And here at home there had been a good many changes. How did the movement get on? Capitally. Yes, awfully well. Our party has made tremendous progress. Today we shall take the town. That'll make a difference in things, I suppose? Oh, well, I wouldn't say that for certain. Unemployment increases every year, and it's all the same who represents the town and sits in Parliament. But we've got on very well as far as prices go. Tell me, there was a man in the movement a few years ago called Pell. What's become of him? The landlord scratched his parting. Pell. Pell. Yes, of course. What in the world was there about him? Didn't he make false coins, or rob a till? If I remember right, he ended by going to prison. Well, there are bad characters in every movement. A couple of workmen, who were sitting at a table eating fried liver, joined in the conversation. "He came a good deal to the front 5 or 6 years ago," said one of them with his mouth full. "But there wasn't much in him, he had too much imagination." "He had the gift of the gab, anyhow," said the other. "I still distinctly remember him at the great lockout. He could make you think you were no end of a fine fellow, he could. Well, that's all past and gone. Your health, comrade." Pell rose quietly and went out. He was forgotten. Nobody remembered anything about him, in spite of all that he had fought for and suffered. Much must have passed over their heads since then, and him they had simply forgotten. He did not know what to do with himself, more homeless here in this street, which should have been his own, than in any other place. It was black with people, but he was not carried with the stream. He resembled something that has been washed up to one side and left lying. They were all in their best clothes. The workmen came in crowds on their way either from or to the polling booths, and some were collected and accompanied thither by eager comrades. One man would shout to another across the road through his hollowed hand, "Hi, Peterson. I suppose you've voted?" Everywhere there was excitement and good humor. The city was to be taken. Pell went with the stream over Queen Louise's Bridge and farther into the city. Here the feeling was different, opinions were divided, people exchanged sharp words. Outside the newspaper offices stood dense crowds impeding the wheel traffic as they waited patiently for the results that were shown in the windows. Every time a contested district came in, a wave of movement passed through the crowd, followed by a mighty roar if a victory was recorded. All was comparatively quiet. People stood outside the offices of the papers that bore the color of their party. Only the quarrelsome men gathered about their opponents and had their hats bashed in. Within the offices the members of the staff were passing busily backward and forward, hanging up the results and correcting them. All the cafes and restaurants were full of customers. The telephone rang incessantly, and messengers kept coming with lists from the telegram bureaus. Men fought over the results in front of the great blackboard and chances were discussed at the tables and much political nonsense was talked. Pell had never seen the city so excited, not even during the Great Lockout. Class faced class with clenched fists, the workmen even more eager than the upper class. They had become out-and-out politicians. He could see that the movement had shifted its center of gravity over this. What was necessary was to gain seats. Today they expected to get the upper hand in the city and a firm footing out in the country. Several of the old leaders were already in Parliament and brought forward their practical experience in the debate. Their aim now was nothing less than to usurp the political power. This was bold enough, they must have been successful, after all. He still possessed his old quickness of hearing as regards the general feeling, and perceived a change in the public tone. It had become broader, more democratic. Even the upper classes submitted to the ballot now, and condescended to fight for a majority of votes. Pell could see no place for himself, however, in this conflict. "Hi, you there. I suppose you've voted," men shouted to him as they passed. Voted? He had not even the right to vote. In the battle that was now being fought, their old leader was not even allowed to take part as an ordinary soldier. Out of the road. They marched in small bands on their way to the polling booths or the assembly rooms, taking up the whole pavement, and Pell readily moved out of their way. This time he did not come like a king's son for whom the whole world stood waiting. He was of the scum of the earth, neither more nor less, one who had been thrown aside and forgotten. If he succeeded in recalling himself to their remembrance, it would only be the bringing up of the story of a criminal. There was the house where the Stolps lived. Perhaps they knew where Ellen was. But what did it matter to him? He had not forgotten Lasse Frederick's terror-stricken face. And there was the corner house where Morton had managed the business. Ah, it was long since their ways had parted. Morton had in reality always envied him, he had not been able to bear his tremendous success. Now he would be able to crow over him. Anger and bitterness filled his heart, and his head was confused, and his thoughts, bred of malice, were like clumsy fault-finders. For years the need of associating with human beings had been accumulating within him, and now the whole thing gave way like an avalanche. He could easily pick a quarrel with someone, just to make himself less a matter of indifference to the rest of the world. Why shouldn't he go to the cupping glass? He would be expected there at any rate. Outside Griffinfeld Street there was a crowd. A number of people had gathered round a coal heaver, who was belaboring a lamppost with the toes of his wooden shoes, at the same time using abusive language. He had run against it and had a bruise on his forehead. People were amusing themselves at his expense. As the light from the lamp fell upon the coal-blackened face of the drunken man, Pell recognized him. It was Mary Jacob. He pushed his way angrily through the crowd and took him by the shoulder. "What's the matter with you, Jacob? Have you become a drunkard? He said hotly. How's that? It's got no business to get in the way of an organized workman, Jacob said indistinctly, kicking the air to the great delight of the onlookers, who encouraged him to continue. I'm a member of my organization, and don't owe anything, you can see for yourselves. He pulled out of his breast pocket a little book in a black leather cover, and turned over its pages. Just look for yourselves. Member subscription paid, isn't it? Strike subscription paid, isn't it? Shown on entrance, isn't it? Just you shut up. Take it and pass it round. We must have our papers in order. You're supporting the election fund, I suppose? Go up and vote, confound you. The man who won't give his mite is a poor pal. Who says thief? There's no one here that steals. I'm an honest, organized. He suddenly began to weep, and the saliva dropped from the corners of his mouth onto his coat, while he made fearful grimaces. Pell managed to get him into a courtyard, and washed his wound at the pump. The cold water made him shiver, and his head lolled weakly. Such a snotty blackleg, he murmured. I'll get the chairman to give him a doing in the paper. Suddenly he recognized Pell. He started, and consciousness struggled to obtain control over his dulled senses. Why, is that you, master? He asked shamefacedly, seizing Pell's hand. So you've come back. I suppose you think me a beast, but what can I do? Just come along, said Pell sharply, anxious to get away from the crowd of spectators. They went down Mainung Street, Jacob staggering along in silence, and looking askance at his former leader. He walked a little awkwardly, but it came from his work. The meeting with Pell had made him almost sober. I'm sure you think I'm a beast, he said again at last in a pitiful voice. But you see there's no one to keep me straight. It's the fault of the brandy, said Pell shortly. Well, you may be right, but a fellow needs a kind word now and then, and you have to take it where you can get it. Your pals look down upon you and chuck you out of their set. What's the matter, then? Asked Pell. What's the matter? 6 times 5's the matter, because I wouldn't let my old father starve during the lockout. We had a jolly good time then. I was a good son. Didn't mind the fat purses of the bigwigs and a little bread and water, and the devil and his standpipe. But now they're singing another tune, that man. Why, he's been punished for theft. End of him. No one asks why, they've become big men, you see. In olden days I was always called Merry Jacob, and the fellows liked to be in my shift. Do you know what they call me now? Thieving Jacob. Well, they don't say it right out, for if they did, someone would crack their heads for them, but that is my name. Well, I say to myself, perhaps you saw everything topsy-turvy in those days, perhaps, after all, you're nothing but a thief. And then I have to drink to become an honest man again. And get in rages with the lampposts. Don't you think you'd do better to hit out at those who wrong you? Jacob was silent and hung his head. The once strong, bold fellow had become like a dog that anyone might kick. If it were so dreadful to bear 6 times 5 among one's own people, what could Pell say? How is your brother? He asked, in order to divert Jacob's thoughts to something brighter. He was a splendid fellow. He hung himself, answered Jacob gloomily. He couldn't stand it any longer. We broke into a house together, so as to be equal about it, and the grocer owed the old man money, he'd worked for it, and they meant to cheat him out of it. So the 2 old things were starving, and had no fire either, and we got them what they'd a right to, and it was so splendidly done too. But afterward when there was a row at the works, agitation and election fuss and all that kind of thing, they just went and left him and me out. We weren't the right sort, you see. We hadn't the right to vote. He couldn't get even with the business in any other way than by putting a rope over the lamp hook in the ceiling. I've looked at the matter myself all round, you see, but I can't make anything of it. He walked on a little without speaking, and then said, would you hit out properly now? There's need of a kind word. Pelle did not answer, it was all too sad. He did not even hear the question. It was chiefly what you said that made me believe in a better time coming, Jacob continued persistently. Or perhaps my brother and me would have done differently and things might have gone better with both of us. Well, I suppose you believed it yourself, but what do you think now? Do you still believe in that about the better time? For I should like to be an honest man again. Of course Pelle still believed in it. For there aren't many who'd give a brass farthing for that story now, but if you say so, I've got faith in you all the same. Others wouldn't have the brains to think of anything for themselves, and it was like the cork going off, so to speak, for us poor people when you went away, everything went flat. If anything happens, it doesn't do for a poor devil to look on. And every time anyone wants to complain, he gets a voting paper pushed into his hand and they say, go and vote and things will be altered. But confound it, that can't rouse a fellow who's not learnt anything from the time he was small. They'd taken a lot of trouble about me now, whitewashing me so that I could use my right to vote. But they can't make me so that no one looks down on me. And so I say, thank you for nothing. But if you still believe in it, so will I, for I've got faith in you. Here's my hand on it. Jacob was the same simple, good-hearted fellow that he had been in former days when he lived in the attic in the Arkansas. There might very well have been a little more evil in him. But his words warmed Pelle's heart. Here was someone who needed him, and who still believed in him although he had been maimed in the fight. He was the first of the disabled ones, and Pelle was prepared to meet with more and to hear their accusations. Many of them would turn against him now that he was powerless, but he would have to put up with that. He felt as though he had the strength for it now. Pelle went into the street again, letting his feet carry him where they would, while he thought of the past and the future. They had been so certain that a new age would dawn upon them at once. The new, great truth had been so self-evident that it seemed as if all the old conditions must fall before it as at a magic word, and now the everyday reality had worn the gloss off it. As far as he could see, nothing particular had happened, and what was there to happen? That was not the way to overturn systems. From Mary Jacob's opinion he could draw his own, but he was no longer despondent, he did not mind what happened. He would have had no objection to challenge the opinion of his old comrades at once, and find out how he stood. He had passed through several side streets when he suddenly found himself in front of a large, well-lighted building with a broad flight of steps, up which people were flocking. It was one of the workingmen's halls, and festivities were being held in it to celebrate the elections. Pelle went, by force of habit, with the stream. He remained at the back of the hall, and used his eyes as though he had just dropped down from some other planet. Strange feelings welled up within him when he found himself once more among the people. For a moment he felt a vehement desire to cry, "Here I am," and stretch out his arms to them all. But he quickly controlled it, and his face regained its stony composure. This then was his army from the conflict. They were decidedly better clothed than on the day when he led them in triumph into the city as its true citizens. They carried their heads higher too, did not get behind one another, but claimed room for themselves. They had more to eat, he could see, for their faces shone more. And their eyes had become indolent in expression, and no longer looked hungrily out into uncertainty but moved quietly and unhesitatingly from place to place. They were prepared for another long march, and perhaps it was as well. Great things did not happen in the twinkling of an eye. He was aroused from his thoughts by discovering that the people nearest to him were turning and gazing at him. The number of faces looking round at him increased, and the words, "Pelle is here," passed in a murmur through the crowd. Hundreds of eyes were directed toward him questioningly and searchingly, some of them in evident expectation of something unusual happening at once. The movement became general, a wave that carried him resistlessly to the front of the hall and up onto the platform. A great roar like the breaking of surf arose on all sides of him and stupefied his sensitive brain, in which silence sat always putting together a fine new world about which no one else knew. Suddenly everything was still, so still that the solitude was again audible to his ear. Pelle spoke quietly and with confidence. His words were a greeting to them from a world they as yet did not know. The great solitude through which man must move alone, without loud-voiced companions to encourage him, and listen until he hears his own heart beat within it. He sits in a cell again, like the first original germ of life, alone and forsaken, and over him a spider skillfully spins its web. At first he is angry with the busy insect, and tears down the web. But the insect begins again patiently. And this suddenly becomes a consolatory lesson to him never to give up. He becomes fond of the little vigilant creature that makes its web as skillfully as if it had a great responsibility, and he asks himself whether it is at all conscious of his existence. Is it sorry for him in his forsaken condition, since it does not move to another place, but patiently builds its web up again, finer and finer? As if it had only been torn down because it was not made well enough? He bitterly regrets his conduct, and would give much for a sign that the little insect is not angry with him, for no one can afford to offend another. The smallest creature is of vital importance to you. In the loneliness of the prison cell you learn solidarity. And one day when he is sitting reading, the spider, in its busy efforts to carry its thread past him, drops down and uses his shoulder as a temporary attachment. Never before has such confidence been shown him. Notwithstanding everything, the little insect knew how a hardened criminal should be taken. It taught him that he had both a heart and a soul to take care of. A greeting to his comrades from the great silence that was waiting to speak to them one by one. He spoke from the depths of his soul, and saw surprise in their faces. What in the world did he want? Did he want them all to go to prison only because he himself had been there? Was that all that was left of the old Pelle, Lightning, as he was then called? He was certainly rather weak in the legs, there wasn't much of his eloquence left. They quickly lost interest and began to talk together in undertones. There came only a little desultory applause here and there from the corners. Pelle felt the disappointment and indifference, and smiled. He no longer had need of storms of approbation, he listened for it now within himself. This much he had learned by standing up there, namely, that he had not done with the men below, he was, in fact, only just beginning with them. His work had been swept away, well then he would build up a new one that was better. He had sat in his prison cell and learned long suffering. He took a seat below the platform among the leaders of the meeting, and felt that he was really a stranger there. It was out of compassion they had drawn him into the meeting. He read in their eyes that the work that had been done was done without him, and that he came at an inopportune moment. Would they have to reckon with him, the hair-brained fellow, now again, or did he mean to emigrate? Alas, he did not give much impetus to the movement. But if they only knew how much wisdom he had gained in his solitude. He did not talk, but looked on absently, trying to listen through the noise for something lasting. They laughed and drank and made speeches, for him too, but all this was so unnecessary. They had gained confidence, they spoke quite openly, there was a certain emancipation in their general behavior, taken as a whole, they made a good impression. But the miracle? The incomprehensible? He missed a little anxiety behind the prosperity, the deep, silent pondering that would show that they had gazed into a new world. Did they not hear the undertone at all, since they were making such a noise, the unceasing, soft rhythm that was in his own ears continually and contained the whole thing? The stillness of the cell had made his hearing acute, the boisterous laughter, which expressed their pleasure in life, caused him suffering. Beside a large blackboard on the platform stood one of the leaders, writing up the victories of the day, amid the rejoicing of the crowd. Pelle slipped out unnoticed, and was standing on the steps, breathing in the quiet night air, when a young man came up to him and held out his hand. It was his brother-in-law, Frederick Stulp. "I just wanted to wish you welcome back," he said, "and to thank you for what you said in there." "How is Ellen?" Pelle asked in a low voice. "She's only pretty well. She lives at 20 Victoria Street, and takes in washing. I think she would be glad to see you." He looked searchingly at Pelle. "If you like, I can easily arrange for you to meet at my place." "Thank you," Pelle answered, "but I'll go out to her early tomorrow morning." He no longer needed to go by circuitous routes. Chapter 2. Pelle was awakened by a distant sound resembling thunder, that came nearer and nearer out of the night and kept close to the prison. He lay still and listened shudderingly in the hope of hearing the reassuring step of the watchman passing his door, while fancies chased one another in his heavy head like riderless horses. The hollow, threatening sound grew ever louder and clearer, until it suddenly shattered the stillness of the night with a thunderous roar, which seemed to bring everything crashing down. It was as though a great gulf had opened and swallowed everything. In one panic-stricken bound he was at the window, his heart beating tumultuously. But the next moment he was ashamed of his mistake. It had been the same terrifying doomsday that he had dreaded in the days of his childhood, when the lightning zigzagged among the rocks at home. And yet it was nothing but the noise of the first farm carts as they passed from the high road onto the stone paving of the town. It was the solitude brooding in his imagination, making it start in fear at every sound. But that would wear off. He stretched himself and shook off the nightmare. Free! No jailer was coming like a bad spirit to shatter the night's happy dream of freedom. He was free. His pallet had not to be hooked up to the wall at a certain hour. He could lie as long as he wanted to, the whole day, if he liked. But now he had more important things to do, life was waiting. He hastily put on his clothes. In the street the lamplighter was lighting every other lamp. An endless procession of carts was pouring in from the country to supply the town. Pelle threw open the window and looked out over the wakening city while he dressed himself. He was accustomed to sleep in a silence that was only broken by the soft squeaking of the mice under the heat grating. And the night noises of the city, the rumble of the electric trams, the shouts of night wanderers, all these unwanted sounds that pierced the darkness so startlingly, had filled his sleep with feverish dreams and caused a series of ugly, deformed visions to pass through his brain. He now felt quite rested, however, and greeted the city with awakened pleasure. Yes, he had slept more than sufficiently. The noise called him and he must go down and give a helping hand to keep it going. For years he had done nothing but hoard, now he would set to work again with strength and courage. As soon as he was dressed he went out. It was too early to visit Ellen, but he could not bear to stay in any longer. It was early morning. The first tramcar came in, filled with workmen, some even hanging on to the steps both of the motor wagon and the two cars following it. And there was the first peasant with milk, they were not even up yet in the ice dairy. Every quarter of an hour trams came in with workmen, and the market carts continued to drive in from the country laden with vegetables, corn or pigs' carcasses. The street was like a feeding tube through which nourishment was continually being drawn into the city. On the top of swaying loads of straw sat Zealand peasants nodding. They had come all the way from the Frederiksson quarter, and had been driving all night. Here and there came a drover with a few animals intended for the cattle market. The animals did not like the town, and constantly became restive, hitching themselves round lampposts or getting across the tram lines. The newspaper women trudged from street door to street door with their aprons laden with morning papers, and he heard them toiling up the stairs as though their feet were weighted with lead. And beneath all this could be heard the endless tramp-tramp of workmen hastening to their work. There was a peculiarly familiar sound in those footsteps, which suddenly reminded him that he no longer belonged to their party, but had marked out his own way for good and evil. Why was he not still a small, impersonal fraction of this great stream which day after day mechanically followed the same round in the mill? Solitude had made his view of mankind a new and wondering one. He now, in every strange face he met, involuntarily sought for a little of that which makes each individual a world in himself. But these men were all alike, he thought. They came hurrying out of the darkness of the side streets, and were not fully awake and steady on their feet until they joined the throng, but then they did walk capitally. He recognized the firm beat again, he had himself taught it to them. Daylight came stealing in over Vesterbro, grey and heavy with spring moisture and the city smoke. That part of the town was not quite awake yet, the step sounding in the main street was that of the belated night wanderer. He turned down Victoria Street, looking about him in surprise. He had never been here before. He read the door plates: Artists' Bureau, Artisanheim, Lodging for Artists, Masseur and Chiropodist, Costumes for Hire. Most of the announcements were in foreign languages. There was also a gymnasium for equilibrists and a conservatorium for singing and music, dancing and deportment. Nor did there seem to be a scarcity of pawnbrokers and dealers in second-hand goods. How had Ellen drifted into this strange atmosphere of perfumes and old clothes and foreign countries? Behind the windows in the low rooms he saw wonderful dresses thrown over chairbacks, burnouses and red fezzes. And a little dark figure with a long pigtail and bare feet in yellow slippers, glided noiselessly past him in the old-fashioned, palatial doorway of number 20. He mounted the stairs with a beating heart. The steps were worn and groaned ominously when trodden on. The door of the flat stood ajar, and he heard the sound of sweeping in the front room, while farther in a child was talking to itself or its doll. He had to stand a little while on the landing to take breath and to regain his composure. Ellen was sweeping under the sofa with quick movements. She rose and gazed at him in bewilderment. The broom fell from her hand and she swayed to and fro. Pell caught her, and she leaned inert and helpless against him, and remained thus for a considerable time, pale and with closed eyes. When at last he turned her inanimate face toward him and kissed it, she burst into tears. He spoke gently and reassuringly to her as to a child. She kept her eyes closed, as she had always done when anything overwhelmed her. She lay back on his arm, and he felt her body tremble at the sound of his voice. Her tears seemed to soften her, and from the yielding of her body now he could see how stiffly she must have held herself, and was filled with joy. It had all been for his sake, and with a tremendous effort of her will she had defied fate until he came. She now placed it all at his feet and lay prostrate. How tired she must be! But now she and the children should have a good time, he would live for her now. He had laid her on the sofa and sat bending over her and telling her quietly how he had repented and longed for her. She made no answer, but held his hand in a convulsive grasp, now and then opening her eyes and stealing a glance at him. Suddenly she discovered how worn and lined his face was, and as she passed her hand over it as if to soften the features, she broke into a storm of weeping. "You have suffered so, Pell!" she exclaimed vehemently, passing her trembling fingers through his iron-gray hair. "I can feel by your poor head how badly they've treated you. And I wasn't even with you. If I could only do something really nice to make you look happy." She drew his head down onto her bosom and stroked it as a mother might her child's, and Pell's face changed as would a child's when taken to its mother's breast. It was as though the well of life flowed through him, the hardness of his expression disappeared, and life and warmth took its place. "I didn't think you'd come back to us," said Ellen. "Ever since Lasse Frederick met you yesterday I've been expecting you to come." Pell suddenly noticed how exhausted she looked. "Haven't you been to bed all night?" he asked. She smilingly shook her head. "I had to take care that the street door wasn't locked. Whenever anyone came home, I ran down and unlocked it again. You mustn't be angry with the boy for being afraid of you just at first. He was sorry for it afterward, and ran about the town all the evening trying to find you." A clear child's voice was calling from the bedroom more and more persistently, "Man. Good morning, man." It was Sister, sitting up in Ellen's bed and playing with a feather that she had pulled out of the corner of the down quilt. She readily allowed herself to be kissed, and sat there with pouting mouth and the funniest little wrinkled nose. "Your man," she said insinuatingly. "Yes, that's true enough," answered Pell, laughing, "but what man?" "Man," she repeated, nodding gravely. Sister shared Ellen's bed now. At the foot of the big bed stood her own little cot, which had also been Lasse Frederick's, and in it lay. Well, Pell turned to the other side of the room, where Lasse Frederick lay snoring in a small bed, with one arm beneath his head. He had kicked off the quilt and lay on his stomach in a deep sleep, with his limbs extended carelessly. The little fellow was well built, thought Pelle. Now, lazybones, you'd better be thinking of getting up, cried Pelle, pulling him by the leg. The boy turned slowly. When he saw his father, he instantly became wide awake, and raised his arm above his head as though to ward off a blow. "There's no box on the ears in the air, my boy," said Pelle, laughing. "The game only begins today." Lasse Frederick continued to hold his arm in the same position, and lay gazing indifferently out into the front room, as if he had no idea to what his father was referring, but his face was scarlet. "Don't you even say good morning to your father," said Ellen, whereupon he sullenly extended his hand and then turned his face to the wall. He was vexed at his behavior of the day before, and perhaps expected a blowing up. On a nail above his head hung his blouse and cap. "Is Lasse Frederick a milk boy?" asked Pelle. "Yes," said Ellen, "and he's very good at it. The drivers praise him." "Isn't he going to get up then, and go?" "I've met several milk carts." "No, for we're on strike just now," murmured the boy without turning round. Pelle became quite interested. "What fellows you are! So you're on strike, are you? What's it for? Is it wages?" The boy had to explain, and gradually turned his face round, but did not look at his father. Ellen stood in the doorway and listened to them smilingly. She looked frail. "Lasse Frederick's the leader," she said gently. "And he's lying here instead of being out on the watch for blacklegs," exclaimed Pelle quite irritably. "You're a nice leader." "Do you suppose any boy would be so mean as to be a blackleg?" said Lasse Frederick. "No, indeed. But people fetch their own milk from the carts. Then you must get the drivers to join you." "No, we don't belong to a real union, so they won't support us." "Well then, make a union. Get up, boy, and don't lie there snoring when there's anything of this sort on. Do you imagine that anything in this world is to be got by sleeping?" The boy did not move. He did not seem to think there was any reason for taking his father very seriously. But he met a reproachful look from Ellen, and he was out of bed and dressed in a trice. While they sat in the front room, drinking their coffee, Pelle gave him a few hints as to how he should proceed in the matter. He was greatly interested, and went thoroughly into the subject. It seemed to him as though it were only yesterday that he had occupied himself with the people. How many pleasant memories of the fight crowded into his mind. And now every child knew that the meanest thing on earth was to become a blackleg. How he had fought to make even intelligent fellow workmen understand this. It was quite comical to think that the strike, which filled the workman with horror the first time he had employed it, was now a thing that children made use of. Time passed with a fleet foot out here in the day, and if you wanted to keep pace you must look sharp. When the boy had gone, Ellen came to Pelle and stroked his hair. "Welcome home," she said softly, and kissed his furrowed brow. He pressed her hand. "Thank you for having a home for me," he answered, looking into her eyes. "For if you hadn't, I think I should have gone to the dogs. The boy has had his share in that, you know. He's worked well, or it might have gone badly with me many a time. You mustn't be angry with him, Pelle, even if he is a little sullen to you. You must remember how much he's gone through with the other boys. Sometimes he's come home quite disheartened." "Because of me?" asked Pelle in a low voice. "Yes, for he couldn't bear them to say anything about you. At one time he was always fighting, but now I think he's taught them to leave him alone. For he never gave in. But it may have left its marks on him." She lingered by him. There was something she wanted to say to him, but she had a difficulty in beginning. "What is it?" he asked, in order to help her, his heart beating rapidly. He would have liked to get over this without speech. She drew him gently into the bedroom and up to the little cot. "You haven't looked at Boy Comfort," she said. He bent in embarrassment over the little boy who lay and gazed at him with large, serious eyes. "You must give me a little time," he said. "It's little Marie's boy," said Ellen, with a peculiar intonation. He stood up quickly, and looked in bewilderment at her. It was a little while before he comprehended. "Where is Marie?" he asked with difficulty. "She's dead," Pelle answered Ellen, and came to his aid by holding out her hand to him. "She died when the child was born." A grey shadow passed across Pelle's face. Chapter 3. The house in which Pelle and his wife lived, the palace, the inhabitants of the street called it, was an old, tumble-down, three-storied building with a mansard roof. Up the middle of the façade ran the remains of some fluted pilasters through the two upper stories, making a handsome frame to the small windows. The name palace had not been given to the house entirely without reason. The old woman who kept the ironmonger's shop in the back building could remember that in her childhood it had been a general's country house, and stood quite by itself. At that time the shore reached to where the street now runs, and the fruit gardens went right into Council House Square. Two ancient, worm-eaten apple trees, relics of that period, were still standing squeezed in among the back buildings. Since then the town had pushed the fruit gardens a couple of miles farther back, and in the course of time side streets had been added to the bright neighborhood of Vesterbro, narrow, poor men's streets, which sprang up round the scattered country houses, and shut out the light. And poor people, artistes and street girls ousted the owners and turned the luxuriant summer resort into a motley district ere booted poverty and shoeless intelligence met. The palace was the last relic of a vanished age. The remains of its former grandeur were still to be seen in the smoke-blackened stucco and deep windows of the attics. But the large rooms had been broken up into sets of 1 or 2 rooms for people of small means, half the wide landing being boarded off for coal cellars. From Pelle's little 2-roomed flat, a door and a couple of steps led down into a large room which occupied the entire upper floor of the side building, and was not unlike the ruins of a former banqueting hall. The heavy, smoke-blackened ceiling went right up under the span roof and had once been decorated, but most of the plaster had now fallen down, and the beams threatened to follow it. The huge room had been utilized, in the course of time, both as a brewery and as a warehouse, but it still bore the stamp of its former splendor. The children of the property at any rate thought it was grand, and picked out the last remains of paneling for kindling wood, and would sit calling to one another for hours from the high ledges above the brick pillars, upon which there had once stood busts of famous men. Now and again a party of Russian or Polish emigrants hired the room and took possession of it for a few nights. They slept side by side upon the bare floor, each using his bundle for a pillow. And in the morning they would knock at the door of Ellen's room, and ask by gestures to be allowed to come to the water tap. At first she was afraid of them and barricaded the door with her wardrobe cupboard, but the thought of Pelle in prison made her sympathetic and helpful. They were poor, needy beings, whom misery and misfortune had driven from their homes. They could not speak the language and knew nothing about the world. But they seemed, like birds of passage, to find their way by instinct. In their blind flight it was at the palace that they happened to alight for rest. With this exception the great room lay unused. It went up through 2 stories, and could have been made into several small flats. But the owner of the property, an old peasant from Glostrup, was so miserly that he could not find it in his heart to spend money on it, notwithstanding the great advantage it would be to him. Ellen had no objection to this. She dried her customers' washing there, and escaped all the coal dust and dirt of the yard. Chance, which so often takes the place of Providence in the case of poor people, had landed her and her children here when things had gone wrong with them in Chapel Road. Ellen had at last, after hard toil, got her boot sewing into good working order and had 2 pupils to help her, when a long strike came and spoiled it all for her. She struggled against it as well as she could, but one day they came and carried her bits of furniture down into the street. It was the old story. Pelle had heard it several times before. There she stood with the children, mounting guard over her belongings until it grew dark. It was pouring with rain, and they did not know what to do. People stopped as they hurried by, asked a few questions and passed on. 1 or 2 advised her to apply to the Committee for Housing the Homeless. This, however, both Ellen and Lasse Frederick were too proud to do. They took the little ones down to the mangling woman in the cellar, and themselves remained on guard over their things, in the dull hope that something would happen. A hope of which experience never quite deprives the poor. After they had stood there a long time, something really did happen. Out of Norrebro Street came two men dashing along at a tremendous pace with a four-wheeled cart of the kind employed by the poor of Copenhagen when they move, preferably by night, from one place to another. One of the men was at the pole of the cart, while the other pushed behind and, when the pace was at its height, flung himself upon his stomach on the cart, putting on the brake with the toes of his boots upon the road so as to twist the cart into the gutter. Upon the empty cart sat a middle-aged woman, singing, with her feet dangling over the side. She was big and wore an enormous hat with large nodding flowers, of the kind designed to attract the male sex. The party zigzagged, shouting and singing, from one side of the street to the other, and each time the lady shrieked, "There's a removing cart," said Lasse Frederick, and as he spoke the vehicle pulled up in the gutter just in front of them. "What are you doing, Thorvald?" said one of the men. Then, staring straight into Ellen's face, "Have you hurt your eye?" The woman had jumped down from the cart. "Oh, get out of the way, you ass," she said, pushing him aside. "Can't you see they've been turned out? Is it your husband that's chucked you out?" she asked, bending sympathetically over Ellen. "No, the landlord's turned us out," said Lasse Frederick. "What a funny little figure. And you've got nowhere to sleep tonight? Here, Christian, take and load these things on the cart, and then they can stand under the gateway at home for the night. They'll be quite spoilt by the rain here." "Yes," answered Christian, "the chair legs have actually begun to take root." The two men were in a boisterous humor. "Now you can just come along with me," said the woman, when the things were piled upon the cart, "and I'll find you a place to sleep in. And then tomorrow Providence'll perhaps be at home himself." "She's a street woman," whispered Lasse Frederick again and again, pulling Ellen's dress, but Ellen did not care now, if only she could avoid having to accept poor relief. She no longer held her head so high. It was Queen Teresa herself they had met, and in a sense this meeting had made their fortune. She helped Ellen to find her little flat, and got her washing to do for the girls of the neighborhood. It was not very much, though the girls of Vesterbro went in for fine clothes as far as they could, but it afforded her at any rate a livelihood. Pelle did not like Ellen going on with all this dirty work, he wanted to be the one to provide for the family. Ellen moreover had had her turn, and she looked tired and as if she needed to live a more comfortable life. It was as though she fell away now that he was there and able once more to assume the responsibility, but she would not hear of giving up the washing. "It's never worth while to throw away the dirty water until you've got the clean," she said. Every morning he set out furnished with a brand new trades union book, and went from workshop to workshop. Times were bad for his branch of trade. Many of his old fellow workmen had been forced to take up other occupations, he met them again as conductors, lamplighters, etc. Machinery had made them unnecessary, they said. It was the effect of the great lockout. It had killed the little independent businesses that had formerly worked with one or two men, and put wind into the sails of large industries. The few who could manage it had procured machines and become manufacturers, the rest were crowded out and sat in out-of-the-way basements doing repairs. To set to work again, on the old conditions was what had been farthest from Pelle's thoughts. And he now went about and offered to become an apprentice again in order to serve his new master, the machinery, and was ready to be utilized to the utmost. But the manufacturers had no use for him. They still remembered him too well. "You've been too long away from the work," said one and another of them meaningly. Well, that was only tit for tat. But he felt bitterly how even his past rose up against him. He had fought and sacrificed everything to improve the conditions in his branch. And the machines were the discouraging answer at the development gave to him and his fellows. He was not alone in his vain search in this bright springtime. A number of other branches had had the same fate as his own. Every new day that dawned brought him into a stream of men who seemed to be condemned to wear out the pavement in their hopeless search for work, people who had been pushed out by the machines and could not get in again. There must be something wrong with them, Pelle thought while he stood and listened to always the same story of how they had suddenly been dropped, and saw the rest of the train steaming away. It must have been their own fault that they were not coupled onto a new one, perhaps they were lazy or drunkards. But after a time he saw good, tried men standing in the row, and offering their powers morning after morning without result, and he began to realize with a chill fear that times were changing. He would certainly have managed to make both ends meet if there had been anything to be got. The prices were all right, their only defect was that they were not eatable. Altogether it seemed as if a change for the worse had overtaken the artisan. And to make it still more serious, the large businesses stood in the way of his establishing himself and becoming independent. There was not even a back door left open now. Pelle might just as well put that out of his head first as last. To become a master now required capital and credit. The best thing that the future held was an endless and aimless tramp to and from the factory. At one stroke he was planted in the middle of the old question again. All the circumstances passed before him, and it was useless to close his eyes. He was willing enough to mind his own affairs and did not seek for anything. But the one thing was a consequence of the other, and whether he wished it or not, it united in a general view of the conditions. The union had stood the test outwardly. The workmen were well organized and had vindicated their right to negotiate, their corporations could no longer be disregarded. Wages were also to some extent higher, and the feeling for the home had grown in the workmen themselves, many of them having removed from their basements into new 2- or 3-roomed flats. And bought good furniture. They demanded more from life, but everything had become dearer, and they still lived from hand to mouth. He could see that the social development had not kept pace with the mechanical. The machines wedged themselves quietly but inexorably in between the workmen and the work, and threw more and more men out of employment. The hours of labor were not greatly shortened. Society did not seem to care to protect the workers, but it interested itself more in disabled workmen than before, and provision for the poor was well organized. Pelle could not discover any law that had a regulating effect, but found a whole number of laws that plastered up the existing conditions. A great deal of help was given, always just on the borders of starvation, and more men had to apply for it. It did not rob them of their rights as citizens, but made them a kind of politically kept proletariat. It was thus that the world of adventure which Pelle had helped to conquer appeared now when he returned and looked at it with new eyes. The world had not been created anew, and the movement did not seem to have produced anything strong and humanly supporting. It seemed as if the workmen would quietly allow themselves to be left out of the game, if only they received money for doing nothing. What had become of their former pride? They must have acquired the morals of citizens, since they willingly agreed to accept a pension for right surrendered. They were not deficient in power. They could make the whole world wither and die without shedding a drop of blood, only by holding together. It was a sense of responsibility that they lacked. They had lost the fundamental idea of the movement. Pelle looked at the question from all sides while he trudged up and down in his vain search. The prospect obtruded itself upon him, and there were forces at work, both within and without, trying to push him into the movement and into the front rank among the leaders. But he repelled the idea. He was going to work for his home now. He managed to obtain some repairs for the neighbors, and also helped Ellen to hang up clothes and turn the mangle. One must pocket one's pride and be glad she had something. She was glad of his help, but did not want anyone to see him doing this woman's work. "It's not work for a man," she said, looking at him with eyes which said how pleased she was to have his company. They liked being together, enjoyed it in their own quiet way without many words. Much had happened, but neither Pelle nor Ellen were in a hurry. Neither of them had a facility in speaking, but they found their way to an understanding through the pauses, and drew nearer to one another in the silences. Each knew what the other had suffered without requiring to have it told. Time had been at work on them both. There was no storm in their new companionship. The days passed quietly, made sad by the years that had gone by. In Ellen's mind was neither jubilation nor reproach. She was cautious with regard to him, almost as shy as the first time they met. Behind all her goodness and care lay the same touch of maidenly reserve as at that time. She received his caresses silently, she herself giving chiefly by being something for him. He noticed how every little homely action she did for him grew out of her like a motherly caress and took him into her heart. He was grateful for it, but it was not that of which he stood most in need. When they sat together in the twilight and the children played upon the floor, she was generally silent, stealing glances at him now and then. But as soon as he noticed these, the depth of her expression vanished. Was she again searching for his inner being as she had done in their earliest time together? It was as though she were calling to something within him, but would not reveal herself. It was thus that mother might sit and gaze searchingly into her child's future. Did she not love him then? She had given him all that she possessed, borne him children, and had faithfully waited for him when all the rest of the world had cast him off, and yet he was not sure that she had ever loved him. Pelle had never met with love in the form of something unmanageable, the movement had absorbed the surplus of his youth. But now he had been born anew together with the spring, and felt it suddenly as an inward power. He and Ellen would begin now, for now she was everything. Life had taught him seriousness, and it was well. He was horrified at the thoughtless way in which he had taken Ellen and made her a mother without first making her a bride. Her woman's heart must be immeasurably large since she had not gone to pieces in consequence, but still stood as unmoved as ever, waiting for him to win her. She had got through it by being a mother. Would he ever win her? Was she really waiting still, or was she contented with things as they were? His love for her was so strong that everything about her was transfigured, and he was happy in the knowledge that she was his fate. Merely a ribbon or a worn check cotton apron, any little thing that belonged to her, acquired a wonderfully warm hue, and filled his mind with sweetness. A glance or a touch made him dizzy with happiness, and his heart went out to her in waves of ardent longing. It awoke no response, she smiled gently and pressed his hand. She was fond of him and refused him nothing, but he nevertheless felt that she kept her innermost self hidden from him. When he tried to see in, he found it closed by a barrier of kindness.